Ooh, wait, what do you mean is it based off views? Of course it's based off views. What do you think popular is based off of?
I think it should be based off the amount of edits that have happened recently.
Why?
Personally.
What?
Because that would indicate something that's popular right now.
Do you know what else would indicate if something is popular?
I don't know.
The amount of views the page gets. Maybe?
Oh, Dan, your leader got you there.
Yeah, you got.
But I will say, I kind of agree with Dan.
Why?
Because edits would say, like, oh, this is what's happening now. Like,
why
boom,
is
boom, boom.
Mootin coming in and out now? Are you guys trolling me today? Is this another audio troll day?
Wait, why am I coming in and out?
Well, I don't know. It don't happen one time.
I haven't touched my audio. Oh, okay. Why are they still called food stamps?
They were going to change it, but Food
Well, I
Shops
guess they
already
call it
has the name.
Snap,
Oh, I got it. Get it.
They used to be stamps, if I recall correctly.
They probably came in like a little book. I could be wrong, but I think way back in the day, I think Rachel's Wick, I think, was in a book, which is like food stamps for losers. And by losers, I mean women, infant, and children, which is why it's called Wick.
Oh. That'd be fucking humiliating.
What?
Going in there, let me get my book of government support.
What? Why?
And like handing it over. I don't know. I feel like there's got to be a better way of fucking doing it. No.
Well, now they have cards,
it's like on just
don't
a
they?
card, right?
Yeah.
Which isn't humiliating.
Good. You should be humiliated if you're on welfare. It should be the most humiliating. You should have to think every day. Do I really want to eat? Do I need to endure the humiliation of getting food?
When a person on welfare goes up, they should like ring a bell, like ding 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 ding. This is where your money's going.
And then it's like a 2-minute evaluation of the person. Where it's like,
can
does
you
this
take us to
person
your car?
Exactly? Holy true! Oh my fucking true God!
A Mercedes, huh?
What's going on with them? Holy true!
It's a 1940s Mercedes. Still a Mercedes. I was watching something earlier where they were talking about all the fraud they've found, and they said, like, did you know, like, there's 1,000 people who own Teslas who are on food stamps right now? And then I looked at how many people are on food stamps.
What is it like?
And it was,
wait,
48.
Too late. Go ahead.
48 million.
Yeah.
It was like 114 Porsches. Yeah.
Porsches. Oh my God.
That's a lot of people. That is a lot of people. How many people are in the U.S. right now? Is it 400 million?
Probably like 340, bro.
Yeah, 340.
Hold on, we got some DSP news.
Oh, turn your stream on.
I'm working on it. Don't tell me that. I can do it on my own. You little bitch.
RGB, if you're a complete idiot. Anyway, RGB, if you're a complete idiot, and I'm not even going to address what you just said because it's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking.
He said, at DSP Gaming, I'm a network specialist. Minimum for 1080p 60 FPS is 4 megabits per second, and max is 10 megabits per second. Anything above is for 1440p. 6.5 thousand kilobits per second is mid-range for 1080p. Okay.
Anyway, RGB, if you're a complete idiot, and I'm not even going to address what you just said because it's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. Thank you. RGB, I'm really had it with you now. I'm going to tell you one more time. You got to
He said, sorry if I offended. I just figured you'd want insight from someone with a degree in the field. Wasn't trying to be out of line.
One more time. You got to shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. I don't care what you're saying in the chat right now. You have zero credence to anything you've said whatsoever.
Ooh.
Okay, zero. Last chance to shut up.
Ooh.
And stop. I'm trying to be very nice and very fair with you right now, right? You notice I haven't taken any action yet. You're continuously harping on an issue you know nothing about.
Ooh.
I'm going to give you one more chance to shut up.
Okay. Now
Let's
what?
see if you can do it.
Let's see if we can do it. Okay.
So there you go. See? What did I say? I tried to be nice to RGB.
LOL, my degree is in networking, your degree is in begging. We're talking about bit rate, not B rate. I think I have the upper hand here.
I tried to be nice to RGB, and he just insulted me.
Destiny, was RGB correct? Nope, he's being fucking retarded. I don't know if he actually has a degree in it. It wouldn't surprise me if he does, because computer stuff, I learned this like 10 years ago, is way, way, way more specialized than I could have ever imagined as like a hobbyist. Like people can have degrees or certs and not know the difference between like a fucking graphics card and a processor or a CPU. Like, so yeah, no, everything. What RGB is saying is like kind of generally correct when you're talking about data rates, but the reality is what really matters is what you're streaming. Like if you're doing like a podcast, you could stream 4K at 5 megabits per second. And maybe even less and be okay, because there's not really many moving elements on the screen or anything. But if you're streaming like a first-person shooter game, yeah, and you want like you got like foliage or something, 1080p might need like 15 megabits per second. It really depends on what you're streaming. But as a broad thing, the guy was correct, but it could use more nuance. But also, I don't know what these guys were arguing about beforehand, so maybe he was more directionally correct than DSP. I'm not sure.
So there you go. See? What did I say? I tried to be nice to RGB, and he just insulted me in the chat. I knew it. Because these people who are here in my chat to derail are not here to actually make a point. They're just morons. Ooh. They make shit up. They talk out of their asses. This guy knows absolutely nothing, and now he's gone, and he's not coming back, and I'm happy that he's gone. Ooh, what a complete idiot.
Damn.
I tried to be nice. Was I not nice?
You gotta shut up. You don't know what you're talking about.
Wow. I mean, he kind of got him. Did he not?
Look behind you. Look who got you on that board.
Dan Saltman rules. Cringe. $561 comments. Oh my god.
People hate DSP.
Yeah, I know. He's unbearably toxic. I mean, I don't... I would have to see what they were arguing about, I guess. There was a game dev seminar I recall seeing however long ago that used his gameplay for a key point, and knowing some studios have smooth brain data like DSP in mind when making games legit hurts me. It was Sony's Santa Monica God of War devs, and it is hilarious that they chose DSP out of everyone to know, or to not know where to go unless explicitly being told to by on-screen hints. Wait, what? Wait, hold on.
This is part of level design. Had the goal of creating a new set of pillars. Once you're happy with the metrics, moments between the characters. Scenarios where the player might be under duress and actually be able to use the mechanic. So its simplicity is actually terrific. So, of course, before it looks like this in the game, we do a really basic prototype to make sure it's actually fun and that it's going to deliver on this potential versatility and variety. And here is the prototype. Player and just having narrative moments in general. In fact, maybe after a little while, the AI partner can even give you a hint. This scenario is also terrific because it's been fabulously integrated by the environment art team. It's actually the ring finger of the giant, so it foreshadows the narrative that you're going to see further on. And you may not know this, but all the runes on the ring were actually translated. The promise of new and cool items also comes with the promise of varied themes and varied scenarios. Because we've shown you that these new items and abilities give you lots of different gameplay in the different levels, the flow is motivating. And most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration. Here's a quick example. I want you to...
They blur him out.
Wait, who did they blur out?
It's DSP in the corner.
No fucking way.
Watch what the player does here as he boats around.
Taste of vanilla magic led him to new forms of experimentation.
We're back.
New levels of depravity.
Look where we are. We're back.
Okay, so in this example, the player is exploring the hub. They've been correctly taught the shock arrow mechanic. And thanks to the design work done by Kai Zheng, they've also been told that shock arrows mean interesting themes and that there's a lot of different variety and a lot of different gameplay, right? So we've made a convincing promise to the player. So watch it one more time, and I want you to watch just what the camera behavior does.
Melania magic led him to new forms of experimentation.
We're back.
New levels of depravity.
Look where we are. We're back.
Boom, and there it is. He saw a shock crystal, right? He has been taught correctly. He has been promised interesting gameplay. And because he is returning to the hub, he is thinking, oh,
good design.
I feel like doing one of those. I know how those work. I'm in the mood for one of those. Or he can just explore it on his own. That is the benefit. The result is that we do have a compass system, and we do have a map, right? But our hope is that players will be self-motivated, and that self-discovery will drive their exploration instead. It's good for players to feel motivated via UI or completion percentages. These are very valid design techniques and tools. But it's also good if players are self-motivated because they're actually seeking out interesting content. If this player likes shock crystal scenarios, then he can go and find more of them on his own. Players are trained that new abilities will be unlocked in the levels, and that in turn, interesting scenarios will be delivered. So the promise becomes more than just completion percentages. The promise becomes interesting scenarios. And that is pretty much our game's format. You play the level, you unlock a new item, you played a variety of scenarios. When you return back to the hub, you've been taught how to use it, you've been made the convincing promise of interesting gameplay. You can seek out more of those on your own if you like those types of scenarios, which most players did, especially in terms of the shock arrows. And then when you're ready, you can start returning back to the next level. So.
Okay.
Boring.
Let's. Apparently, there was a big Owen Shroyer and Andrew Wilson debate yesterday.
Jesus.
Let me grab my notes real quick.
Red Bull.
We'll go over my deposition. Oh, and Red Bull. Good call.
Yes, dear leader. Don't worry, I'm here. I will make all the calls for you. Mooting on the mic. I'm glorping on Stevens Pike. Yeah. Gonna ride a trike. So he pays attention to me. You can call me Mike. Oh, I did Mike earlier, never mind. Bro, actually stop. Do not use that many O's. Unless you're gonna ooh. Ooh. You know, apparently my wife does a 10 out of 10 turkey impression, but she's never shown it to me, and she says she'll only show it to me one day.
Turkey impression? Who she genocided?
Yeah, like the Armenians.
I don't know why that's funny to you, but okay.
It's funny because there was no genocide according to Hassan.
True. Well,
we've been waiting for you all day, man.
I don't know what
yesterday even.
I don't know what happened with this shooting.
Which one? The Trump one?
What do you mean, which one? How many fucking shootings have there been in the last 3 days?
Really?
So in the Trump shooting, it seems like that we heard like 5 shots fired or whatever. Then we got people tweeting immediately that the shooter was dead.
Yep.
And then we got that the shooter was actually captured just fine. I don't know if he got shot even a single time.
I think he did get shot because I think he went to the hospital. But again,
hospital doesn't mean anything. Everybody goes to the hospital after.
Yeah, that's true.
Because then we find out that a Secret Service agent got shot, but I think he got shot by
another Secret Service agent. Surely. Yeah.
And now I'm hearing that the guy didn't fire a single shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good shoot. A guy's running in with a gun, but...
Well, did we even know that?
Crossfired.
Was he?
I think on the video you see it, right?
I don't know. Keep in mind that one video going around is a upscaled video, so we don't know how much of that is real or not.
If you run past magnetometers, I think no matter what, that's a good shoot.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that I feel like we got a lot of different stories about what the fuck happened.
And you know what the funniest thing is? This was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner where all the fucking press is, and they couldn't even get it right. Fucking morons.
Oh, that I understand now. That is kind of funny, I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
You can tweet that.
Why? I don't understand how many cameras there are in this country that are still filming in black and white with like with the lowest frame rate. What the fuck is happening?
I don't get it, man. Because like you can buy insane fucking cameras. My bird cam is amazing.
Yeah. Or even
don't
just
know.
like a fucking Logitech C920 or whatever the fuck. I guess I understand to make them IP cams and you got to be recording and storing the footage and blah, blah, blah before some fucking retard tries to do all that shit. Sure. But all I'm going to say is so yesterday we have 2 depositions left, me and Pxie. In a lawsuit, you have parties, and parties are the people listed as the plaintiffs, so the person engaging the action or beginning the action, and then you have the defendants, the people who are being sued or whatever. And in our wonderful, beautiful, amazing court case, we have not done party depositions yet, which are kind of the most important ones, generally speaking. And so we had a lot of court drama, and the judge was like, this is kind of retarded, so I think you guys need to do these in the next 10 days. The other side was like, well, Your Honor, what if we don't? And the judge was like, no, you need to. Okay, stop making excuses. So now, yesterday, we finally did Pxie's deposition. So we started with... I don't know why, but I'm a little offended. I don't know if Joan just doesn't like me, but Joan is the lead counsel on this case. So in any court case, you might have a variety of lawyers for a variety of different reasons. Oftentimes, you can't appear if you're not licensed in a particular jurisdiction. So you'll have a local counsel. So it's just a law firm that's able to practice in that jurisdiction. And they might be your local counsel. That would allow you to bring in a lawyer from another state. They'll usually file an appearance pro ag vice, and then they come in. So my lawyer from California, that law firm is appearing on behalf of a local counsel here, right, et cetera, et cetera. I think generally speaking, you'll have like a lead counsel on a court case, meaning this is the person who's doing the majority of the work, them and their law firm or them and their clerks or whatever the fuck, or paralegals or whatever. So Joan is supposed to be, it seems like, the lead counsel on this case. She's the one doing most of the work, or at least prompting the AI to do the work, whatever she does. But whatever. So we set up a deposition, and we agree to a time and a date. Joan asks, because she says that she's not going to be able to be there, but there'll be another lawyer that goes with Pxie. And then Joan asks if she can appear remotely. So somebody shoots her a link where she can attend remotely. But that's it. She can watch if she wants, like she did for the hearing, basically. So Pxie shows up with a lawyer, now a totally new lawyer this time. And Joan comes in via Zoom. And so, we let her watch, but we mute her because fuck it. If you want to defend a depo, you have to be here for it.
Did Andy tell her that he was muting her?
I don't know if they mentioned it explicitly in the email, but it's Pxie shows up with another lawyer. You're not doing like a tag team deposition defense. I don't even know if you could do that normally. So she has a lawyer with her. So Joan, we let join the Zoom, and then we mute the Zoom, and then Joan starts spam phone calling the lawyer there. And Joan says that this is bullshit, that she was going to defend Pxie. So Kafka, I don't want to throw anybody. I love everybody equally, but you're absolutely right. Maybe. In my random retarded opinion, I heard a blowing in the wind. Maybe yesterday when I was coming home, the air in the wind said, "This motherfucker should have never been given a Zoom link." I did hear that. I heard that. I heard that wind outside. I heard that wind outside. Well, I'm referring to more legal people, but yes. But anyway, Joan starts spam calling the other lawyer there. The other lawyer's like, well, listen, like Joan is going to defend this, but she has a flight out from New York back to Miami or whatever. So she can defend until 1:30 and then I'll be defending after 1:30. And it's like, no, you're here now. This is retarded. So they're like, okay, well, this deposition is over. We're leaving. So it's 9:30 a.m. or whatever. They both walk. And so obviously all the laptops come out and it's like, okay, well, we have to email the judge and we need to prepare a motion to stay in my depo because holy fuck. So I can't imagine what's going through their head at this moment because they already skipped their first notice deposition with the court without filing anything. They were told by the magistrate judge that they needed to show good cause for why they skipped it for no reason. We had our hearing a week ago. They didn't have a good reason for skipping it, which is why Judge Becerra said, you guys need to fucking schedule this. I think eventually we email them and we CC, obviously, the opposing counsel. We get our email first because we've got prompt emailers. Joan gets her email in like 5 minutes after. And I think the judge replies, it's basically something along the lines of like, if you guys need me for something, you need to file something because I'm pretty sure she was in a very, very big criminal trial yesterday. I can't imagine how much her and Torres want to kill themselves every time anything related to this court case hits their inbox or anything. And we have the court reporter stay just in case, and then we have our video person stay just in case. We wait around for about an hour and about an hour and a half, and lo and behold, Pxie and the other lawyer return, and they're like, you know what? Maybe we're going to sit for this deposition because I don't know what would have happened. Like if the judge would have literally just thrown the entire case out. I can't imagine what she would do with having them skip a second notice deposition and then us issuing like another stay for buying to repeat the whole last process. Keeping in mind too that Judge Becerra has said multiple times that like she doesn't like Zoom hearings and anything. Obviously different than a deposition, but like I can't imagine them trying to make that argument. And I don't know why Joan, like keep in mind up to this point, Joan has not attended any deposition in person yet. The only one she's attended was the one that they noticed, none of ours, for Rose. It's the only one she's been to in person. So they come back, and I don't know if this is like a federal rule of civil procedure or a local rule in Florida, but we have 7 hours basically to do 7 hours on the record for a deposition. So maybe 8 or 9 hours if you include breaks, lunch, whatever else. So we got our full 7 hours, probably from, I think we were there from, when did I leave yesterday? I don't even know if I told anybody. I came home and I went right to sleep. I was tired. I think I got home at like 8 o'clock.
Sheesh.
Yeah. The deposition itself was pretty annoying, pretty bad, pretty stupid. Props to Pxie this time because she definitely prepared for this one. In the most obnoxious, disappointing way possible. So basically now, this is so stupid, but her discovery to me was it was just completely not real. It was totally incomplete. So like it's just fragments of messages and fragments of conversations, nothing complete. I provided entire conversation histories, the full thing, of any conversation that she asked. In the deposition, whenever we try to ask her a question about anything in any of the logs that I've provided, she says, I have no specific recollection of this message, and I cannot authenticate or verify the image that you've produced for me. I have no idea how it was created, and I cannot answer to anything in here because I'm not sure if it was tampered with or not. So she gave that answer to basically every single question for about the first 3 hours, which was obnoxious to say the least, because at some point we switched to like asking her questions. Okay, well, like you've provided this message, and the message will be something like, haha, yeah, for sure. This is your production, right? For your discovery, your production, right? She's like, yes. And it's like, what were you responding to? And she's like, well, I'm not sure. It's like, well, you didn't give us that, right? And she's like, yes. Like, okay, well, you can see that message on our production here where you responded to this message. So was that your response to that message? And then it'd be, I cannot verify because I have not been able to authenticate any of these messages, so I can't answer and it was this for probably like 3 to 4 hours of this. Yeah.
Is the judge gonna laugh at this, or
This is a fact dispute. This is not like it would be a jury thing, but assuming it goes to jury, I think it looks really bad for them. I think she wouldn't answer basically any questions about anything. Yeah.
Gonna do the same thing?
What?
Are you gonna do the same thing?
No, I have real defenses for everything. I don't have to play stupid fucking games, so I'm fine answering any questions about anything.
Isn't it like you're supposed to like? Well, I don't know. I'm sure your attorney is telling you what to do, but I thought it was like you best to remain silent type shit. No.
Well, you answer simply.
Oh.
But I mean, like, you can't. It's a deposition. You have to answer questions. In a civil case, you have to answer questions because in a civil case, the jury is allowed to read you not answering as being evasive and to hold that against you. It's not like a criminal matter where you can't indict yourself. You can't say things that implicate yourself. Is coaching illegal? I think strictly speaking, I don't know if I would say illegal, but a lawyer is not supposed to tell you what to say, but the lawyer can tell you broadly like what you should be familiar with and like how to answer a question. Yeah. It was really funny. I felt bad because Andy's very good at what he does for sure. I think that the lawyer that they had with Pxie, maybe I'm just reading too much into it, but he seemed like he knew his shit. It actually seemed like a real lawyer this time. But I could tell that he wasn't very familiar with the facts of the case at all. So I don't know if the local counsel for Pxie found this guy or what, but there were so many moments where he had his head just buried in his hands. After like watching this poor dude. And he seemed like he knew his shit. Yeah. He was doing proper objections this time. Joan will object like she's in court when she's doing a deposition. You're only supposed to do, when you're doing a deposition, you're only supposed to object to like form of a question and then like privilege, like attorney-client privilege stuff. Because you're just to have those on the record. You're not really supposed to do all the other types of objections. But this guy seemed like he knew what he was talking about. But there were so many times, probably like 5+ times, where I don't want to make this sound mean, but like Andrew's just very good at depositions. He's very good at kind of like getting somebody to answer a question or like push really. And there were multiple times where he would kind of like say something. He's being pretty aggressive, and then Pxie started answering, and her would be like, "Stop! There was no question asked there." And then Pxie would start talking, and he'd be like, "Stop talking," and she'd be like, "Oh, okay." And then like Andy would look and be like, "It's okay, you can answer the question," and then he'd be like, "Stop! Don't talk. There's no question." They did this several times, which was very funny. Yeah, Jesus. I wrote down interesting stuff that I just thought kind of blew my mind. We tried to ask him questions about like, how do you get to $15 million in damages? And she invoked attorney-client privilege for all of these. She would not answer any question related to damages. And it's like, you can't speak. She's like, well, no, that's attorney-client. Like my lawyer, like, so is the $15 million number, did this just come from your attorney then? You can't, attorney-client. Can you speak to how you were damaged at all? Or in attorney-client? I was like, okay. Okay.
15 million.
15 millis. Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep. I did get to verify a few things. So I found out that the lawyer that she's using is a family friend. Apparently her grandfather was like a mentor to this guy, the Carlos dude or something, whoever the local counsel is. And then I think Joan is also a family friend. At some point we asked her, how much money did you pay in legal fees? And she was like, over 50,000. I'm like, that's it? Or, so my guess is, or not my guess, we found this out later. So she gave, I guess, the whole give, send, go maybe to her dad. And then her dad is paying everything. So I'm basically just being sued by this family, I guess. Whatever. Oh, I found out that I guess for the discovery that I turned over last year sometime, she said she filed a pedophile police report about me. But then she would stop giving us any information about that, claiming attorney-client privilege. So that's amazing. Great. Okay. I wonder how many different police departments and FBI's and Interpols are all, I guess, investigating me for child porn, or had investigated me for child porn. Jesus Christ. Her dad is paying for Lauren's representation and for her ex's representation. So the lawyer that was, and Abby's, so Joan, who was representing everybody, her dad was just covering the cost on all of that. She has like, apparently at one point she kept saying that she didn't remember if she was making any money, or that she had no money at all, or no income or whatever else. But like at one point she has 2 apartments in Miami, and then she has a whole separate off-campus apartment in Illinois where she's going to law school. I have no idea how much, and we pushed her a little bit, like, how are you paying for all this? And eventually, yeah, she was like, her parents, her family is just covering everything. And it's like, okay.
Problem?
Just, it's kind of annoying that, I think her dad does, like, because I tried to look into this once to see how he was connected to lawyers. I think they have like a bunch of businesses in like Puerto Rico. Like I think her family's like very wealthy from Puerto Rico. So I just have like this family's open their war chest, I guess, to try to destroy my life, which is amazing. But yeah, it's just kind of one of the funniest things was fuck, what was it? Oh, she left her phone out of the depot. Good for her. Because she kept saying, I can't authenticate or verify any of these messages. And I think about an hour in, we took a 5-minute break, and I was trying to explain. I was like, no, she can. She has, these are on Discord. They're still there. I can search for these. They're on her phone. She has all of these messages. I don't know why she's acting like she doesn't. This is a lie. And then when we tell her, like, are you able to check your phone to see? She's like, I don't have my phone with me. It's like, is it out in your car? It's like, no, I left it at home. It's like, okay, great. All right.
Well, that's another trick you can use.
Yeah, that you should always probably do that, maybe. This isn't legal advice. But good for her to remember to do that. Good job. Yeah, I don't know. Good memes.
All seems pretty unserious and stupid.
It is. Oh, we were asking before about the like, why did you sue, or like, what was the motivation or whatever? And there were like 3 or 4 different points where she's like, half of this deposition was like her crying, and the other half was her like laughing and giggling. Dude, I don't know, man. I just want to kill myself. Speaking of that, though, oh yeah, she was like, I either had to sue him or I had to kill myself. And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, well, I knew that if I didn't sue him, to show everybody the kind of monster that he is, who hunts down minors and who violates the trust of women monstrously, multiple women, that he was going to keep doing it. And I was going to kill myself if I didn't try to get justice against him. And I was like, Jesus Christ. How can she say that when everyone has logs of her telling straight away that she wasn't going to kill? I don't know about those logs because she never gave any of them. She said that Aaron deleted all of her messages. I don't believe that. And then she said that she deleted all of her messages, or she would have to check or something. But yeah, because we never got any of those. But I feel like those would be very interesting conversations to see. Destiny, is she unironically mentally ill? So I'm going to be honest, and this might be one of the meanest things I've said. I think she's like white girl mental illness. Like, you know, some people just like kind of need a thing. Because one of the most shocking fucking questions that Andy asked, she said that she'd been like mentally ill since she was like a kid. And then like she had depression on and off. And then I think Andy asked if she'd ever been prescribed SSRIs. And she's like, well, what's that? He's like, what do you mean? I was like, have you ever had an SSRI prescribed? And she's like, no. And she's like, well, maybe. Like, I had Xanax this past year. Is that an SSRI? And it's like, what? How do you not?
I don't know.
What? You don't know what an SSRI is?
I feel like everybody knows what a fucking SSRI is at this point.
Or knows that Xannies or
Especially if you have
benzos or
depression.
whatever. Like, yeah. So I don't know, bro. It's just like all so fucking stupid. Yeah. I don't know, man. But like the crazy annoying thing for me is that because obviously I'm going to look to see what I have available to me for a countersuit, but like if your dad is paying for everything but you yourself are broke, it's not like I can go after her dad for money. Ugh. I don't know. She's got to be getting bored by now. Well, I don't think she's been plugged into this case for like a year, yeah. I think she gave her phone to Joanne to let her do whatever, and then she just hasn't been paying attention to any of it for basically like a year or whatever. And then she's just off doing her whatever bullshit, yeah. Do you think our family actually knows what happened? I don't know. I don't know who knows anything. But she had a couple new excuses for things that I thought were interesting. I think she said that like when we recorded our videos, she had this super specific claim that I've never heard before. She said, in response, because I never knew that she sent anything that we made to her boyfriend. I never knew that. But I mean, I figured it was part of, when we talked, just don't post it on the internet, basically. But I think she said, she was like, because I think Andy asked, did you ever tell Steven that you were sending anything? And she was like, yeah, I told him right at the beginning we made it. That's why his face isn't in anything. Which, obviously, if you've seen any of my recorded stuff, my face is in explicit videos I've recorded before, and my voice is pretty recognizable. Why would I talk? It was just like such a stupid, like, what? But obviously, there's no way that I can disprove or prove any of that because these were all voice conversations. Oh, and then she also said she must have gone back through our logs, which is also cute. She also said we talked about sharing videos and how we were only allowed to trade it with our partners, but we did it in one of the Discord calls that happened. So there's no log of that other than just we had a Discord call. So it's like, oh, well, okay, that's good. Based. Percentage odds of you losing event. No, I don't think there have been any chance of me losing for a long time. I don't think. Yeah. Well, I mean, for a jury, there's always a chance, I guess, if you get a super, super, super unlucky. But I mean, realistically, I don't think so. Did you get invited to go to the correspondence dinner? The official one? No. I got an invite for the Substack one, but what did you say about why she isn't going after Solo instead of you? I don't think we asked any questions down that road. But what do you think will happen to your reputation after this is all done and you win? Hopefully I get a decent chunk of it back, but then it's just a matter of like working. And then when people see you working, and if I have a dismissal on this, then it's all good for me. Do you watch the latest Piers Morgan on the assassination attempt? Nope, not yet. Maybe we'll watch it today though. You said you think your lawyers are watching your streams now. Can you talk more about that? Oh, just one of the counsels on my case seemed like he was a lot more familiar with my content than I realized. But I think even when I was doing the intake for my New York law firm, it was kind of weird / funny because when I was initially doing the intake there and I was giving some broad details of my case and I had mentioned the video of me on Twitter, the intake person asked a question. She was like, oh, okay, yeah. And then she was aware of who I was and what was on Twitter, yeah. Not to be an asshole or anything, why decide to have these explicit conversations and agreements over Discord in the first place? Well, I mean, I guess in retrospect, I should have a contract, I guess. But, I mean, I don't know. This was 20. Contract. Yeah, this was 2020. Like, the idea of any of this even happening is kind of inconceivable to me. The whole fact pattern for so many different things related to this court case are kind of inconceivable or it's just like a very It's just wacky as fuck. It's just so wacky. Do the depos get filmed for the jury judge? Yeah, they're all filmed. I don't know how much is ever shown or released in terms of like the film stuff. The transcripts, I guess, get posted eventually, but I don't know. But I'm probably doing a short stream tomorrow because I have to do my prep, reread all my shit, and then on the 30th, I do my depo. I have no idea if they're gonna do the full 7 hours or not, but I have plenty of endurance for depositions. And then I'll finally get to see my biggest fan, Joan, face to face, hopefully.
She's not coming, man.
Are you able to get logs directly from Aaron since Doe isn't providing them, or can you not do that? I mean, we might have been able to subpoena her, maybe. But I don't know. Now, at this point, they probably are deleted, so. I guess I didn't really think to ask Aaron because Pxie should have turned it over. There are just so many things that I just didn't think about in the beginning of this court case. Like, I just didn't really imagine... Like, what do you do if the other side just decides that they don't give a fuck about any of the rules, or they just like file in bad faith, or just like blatantly lie about so much stuff, or it's just like, yeah, I guess I just never really considered that before. Yeah. Just a quick point for clarity. She said that she gave the Gibson Go money to her dad, and her dad has been paying everything from the start. She was always wishy-washy on all of that. She just said she didn't know the details of anything. Like when we'd ask, like, how did you find this person? How did you pay for this? She's like, I don't know. I think it goes to my legal team, or I think I don't even know if she has her own bank account. It might just be that her dad controls all of it. I have no idea. I wish I could, like... I did feel kind of bad for her in the deposition. But I have to like remind myself of like the fact pattern so I can keep the hatred levels high. That I can't believe that she revealed that like she went and filed a police report on me for
yeah. This girl fucking hates her.
Because at first I was like because if she were filed a police report against me for revenge porn, it's like okay, I guess whatever. There's no way that I meet the elements of that. But it was for the Rose stuff where she was like trying to out me, or not even out me, trying to get me arrested as a pedophile. Jesus, I don't know. Good memes. But did she do that before or after the deposition of Rose? Probably after would be my guess. I think that would have to be after.
But isn't that even crazier?
It doesn't matter. She's just... Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
What are you gonna do?
Do you think Lauren and Hassan have talked to each other at this point? No. Lauren did email Hassan, though, to try to go on a stream, but I don't think Hassan responded. I don't think. It could be that he did, and I just never got that in Discovery, but... Did her wife get deported? No, not yet. Her answers for everything related to her wife were hilarious, though. Because we were like, how did she get her green card? Or did she talk to Lauren about this, like, bribe for her mom? And he's like, I don't know anything about that. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask her. How did she get her green card? I don't know. You don't know how your wife got her green card? Well, somebody had to sponsor her, I guess. Do you know who sponsored her? I'm not sure. You don't know who sponsored
Didn't she sponsor her?
No, she couldn't. Because she wasn't making enough money. That's why Lauren offered her mom, said that Pxie's wife would give her mom. Lauren deLaGooona told her mom that Pxie's wife would give her mom, Lauren's mom, $10,000 to sponsor her for a green card.
And sponsor... Oh, okay, never mind.
To like attest to her character and fill it out. Yeah, that's definitely super illegal. Lauren even admitted that in the deposition, though. But whatever, you know. And Lauren's mom is a lawyer too, but okay.
Lauren's mom is a lawyer?
Yeah.
And Lauren admitted that on her?
In the deposition, yeah. And she's like, well, I didn't know it was illegal. It's like, okay.
Sheesh.
I know you say that Lauren was the main instigator for all this, but is there something else that could have inspired this much hatred for you? Lauren is definitely the driver, the big driver behind all of this, 1,000,000,000%. But it really is like the perfect set of circumstances for Lauren as well. Like, she is a super spite-driven, crazy evil person. Like, she's been involved in so many different things in the past, which I've seen more and more has come out of. And then the fact that, like, this situation arose and Pxie's dad is, like, wealthy enough and connected enough to have, like, lawyers that can throw a lawsuit at me. And then, yeah, it's just like the perfect nightmare. Why does Lauren hate you so much? Just because I didn't want to date her. But she does this for, like, any guy that shuts her down. I think she loses her mind over, right? Like, you guys have all seen the footage where, like, even Actionman had to call the cops on her to get her removed from his driveway. Did you see that?
Mm-mm.
Really?
Actionman, like, he's a kick streamer, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't see this.
Over here.
Like this? This was so crazy that this...
Told you that. Show me where I told you that, please.
Not only have we had
Lauren, you're just Lauren.
Oh, I haven't even seen this video before. I'm sorry, I just googled. This is 7 months ago. I didn't even know this video existed. But this video right here, I'm sorry, I didn't know that this phone call existed.
Yeah.
But this video here was Lauren apparently showed up at Actionman's place, and Actionman didn't want her to come over, but she showed up anyway, and then he had to call the cops to get her removed from his property because she wouldn't leave.
Sheesh.
Lauren, you're literally making up fantasies in your head.
in the text messages.
Show me the text messages where I said I'm gonna take care of you for 6 months. Just show me that one time, and I swear I'll do it.
I didn't say you told me for 6 months. I'm saying during the period of 6 months, for about 6 months.
I hit fired. I'm saying I hit fired you a text in April saying we could hang out. Okay.
Yeah, so that's about 6 months.
Right. Okay.
And it wasn't just. But no,
Lauren. What does that mean to you? So, Lauren, if I said we were going to hang out in April, to you that means we're hanging out forever? What do you say?
No. You had been actively encouraging me to move to Austin, Texas.
I haven't been. I actively encouraged that we could hang out and maybe have a one-night stand. What the fuck were you thinking?
First of all, that's not what you said.
It is what I said. What did you think I was encouraging?
Gross.
Gross what? What did you think?
Fuck. Where's the video? God damn it. All right. Somebody will find this eventually. But, I mean, there's videos of... I think there's 2 videos he posted of him calling the cops on him. And then, obviously, yeah, she made that fake Reddit account to shut on Martin Shkreli after they broke up. She decided to join in against some... Not even a lawsuit. She didn't even have a real accusation, but she wanted to be on the news talking about some doctor that got charged with sexual assault in Southern California. She just, like, shows up in a random news report.
She just craves fame.
Yeah. Wait, is it this? Did somebody find it? Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the Actionman house. We have this Lauren girl refusing to leave my house. And I guess she has drugs in her car, and she's going to be
I don't know about that.
for not leaving me alone. And here we go. Absolute lunatic.
This guy sounds like he's on some shit.
Welcome to the Actionman house.
She just doesn't want to leave.
Lauren here,
Yeah.
showing at my house, refusing to leave. A day in the life in the Actionman residence. Why is this happening? We don't know. What is she laughing about? Just leave the house. talking about the lease you want to sign.
Oh my God. I just heard her say, I just moved to Austin. She did live there. I just heard that in the background. Wait.
Talking about the lease you want to sign. Why are you...
Wait.
Talking
I just moved to Austin. Oh, she does live there now.
about the lease you want to sign. Why are you at my house? She's talking about...
Did she say in her depo that she doesn't?
No, I think she does. I just didn't know at the time. When she fucking showed up on the street. State Department is finalizing a plan to put Trump's picture on U.S. passports. No shot. Why the fuck is Twitter down so much? They didn't actually approve that coin shit, right? Do you have any idea?
I didn't see anything about it, no.
Okay. You know that they were planning on, like...
Making him a coin, right?
Yeah, putting him on, like, a quarter, like a commemorative quarter or some bullshit.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Did you see this indictment? US of A versus David M. Morans. What is this about? Oh my God. I might read this later. I know what this is about. Jesus. You're trying to say some guy hid information about COVID lab leak origins? Jesus fuck.
Is this the one Trump was tweeting out earlier, guys?
Trump commemorative gold coin approved for U.S. Mint to produce for America's 250th. Is it really? Jesus. Did they ever make an Obama coin? Or an Obama anything? So. I thought, this might be one of those like old wives' tales or things you hear, but it's not true at all. I thought that like generally you don't put a living person on any U.S. currency. That was like a thing, but I don't. But maybe that's not real. Maybe that's just like a meme that you hear and it's not actually true. Comey indicted a second time by the DOJ. Oh, wonder what it'll be this time for. Stop linking tweets. Apparently, this is all fucking.
I feel like
dead. Schumer says he injured his forehead after walking into his closet door. Senator Chuck Schumer, speaking on Senate floor, appears with prominent forehead bandage. Okay. That, and usually someone else does it in their honor. You don't just order a coin in your own honor. Why not? Yeah, I saw the Michael Tracy stuff. Was just I don't. He's just going off, dude. He had a crazy weekend. Well, what'd you cover this morning? Wait, do you normally have allergies?
Do I normally? Yeah, I would say yeah.
Why?
Why? Because I'm allergic to things. Would be my answer,
Wait, what are you normally allergic to?
Pollen. So it's springtime.
I don't believe pollen is a real thing. Show me a pollen. What is pollen?
Go look at a bee when it goes into a plant or a flower.
Yeah, did a bee fly near you and drop some pollen on you?
No, but pollen exists.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm not buying it, Chief.
Buy this.
Nerf.
Nerf this.
Stop. Okay. This is Andrew Wilson v. Owen Shroyer.
Hot take.
What?
I don't really like this Andrew guy.
Wow. You're pretty brave.
Mm-hmm.
I think Moot.
Yep.
I think that, like, I think you might have to ban all algorithmically recommended content.
What do you mean? Like, in just anything that's algorithmically recommended, you ban? Or isn't the... Fuck, I read one thing that was like... Oh,
wait,
no,
wait.
It's AI that's bringing it further to the center.
More specifically, like the feeds thing, basically. So, like, if you search for something, obviously, I think it's fine to have an algorithm, AI, whatever. People, everything that's algorithm, people are just going to say AI now. But it's fine to have, like, some program that's, like, suggesting stuff based on what you've watched or whatever. I think that's okay. But like, anything that's, like, a For You page, I think all of that has to go. And it has to just
because,
be...
yeah, it's just giving you... Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
I don't think there is any way for the current human mind to overcome the separate reality thing created by the multiple worlds that are being made by the whole algorithmically generated shit. I just don't think it's beatable.
Do you remember when you first made your TikTok or whatever? Do you remember your like algorithm then? So mine was, because I think it knew it was a man. It was just giving me like women in bikinis and like incel content.
Based.
And then I eventually trained my algorithm to now it knows like I like fucking cats and animals. I think people don't realize sometimes how different our worlds are based on your like insane fucking algorithm.
They absolutely don't, right? Yeah. Like, I don't think, I'm guessing. Wow, Rob Gleek. Thank you for the tier 1 subbers. 10 of them. I don't even know if my chat believes me when I say this. When they were all talking about like how prolific like Fuentes was on like TikTok and Instagram, I've seen I think 1 or 2, maybe
yeah,
2.
I've seen like 1.
But I think 1 Nick Fuentes like joke clip. I think on Instagram Reels of my entire life, just 1. That's it.
Yeah, I think it's just that's the content that they're watching in full, so that they just keep getting it.
Yeah.
And it's like rage bait or whatever too, you know, for them maybe.
One thing I want to do after I beat Mutagenics, I think it'd be interesting to create like a few fake accounts.
Oh, that would be good content, actually.
Yeah, and to just scroll through pretending we're conservative for like a day, and then after that we can you can just see how I just think people just don't realize how crazy different the realities are. Destiny, you realize that the radio period...
whatever you make it, yeah.
Yeah, you realize that the radio period was just as bad as this. People listen to a single station and nothing else. I don't think it's a complete unique history or example. So I think the thing that's uniquely bad about the algorithm stuff is that if you listen to one station, then you know that you're listening to one station, which is still bad, but like you know it and you can't bullshit it. Whereas today, people will unironically say, and now it's even somewhat legitimate, I get my news from a variety of sources. And you have this appearance of it being so much more robust than it actually is. Illuminator, thank you for gifting 5 subs on my Kick Chat. You have gifted 641 subs total. Thank you.
Sheesh. I mean, I've seen people even fall prey to this in like your chat talking about like, oh, have you seen like all of the Hassan content that's on Twitter recently? Like he's getting owned or whatever. And well, now he kind of, it is happening. But
no, I remember I said that on stream once. I joked about that. Where after Hassan took some bad hits, I was like, oh my God, I actually feel so good. Apparently the entire world, every single person on the internet hates Hassan Piker because that was all I was getting fed on my shit. You better believe I retweeted the fuck out of that shit. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, it's not like necessarily representative of what's going on. Representative? Wait, representative or representative? No, representative. A representative is a person who is a representative, but content can be representative, I think.
Representative.
Right?
Or is it not representative of my character?
It is not representative. No, it's representative. Wait, representative. Is that a word? It is representative.
Also a word, yeah.
No, a representative is not a word.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said representative.
Is a word, yes.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Let's go.
Exciting, apparently. This is one of the first debates that Andrew's agreed to do without any meta content or weird internal critique or whatever. And apparently it didn't go well for him, but
All right, we are going to be having a debate on whether the Trump administration has been successful. And tonight we have two very talented debaters with us. But before we get into that, I just want to tell you guys a little bit about Uncensored America. We're a free speech organization, 501c3 nonprofit on 13 college campuses now. So if you want to get involved with the USC chapter here or get involved with more chapters all across the country or start your own, go to uncensoredamerica.us. And we also have a double header. We have a debate tonight, but then tomorrow night we have a massive debate with Rachel Wilson and the Brian Shapiro from the Brian Shapiro Show. I know you guys are all probably fans of him here at the Crucible, but he's very well known amongst that community. So if you guys want to come to that, that's going to be at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington tomorrow. Same time, just University of North Carolina, Wilmington. So if you want to get tickets for that, it's at uncensoredamerica.us. And if you want to watch online, you can tune into the Crucible, Uncensored America, or Brian's Shapiro.
I think Andrew took some of your points in this debate. It's actually funny as fuck. You start seeing how crazy these fucks really are. What, implying Andrew's not?
Shapiro's channel as well.
So how do you think the Andrew versus Loner Box debate is going to go? I don't know. I don't watch Loner Box debate that much, but Loner Box is insanely smart. I just don't know how much he is a debater guy.
Without further ado, I'm going to hand over to the moderator of tonight's debate, the one and only Dr. James Coons from Modern Day Debate.
Damn, he's got a suit and everything. The white tux.
Thank you very much for being here, folks. I am very excited on behalf of Modern Day Debate to be collaborating with Uncensored America. In fact, we'll also be collaborating with them this summer for DebateCon 8. That's in July in Dallas. That will feature 2 days of debates, including headline debates with Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson. If you're watching online, check out the link in the description box. Grab your tickets as we expect it to sell out.
Damn.
With that, as you know, I am very excited to get into this. Tonight's topic is, has Trump's presidency been successful? I'm going to start by introducing the affirmative speaker for that question. He is known for his high energy and sharp debate style.
Probably the worst debate rapings I've ever seen was Loner versus Drew Pavlow. It was insanely funny and brutal. It was a while ago and you should watch it. So one thing I'm proud of myself for is that I don't think I get mind fucked. Like if a person agrees with me, I'm just like, oh my God, I'm going to agree with every single thing this person says because I think this person is agreeing with me. I don't know how, but I failed to train you guys at that. I go back and look. I was an early Drew hater when my whole fucking fan base was obsessed with this Drew guy because I think he was pro-Ukraine and hated Hassan. I knew he was fucking retarded from the very beginning. And all of you motherfuckers, you can go watch the first combo we have with him. I'm very disinterested and bored because I knew he was a deeply unserious person. And I'm just so right. Fuck you guys.
You're always right, dude.
I am. Thank you.
Which has gotten him invited to elite podcast platforms such as...
Hey, Mootin. I got a message from you from ARM Significant 4433.
Oh, another one. Good. Let's hear it.
Mr. Mootin, this is aimed at you. Dan, you are also a collaborator. Shut the cuck up with this Dear Leader thing. It's so good damn cringe. Every single time I hear it, I die inside. Please stop. You sound like simps. Posted to the subreddit, so
thanks, man.
He got yo.
How do you feel about that, Dear Leader?
Ass. I just let you guys meme how you meme, okay?
Let's go.
Style, which has gotten him invited to elite podcast platforms such as the Joe Rogan Experience and the PBD podcast. He is also the leader of the organization known as the Crucible. Please join me in welcoming Andrew Wilson.
Smoky man bad, they cry, they shout, Smoky man.
What the fuck
Do they choose their own music? It's okay.
Bad, but he snuffs them out with a flick of his wrist.
Wait, this is AI SLOP too, isn't it?
Of his plan, he laughs through the hay. Smoky man bad.
What would be your intro song? Do you even have to ask?
Yikesany.
Do you even have to ask? Hell yeah. Okay.
The air is thick with his nick.
With that, we will be introducing the negative position for tonight's debate.
You turned off the music, James.
He is best known as a bold and outspoken political commentator, recognized for his energetic presence and his coverage of current events across major platforms. He has been a prominent voice with InfoWars and continues to engage millions through his independent content and reporting. Please join me in welcoming Owen Shroyer.
Oh, okay, they were clapping.
Wow. No, they muted it. Why do they?
I don't know why they muted it.
What the?
They made him look like
fuck?
an idiot. Oh, maybe the song was DMCA.
Oh, maybe.
Stop!
Way too loud. Oh shit! Actually, wait. Thank you for reminding me. Hold on. Wait. We gotta do these real fast. Damn. What was I thinking? Did you cut today? That sounded way darker than I was supposed to. Sorry.
I did, but I had, because I was, had so many allergies earlier, I fucked up all my dailies. So.
Oh my god. Ooh, this is an easy one too. That's a guaranteed 50-50 right here. Hold on. Boom!
What? Are you fucking nuts?
My monitor was glitched, bro. It was glitched. Okay. What is that? Oh, okay. Shh, we got it. Okay. Okay. We take it. Okay. Okay. Getting a little sharper. Let's slow it down. Okay. One more perfect one. Ooh. No, come on, that low 9 cents?
You were close, man.
Dude, I always get fucked on one of these. Click mute top right and unmute to remove. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Well, that would have made all the difference.
Wait, what does that do?
You can get rid of this annoying underlying mute, whatever. Wait, I just want to try one thing real quick. Doesn't matter that much. Wait. That mutes everything. Fuck you. Wait, what? Oh, no, wait, I did get rid of it. Wait, what? Whatever, fuck this. Okay. Let's connect. Call, tan, dry, flower, check. This is going to be a bait. Dial, fold, bid, match, sort, stamp, appeal, wash, screen, request, and coupon. Things you can do to clothes. Laundry. Okay. Things you can do on a phone. Dial, call, screen, and check? No. Oh, shit. You can dial, you can call, you can screen, You can check? Check doesn't know. Fuck. Stamp, bid, appeal, call, and coupon? Quest? Maybe? Asking for something? And treaty. Okay. And then... Stamp, a check, a coupon, a match? Things that come in books. Oh my god. Flower. Oh, sun. Easy. We just soared through that one. Easy. Wait, I just realized sword and sword are homonyms.
Sword.
Sword.
Yeah. Yeah, you sword. S-O-A-R.
Yeah. And like a sword, like you attack people with it?
Oh, speaking of swords, Kill Bill, Volume 2, even better than the first episode,
That's a hot take. People have very strong opinions sometimes on both, but they're both good movies, yeah. They're very different in like pacing too, which I appreciate. So, yeah.
I think he puts too many meme sound effects in sometimes, though.
It's Tarantino's style.
I know, but I don't like that.
Fuck you. You're a Sloppenheimer
I
enjoyer.
didn't need the second... No, I don't like Sloppenheimer. I did not need the second Wilhelm scream either.
Oh my god. You just have no fun in life, generally. Okay. Gas turbines, integrated circuits, gold. Africa, right? I feel like when there's precious metals makes up like the majority of what you're doing business with, I feel like, or like a huge part of it, it's got to be Africa. Sierra Leone. 99 billion though? I don't think that country has enough people for that. Central African Republic. Let's guess this. Fuck it. What do we got? Not even close. We got to go way. Oh, wait. 99 billion. 10,000 kilometers to the east. $2,600 north of Indonesia. What the fuck is... We're not in China yet, so it has to be like a Vietnam, Cambodia, I don't know, one of those, or it's not Vietnam. They make way other things. Northeast of Vietnam. My maps. This can't be fucking North Korea, right? There's no way. They don't export that much, right? Nope. Southwest, 2,400 kilometers. What the fuck is in between these places? My mental map. Cambodia? I don't know. There's another weird one near all those countries as well. What is it? Fuck! What's the other one? There's like a third one. They all border each other. Vietnam, Cambodia, and... Oh my god. Oh, Thailand. It's in there, isn't it? Oh my god. It was Hong Kong. What?
Hong Kong has that much gold?
Oh, I guess financial stuff wouldn't show up here at all, huh? Isn't that Hong Kong's biggest business is like financial stuff? Third ranked global financial center behind New York City and London.
So if you typed in China, would it count that as correct or no?
Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know what you mean by that. Let's slow down there, buddy. Let's slow down there, buddy.
Minus 10,000? Isn't that plus 100,000?
Okay, and then let's do our
daily.
Quick daily on this guy.
Let's see it.
You would get it, Moot. Okay. I was off. I didn't even know. Okay, sorry. I gotta wipe. I need to flush the last rhythm out of my mind before I go to the next one. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Flush it away. Flush it away. Flush it away. And then next. Okay. Fuck. Fuck.
You're close.
Dangerous.
Dangerous.
We take those. Okay. Sorry. Back.
For tonight's format, we will have 5-minute openings followed by 5-minute rebuttals, a crossfire section of 40 minutes followed by audience Q&A for 30 minutes, and then 3-minute closings. With that, I have the timer set for you. The affirmative going first. Andrew, the floor is all yours.
First and foremost, thanks all of you for being here. And before we do anything else, we got the legend Owen Shroyer. Can we give him a good round of applause? That said, you're still going to get stomped. So, first and foremost, let me clear up any misrepresentation when it comes to my views. I am anti-Zionist and anti-Christian Zionist especially. I have done many debates on the topic, and I've won them all. I'm also very anti-Islam and consider the ideology just as poisonous as the ideology of Zionism, especially Christian Zionism. I am not a war supporter in Iran. I never have been. I say this at the beginning of the debate, so when bad faith trolls who are on foreign accounts try to influence American politics in the comments, I call them anti-Zionist and anti... Let me clear up any misrepresentation when it comes to my views. I am anti-Zionist and anti-Christian Zionist especially. Okay. I have done many debates on the topic, and I've won them all. I'm also very anti-Islam and consider the ideology just as poisonous as the ideology of Zionism, especially Christian Zionism. I am not a war supporter in Iran, and I never have been. I say this at the beginning of the debate, so when bad faith trolls who are on foreign accounts try to influence American politics in the comments, claiming that I'm in some way a Zionist, pro-Israel, pro-Islam shill, you can shatter the lies by simply showing them the beginning of this debate, which they won't even watch. Wow. You and I can laugh at their stupidity together.
LeMayo.
That said, I also don't believe Jews or Arabs are ontologically evil just because they are Jewish or Arabic. I represent a worldview, and I believe there are stupid and evil ideologies in this world, and those are the things I debate against and resist on a political level. Today we debate if Trump has been successful as a president. Usually I would clear this up semantically and quickly with Owen, but we seem to have the same general notion about what success means.
Oh, so he's actually going to do a real debate. Also, what are these ads? Premium meds at discounted prices. Hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, thank God, azithromycin. They hit all the big, we got testosterone, all the big meme drugs right off the bat. Hell yeah.
And doesn't mean, so we will just get right to the heart of the debate. I'd like to begin by pointing out that Trump stopping two different left-wing women from becoming president and being the first president who's a woman should immediately default him to the position of a successful president.
LeMayo.
As just that alone saved the nation from years of torment and suffering from the most insufferable vocal fried women the world has ever seen. That alone, I feel like, in suffering from the most insufferable vocal fried women the world has ever seen.
Do Kamala and Hillary have a vocal fry? I feel like Andrew Wilson speaks with a really heavy vocal fry, but when you're a guy, you kind of get away with it more. But okay.
That alone, I feel like, wins me the debate, but there's so much more. Starting on the pro-Christian side, Office of Faith, though I don't like who's in it, I like there's an office for it. Affirm via executive order there are two genders and revoke the idea of gender being different from sex. He signed an executive order stopping transsurgical chemical alterations of children. He made Christmas Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays affirming Christian beliefs as the ones we celebrate. He signed an executive order to eradicate anti-Christian bias in the government. He expanded school choice via executive order so we could remove our children from indoctrination center of atheists. He signed an executive order expanding Christian participation in adoption. He reinstated the Mexico City policy blocking U.S. tax dollars from promoting abortions in other nations. He enforced the Hyde Amendment to stop federal funding of abortions. He strengthened the conscientious protection for doctors and nurses who are against abortion. He supported religious charter schools. He directed the State Department to prioritize against Christian persecution abroad, just to name some of his policy directives. And that's just the Christian side. Domestically, his most major victory is something incredible. Net migration negative, more immigrants leaving than coming. Both legal and illegal, which was his primary function in office from the standpoint of voters, and this is one of the few Western nations where that is the case currently with limited exceptions. The Cato Institute, very pro-immigration, had to admit themselves that Trump has limited legal immigration even more than illegal immigration, negating the base fear from his own base that he would stop illegal immigration, ramp up legal immigration. He hasn't. Over 130,000 less per month just on the legal side. Real wage growth is up 1.3% under Trump. It was negative under Biden. The federal workforce down 10%, which is excellent. Crime is down across the nation. Even Owen agreed.
You call yourself atheist or agnostic? It depends on who I'm talking to. I'll generally just say atheist, huh?
With that. The Overton window has shifted right on most national conversations, including LGBTQ, transgender ideology.
Thank God.
This isn't even getting into the historic court cases like Roe v. Wade and Chevron, which undid huge injustices in the United States. These are just some of Trump's accomplishments among many. I just can't list them all due to time. The idea of Owen Shroyer and many other anti-Trump right-wingers is accelerationism. The glaring logical hole, of course, in that is all that happens is Democrats get power, make life worse for everybody, and then they just run back to Republicans to fix everything the Democrats did in the entire...
What are these? Yeah, that definitely is real. Okay.
Your time is spent by Republicans cleaning up the mess that Democrats and leftists left for us. It doesn't work and can't work in a two-party system. Ensuring Democrat control by denouncing Trump and Republicans just assures a packed Supreme Court, outrageous censorship, mass migration, expansion of gay agenda, feminism, and the movement of an anti-Christian and anti-Christ-driven world.
Whoa.
You guys seem to forget we had Biden. It was awful. And rather than continue his policies, people elected Trump en masse because life under Democrats is fucking awful. Now, you aren't going to get everything you...
Okay, hold on. Somebody kept emailing me or spamming in chat because I would always say en masse, and then they were like, it's en masse. Is it en masse or en masse? Oh, Moot doesn't know. Fucking loser.
Want out of any administration. Trump is way too pro-feminist, pro-gay, and pro-Zionist for my personal liking, but we all knew that going in. He was still vastly superior to the alternative to Democrats and their cohorts, especially Harris, who wanted to roll back tax breaks
30 seconds.
and tax as an offset instead of tariffs, which is Democrat policy as usual. We knew Trump was pro-Israel. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem and tore up the Iran deal the first time around. We knew this was part of what we were getting when we elected him, including Owen Shroyer, who, by the way, was put in solitary confinement by Democrats and held, in my opinion, as a political prisoner. That's what's in store.
Technically, that was by Republicans, no? Because Jan 6 happened under Trump, but I mean, I guess maybe because it was during the Biden admin, he was in jail, but whatever.
For us under Democrats, I will cede no ground to Democrats under any circumstances, as there's no alternative. There's nothing. You cannot give Democrats power, period. And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time, but just note that progressive ideology is always waiting to strike, and going against Trump is not going to help against that fight.
Wow.
Thank you very much for that opening. We'll kick it over to Owen for his opening as well.
Well, the premise of this debate is, has President Trump been successful or not? The premise is not, are the Democrats a bad political party? I think that we all agree with that. So that is not the premise of the debate. And I feel that the very fact that we are having this debate shows that there is at least room for consideration that the Trump administration has not been successful. And while you do list off things that Trump has been successful on, and I will give credit to this administration on securing the border and lowering crime rates, quickly on those issues, though, these are not things that we should have to beg for. These are not things that we should have to consider a success. These should be things that are considered a standard. So really, that's more of a story of how corrupt our country has become, which gets to what this administration was supposed to be all about. It was supposed to be addressing the corruption head on in that collision and destroying it in the process. And I think it's fair to say that at least to this point, it's not happening. But here's some of the other issues that I think are going to be more important when it comes to, is Trump going to be successful? The economy. The vast majority of Americans still believe the economy is heading in the wrong direction. We have more Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, these guys both look like it'd be like in an 80s movie, right? Like Owen looks like he'd be the good guy in like an 80s movie with the mullet, and Andrew kind of looks like he'd be the bad guy in an 80s action movie.
Day than any other time in recent history. And as everybody is well aware, our national debt continues to go to record highs. But it's not just the country that's in debt. The average citizen is in debt. It's so bad now that people are having to take out payment plans for pizza delivery. Now, you might not want to blame all of that on President Trump, and perhaps that's fair, but yet this is the economy ongoing under President Trump, and it doesn't help when anytime there's another war on the other side of the planet, we have billions of dollars to spend on that, while the...
Bro, he has that huge widow's peak. He's evil. Owen? How old is Owen? Would we say that's a huge widow's peak? It depends on his age, I guess.
The average American continues to struggle. So the economy, I don't think you can claim has been a success. Tied into that is Doge, the Doge cuts. Elon Musk believed we could get $1 trillion.
He's 36. I mean, it's definitely some hair loss, but I feel like that's not that much for being 36.
$1 trillion in Doge cuts annually. We got a couple 10 million, and they stopped that. There's not going to be any Doge stimulus checks, whether you want.
That's not a widow's peak. That's balding. Isn't Don't you bald like in the shape of a widow's peak or whatever? Or is that not? Is widow's peak never balding? Oh, never mind. Just kidding.
Wanted that or not. So Doge getting cut out cold, I think, was a major failure. Barack Obama has deported more Americans than Donald Trump. Now, we might get into the details of that today. I will spare those details for the opening. I'm sure that this will come back up. But yet that fact remains. What about the deep state? President Trump himself has posted about treasonous politicians more times than we can count. So if there's politicians that are treasonous and you are the president, then I have to ask, where are the arrests?
True.
That's kind of the biggest crime you can commit in this country, and yet nobody has been arrested. Don't even get me started on the Epstein clients, which are apparently a hoax one day, and then the next day Melania Trump is addressing the nation on how the victims of the hoax need to speak to Congress. So I'm not sure where we want to go with that, but either way, no deep state arrests. Where are all the Epstein pedophile arrests? We're not getting those. These are things that people anticipated, and yet there's no success there either. And by the way, as you mentioned, Trump's victory over the liberal women, which I think we'll all agree was a major victory.
Good job,
he was
Trump.
not the president when that happened. He's never won an election as president. Just thought I'd point that out. As far as the Office of Faith is concerned, it seems to be going about the same way of the Board of Peace. Nothing but vanity, no real results. You talk about the anti-Christian bias that they're fighting, yet look at who Trump is working with now. He's
Trevor does Owen look like he aged 10 years since you debated him last? No, I don't think so. It's just that he's got like a he's got facial hair and a mullet now, so he looks older just by virtue of the facial hair and the mullet.
Making sure that Karine Jean-Bowler kicked off of the Religious Liberties Commission for her political takes. Yet Laura Loomer, who is a vehement anti-Muslim, anti-Catholic psychotic, somehow has the ear of President Trump. So I'm not sure if that's really working for the anti-Christian. You know, wage growth, that's going to be an interesting one. I'm sure we're going to get more into that. But I think it goes back to the general economic picture that whether it's Trump or anybody else, Americans are still struggling.
That's not a mullet? Is that not a mullet?
And I think if we be honest here, if we're going to be honest, a lot of this economy is actually Trump's fault. And I know he likes to blame it on Biden. But if you go back and look at it.
No, that's not a mullet. That's just long hair. Okay, I don't know what the difference between a mullet and long hair is then, I guess. It's too long on the sides. Okay.
It was the COVID economy that caused the permanent damage. It was the COVID economy that resulted in 10.
Can I email you my username to appeal my ban from the Discord server? No, you got to talk to the Discord people for that. I don't want to deal with that.
Look at it. It was the COVID economy that caused the permanent damage. It was the COVID economy that resulted in 10 to 15 to 20% inflation. Those are Trump's policies. Now, Biden was obviously a disaster. I'm not here to promote anything Biden did, but that was the Trump economy. The COVID economy is the Trump economy. Now, as far as accelerationism is concerned, I don't believe I have ever publicly supported that. I do understand the concept. I understand why people like it. I'm not here because I want Democrats to win. And I think this is a very important statement for me to make because much like in your opening statement, you wanted to clarify some things that people get wrong about you. I want to clarify this. I do not want Democrats to win. As has already been documented in this debate, Democrats have put me in prison. In fact, I was put in jail 4 times for supporting President Trump, including the last one when I was put in solitary confinement. So believe me, I know how dangerous the Democrats are. The problem is, it's not up to me. This is Trump. If Trump cannot get the Republicans over the finish line in the midterms, that has nothing to do with podcasters, it has nothing to do with accelerationists, and it has everything to do with President Trump and the GOP. And ultimately, that's going to be the major measuring stick as to whether or not he's successful.
Clappa.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute opening as well. We'll jump into the 5-minute rebuttals. The timer is set for you, Andrew.
Yeah, so this is just straight time, right?
You said straight time?
Yeah, so 5 minutes each?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
As opposed to K time? Oh,
let's go through a bunch of this stuff. Let's start with the economy. He seems to be pretty upset about the economy and says that it's all Trump's fault. In some ways, he's correct, and in many ways, he's not correct. So progressives warned us of this, right? Progressives said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because they have an influx of cheap labor, right? You have cheap labor that comes in that artificially keeps the wages depressed for corporations. They can then sell you things and goods for cheaper. Pretty simple, right? So what does Trump do? Stops all this mass migration. Prices go up.
Just as a heads up, because Andrew's economic analysis is always incredibly shallow, right? Like, there's always multiple impacts on any economic thing that happens, right? So if immigrants come into the country, it is true that wages there is a depressive effect on wages for the types of workers that they are competing with, right? So on the first point, that is true, but you have to measure that against what are the employment gains made by the people that hire them. So you're able to hire more people, meaning you can sell more product, meaning you would say the owners of those companies or businesses or whatever are making more money. And then the people who are buying from those places theoretically can buy for slightly cheaper prices. So they're saving money as well, which means they can also spend money in other places. Generally speaking, having more workers in a country will always grow your economy, both your GDP per capita. Generally speaking, it's always good to pick up more workers. There can be a slight depressive effect on the class of workers that they're competing with. That effect is small, although I think statistically significant. I think it is there. A lot of economists go back and forth debating this, but like the effect is probably small, probably worth it in the long run if you're just talking about like economic or government spending fiscal gains. That being said, or that's it. Yeah, I would just say that. Like you can have a discussion back and forth on it, but to pretend like immigrants hurt your economy is just such a stupid point. You can make arguments against immigration if you want, but that can't be the argument. That's just such a stupid argument to make. Yeah. But keep in mind, Andrew Wilson is also of the mindset that like or I don't know if he still believes this, to be fair. I don't know why I'm being fair to any of these guys. But in our last debate, I believe, like the one we had related to economic stuff, he said something like if you removed all female workers, then all the male worker wages would double because you would cut the supply of labor in half. And so the rest of them would get paid twice as much. It's very crude. I shouldn't say crude. It's not crude. It's too simplistic. It's missing too much. It's simplistic to the point of being false. Not true. If you have more workers, but the workers are not spending it in the economy, but are sending it back to their home country via remittances, it's called leakage in the circular economy. Destiny never studied economics. It's obvious. So, one, I'm familiar with remittances. I don't know why I'm saying 1, 2, 3. I know what remittances are, is sending some money back to your home country, sure. I've never heard the term leakage before. I don't know if leakage is an economy term or an economist term. I've just never seen that before. But I don't think remittances are generally seen as necessarily a bad thing. Like, generally speaking, if the people are working and living here, they still have to spend some money here. But also, if they're sending USD back to their home country, that USD at some point has to make its way back to the United States as well. Like, more USD out in there, it has to come back to here. It could be in the form of buying treasury bonds. It could be in the form of investment or buying products in the US. Like, it has to come back in some way. I'm not saying leakage isn't a real term. I've never seen that used before. In economics, a leakage is a diversion of funds from some iterative process. For example, in the Keynesian depiction of the circular flow of income and expenditure, leakages are the non-consumption use of income, including saving, taxes, and imports. In this model, leakages are equal in quantity to injections of spending from outside the flow of the equilibrium aggregate output. The model is supposed to use a circular flow between natural income, output consumption, and factored payments. Savings, taxes, and imports are leaked out of the main flow, reducing the money available and the rest of the economy. Okay. That's what, okay. I haven't heard this term before, but leakage, there you go. Bruh, what is this girl math? Internal circulation clearly is better. I mean, probably, considering there's already a lot of USD out there. I'm just saying that it's not like USD getting shipped to another country is just like a net loss, like the money is set on fire and gone forever. But one question would be, what percentage of immigrant wages are remitted to other countries? My guess is it's probably going to be a pretty low percentage. And two, like even if they're remitting some, they're also consuming more here and spending here regardless. Like, yeah.
I'm stunned. We were forewarned of this for years by the opposite side, by progressives. And so what's hilarious about this is mass migration. Prices go up. I'm stunned. We were forewarned of this for years by the opposite side, by progressives. And so what's hilarious about this is that, yeah, it is in fact going to be the case that if American companies have to start paying fair wages to American citizens, prices are going to go up. But you can't have your cake and eat it too, Owen. You can't say, I want there to be no mass migration to the United States at all, and I want all my goods and services cheap. It's not going to work that way. How can it?
Well, this is good. At least he kind of sort of addresses both sides of this here.
Can you explain to the audience what the Owen Shroyer policy would be to offset that? No, you can't, because you wouldn't have one.
Have you never had a breakdown? There's too many shitty people. Seriously, do you have a psych doc or something? Huh. Well, me and a bunch of other incredibly rich people, we have our ways to avoid having mental breakdowns.
Yeah. You're going to have to eat shit on that. One way or the other, you're going to have to. The other problem is, he says there's a war on the other side of the planet. That's true. There is. It's been going on for about 7 weeks. That's about it. 7 weeks. So that's our big, hang on, it's my rebuttal time. I won't interrupt yours, I promise. 7 weeks, not quite the forever war that we were promised. from
Wait,
above
hold on.
that. No, you can't, because you wouldn't have one. You're going to have to eat shit on that. One way or the other, you're going to have to. The other problem is, he says there's a war on the other side of the planet. That's true. There is. It's been going on for about 7 weeks. That's about it. 7 weeks.
So
That's our big. Hang on, it's my rebuttal time. I won't interrupt yours, I promise. 7 weeks. Not quite the forever war that we were promised from the other side. And it seems to be ramping down. Not only that, when it comes to that war, what we find is that most of the exports in oil are going from China. They're going to China. How does it not behoove the United States strategically to do something about that? Of course it does, and we can dive into that too in the open back and forth. Now, I'm not a big supporter of foreign wars, especially not in Iran. I'm not making any excuses for it. I'm just pointing out something which is obvious. He also says Elon Musk did Doge cuts. Were Democrats going to do Doge cuts? No. Trump made that promise, and that's exactly what they tried to do. He's been hamstrung at every level.
Do you remember? Oh my God. Anybody remember? This was funnier than the J6 video promise. Anybody remember the Doge dividend that we were going to get? The Doge was going to be saving so much money that we were going to get the Doge dividend, where they were going to be paying out checks to American people because there was going to be so much money that Doge saved. Oh my God.
Well, this guy has 3 times the amount of court cases against him as any other president does in the last 50 years. It's ridiculous. Democrats hamstring him at every corner. So as we go through this, let's talk about Epstein. That's another big one. With Epstein, you have to separate mythology, the actual mythology of Epstein, from the facts of Epstein. To hear the other side tell it, there is a global pedophilic satanic organization which runs the United States. The evidence...
Uh-oh, he's about to take the Michael Tracy position. Uh-oh.
They have for that? Fucking nothing. They have nothing. They have no evidence whatsoever. Guarantee you he won't be able to provide us with any evidence for that. Not a single shred. Not only that, I'll tell you something really interesting. I do know of a satanic type religion of pedophiles, and right this second, Trump's blowing them up. Right this second, as we speak, he blew up their leadership. The Ayatollah Khomeini instituted marriage, child marriage, as young as 9 years old inside of Iran. And we're killing them, overwhelming. You want to talk about pedophiles? Let's talk about pedophiles. Where are they at? I can tell you who we're blowing up right now who are pedophiles. That would be Trump blowing up pedophiles. That's what he's doing currently.
Wait, quick. Does split shot work with rubber arrows? If I were to split shot to 4 enemies, would all the shots keep bouncing between them? No way, right?
So it's really funny to me, the Epstein people, hey, wait a second, we're totally anti-pedophile. This is ridiculous. There's pedophiles at the top levels. They have no evidence for that. And yet if we just look not too far away, we see that there's an entire nation of pedophiles. Do you mind doing trade with them? Right? Owen Shroyer recently said, I don't care why, or he said in his debate with Shabos, why is it that Iran is not allowed to have a nuke, but Israel is? What are you advocating for there? That a whole country full of pedophiles is allowed to have a nuclear bomb? Why should we allow that?
What is this? Okay, I appreciate. I always appreciate people with their own mind. Okay, this is why people like Mr. Girl and everybody wear my stream. Okay, I have never heard that defense before. War with Iran is actually good and based because Iran has a lot of pedophiles. That's an argument I haven't heard before. Okay,
it's ridiculous.
Killing all the pedos in the girls-only elementary school, America winning. Well, think about it. Those were future rape victims that don't exist now, thanks to the United States. So,
going through some of these other problems, he says the problems Republicans podcasting means nothing. When we're talking about Trump, especially in his second term, podcast meant everything. In fact, Kamala Harris said it herself. Joe Rogan, and the fact that Trump went on Joe Rogan really helped push him over the top. Harris regretted the fact she didn't do the podcast syndicated radio shows. He didn't do the podcast circuit. She didn't do any of that. She regretted it. She said that she regretted it. She even blamed Myron Gaines, a podcaster, for parts of her loss. She blamed him and the evil manosphere, because they don't want women to be president, like somebody else who's on the stage right now. So as we go through this, I'm kind of...
Is he referring to Owen or himself? Or to both of them? Oh, I think he's just making the point that Owen should be agreeing with it, I think.
Happy. I'd like to get into the back and forth as quick as we can so that we can see if any of these criticisms actually hold muster. He says he's not addressing corruption. 15 seconds. Yeah, he's not addressing corruption head on. It's like, wait a second. What do you mean? He's going after the SPLC right this second. As we speak, super corrupt organization, which was working with the deep state, by the way. Just pointing that out.
With that, we'll kick it over to Owen for his 5-minute rebuttal as well. All yours, Owen.
Okay.
All right. Well, as far as when this war started, obviously there's a lot of contention in the geopolitical debate realm, but at least for this administration, it started last.
I feel like there are certain words, I try to avoid them sometimes just because I feel this way. I feel like there are certain words that are like IQ booster words. Like, I feel like geopolitical is one where, like, you say it because it's like, okay, well, if it's geopolitical, that's just like a word that it just sounds smart. So you must be like on some shit. Geopolitical? Oh, this is geopolitical time, okay? I try to say like foreign affairs or global politics or foreign. It just feels like a word that's become that. Geopolitical. What?
June with Operation Midnight Hammer. And since then, we haven't gotten a lick of honesty because we were supposed to have annihilated or obliterated, was the official word from the president, their nuclear capabilities. And then they came back a few months later and said Iran was weeks away, days away from a nuke. And so now we're over there again. And I think to most people, they perceive this war, I think accurately, as just another regime change war. Now, you may not care for Iran's leadership. You're not going to get any pushback from me on any of that. And yet the facts remain. This was a regime change war. They lied to us about it from the very beginning. There is a major contingency of Trump's voting base that voted for no new wars.
A major what?
Us about it from the very beginning. There is a major contingency of Trump's
contingency? Is that a real word? Did he mean contingency? That's okay.
Voting base that voted for no new wars. It was part of the campaign promise. In fact, Trump himself, for decades, has been talking about how we've wasted blood and treasure in the Middle East, wasted it.
What do these people think about, or what do these people think the deep state is? A bunch of institutions. If you don't even know at this point, you're not even worth educating. Sorry.
Promise. In fact, Trump himself, for decades, has been talking
Zionists.
about how we've wasted blood and treasure in the Middle East, wasted it, his own words. He ran against Bush's wars in his first campaign in 2015 and 2016, and he even said specifically, no more regime change wars. So that's just a total reversal of policy on that, and this has people wondering who's making these decisions. I don't need to get into that now, but we're not even getting consistency on the messaging in the last couple of weeks. The strait is closed. It's not closed. We've won the war. The war's not over. We need to go in. Nobody really knows. And by the way, I think Trump does that strategically, but nonetheless, the truth is that we don't get any honesty from this administration. It just doesn't add up.
Is it?
And
Did you check Twitter? Because maybe it opened 1 minute ago. You don't know, bitch.
True.
As far as the strategy with China and Russia, I'd like to think that this is all going to work out in our favor. I'd like to think that that's the play.
Me too.
That Trump is making. However, it doesn't appear to be going in our favor. I think that most of the world is looking at the foreign policy of this administration, and they're seeing it as very, very favorable to Israel, which is essentially a pariah of the entire international community. And so instead of perhaps these countries maybe driving away from Russia and China, I think they're driving to China and Russia. And away from the United States because of Trump's aggression, again, in the Middle East, as the world views it, on behalf of Israel. As far as the Dems, hamstringing Trump, I think that happened a lot in the first administration. I'm not really seeing as much of it in this administration, but this gets back to the deep state. I thought we were talking about criminals.
The UAE leaving OPEC has anything to do with this war /
Wait,
Iran
what?
going on? You didn't see this?
No.
The UAE left OPEC today. They put out a whole statement on it. And I was kind of considering if this could be like a tangible win for the Trump administration.
Why would that be a win for them? Why would the UAE leave OPEC?
I'm not sure, yeah.
That seems
They were saying it's better for their... I mean, they did a whole release on Twitter kind of explaining why, but they just say it's like better for us right now.
Interesting. Okay.
And OPEC Plus. I don't know if that means anything to you.
So I thought we were talking about the Obama administration committing treason. We were talking about them illegally spying. And yet now President Trump says, I'm okay to give up my liberties for safety. I'm okay with them illegally spying on you. That doesn't really sit well with me. And I think the Dems are going to look at that very favorably when we get to the midterms. Israel does have a nuke. It is it's a violation of the nuclear proliferation agreement. They're not supposed to have one. Everybody knows they have it. In fact, technically, they shouldn't even be our ally because they have a nuclear weapon, but somehow they're above all of these rules. Now,
wait, but we have allies with nuclear weapons now.
I assume that there's some allies who can, or there's people who can have nuclear weapons and there's some who can't, right?
Maybe. The Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons opened for signature in 1968 and enforced since 1970. I wonder when it's claimed that Israel had acquired theirs. I feel like it probably would have been around then. I should do more research
it was in the 70s, yeah.
Well, it was before 73, and I think after 67, so sometime in that ballpark.
Was this like a known thing that they were just doing it and nobody gave a fuck?
I think it was known-ish, yeah.
Because I think the only person I've read, or the place I've read that has done it fully in secret, but then gave it up was Switzerland.
I don't know as much about that. That might be true. I would assume it's true. I feel like I've read that too. Fuck, what am I thinking of? everybody was trying to get nukes in the Cold War.
Mm-hmm.
And I think South Africa had gotten nuclear weapons, and I think Israel was testing theirs alongside South Africa. And then South Africa gave theirs up as well, and Israel didn't, because I don't think Israel ever publicly announced that they had them, although I think everybody knows that they do, yeah.
Do we agree, like, knowing what we know now, that giving up nuclear weapons was kind of a fool's errand?
For who?
With what happened to Ukraine? Well, I mean, Ukraine, obviously, right?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, the issue was, I've heard different things, I haven't read this in depth, and it's going to come here and kill me. I don't think Ukraine had the ability to maintain or utilize that nuclear stockpile. I think that, like, all the launch codes and everything and the ability to make, because they need, like, I don't know, Michael Sartain was talking about this, they need, like, tritium to, like, reinforce the nukes and to keep them active and serviceable and in commission, and you need, like, missiles and warheads to, like, you need missiles to attach a nuclear warhead to and everything. I don't know if Ukraine would have had the ability to use them or, like, to utilize them at all. I'm not sure. I just don't know. I don't think they did. So technically,
do you think not having one is, like, enough?
Probably.
As a deterrent?
Probably would be my guess, yeah. Dr. Strange, thank you for gifting 6 tier 1 subs. But I think that, I mean, we want less people to have nukes, but obviously if you're Ukraine, you feel like you kind of got fucked on that, which is fair to say, yeah. Like, not good.
Oh, yeah, agreed. I definitely want less countries to have nukes, but I think going forward with what happened in Ukraine, everybody is not going to be, you know...
South Africa.
Yeah, that would be the message.
Excited.
Yeah, is that, like, you should have nuclear weapons because otherwise you don't get any... because you have no guarantee that anybody will protect you now that the U.S. has just abandoned its place in the world, I guess, yeah. We'll watch this real quick video, 4 minutes.
South Africa is the only nation in history to unilaterally disarm its own nuclear weapons. Others have relinquished theirs like Ukraine did, but those were Soviet weapons they inherited and not their own home-developed ones. Given that no other nation has ever developed such powerful weapons and then just decided they didn't want them anymore, this raises the question, why did South Africa give up its nukes? So,
oh my god, he said raises the question instead of begs the question. Good job.
First of all, a bit of background on South Africa. By the 1970s, South Africa's global position was complicated. The country was run by its white minority and its government introduced a social system known as apartheid, which means separation. This system restricted the black majority's freedoms in the country. These policies towards the black majority in South Africa meant that its relations with its neighbouring countries weren't exactly great, with the sole exception of Rhodesia, obviously. As for its broader international relations, these changed over time. Its relationship with the USSR and the communist world was always terrible, whereas its relations with the USA and the UK were pretty good in the 1960s, but as time went on, they soured. Early on, the US also had laws which enforced segregation, but when these laws were repealed, it became increasingly less acceptable to maintain good diplomatic relations with South Africa. And by the 1970s, South Africa was largely isolated. Things were made worse when Portugal, who had been covertly supportive of South Africa, withdrew from its African colonies, leaving it even more isolated. And it was this isolation which led to South Africa developing its own nuclear weapons, although it took a long time for the government to come to this conclusion. Its thinking was that if its survival were to be threatened, then none in the international community would help it. Thus, the only surefire way of guaranteeing that the current South Africa would see tomorrow was to build a nuclear arsenal, the mere existence of which would deter aggressors. So South Africa had had its own nuclear program since 1948, but this was devoted to nuclear energy, making economic use of the country's abundant uranium deposits. In 1965, with the help of the USA, it commissioned its first nuclear reactor, and in 1970, Prime Minister John Vorster authorized the creation of a uranium enrichment facility. Although he stressed that this would only be for peaceful purposes, exactly 0 people believed him. In the late 1970s, events to the north in Angola changed government policy. You see, Angola was undergoing a civil war, which had seen the intervention of Cuban forces, which were in turn backed by the USSR. South Africa saw this as a direct threat to its very existence, and so this was when Prime Minister Peter Botha pushed to develop nuclear weapons. South Africa's first nuclear weapon was finished in November 1979. So by 1989, South Africa had 7 nuclear bombs of about the same sophistication.
1979, which would have been 9 years after that treaty was signed.
Yield as the bomb dropped in Hiroshima. An election in the same year saw Frederick de Klerk elected as president in his priority. By 1989, South Africa had 7 nuclear bombs of about the same sophistication and yield as the bomb dropped in Hiroshima. An election in the same year saw Frederick de Klerk elected as president in his priorities were to end South Africa's international isolation, which would be done via internal reforms. To be blunt, apartheid's days were numbered, and it was his job to make sure the transition away from it wasn't too civil war-y. This transition would then bring South Africa back into the international community, which was more important now that the Cold War was over. You see, prior to this, the West could tolerate apartheid South Africa because it was fiercely anti-communist, but now the Warsaw Pact was dead, the leverage was gone. There was also one other reason. You see, with tensions running high, the white minority was worried about what the next majority-chosen government would look like. To simplify further, the white minority didn't trust the black government with nuclear weapons and so got rid of them. With this inevitable change coming, de Klerk felt that rehabilitating South Africa would be easier if its nuclear weapon program was ended. And in 1990, he did just that, and within a year, all 7 weapons had been decommissioned. 2 years later, he announced to the world that South Africa had previously had nuclear weapons, but had also gotten rid of them. South Africa had just made history. I hope you enjoyed this episode, and thank you for watching, with extra thanks to these patrons you can see on screen for their continued support. And an extra special thank.
Wow. Okay.
Now, again, I'm not here to have the nuclear proliferation agreement. They're not supposed to have one. Everybody knows they have it. In fact, technically, they shouldn't even be our ally because they have a nuclear weapon, but somehow they're above.
Can someone TLDR? So after the fall of the Iron Curtain, when the Soviet Union was gone, there were a lot of countries on the planet that were able to kind of move towards more peaceful directions because the United States wouldn't support them being as crazy, since they weren't just supporting you for being just anti-communist, and apparently South Africa was one of those countries. And after they got rid of apartheid and they wanted to join the rest of the global community by getting rid of apartheid, part of the thing was them not necessarily, I guess, I don't know how much truth there is in that, not trusting a new black government or whatever to also have nuclear weapons that they could use to bomb everybody and everything. But yeah, there you go, close enough.
Above all of these rules. Now, again, I'm not here to take any ground in defense of Iran, but I will point out the fact that Israel is famous for repatriating pedophiles. That is a fact. Everybody knows it. American pedophiles.
Were the Americans stopping the Suez Crisis good? I think so. Sure. Yeah. Probably. Maybe. Yeah.
In defense of Iran, but
after Israel was founded, the prime minister of Israel, who was kind of the founder-ish guy, given a lot of credit, Ben-Gurion, was desperate to get Western allies because he didn't want Israel to be like on an island, figuratively and literally, like alone. And so they kind of concocted this scheme a little bit to. The leader of Egypt was basically expelling a bunch of people from the Sinai Peninsula, and then he was like playing games with locking down the Strait of Tiran, which is one of the ports that Israel has in the south that gives it access to the Red Sea. I think it's the Red Sea, right? And Israel kind of used this as an opportunity to, I don't remember the details exactly, but basically France and Germany, was it France and Germany or France and the UK? I think also kind of wanted to fuck around down there. And Israel was like, oh shit, well, I can go to war. We can all fuck around. And at some point, fuck, I don't remember the details of this. It might have been the UK and France. Yeah. At some point in this, I think that somebody reached out to the US or either they were all fucking around down there and the US was like, you guys need to get the fuck out. This is fucking retarded. Stop doing some retarded fucking shit. We got more important shit going on. And I don't know why you guys are fucking around. And then Israel was like, okay. And then they left. And
yes, sir.
basically. And then Egypt, Nasser got a huge boost of like pride and confidence amongst the entire Arab world because he was like, look at me. I just fought off fucking Israelis, French, and British fuckers on my own because I'm a literal fucking god. Yeah.
Okay.
I will point out the fact that Israel is famous for repatriating pedophiles. That is a fact. Everybody knows it. American pedophiles are able to flee to Israel and get safe harbor.
Sorry, wait. What did you say that again?
He's saying right now that American pedophiles are just going to Israel and getting safe harbor. I assume that this is just retarded falsehoods.
Yeah, it's a theory meme. I don't think I've ever seen. I'm sure that it's happened before that somebody has fled to Israel, but there's this meme that basically like if you're a pedophile in the United States and you rape kids, that you can just go to Israel and they'll save you and protect you from the United States or whatever, from the justice system, so you can rape kids in America and then get away with it. And it's just dumb meme shit.
Okay, retarded.
American pedophiles are able to flee to Israel and get safe harbor there. We have many, many instances of this. Now, the Epstein files, I don't know how deep we want to go into this. This one is a little confusing to me. You say, show me evidence that there is a pedophile ring. Well, I would slap down on the table, not even 50% of the Epstein files. We don't even know how many we've gotten, but it's 50% max. There's not a single Iranian in the files, not a single one. Now, there is a certain group of people that are in there, but we don't need to get into that. But they all are rich, and they're not in prison, and that's where they should be. So I don't really want to have to think about Iran's cultural issues. These are Americans and people that were using them for blackmail to get leverage over our country. That's how most people perceive these Epstein files, of which we don't even have the entire files. But in them, we see references, what appear to be killing people, taking women, young women, babies as sex slaves. Who knows what else is going on in these files? There's very obvious code language. I know this. If I was able to get one of my kids' cell phones, and I'm reading through this cell phone, and they keep
That's
talking
not true,
about
right? When he just said like they're taking women and babies as sex slaves.
I don't think so, but I haven't gone through them all, so it's just there's a lot of people made a lot of insane claims. I don't think there are any like smoking gun things for any of this. It's just like a bunch of weird emails and texts that people are like interpreting to mean wild shit. But
it's like the cheese pizza argument, kind of like
pizza
and
grape soda. And
I think so, but obviously other people would disagree. So.
Jerky. I'm going to pull one of them aside and I'm going to say, hey, what are you talking about? And if they say, oh, I'm just a pizza connoisseur. Me and my friends just make beef jerky and eat grape soda. I'm going to say, bullshit. Tell me what the hell you're talking about. If I see you saying, I'm going to get pot from my friend, I know you're not talking about a potted plant. I know you're talking about drugs. So it's obvious the same thing is going on in these emails. Where is the investigation? If your kid brought that to you, you would not believe them for 1 second. You'd say this is clearly code language and I'm going to investigate what it is. I think we should continue to investigate these Epstein files instead of continuing to cover them up, because I do think there is a there, as most other Americans do, and that's something that Trump campaigned on and many of his administration talked about for years.
And time. We're going to jump into the crossfire. This is 40 minutes, so this is fully up to you guys. If it gets too rocky, I'm going to jump in and put it into 90-second responses.
He looks a little like Ted Cruz from the side.
I can sort of see it.
Yeah.
Where's yours, gentlemen, for open dialogue?
So I wanted to start, if we could, with Israeli repatriation of pedophiles. So you and I both agree that this happens and it's abhorrent. Do you know that what the numbers are, roughly?
Oh boy. This is the one thing he got numbers for. Is it going to be like 10 over like 30 years or something, if that, or I wonder?
The last story I read was a CBS story. It was a couple dozen, I think.
I think total that I could find, I was being as charitable to your view as I could, it's about 200. That's a lot.
Over what time frame? 200 is actually a lot more than I would have thought. Although I wonder what it counts when he says repatriating. Because I tried to look up stories when this claim was made a lot. And what I would find, like some of the stories would be like some guy gets accused of, and maybe even convicted of like statutory rape. So like a 25-year-old like fucked a 16-year-old in California. And like he goes to prison and he comes out or something after like 5 or 10 years. And then like 20 years later he moves to Israel. And then people include that as like, oh my God, look, that's a pedophile that fled to Israel. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah.
But it's nothing in comparison to the Catholic Church. Nothing. Which is somewhere around 100,000 children, perhaps, or more.
Gee, in the U.S. or worldwide? 100,000?
When we talk about this idea of pedophilia
shot. That's
here in the
way,
United States,
way too
this is
high.
my big
No
issue with
way.
this, is that there's always a red herring, right? The red herring is, well, Israel repatriates pedophiles. It's like, yeah, that's true. So does the United States in a way, though. We have passport bros who they go to Malaysia, they have sex with underage kids, and then they come back here. It's the same exact principle applied. The only difference is there's no official right of return. There doesn't need to be. They're already U.S. citizens. But when we're talking about this, we know where the groups of pedophiles are. We've known this for years. The Catholic Church, for instance, again, part of one of the largest pedophilic scandals in the world. Which church do you belong to again? Is it Catholic?
I have no qualms with what you're saying about the Catholic Church, whether I identify as one or not. So go ahead. I will sit here all day as a confirmed Catholic and ridicule their pedophilia.
Yeah, I'm just saying that when you use the red herring of the Israeli repatriation...
How is it a red herring if it's true?
Because, the red herring happens when
Didn't you admit it's hundreds?
When you say, hey, wait a second. Yeah, hundreds.
So it's a real thing, so it's not a red herring.
No, the red herring portion of it is when you obfuscate away from the arguments on the Epstein files as though there's a global cabal of pedophiles. I point out in Iran, there's an open cabal of pedophiles. You say, well, Israel harbors pedophiles too. It's like, no, they don't have official policy for pedophilia, dude. They
Hold
don't.
on a second. You just admitted, you're talking about people that have been actually charged with crimes of pedophilia that Israel knowingly takes in. They are very
that's
well
not in
aware.
every instance. That's
so
in
they are
some
very
instances.
well aware.
Sometimes it's suspected. One of the big key ones was an Australian case, I'm sure you're familiar with. That was one of the big key ones, but it's not always the case that they're charged with anything. Lots of them are just suspected of this.
There was just an IDF security official, Alexandrovich, who just got charged, caught in a bust, and he fled over there. He's gone.
Of course, but you're going to
give me a comparable story this year to the Catholic Church.
You can find the same thing.
Show me the Catholic Church. Show me the Catholic Church finding a pedophile and saying, "Come to the Catholic Church."
Doesn't this? I feel like this was a huge U.S. scandal, but it was a while ago. Like a decade ago or whatever, wasn't it? Where didn't they have to reform like a lot of the Catholic Church? Like the Pope had to make statements on this and everything, where anytime there would be like an accusation of like a priest doing something bad, he'd just get moved to another school or something.
Move them to other churches. What are you talking about?
So
to allow them to continue to offend hundreds of thousands of cases.
So show me one name.
I'm supposed to remember every name of every
bishop?
I
just gave you one name in the last year. Tom Alexandrovich, IDF
Are
security
you denying
official,
that the Catholic Church doesn't move around pedophiles?
No, I just said they do. I can talk about the Catholic Church all day long.
Then why are you
But we're
arguing
talking about the Trump administration dealing with the Epstein files. That's what we're talking about.
So as we're diving into the Epstein files, give me your biggest piece of proof that Donald Trump in any way knew about any pedophilia, and name actual names of people who you're willing to say are pedophiles in that administration. Go ahead.
Okay, I never made either one of those claims, but I will respond to your question. Howard Lutnick lied when he said he hadn't been to the island since he found out. He got caught lying. He took his family there. This was after Epstein had already been a convicted pedophile. Now, if Donald Trump wants to claim he has plausible deniability as far as Epstein's activities are concerned, I suppose that's fair enough.
Are you even claiming that guy's a pedophile?
Well, you know what? If you want to talk about the things Trump has said about his daughter,
answer the question before
we can talk about it. We can talk about Donald Trump. Hold on a second.
Are you going to call that guy a pedophile?
Have I called Trump a pedophile once?
Well, this is why I'm getting clarification.
The answer is no.
The reason I'm getting clarification is because on the Epstein files, people refuse to separate mythology from fact. And there's a lot of mythology here. And this mythology that you guys continuously talk about, that Trump is in some way associated with this global cabal of satanic pedophiles, but you never name names, you never give evidence. Your only evidence is they don't give us evidence. Why would you trust the evidence that these people give you anyway? Why would you even trust that anyway? You don't trust them, the evidence that they've given you so far. So why is it always the demand is like, I want endless evidence of a thing that we always make claims about, but can never demonstrate? Why?
So Trump is obviously maybe mentioned more than anyone else in the files. If you want to claim that he has nothing to show illegal in the files, that's fine. Howard Lutnick, however, lied when he said he hadn't been there. He is still in the Trump administration. He was just running point for their meeting at the Oval Office just last week. And he's in the files taking his kids to Epstein Island. So would you take your kids to Epstein Island?
Well, okay, so are you saying at the time there was media scrutiny that this was a pedophilic island?
Yes, 100%. 100%. Epstein had already been charged. He'd already been in jail.
Are you saying this guy took his kids to the island to get them raped?
I don't know what he took his kids to the island for.
You
He
don't
denied
know.
it. He
By the
denied
way,
it.
by the way,
He denied
this again
He
is
lied.
absence of evidence means that that's evidence. That's not evidence.
No,
you
no,
guys
no.
never will
Hold
actually
on.
name.
Did Howard Lutnick go to the island?
I'm not sure.
He admitted it. He's in the files.
Yeah,
he took his kids.
I'm not sure on that particular, but it's irrelevant, the particular, because even if I grant the particular, you won't actually call the guy a pedo because you don't have evidence.
Israel does not take pedophiles. In fact, I had to show a clean criminal check to make Aliyah. Yes, if someone has a clean record and makes Aliyah, they will need to be extradited. But there is a process and Israel follows it, LOL. Okay. Well, that's like from a Jew, so, I mean, I'm an Israeli, so I don't know how much I'm going to trust you on that one. Let's slow down there, buddy.
You never have evidence, just claims. Claim, no evidence for it. Now, I'm willing to cede a bunch of points to you. If you can show me some evidence of it, happy to do it.
So
Trump was, hang on, I'm almost done.
Are you
Trump was
contending-
actually right. He claimed that the Democrats were going to use the talking point that, Trump's a pedophile, Trump's covering for pedophiles, the whole 9 yards. He says, yeah, that's a hoax.
Do you get disgusted by debate in general? It feels like so much of the debate meta involves undermining the purpose of the debate or of debate. It's like if every StarCraft playing the ladder just lifted their command center and flew to the corner, like, yeah, you might win, but this fucking sucks. I mean, yeah, that's annoying, but like, it's a lot less annoying than the current meta, which is literally to just not engage in any type of debate whatsoever because you rather just be shielded by your own little, your little echo chamber bubble.
Whole thing's a damn hoax. And it is. The whole damn thing is a hoax. They've been calling this guy a pedophile. You just said he's named in the, how many times is he named in the Epstein files? That's a Democrat talking point. But what's he named in the Epstein files for actually doing? What?
Well, there are FBI investigations that have some pretty serious claims. They never
Not
manifested
credible.
anything.
They
That's fine.
literally
That's
say
fine.
not credible.
So we're not here to have a debate over the Epstein files. But I
brought
do,
it up as
but
a
I
reason
do
he's a
find it
failure.
odd. No, you are the one that brought it up. But I do find it odd that you're going to pretend like Howard Lutnick didn't lie about going to the island after Epstein was convicted
I'll even
and took his
see
kids.
the point.
Are you going to tell me? Hold on a second.
It doesn't help your point.
Are you going to tell me that Donald Trump was not friends with Jeffrey Epstein?
He was initially friends with Jeffrey
So
Epstein.
So
he also banned him from his properties.
That's fine, and he might have helped bring him in.
Hang on,
too.
he banned him from his properties, and he was also front and center at pointing out to people that Epstein was a creep. That's one. And two, everything that's mentioned in the files, Michael Tracy has done great work on this. He's gone through them ad nauseum.
So
the
have I.
things which are put in there about Trump are ridiculous on their face. And the claims from various people about Trump are noted inside of these files most of the time as being not credible at all.
Here's what's credible. Alex Acosta is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein his sweetheart deal. It was so bad of a deal that they had to re-examine it and re-arrest Jeffrey Epstein and put him back in jail in New York City.
Which administration did that happen under?
Where he was ultimately killed.
Yeah, which administration did that happen under?
The Trump administration.
That's right. He got
which is actually
rearrested
starting
under
to look
the
a little
Trump
more
administration.
suspicious. It's actually starting to look a little more suspicious now. Yeah.
How is that more suspicious? So
he died in jail.
What administration?
How
did
did he
Acosta?
die in jail?
What administration did Acosta?
Trump's.
Was he in when he cut the deal?
He wasn't in office. Trump wasn't in office.
Yeah.
Acosta
Whose
was an
administration?
attorney.
Whose administration was that under?
Obama's.
Obama. So Obama, we have Acosta, goes ahead and gives him the sweetheart deal, right, under Obama. Under the Trump administration, they re-arrest Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't that amazing? The guy protecting the pedophiles.
So the person that...
What is RTBA posting about in chat? This is the diary I was saying about talking about taking her baby. Read it like this. This is not true. What is he talking about? Who took... Who? Oh,
So do you remember
Epstein
earlier
file
when I asked
thing?
a question about the baby?
Oh, gotcha.
The guy,
Okay.
he made a claim. Yeah. He's showing us the diary that he's the only thing that likes talking about it. And if you look at it, it's just like, it's an actual fucking schizo.
Based? Problem?
that Trump brought into his administration is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal that no pedophile, child sex trafficker has ever seen before in their life. Such a sweetheart deal, they had to re-arrest him again.
Yeah, they have seen it before in their life. First
So
of
look,
all,
whether Trump-
he wasn't even
hold on.
accused of pedophilia. What he was accused of was localized trafficking in Florida. And yes, people have been cut sweetheart deals for that. You're full of it.
Okay,
What-
so
like,
your
for-
stance is
what are you talking about?
so your stance is Epstein was not a pedophile and there's nothing in the Epstein file.
Lightning, thank you for the 10 gifted subs in DGG chat.
Because I don't want to debate this the whole time.
I didn't say that. My stance is that there's bold claims which are made, and I can see you running from it. I don't blame you for running from the claim.
This isn't the
But you
debate.
can't-
I'm not
you don't
here
have
to,
evidence.
you're on
Is it a failure of
This
Trump's
is
or not?
worse. Absolutely.
Well, then it's
Absolutely.
part of the debate.
There should be dozens of Epstein
Then there's
arrests.
part- it's part of the
They
debate.
are literally
Of who?
covering it up.
Tell me who.
Exactly. They've redacted
Exactly.
the names. They've
Who should
redacted the
who
names.
should we be arresting? Exactly.
I'd love
What does
to
that
know.
mean?
Why are all the names redacted from the files?
Because
Why haven't they
I'll
given
tell
us all
you.
the files?
I'll actually tell you. And if you've done your due diligence, you would know this.
Oh, because they're victims.
No. Because victims advocacy groups and lawyers have tied this thing up like nobody's business. And again, Michael Tracy's done the
Is there a point in watching two retards argue about pedophilia? I mean, it is kind of funny that, like I said, I think leaning into the Epstein shit, I don't think any of it matters. But I think it's funny to lean into because these guys, the conservative movement, fucked themselves on this so hard. And that will just always be really funny to me that they fucked themselves so hard making this like the single most important fucking thing in the universe. And then when they realized, oh shit, whoops, maybe it's like not us. or maybe it's not them but us, then they all decided that they wanted to drop it. That's just never going to be not fucking hilarious to me.
No pedophiles go to jail.
Which pedophiles should go to jail?
The ones that they've redacted. So
what are their names?
So Epstein trafficked kids to no one.
No, Epstein was getting kids.
So Epstein,
Ghislaine was trafficking kids to him.
Okay, so Epstein raped all the kids. No one else did.
Name a single person he trafficked a kid to.
They're all redacted from the files. What are you
The
talking
files
about?
don't even indicate
You
that.
can
Who?
see in the emails. He says, "I have girls. How old do you want them? I have girls. I don't like yellow. I want Russian." That's all right there.
That's not him. There's nothing to do
That's your
with
smoking gun?
pedophilia. As far as you know,
Thanks.
show me some evidence.
As far as you know, it does.
Wait a second. Absence of evidence is
Oh.
not evidence. Do you agree with that?
No, I'm using your logic against you. If you're saying
My
it
logic
doesn't
works
prove
for
anything,
me and not for you.
Okay, so I'll accept this because I don't want to debate. So Epstein was not a pedophile. He was not trafficking children. Anybody. He was not friends with Trump. They're not covering up. They're not covering up the files.
I'm willing to see the distinction between the mythology of Epstein trafficking children to all of these various pedophiles is a mythology. I'm also willing to see that Epstein himself may very well have been a pedophile, but it seemed like the trafficking was going to him. And you have no proof to the alternative of that. And even when you point at Acosta,
So what is
this
Epstein
happens
doing?
under Obama, rearrested under Trump. Trump's the only one who released any Epstein files at all, signed in the Epstein Transparency Act.
Yeah,
Congress also
after
pushed forward.
they redacted them for weeks, they still haven't
Because of
released everything.
victims.
They still haven't released everything, by the way.
How would Trump unredact them? Can you explain that to me?
Redact?
Well, they shouldn't be redacted at all.
Yeah, but how would Trump unredact them?
Well, it's actually pretty easy. I think he calls
Does he not have the information that Trump told the FBI, that the FBI was told to redact them based on Trump's friends and everybody being in there? Or
them and says, "Hey,
no,
unredact these."
No, that's the judicial branch. That's a different branch of government.
And
judicial branch?
No Jews, no news.
Wait, what? No, that would be his Department of Justice and the FBI. I had to do a mental check for a second. That would be the executive branch. I don't know what he is talking about there, but okay. Good, Josiah. I saw it and I'm happy. Comey should be indicted. Those were death threats. Yes, apparently the Comey indictment that...
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What? You think it's acceptable to say... I don't even want to say the numbers. 86...
8647.
Oh, my God. Well, now you're gone.
They indicted him and that passed?
Yeah. This time, Comey's been indicted on charges alleging he made threats against Trump in that May 2025 social post of a picture of shells on the beach that spelled out 8647.
Trump's allowed to do that with classified documents. Not allowed to do that with redactions. Those redactions are going through the judiciary. So what should Trump do here?
He can easily declassify. He can easily release everything.
They're not classified. They're redacted.
Then why aren't they released?
He did release them.
Not
he
all
released
of them.
millions of documents.
Not all of them.
And not only that, again, how would he get them unredacted? Tell me.
Not even all of them. They're not even all released.
How would he get them unredacted? How?
It's very simple. You bring out the investigators and you simply read the names that are redacted. That's all you got to do.
You mean like they did in front of a press club and those poor guys who weren't actually pedophiles got calls and threats and everything else?
That happened to one guy.
Yeah, but I mean,
one guy.
that's reading the names of people who aren't even related to it.
Okay,
And this is the problem,
So
man.
this is good. So you're satisfied with the Epstein files?
I didn't say satisfied, but I'm pointing out that I'm not willing to make claims that Donald Trump's a bad guy based on redactions that he's not responsible for. You can't tell me how he should unredact them.
He was responsible
You can't
for
tell
them.
me.
I guess the other guys didn't know that.
You can't
me
tell me
all
any
the
of this.
files. What do you mean the victims go in front of Congress every freaking day?
I only want to jump in just because, given that we have only 40 minutes for the open dialogue, though this is...
Did you see that Jack Posobiec did the same thing with Biden? No, that is fake news. I have seen some people spread around that fake news. 8647, that was Comey only, okay? Jack Posobiec did 8646, completely different thing. I can understand the confusion there. And he put a space between them, which is the non-lethal version, so totally different, totally different. I don't remember which congressman it was, but I'm pretty sure somebody was selling, maybe it was Posobiec, somebody was literally selling shirts that said like 8646. But I mean, none of it, it's all fucking, what are you going to do? Stupid. Was it Jack Posobiec? It might have been. Did you know that Jack Posobiec is one of the things he used to do was get people to infiltrate left-wing protests and then have them like say and do unhinged crazy shit in order to delegitimize the protests?
No.
There was a thing where he had his people go into a protest with a Rape Melania Trump sign, or it might have just said Rape Melania. In order to make the...
So it was literally like the meme of like, oh, the Democrats, they're paying people to go and like protest and like blah, blah, blah. But like Jack Posobiec was actually doing it.
Yep. Correct.
Jesus Christ.
It's been epic so far. I just want to be sure if there are other topics you want to cover. We have 28 minutes left.
I would say,
Can we move on to the economy?
The Epstein files is a debacle and a disaster for
The releasing of the Epstein files was a debacle. I agree with that. The problem is that what I'll never accept is lack of evidence being evidence of a thing. And while you pretend that there's a global pedophilic ring that you have no evidence of controlling the United States, I can show you a global pedophilic ring which exists right out in the open that Trump's blowing up right now.
So Epstein didn't put a bunch of security cameras in all of his places. That didn't happen. He wasn't working with Maxwell, the daughter of the top Israeli
he worked with
spy.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Security
Yes,
cameras equal pedo.
True.
Holy.
Cameras in his various places. All of that is correct. That's
that was Posobiec himself that held the sign? Wait, was it him himself? I thought it was somebody else he got to do it. If it was him himself, that's even funnier.
And you asking questions, not providing evidence.
So why does he do that for?
Wait, there's cameras here. What's that evidence
This is an
of?
event. This is a televised
Yeah, but what's
event.
that? What's the evidence of?
Who is Epstein televising what's going on in his room?
He's
to?
not telling.
Why did he have cameras?
He wasn't televising anybody. Got any proof?
So why are there cameras installed?
Because the same reason rich people have cameras all over their houses.
So he has them in all of his bedroom secret cameras?
What secret cameras?
Yeah, no, this is good. Because fuck these motherfuckers. They deserve this. They do this to the fucking Democrats all the fucking time, man.
True,
Fuck them. Finally, they get it.
True. So
they get a taste of it.
Yeah.
The emails. He literally hired IDF security people to put secret cameras in all of his rooms.
No.
He had a damn security room with monitors in his mansions.
You're talking about one specific instance in one specific room, by the way, not on all of his properties and not in the Florida properties. And those are the ones where he got convicted of all these things. So what are you talking about? You're talking about a completely unrelated thing to what I'm asking you. Do you have evidence that Trump was part of a global pedophilic ring or that anybody was?
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
Give me your best piece.
The Epstein files.
Best piece in the Epstein files.
All of them.
The whole freaking thing. What are you talking about?
The whole freaking thing.
Okay, so hold on. So was Epstein convicted?
Not a pedophilia.
Yes, he was.
Okay, who?
Was Maxwell convicted?
He doesn't even know his...
Was Maxwell
I'm sorry.
He doesn't even know what the
When was Jeffrey Epstein convicted of pedophilia?
So Epstein, jail. Maxwell,
when was
jail.
Epstein
Jean-Luc
convicted of
Brunel,
pedophilia?
jail.
He hasn't even done the most basic of like going through any of the...
Two of them
even for the original conviction.
Committed suicide
when was Epstein
in jail.
Convicted of pedophilia?
He wasn't.
I think
he
whatever the
doesn't
first
know.
charge was, 2007 in Florida?
That's not. He wasn't convicted for pedophilia. That wasn't
Trafficking
pedophilia.
children isn't pedophilia?
First of all,
so now you're saying Epstein wasn't a pedophile?
He was doing underage. There was one or two of the underage prostitutes that came from the school. That's true. But
So
I think
that's
they were
underage?
I think they were 16, 17. Not prepubescent children. It's a whole different ballgame. He wasn't convicted of pedophilia.
Okay, so Epstein wasn't a pedophile. Glad we got there.
I didn't say Epstein wasn't a pedophile. I said you haven't given us any proof he is. Got some?
Yeah, there's no proof Epstein wasn't a pedophile.
Oh, I'm
guys.
going to
No
use an
proof.
argument from
He
incredulity.
killed himself in jail. Nothing to see here. And we should probably pardon Maxwell, too.
I'm totally incredulous, but I have no evidence of my claims.
Just because the economy is another topic we might want to cover still while we have time. We do still have about 25 minutes.
Anyway, so I try to operate off a facts basis. What happened, I'll just sum this up real quick, and then I'll give you the last word on it, to be fair. I'll just summarize it very quickly on Epstein. Epstein very well could have been a pedophile and likely was himself a pedophile. But when you make these claims about demonic global pedophile rings which control the United States, yeah, I want some fucking evidence. I do. And I'm not willing to throw the President of the United States that I voted for under the bus without any evidence. I'm not. So, if you want to tie it off, you can.
Well, I'll just say we also saw in the Democrat emails spirit cookings and children in the hot tub. Also. But there's no evidence of pedophile rings.
You're talking about
I'm sure none of it
Podesta
happens.
spirit cooking?
I'm sure
the big art project
That's
spirit
right,
cooking?
Podesta, that's right.
Yes, Leon Podesta, who was part of a massive
push us
art project
into-
for spirit cooking, along with, how about we talk about Rocket Pizza? Did they have babies underneath there, Owen? Did they have children in the
good-
basement, Owen?
Good opportunity to go
Discord crash, rejoin. Oh, rip. Good luck.
into the economy.
Yeah, all right. So,
is all of Discord down right
moving
now?
into this, I just got a single question for you. Owen, how would eliminating mass migration into a net negative not cause economic downturn or higher prices? How's that even possible?
Well, it's actually, there's a simpler fix to that, and that is you have to cut taxes. You have to cut them significantly. You have to cut them immediately. Americans are paying roughly 30% of the money that they make plus the property that they own. That number needs to be single digits tops. And a lot of Americans will have a little more money to take care of their bills and take care of their family. But we're not really having that happen. Now, I feel like this whole argument is assuming that Americans don't want these jobs.
No, it's assuming they do. In fact, my argument to you is just, I'll simply state it. If it's the case that we bring in, 100,000 immigrants tomorrow to California, let's say, okay, and they're willing to take $10 an hour less than the Americans who are there, would you agree with me that that'll probably save you prices in goods and services from whatever that corporation is or company?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. So like if you took McDonald's and you paid them $25 an hour, your cheeseburger's going to get more expensive. You agree with that? So you can offset that with immigrant labor. Do you agree that that's likely true?
Yes, but I don't believe that's a solution.
I agree with you. But if it is in fact the case that Trump is doing his job, which it seems like he is since we have negative net migration, why wouldn't it be the case that if we're deporting all of these illegals and they're self-deporting at an overwhelming rate, of course your localized food prices are going to go up because most of these jobs are
Wait, is anybody else's Discord down right now? The fuck? Okay. There's an outage.
Now going to Americans. In fact, this is exactly what Cato is saying. They're saying we're getting hurt mostly in the economy because Trump is not even letting legal immigrants come in. I thought that was what we wanted, man. We want to stop that legal and illegal immigration. But it's like, not if your fried chicken's going to go up 30 cents. What are you talking about? We want that, right?
Well, the deportation numbers are not where they need to be. I don't know how much that falls into the economic realm of things. Obama deported more people than Trump, so we're not.
There was a lot more
numbers.
people to deport.
But I think that there's other reasons for that. I think that this gets into the, let's say, failures at the Department of Justice, which maybe they're just starting to get into with the SPLC, but I don't know. We'll see about that if we come back to that. We're being told as Americans, hey, buck up and pay more for gas. It's this war in Iran. You've got to buck up. It's your patriotic duty to pay more for gas. That is a war that's being fought in the foreign and special interest. Do you think Americans might be willing, instead of paying another extra $1 per gallon of gasoline, maybe an extra 10 cents for a cheeseburger if they know that means Americans are taking the job? I mean, that's essentially what we're being
But most
asked.
Americans don't know that because even people on my side are running around saying Trump's not deporting enough people, even though we have a net negative in migration right now. Those
Well, we
jobs,
have a closed border.
hang on, those jobs, yes, a closed border and net negative migration, legal and illegal. More people are leaving than coming. That's for the first time we finally got that. It's like, yeah, prices are going to go up from that. You know this. Why not be honest with people? If that's the case, and then we're talking about gas. Hang on, I'm almost done.
Prices went up from tariffs.
Okay.
Prices went up
You
from
want to get
energy.
into tariffs? We can do that in a second, but let's start with the gas prices. All you're doing is pitting Trump against Trump. On the Biden level, at his top, do you know what the gas prices were?
About right where they're at now?
Nope. Way more. They were over $5.50. Yeah, they're $1 cheaper right now at the peak of Trump than they were at the peak of Biden. So you're only
$1 cheaper, considering how high they were under Biden, is not the W you want it to be, but
comparing Trump's gas prices to Trump's gas prices. Because if you compare them to the Democrat, they were still way higher. Also,
I still like how Biden has to take credit for the fucking catch up from the COVID supply bullshit plus the Ukraine-Russia war starting, and that's like all Biden's fault, and that's his high gas prices, but under Trump, this is all self-inflicted good means.
Way higher.
Is Wilson crushing? I don't know. I feel like Andrew is doing way better in this debate than Owen, but people said that Andrew gets destroyed, so who knows?
Now, when did the price go up?
Trump, speculation mostly.
No, when did the price go up?
Oh, I thought you said why did the price go up?
When did
the price has been going up
speculation. Good one, Andrew.
Steadily and decreasing
Since we
steadily.
attacked Iran.
Yes, correct. Due to what? Market speculation. And you can't control speculators, and neither can Trump. It's not because we have some supply short.
And the thing is, Andrew's a good debater, and he's got talking points. Owen is not a great debater, and Owen doesn't have any facts at all. And his talking points are weaker than Andrew's talking points, so Andrew can give a bad talking point, but it doesn't matter that it's bad because Owen doesn't know the actual fact of the matter, and Owen can't out-debate Andrew's talking point because Andrew's is a better debater, so it doesn't matter. But, Andrew also doesn't have any underlying understanding of, speculation is what's driving prices. It's very hard, I could tell he got this talking point because there's, it kind of sort of works if you think about it, speculators, if they are all thinking a thing's going to be higher, can theoretically drive up or down the price of a particular thing in the future. That is true. However, it's very hard for speculators to fuck with a commodity that is, has a huge liquidity, huge volume, fundamental value. The reason why people can say that, crypto, those markets can be driven heavily by speculation is because there is no underlying fundamental value of crypto. People trade crypto based on what they think it's going to be worth in the future, but there is no underlying fundamental value of it really. Maybe you can kind of sort of tie it to energy costs, but that's not really what the price is based on. And so that's it. It's you can argue that a lot of market speculation can damage that. But when it comes to the gas prices or oil, these things have real value. It's a real tangible physical asset. And the idea that you can just speculate, drive that in one direction or the other with no tie to reality is, I think, really, really stupid.
What? Market speculation. And you can't control speculators, and neither can Trump.
But Owen doesn't know anything about econ, so it doesn't matter, and he doesn't have a talking point to counter this talking point, so yeah.
Not because we have some supply shortage of oil. Where's our shortage? Nowhere. We're not getting oil from Iran. We don't even have the processors for their oil. That goes to China.
Again, this talking point doesn't, if you really want to torture that, it doesn't make sense. There will never be a shortage of oil on the planet. In a free market, there's never really a shortage of anything. What happens is you just can't afford it. We're never going to run out of oil on the planet. It's just going to be that the last 1,000 barrels of oil are going to be so expensive that nobody's going to actually buy them because it doesn't economically make sense to do so. This is getting into Louisiana. But yeah, it just doesn't, none of this stuff that Andrew's saying makes any sense economically. But Owen is retarded and doesn't know anything, so it doesn't matter.
Nowhere. We're not getting oil from Iran. We don't even have the processors for their oil. That goes to China. So we have no shortage, but our oil prices go up. Why? Because of speculation. And you just completely omit that. Not only do you omit that, but you omit this other part, which is you still haven't explained how it is that we're going to have net negative migration and prices aren't going to go up. They are,
Hold
right?
on a second. Trump is the one that claimed that he could get gas prices down.
He
He's
did.
the one that made that claim.
And
it
he
hasn't
did.
happened.
They're lower than Biden's peak by $1.
No.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't even know if we've seen Trump's peak. If this war in Iran doesn't end,
you can't just say, well, I'm.
Natural resources are not infinite, including oil. They do dry out. When I say they don't dry out, what I mean is that it's not going to be like we're spending $100 per barrel of oil and then one day they're going to be gone. As you approach that point of it starting to run out, as the supply falls, and if the demand is constant, it's going to get more and more and more and more and more expensive, such that like the last whatever 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 million barrels of oil just won't be bought because the price will be prohibitively expensive. It won't make sense for anybody to buy in there. That's what I mean when I say that.
I'm incredulous they may go up more. They're actually going down. They've been going down steadily.
Gas prices are going down?
Yes, they're going to be going down, yes. And speculators, by the way, are speculating that, which is why they're going to be going down. Interesting.
Now the speculators are on his side when they speculate in his direction. Okay.
Enough, when we're talking about oil prices, though, and gas prices, yes, at Biden's peak, they were $1 more than they are the national average right this second as we're talking. I even made sure this morning before we came in, just to be sure. And yes, that is in fact the case. So it's like you're only comparing Trump to Trump, and even with him blowing the shit out of pedophiles in Iran, like the Ayatollah Khomeini, he still managed to give you $1 cheaper gas than Joe Biden did.
But you just said it wasn't Trump. You just said it was the speculators. Now you're giving credit to Trump. So I don't know what, I'd like a little consistency.
Okay, so wait a second.
Kind of a little,
so
but
you're
Andrew's
going to blame it
on
on
this, so it doesn't
Trump
matter.
instead of the speculators. But when I say even under those circumstances, it's $1 cheaper, that can't be because of Trump.
Let's be clear. No. Here's my metric.
I want the consistency.
No. Here's my metric.
Yeah.
Trump said on his campaign he would get gas prices down.
He did.
He hasn't done it.
Yes, he has.
He's even admitted that we had to take a detour off of America First to do this war. He said it's over. It's not a war.
He
it is
has
a war.
gotten
We won
the gas
war, but
prices
still,
down.
Gas
What are you
prices have
talking
gone
about?
up since we started the war.
Yes,
So.
gas prices went up when we started the war due to market speculation.
So Trump started
I
a war,
agree.
and now gas prices are higher. That's
Yeah,
the
but
fact.
you're only comparing Trump to Trump. And if you're going to compare him to Biden,
I'm comparing,
gas
Trump,
is still
I'm
cheaper
comparing
than the
this
Democrats.
administration to this administration.
Exactly.
Gas prices have gone up since he started.
Yes, and if you follow Trump's plan, gas prices are likely going to bottom out because he has control of oil there,
That's a nice
control
hope.
over oil in Venezuela.
That's a nice
He
hope.
has control over all of it.
No, Venezuela oil won't be ready for probably months.
But
though.
we still have control of it. What did I say? In the future, it'll go down.
We'll see.
Why?
I hope
The
that's the
speculators
case.
say
I hope
same
that's the
thing.
case, but that's not the case right now. And Americans are struggling financially, and now here we are in another war in the Middle East, and we're sick of it.
Are you going to blame market speculators?
I'm going to blame Trump for getting us into another war on Israel's behalf. Yes, I am going to blame Trump for that. He did that.
So help me out here. Can you tell me all of the downsides of Donald Trump killing pedophiles in the Middle East?
First of all, do you know every single person? Were those schoolgirls pedophiles?
It's institutionalized in the Iranian
Just
constitution.
no. Were the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles?
You want to make sure that they're alive so they get raped? But that aside, no, of course not.
Oh, shit! That's the argument. We got rid of future rape victims. Hell yeah. Good job. What?
Every single person. Were those schoolgirls pedophiles?
It's institutionalized in the Iranian
Just
constitution.
Were the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles?
You want to make sure that they're alive so they get raped? But that aside, no, of course not. But there's going to be deaths inside of a war.
Okay. So it is a war.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't a war.
Does he need
I'm not going to
congressional
quibble
approval?
over the word, even though there's no ground invasion, there's no boots on the ground, there's none of that. I just want to know, how is the global interest served? You're so concerned about pedophiles. He killed one of the most major ones who's ever existed since the late 1970s. He
was friends with Epstein.
He put it
He was
inside of
probably
the Constitution of Iran that you can marry 9-year-old girls, dude. And by the way, Khomeini,
That's good.
Khomeini,
So-
hang on, almost done. Khomeini was married to a 15-year-old. Perhaps by the lunar cycle could have been 14. His son was married to a 14 or 15-year-old. A lot of his high command were married to children as well. Trump killed all of them. All of them without a single boot on the ground.
Great. And I'm sure after we've killed thousands of Iranians, including young schoolgirls and the entire family, I'm sure that the Iranians are going to be less radicalized because of that. So I'm not
radicalized. What do you mean? How do you get more radicalized
dying.
than marrying children, dude?
What do you think they're going to stop?
What are you talking about?
You think they're going to stop?
No, well, I'm just saying, how do you get more radical? You're like, oh, the Iranians are going to get more radicalized than marrying kids?
Well,
like,
let's
oh,
see,
the
how many
United
times-
States blowing up the pedophiles is going to really make them mad.
How many countries has Iran been bombing this year?
Well, Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. You agree with
And
that?
is Israel a state sponsor of terrorism?
I think that Israel's done many terrorist
Is
actions.
America a state sponsor of terrorism?
I don't think that America generally is a state sponsor of terrorism.
Okay,
no.
well, in the Obama administration, it's very well known we were arming moderate rebels that turned into
In
ISIS
American
and turned into
interests, yes,
ISIL.
that's correct.
So America backs these proxy groups. The CIA backs these proxy
But that
groups
was due
all
to
over the
Bush
planet.
doctrine. Most of
And
that
now
was
Trump
due-
isn't. Now Trump is Bush.
Trump has win. Where's
Why do you think Owen turned on Trump? Does he just hate Jews that much? I mean, the Israel thing is going to be a big talking point for a lot of these guys. But also, I mean, Trump, like, if you remove the Trump nostalgia glasses or whatever the fuck, I don't know what kind of glasses you need to see him favorably. Trump has been a monumental fuck failure in every conceivable and inconceivable way. Trump has just fucked everything up completely, if you look at it honestly. So once these guys start to jump ship, or the people that have jump shipped especially, they're going to view him that way, right? Well, what did we think Trump was going to do? No new wars. The economy was going to be better for everybody. We were going to get deals with everybody. He's fucked everything up. Has been everything. So I mean, like, what are you going to do?
Where's the forever war?
We're in the Middle East.
Not a single boot on the ground.
We've been in the Middle East the majority of Trump's administration.
Is there a single boot on the ground in Iran?
We have been at a war
Answer
in
the
Iran
question, bro.
since.
Is there a single boot?
Yes.
Okay, where?
That's like
Where?
all over the Middle East. We got boots on the ground.
in
all over.
Iran.
We
In
got
Iran.
boots on the ground.
Where's our
in the
invasionary
strait?
force?
We got people in the strait. We're talking about going to Kharg Island.
Oh, we had 7,000 people there, and now there's 10,000 people there. Where's the big invasionary force to take over Iran?
So, okay,
Where's
fine.
that?
I'll tell you what.
Where's that?
If they do go into Iran, what will you say?
Yeah.
Then?
Well, at that point, I'm done.
Okay, fair enough.
It is the case.
Fair enough.
I've drawn the line for myself that if there's a ground invasion of Iran, that would be a continuation.
What about casualties?
Hang on. That would be a continuation of the Bush policies.
What about casualties?
Hang on. Let me finish the point, and I'll get to casualties too. If it's the case that there's a mass ground invasion of Iran, then yeah, I would have full support then because that would be a continuation of Bush forever war doctrine. However, limited strikes like what we saw in Venezuela, or 6 to 8 weeks, which is what we're seeing right now, that's not enough to pull my support from this president, especially with all of his success in domestic policy. Even if I grant you, and I'm not a fan of the war, I'm not an advocate of it, but even if I grant it that it's the worst thing he could have possibly done, it's not going to change the fact he's been a successful president. His domestic policies alone in eliminating crime and mass migration and being a net negative, that's what people wanted more than anything. It wasn't just the forever wars, it was the mass migration. That's what Trump always harped on. And he's been after it and after it and after it. And he did deploy the National Guard to protect these various centers in these cities while ICE was removing these people from the nation. Democrats did everything that they could do to stop him, including court cases, terrorism against them, and everything else in between. So it's like all of those show me that the guy's very successful, even if I grant it to you how bad Iran is.
Well, I think that they made a major blunder on the deportations because now they're basically stopping them. They should have gone after the Democrats first. Quite frankly, they should have been arresting Democrats for treason. Alejandro Mayorkas should have been the first arrest. He should have been hauled in front of Congress. And you're a little too late going after the SPLC, in my opinion, which is now being, funny enough, it's actually being directed at the right. They're now using this SPLC thing to claim that anybody that's a dissident on the right is paid for by leftists and needs to be censored. That seems to be the theme with that. But they should have gone after all of these groups right out of the gate, Andrew. They should have gone after all the Catholic charity groups, all the Jewish charity groups, all these groups all along the Rio Grande, all of these groups on the southern border, all the Democrats that brought them in, all the Biden administration that brought them in, all of them should have been hauled to jail.
Yeah,
and they weren't.
Except they have due process, Owen.
And what process have they started?
Hang on.
They haven't even started the process.
So how do you know the SPLC?
Because there's no results.
Tell me, how long were you aware of the SPLC investigation?
What are the charges? They're all
hang on, let's walk through this. When were you aware of the SPLC investigation? When they released it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so when they released it. You're not aware of what the Trump Justice Department is investigating or not investigating.
Show me the evidence.
He said multiple.
You're the one who wants to talk about there's no evidence of your claim. Lack of evidence, lack of claim.
Hang on. He said multiple.
Did you see that Asmongold's interview with Caleb Hammer came out? No, link that though. Oh shit, I'll watch that after.
That he wants to bring James Comey up on charges, right? He said multiple times that he wants to go after these
Those charges got dropped.
Instructing his Justice Department to investigate these things. We're finally starting to see the fruit. My evidence is we're finally seeing the fruit with the SPLC. I'm guaranteeing you that there's going to be other organizations which are indicted for various things like this. This is exactly what it is that you said that you wanted. It's at least a step in the right direction.
They've only been charged for financial crimes. They need to be charged for
treason. So was Al Capone.
They need to be charged for treason.
Yeah, Al Capone. Al Capone was not charged for his mob hits or for bootlegging.
Wait,
charged for financial crimes.
You're not comparing Al Capone to
I'm telling
15
you that
million invasion of this
country. It's the case that you go to jail for 15.
Al Capone is more of an American than Mayorkas.
If you go to jail for 15 years for the crime of murder, or to jail for 15 years for the crime of for some type of financial fraud, you can prove the one but not the other. Which one would you go after?
I would go for it all. That's what the feds do. That's what they did to me.
No, you wouldn't. If you could prove one but not the other, you would go after the one you could prove.
No, they always overcharge so they can get you a plea and get their incarceration rate and get their conviction rate. I would know. I've been through it.
So fucking retarded. Jesus Christ. Owen is such a retard.
Before.
Sure.
Regardless, we're talking about almost 2 years into this administration and no deep state arrests. None.
Who do you want to see arrested?
I just told you Mayorkas. There's one. How about the Obama administration? How about John Brennan? How about James Clapper? How about James Comey?
Tell me what your process would be to arrest them.
Okay. First of all, Dan Bongino, who was the deputy director at the FBI, spent 8 years writing books and doing a podcast all about arresting these people. He gets in there and does none of it.
Yeah, so the same Dan Bongino who talked about what was going on in the Epstein files ad nauseum, how none of it made sense.
And then changed his mind.
Because he went in and saw, here's what's funny. Why would anybody ever want to go work for the Trump administration from the private sector, especially somebody like Dan Bongino, if it's the case that he goes in, looks at the evidence, reviews it, and says, actually, I got this wrong, and you guys fucking crucify him for it.
Ooh.
You crucify him for saying, look, I got this wrong. And it's like, why would anybody ever want to go work for the Trump administration if that's going to be the case, Owen?
I'm a retard. I thought the meme was that the feds did exaggerate to get a plea. They'll charge you with whatever crime or accessory crimes they can, of course, to get a plea, but they're not just going to make shit up. It's not just like inventing shit or whatever. Maybe on edge cases or whatever, maybe they were trying to push realism, but generally, Owen just has a very childlike, and he has an investment in the narrative that like, oh, well, none of the things I was charged with I even did. They were all just made up to force me to plea or whatever.
Imagine that. You give us a little peek into what's going on in the Epstein files, and it makes people even more aware and more suspicious, and then you say there's no there there. If anything, our peek at the Epstein files showed us that there is something serious there. Very serious.
You've never, look, not only have you never provided any evidence for that, but your other problem is you didn't actually answer my question. What incentivization would like, let's say Trump drafted you to go to his administration to investigate these things, and you went in good faith and you did. And you came back and you were like, look, I took a look at all this evidence, and I was wrong about this. And then all of your friends and cohorts and everybody else who was cheering you on fucking crucified you for it.
You know what, Andrew? It's funny that you say that because that's literally happening to me right now. Okay? That's literally happening to me. From this new MAGA right cult.
Who?
I already did this. I already put my time in.
Yeah,
I was arrested. Hold on a second.
He's not going to name names.
Hold on a second. For four different times, I was arrested for supporting Trump. Okay.
Yeah.
Now
All incorrect, by the way.
Now, you like Trump. I don't like Trump. Now, beyond the point. I already went through that crucible. I already put my face, my name, my neck out there, and it's not even that I necessarily did it for Trump. I did it for the truth,
by the way,
because I believed Trump was innocent and I wanted to support him.
But how are you
I've
being
already been through that. I have MAGA people putting me on lists. I have MAGA people doxing me. I have MAGA people sending people to my house. I have Laura Loomer in my box all day telling me she's telling Trump to post negatively about me. Trump posted something about me. He told me to shut the fuck up. So I got arrested 4 times for this guy, spent months in prison for this guy, did everything for this guy, censored, lawsuit, everything, lost all my social media, kept supporting him, and then what is the one recognition I get from him? Fuck you, shut up. I don't even care. I did it because it's the truth. And now the truth is, this administration has turned against us. MAGA has now been weaponized against us, and Trump is now the very globalist that we were supposed to get out of the White House.
This is ironically hilarious.
He mad.
So the first thing that you claim, you say, hey, look, I was crucified for my support of Donald Trump by Democrats. Do you agree? It's by Democrats.
Well, actually, first it was by Republicans because we were going up against...
It's never Trumpers, like you are right now.
No, I'm not a never Trumper. I voted for him 3 times.
What happened is, well, now you're like, he's the worst thing ever.
No, I'm saying he's failed. This administration
has failed. And when you're talking about this, Democrats were the ones who persecuted you. Democrats were the ones who threw you in jail. They were the ones who didn't want to give you a fair trial. Me and my wife, we advocated for the release of J6ers everywhere that we possibly could, yourself included.
And I will give Trump that. That is the biggest victory. I will never regret voting for Trump because he did that.
Yeah, huge victory, okay? But not only that, let's dive into this a little bit deeper. When you're talking about your supposed crucifixion now by the right, Trump hasn't shut down your channels. He hasn't done any of that. Under Biden, that was a sure thing.
Well, let's not be so sure that's not going to happen soon.
You say gonna, hasn't though.
Gonna.
Okay, under Biden it was.
Isn't that the whole point? Is none of this stuff has happened under Trump, and you're saying, oh, but it could.
Hang on, under Biden, no, it's not. Under Biden, it would have for sure. He was working with Facebook and these other groups in order to shut down people who had podcasts. You have a voice right now. That's true. The president of the United States might have told you to shut the fuck up, but he still gave you a platform. Tell him to shut his fucking mouth. That's the distinction.
No, Trump did not. That's the First Amendment. That is the First Amendment. It was given to us by the founding
fathers.
fathers.
Biden didn't give a fuck about the First Amendment.
And
he
neither
was
does
working
Trump.
with the tech companies
and neither
to shut
does
you down.
Trump doesn't care either.
Trump,
they'll censor us under Trump. They already did. He did nothing.
Where?
What are you talking? When did I get censored? What year?
No, the Trump administration.
I was censored under Trump 1. I was censored from 2018 to 2022.
What policy of Trump's administration censored you? What?
What did he do for it? What did he do to end the
That's
censorship?
different. You got to make a distinction.
No. You're the one making claims that Trump did something for me.
Yes, he did.
I'm not asking Trump to do anything for me. I'm saying that
he
we had
instructed his
censorship under
Department
Trump.
of Justice to stop putting pressure on Facebook and these other groups for censorship. He promised he would do that.
But that is happening. That's why he just brokered the deal to give the Ellisons everything so that they can censor the internet in favor of this war and foreign policy that's unpopular.
Where's that happening?
Right now. It just happened with TikTok. It just happened with Paramount.
No, TikTok, they talk about the war constantly.
Ellison
I know.
and
I'm
Oracle,
on TikTok arguing with them constantly.
Ellison and Oracle are about to have all these databases. They're going to sell all of our private information.
In the future soon. But you've been wrong about futures before. And by the way,
wait a second.
right now.
Okay, hold on a second.
I'm talking about
hold
right
on
now.
a second.
Jesus.
When Doge ended, and then Musk called the Epstein files a hoax, and then struck Iran, I was called a panican. I was called a panican because I knew it meant we were getting into a war with Iran and a regime change war with Iran. I was called a panican. I was called a panican because if he did this, the MAGA coalition would be destroyed. And I was called a panican because I said if he does this, we're going to lose the midterms. And now all 3 things of those have happened.
Except
you
were also wrong about Venezuela.
What was I wrong about Venezuela?
In Venezuela, you said that there's a good chance there that we're going to be bogged down in a war.
Never said that.
You did too.
No, I
said it on your show. Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
You said there's a good shot there. You were in a debate when you said it, in fact, with a caller. There's a good shot there we'll be bogged down as well.
What are you
that's what's
talking
funny
about?
to me. Is like, every time I dive in to your view, it's always, well, down the road, he's going to do these bad things. Down the road, he's going to do this. Trump's administration hasn't censored you. Trump's administration didn't jail you. Trump's administration didn't do any of that. You just gave him credit for getting you released. And not only that, when we're talking about the economics of this thing, we diverted into this, which is fine. I think that speech is something that we need to debate about. But when we're talking about the economics, you still haven't actually told us how it is that you, Owen Shroyer, are going to make an offset for net negative migration without prices going up. There's going to be
cut taxes.
That's an adjustment period.
You can cut taxes in a year.
Do you think that prices are going to immediately decrease because you cut taxes?
Prices don't have to decrease. You have more money in your wallet. You have more money in your bank account. You're not paying it to the government.
Again, those are adjustment periods that are incremental. It would be, so if you cut taxes immediately.
Takes 1 year.
And by the way, Trump doesn't unilaterally have the power to do that. He doesn't unilaterally have the power to just cut taxes. That has to go through Congress. And so this idea that you have, one thing he did do, and he did do well, unilaterally with his executive orders, was with migration. And he did get us to the point where we're at a net negative of migration. Who would ever have given us that? Who? Who
You
out of
still have-
anybody
hold on a
in the
second.
field would ever have given us net negative
if
migration?
Trump has a positive, it's definitely on the migration issue, but it's not perfect. He's still giving Chinese students, he's still letting Chinese students into these universities to save their ass. He's still letting
and
the
a 50%
H-1B
decrease of the H-1Bs, but Cato Institute recently said, in fact, cut down 136,000, 50% of the H-1Bs eliminated under Trump's policy.
Eliminated.
So yeah, it's true. Chinese immigrants can still come in and study under H-1B visas, 50% less of them. That's correct.
So don't you think that there should be an adjustment period, just like you said with taxes? Shouldn't there be an adjustment period for hiring Americans? Because what happened was that the farmers, agriculture, all these big businesses said, Trump, we have to have this cheap migrant labor.
That's correct, yes.
And so he caved and he let the donors get what they want. That's what Trump does.
That's what's
this
funny.
is a donor class administration.
In this case, not only did he not cave, but the opposite happened.
What are you talking about? He didn't. He's doing mass deportations.
No. He gave subsidies, and yes, there has not only has there been big-time deportations, but it's border crossings. It's just new ones even coming in versus self-deporting is an amazing feature at a net negative. Same with immigration internationally, which means legal immigration. So yeah, he did deal with them with subsidies. That was designed to keep the prices down. But again, if we follow your policy, which would be mine, you want them all out, right? I want all the Mexicans who are working illegally out of here.
I would say you can't. There's too many. But I would say you have to do at least the 15 that came in under Biden.
Well, you want to get rid of? I want them all gone. I want all the illegal immigrants gone. Don't you?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, great. So if we get all the illegal immigrants out of California,
but Trump's not doing that.
Hang on. If we get all the illegal immigrants out of California tomorrow, right? What happens to the price of produce? Does it go up?
Well,
or
we
down?
need an adjustment time, Andrew.
Hey, that's my whole point. We would need an adjustment time.
So we
Owen.
both agree that mass deportations is a failure of the administration.
What you're dealing with right now is an adjustment time due to how is net negative migration a failure?
We're not getting mass deportations.
You don't have to massively deport people who aren't coming in, dude. You don't have to.
They're already here.
Yes, and by the way, he's going after the criminal elements of those people first, which he's been doing. There's a net negative of them crossing into the border. If you had said day one with any Republican administration, we'd have only 1,000 border crossings a day versus 46,000 border crossings a day, you'd say it's the biggest fucking success anybody had ever seen.
How about this?
Somehow with Trump, though, Trump gets exactly that done day one, and Owen goes, well, what have you done for me lately?
What is the number? What is the number that you would be happy with of
laughs.
deportations for Trump's 4 years?
Overall number?
Yeah.
Probably, I would want to see, like, happy with, you said, versus what would be optimal that I'd want to see?
Let's put a reasonable but good expectation number.
I mean, I would be happy if it was the case that we had no new immigrants coming in. I think that's
None.
Well, we agree
Zero.
that Trump is at a success. Okay. Let me answer my own question, then you can respond.
Yeah.
I think if Trump doesn't deport at least 15 million people, which seems like an impossibility, but they came here, we can get them out. There's strategies to do it.
Yeah.
I think 15 million. If it's less than that, I think we got a problem.
Well,
15 million. God damn.
the entirety of the basis for the 15 million number, you would agree with me, there's way more than 15 million illegal
Probably like
immigrants
40, maybe. Yeah.
It's very high.
Yeah.
So if it is the case that it's very high that we have this amount of illegals that are here, that's going to take a long time. And Trump has Trump has been hampered. He was moving towards this. He's been hampered in the courts. Again, 3 times the amount of injunctions than any other president when it comes to illegal immigration. And he's trying to unilaterally do this because Congress isn't working with him. He's hamstrung at every level. He's using executive orders to push that through. And it's been wildly successful. Wildly successful with the tools that he has. You have to say that that's successful. A net negative migration.
I've said that that's the one success, but I just
That's
don't
the
think,
big success.
I just don't think that it's going to be where it needs to be. I think that he's caved on the mass deportations, and at the end of the day, as much as both of us would like to see.
Okay. There's like 50 minutes of this left. Does this get any better, or it seems kind of dumb? This Owen guy's getting destroyed.
Will never regret voting for Trump. Whether or not I think it's propaganda driven, he has restored.
I would even grant Shapiro's argument.
What kind of America
increase? Your prices of your goods still increase, except now you're not weakening your global adversary. So it's like, which poison you want to pick?
Population, big amounts of industrial import from China. Could that also boost it? Because China, I mean, they are far too big of an industrial power for us to just cut off. I mean, they produce half the world's steel. Yeah. They have 4 times our population. And their industry has been expanding rapidly for
That's
around
what the
70
tariff war
years.
was for.
Yeah, I agree
The tariff
with that.
war was designed to weaken the Chinese economy as much as possible. And Democrats and some of the never-Trumpers and some of the Republicans who don't like Trump really went after him for tariffs because they made the same argument. Well, good prices are going to increase. Yes, of course they are. But what's the alternative? If you have Kamala
She get first question.
100% it's rigged.
Check the ID.
She was in the front row.
I have to remind you.
We're the borders of this place.
For the Q&A, it's absolutely essential. We want to press you to get to your question as fast as possible, and no double questions. No, I've got to. With that, I'm also even going to hold the microphone just to be sure. With that, thank you very much, Rachel.
Okay, so since this is going to be disingenuously framed as Andrew loves Epstein now, I just want to say many of you were very happy about a lot of Owen's points on Epstein, and I am too, and Andrew did make clear we don't think he's good. We don't think pedophilia is good. Given that, Since there are 30 to 40,000 girls 15 and under each year getting married in Iran, and there are 2.3 million girls and women living in Iran right now who were married before they turned 15. And this was not the case before this regime took over. There were 18 and up marriage laws prior to 1979. If we can get rid of this regime and the regime change eliminates this child marriage in the millions, would that be worth it to you, all of you who are upset about the Epstein files? Would that be something that you would support?
Well, I'd have to know what the worth it payoff is. No, I'm inclined to say no too. I'm inclined to say no too because Iran is not my country. We've been in the Middle East for decades, for my entire life.
So we only care about pedophilia when it's here. We don't care about 2.3 million children being married off to old men in Iran.
I care about fixing my country first, and I feel that our presence in the Middle East has.
This is such a. They're trying so hard to make this point work. Like, what with Iran? We're getting rid of pedophiles and other countries. Isn't that really good, guys? Oh my God.
Not resulted in anything positive.
So then at least be honest that it's not about pedophilia.
It's not.
You do not care about pedophilia whatsoever. You're just ass mad.
Well, if you want to change Iran, I'm sure that they'll take you over there. You can go over there and fight the regime change war of the administration if you care so much about it.
No, the point is.
No, I didn't.
No. The point is consistency. If the entirety of the consistency is, if Trump isn't actively going after pedophiles, he's supporting pedophiles.
Isn't that his wife? Yes.
Hang on a statement about this war. He's never mentioned that Iran.
Hang on, let me make the point. If that is the case, well, why does he need to mention a thing that's known? But anyway, if it is the case that it's not consistent, hey, man, if Trump isn't actively going after what I think is a U.S. pedophile ring that I can't even prove exists, then he's supporting pedophiles. But over in Iran, where you literally see him blowing them up, where's the consistency there, man?
He blew up 200 school children. Nobody has mentioned fighting pedophilia as part of this war. It's a regime change war for Israel to get control of the Middle East. That's what this is all about. And so, no, I don't support that.
Are the Iranians? Is it
Iranians
institutional?
bad? Iranians bad.
Is it
Iranians
institutional
bad.
to the? Is it institutional? Is it institutional to the Iranians under Sharia law that they're allowed to marry kids or not?
When every American has a backyard,
I'll tell you what. Answer the question.
Barbecue pit and a pool, then we can go police the world.
Can you answer the question? Is it the case that institutionally Sharia allows you to marry children or not?
I'm not interested in Sharia. I don't want it in my country.
Can you answer my question? Can you answer the question, Owen?
Yes, Sharia is bad. I don't like Sharia.
Yes.
I condemn.
Okay, I'm on board. Okay, we're good. This was meh. The fuck is this? On the left, Michelle Obama's beehive. On the right, Melania Trump's beehive. We are not the same. Is this even true? Okay.
"60 Minutes overtime."
Okay, we'll get to that. Oh, hold on. A quick Hassan slopper.
I don't think wanting to be a dad is weird. Oh my God, do you guys not have any other fucking content? Jesus Christ, get off my dick, bro. Holy shit.
Uh-oh.
How many more years of this like reluctantly
cyberstalking? Call it cyberstalking. Whenever anybody talks about you, remember it's always cyberstalking, guys. Cyber stalking. Please, God, call it cyberstalking.
Attacking Hassan and then agreeing with his fucking primary focus reluctantly 2 years after the fact. Are we going to do over and over again? No, they're not. I just don't understand. I don't understand. I don't think it's weird to want to be a dad, man. I'm talking shit about gamers, okay? Capital G gamers. Who are like weirdo fucking white supremacist incels who are like, yeah, this game is going to repopulate the planet.
We're going to get put. So why are you worried about, whether or not women's biological clock is ticking? You got posted in a lot of gamer subreddits. Ooh, nice. You're a Pragmata take pissed off incels. You offended the pedos and the capital G gamers and the incels. Yeah, what they're offended by, I think, primarily is...
I love how first it started with gamers and now it's just incels and...
Yeah, dude, you got me. I was actually fucking attacking every gamer on the planet. Like, man, this is low budget bullshit. I don't even want to fucking entertain it, okay? Again, I can't explain this to you guys enough. I got fucking government ops, okay? I got the entire propaganda apparatus of the nation state of Israel inside of my fucking asshole.
Hassan would kill himself if he had to deal with like real pushback online without an entire community dedicated to like slop sucking him off, dude. He would actually fucking kill himself. If he had to deal with like 1/10 the shit that an actual person who is like mass hated online is, he would kill himself 1,000,000%.
I got like 55 different articles being written about me on a daily fucking basis on Fox News. I'm sorry. I'm not going to have to, I don't want to have a back and forth with Abba and fucking Preach.
Also, it's so funny. Like Hassan in interviews, I seek out the conflict. I like it when I'm being hated on. Hassan on stream, somebody else made a mean tweet about me and I can't. And then I made a video and I just cyber stalking the nation state of Israel. I think it's a Mossad op. I think the Mossad is actually paying people to make bad videos.
Okay. Over what they misunderstood about my take, where it's like, oh, I guess he's backtracking to incels now. You know? Yeah, I am, dude. You fucking caught me. I got so embarrassed that I was shitting on every gamer, every man, actually. Every man that wants to be a father, I was shitting on them, and you caught me because you're fucking brilliant. God forbid you misunderstood the original take that I was making. God forbid.
Context.
That's never a perspective with any of these guys, okay?
Never.
No one on the internet ever does this thing where they're like, hold on, let me see what he means. No, I've already been established as a fucking villain for a lot of these dudes, okay? For a lot of these dudes. And it does so well on the algorithm that they just go, yeah, I'm a professional misunderstander of the point that he's making. God forbid you fucking agree with me, you know? You only agree with me maybe 2 years after the fact, you know?
Hassan is so early on everything, on being right about everything. What even was the take and what was the Abba and Preach video? Wanting to be a dad is weird?
If a man wants to possess a child for any reason other than it being a product of his own lineage, he is likely a predator.
What?
So there's a game called Pragmata. A lot of people have been really into the game. A lot of folks.
Is that really the girl in that game? I'm sorry. It's funny. It might be a good game. I'm sorry. It's just so primed for people being ass painted about everything. But
folks have some different opinions. But one of the articles that came out were stating the fact that a lot of the men who were playing it were feeling a sense of paternal instincts in them that was growing. I think there's a desire in them that grew to want to be parents.
What are you?
I am DI-03367, a state-of-the-art pragmata created here at the Cradle. I possess basic life-saving...
How about we call you Diana?
Diana?
Yeah. From now on, you can be Diana. How's that fit?
Diana. You. Diana.
Yeah.
You. Diana.
All right, you guys kind of have a little idea here.
In any case, what is this? Capcom's Pragmata. Wait, did it come out already? Pragmata, it's making thousands of people suddenly want to start a family. You place Hugh as soldier, stranded on a ruined lunar research station. His job is protecting the childlike android Diana.
He's making thousands of people suddenly want to start. Okay.
While fighting rogue AI. What's really interesting about this is all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like, if you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience. You should care about things that you actually enjoy.
Oh, fuck. Does anybody know? Wait, no! No! I didn't even watch! Wait, what? I don't even know what just happened. Wait. Hold on. Does anybody know what's happening right now to Hassan? Oh my fucking god. Did that get saved? Hassan is projecting all gamers as Asmongold. That's 100,000,000%. Oh my fucking god. Did that count as a what? I don't even know what killed me.
right? If you're a fucking lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or like riding for having children? Like, if they changed hot Cheetos, if they changed the recipe of hot Cheetos, if they changed the...
It's also like a stupid argument too. Like there is an argument that could be salvaged here out of what he's saying, but he's just not making it. Like I feel like the argument here would be but the problem is Hasan is now a tanky instead of a progressive, so he can't make it pull politics or whatever. The argument would be something akin to all of you guys are constantly acting like fucking incels and saying that you don't want women in gamer spaces and you want huge titted, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And all this is going to do is drive women away from these spaces. So how are you ever going to even meet somebody doing your hobby or whatever else? There's an argument down there that you could explore. I don't know what this argument is though. Well, how could you guys want families when you've never experienced being near women? This is like the dumbest possible argument. Like imagine talking to a bunch of poors and you're like, how could you guys even imagine wanting to like go on vacations and shit when you're too poor to even like take a small vacation? Like that's just like the weirdest of all the attack routes that Hasan could go. This is like the worst attack path that you could ever take. Like, why would you even want a thing that you're not experiencing right now?
Children, like if they changed hot Cheetos, if they changed the recipe of hot Cheetos, if they changed the recipe of like, I don't know, Dr. Pepper or something, and you fucking freaked out about that makes sense, right? But as far as like...
Have you seen the Pragmata discourse? It is actually a bunch of incels talking about the game factory resetting women and turning on their biological clock. It's pretty creepy. That honestly, it wouldn't surprise me, but I'm also kind of primed to hate gamers and men, so, what do you want me to say?
LARPing about starting families and whatnot, this is something that I never understand. It's just not something that you're going to experience ever for your life, for the rest of your life, right? Also, I will say, Japanese game, putting a child in there, you're playing with fire, okay? Don't get mad at me for saying this, but I feel like any Japanese game you put like a child, it's gonna invite maybe the worst possible fandom,
I feel like of all the games types, I feel like Japanese games would be the ones that would most likely do it, because like RPGs historically, usually there'll be at least one child character. No, I feel like that's common. Didn't Xenogears have? Were they all children, or maybe not? Maybe they looked like it because they were anime or whatever. Isn't Yuffie like fucking 15 or something? I don't know, in Final Fantasy VII, or all the... I feel like there's usually one child character or something that's part of your playable party or whatever.
Oh, I know it's not like that. I'm sure the game is not like that, but there will be people who take it like that.
Interesting reaction. Tim Pool's going to chime in afterwards, but this comes from Tim Pool's employee. Says, lots of strange reactions to this game. Let me clear some things up. Childless men who do not have paternal instincts the way that childless women have maternal instincts.
Fuck. I hate everybody involved in this story, so it's hard because I just want to disagree with and hate every single person. But I feel like this is generally true, unfortunately. I think this is generally true. I don't want to agree with Mary Morgan on anything, because this woman is crazy, but...
We observe this even in the way little girls and boys play.
The little girls and boys example I think is kind of retarded, but I don't know, whatever.
So what, she's talking about the fact that girls play with dolls and boys don't? So that's showing maternal?
I guess that's what he means.
Men first experience paternal instincts once they have their own children, and typically those paternal...
Can you elaborate? If you're a guy and if you can play well with kids or animals, this is a huge boost. You get a huge green flag from women, because most men are just a little bit care retarded, I guess, or don't know how to deal with smaller things or animals. They're just kind of retarded, or don't care, or yeah. Maybe though. I'm trying to think if I can. I'm trying to think if I can truly generalize this statement. Because I'm trying to think of, have I seen a lot of scenarios where they're just men around like other people's kids? I feel like women are usually the ones in that environment. I think I'm just generalizing because I usually hate men, so I'm not sure. Maybe not. Maybe I wouldn't generalize that. No, I'm not sure. Well, I'll do an experiment. If I have another baby, I'll leave it in places and I'll see how the men and women interact with it. I'll YouTube do a study on it. We'll see. I'm not sure.
Instincts are only ever felt for their own children and no one else. Men are not nurturers.
Wait, what? Hold on.
No? So that's showing maternal?
I guess that's what he means.
Men first experience paternal instincts once they have their own children, and typically, those paternal instincts are only ever felt for their own children and no one else.
That sounds like a stretch, but okay.
Men are not nurturers. Men don't gush over kids in public. Men don't have baby fever. If a man wants to possess a child for any reason other than it being the product of his own lineage, he is likely a predator. That escalates so fast. You'd be taking
Jesus Christ.
The feminist, radical gender abolitionist position to protest any of the above points. This should explain why Dad Simulator game marketed to mostly childless men gives people the creeps.
Did these people have the same thing to say about, was it God of War, where you like have a kid or whatever and you're playing the game? Did they have the same criticism of that, or was it different because you were playing Kranos? Chaos? Kratos.
If the argument is that the cuteness of Diana as a character is going to increase birth rates, I think that's like obviously not true.
Why are we talking, dude? What happened to video games? What impact is this video game going to have on the birth rate and the sustainability of the white race in the West? Kill me. Kill me.
Not going to happen. But they're, circulating these clips of especially female streamers playing this game, and they're brought to tears.
They're brought to tears. So both men and women are experiencing the exact same thing playing the video game, which is it's moving them, and there's a part of them that is wanting to have children as a result of watching this. That's a positive thing. So both of them are getting this nurturing feeling from the video game, but men got shamed for it. Isn't that odd a little bit?
If a man wants to possess a child for any reason other than it being a product of his...
I think this whole topic is cancer as fuck. Also, because I don't even know what the public discourse is on the topic, so I don't know who I would even agree with necessarily. But I can imagine why somebody would think that the men are being creepy about it. Fuck me, God, I hate all this. I hate gender-related discourse. I'll give the feminist take that I'm probably most likely going to agree with, but maybe not. Maybe there is a different take that's being given publicly that I would agree with. I don't know. The issue is that when men phrase some of their desires. Some desires that they try to represent as just being good things are just like wholly like subjugating women to like certain roles and then finding a way to demonize or blame them based on their girl take. So for instance, if somebody were to say, like, here's the thing that I'd be fine with. If somebody was playing the game and they're like, oh my God, I don't know, kind of having a little girl run around is kind of cute or whatever. I feel like I kind of want a family. I feel like maybe this is the thing maybe I'd be more interested in this than otherwise. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's cute. But if somebody plays the game and they're like, man, this is really driving my paternal instincts. I hope that women stop being such weird, crazy Westerners that are childless cat ladies that are, for some reason, not giving men the families and babies that every loving person should want to have. I hope that it fixes that. Like, if that's the take, I'm like, okay, well, how did you find a way to just use this to shit on women again? Like, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what the discourse is on this. I have no idea. So I imagine it's probably a mixture of both. I just don't know who's, I guess, louder on this.
Own lineage, he is likely a predator. Here I perhaps put too much labor on the audience to interpret what I meant. I was inferring cases where single men or gay men pursue adopting or buying a child via surrogacy without a mother involved in the process. And I do think that that's predatory, and it's predatory in the worst cases, of course, but in most cases just terrible for the child because a man...
Oh, she's trying to fucking flip that shit real fast. Apparently if you want to adopt, guys, the same way a lot of ladies want.
I'm terminally online, and it's definitely the second one. Tweets like that get 70,000 likes. I'm not even joking. Okay.
Want to adopt as probably a predator. Thoughts?
Yep, absolutely right. If you're a man and you want to, that's so stupid.
It's my perspective that men do not have the capacity to feel for children the way that women do, and I don't know if I've found a better way.
That's a crazy statement, but okay.
To articulate it, then women are maternal in a more strongly in a more noticeable way than men are naturally paternal.
Let's say I don't. You're right. That's true. What does that matter? It means nothing. Just because you more overtly show your emotions doesn't mean I don't feel emotion as strongly. That's essentially the argument. Oh, that person speaks their ideas much louder, so they must think more. Oh, that person flashes their money much more over.
Like, I don't know how to explain this to you, and I don't even care if you don't care, because it's just more women for me to fuck, okay? Fuck you, okay? I will destroy my career after this lawsuit. I'm going back to being just the whore I was before. You'll never be able to stop me. I'm going to exclusively camp outside BPD clinics. I don't know how to tell you this, but, like, if you were to ever express something like this, even remotely seriously, even as a joke, like, this is the most repulsive, like women will think you're gross and disgusting and hate you. It doesn't matter how much of a 6'6" Chad you are. Pragmata is destroying years of leftist programming and activating women's ovaries in real time. This is probably one of the most effective forms of birth control in the history of all of mankind. I just don't know how to explain how absolutely fucking disgusting statements like this are. Or at least how every single woman will view this in this way. Yeah, Jesus.
She's yes. She's so cute. Helmet on.
Diana.
Just puts his helmet on. He's like mid conversation. I'm out. So good.
Okay, that's a good clip. 70,000 likes. Women do not have beliefs or principles. They go with the crowd, and their immediate group. Once they are exposed to a dominant male figure whose pheromones activate their natural biological process, all previously held beliefs will disappear. This is also an explanation for, literally, all of Donald Trump's cabinet. $28,000 likes. What is this? Pragmata is a psyop to counter decades of anti-natalist propaganda and bring up global birth rates.
You got me.
Yeah! I did it! Check! Back off. Out of my way. Hey, can I bring this along next time? This water gun is the best! I like it just as much as my crayons!
So this whole act you got going on here, I'm guessing you're trying to imitate me?
Yeah, that's right.
It's not even a good simulator. Where is the part where she breaks her own toy and then cries at you for like 12 hours to get her another one because she's upset that she broke her own shit for literally no fucking reason, and then when you finally get her another one, she's moved on to something else and doesn't care about that old toy anymore? Or where's the one where she's crying and insisting that she's in pain and that life is miserable and everything is terrible, but the reality she just needs a nap, but she won't take it for 5 hours literally no matter fucking what? Or what, like, can we get some actual child simulation here, please? Hello? Where's the one where they're fucking 2 years old and they're running around the house trying to put every single possible thing in their mouth that can kill them? Hello?
I'm gonna need to watch what I say.
I really like how the sand feels. It falls apart and then fixes itself. Really?
Okay. I'm sorry. We're lowering the birth rate. Stop.
Overtly. That means that
kids are adorable, though. I mean, they have to be, and you should find them adorable. You're a human being, and we're supposed to like have kids. That's kind of the whole thing. That's how genes work, right? So I mean, if you should find kids to be kind of adorable. You have to, no?
they must have more. That's a brain dead logic that she's showing. What you see on the surface is not a reflection of what actually happens behind closed doors or what the capacity of the individual is. This is also another pet peeve of mine. When people say this dumb shit like they're authority figures and then they go on to say something like this when they get criticism. To those denying biology here, would you hire a male babysitter?
Oh, pause. For those denying biology, and then you put a fact that has nothing to do with biology. How does one equate the other? You said, for those denying biology, and you go straight into giving us an argument that has nothing to do with biology. It's like, first, do you know what words mean? Or you're just deciding to go like that, willingly ignorant, just to prove your point that is not a point? When I say people don't know how to argue, they don't know how to bring arguments together that makes it worthy for you to even sit down and have an argument. It's like, oh, debate that person, debate this person. You want me to debate that?
You mean your kid's kindergarten teacher and it's a dude. How do you feel about that? What do women have that men don't? Are we beginning to understand each other now? Men aren't women. None of this is a knock against men. It's just true.
Bro, have you seen the amount of women predator these days? Every week there's a new woman predator that used to teach somewhere, and then she's outed to have relationship with her students. What does that mean?
So she's trying to hint to the whole differences between men and women from a nurturing standpoint. She goes, would you hire a male babysitter? And I'm like, probably not. But
why is everybody so great? Wait, what? Wait, what? What? You just assume every male babysitter to be a rapist? What? What? Maybe he was going to go on for that. Sorry.
she's trying to hint to the whole differences between men and women from a nurturing standpoint. She goes, would you hire a male babysitter? And I'm like, probably not. But if I have to have a tutor for my kid, I'd probably hire a male. And the idea that men aren't nurturing because like we don't play with dolls. Like, yeah, maybe they don't showcase that at the earliest age, but they do develop it. How many dudes are teachers? Is teaching not a nurturing role? Are men not teachers? Those aren't their kids, but they still make an effort. Think about some of the most influential people in your lives, whether it be teachers or whatever that really affected you. Some of y'all are gonna say it's men.
Most coaches that I've seen are men. You could even include gymnastic in there, something that is generally more women. Boom. In their 30s, they become teachers, coaches. When we talk about the mentorship, I see much more men than women, actually.
Pretending like just because men don't necessarily offer the nurturing the exact same way or whatever it is. And look, if you really want to have that discussion, you can look at a lot of the studies, but single fathers oftentimes outperform single mothers in terms of how the quality of care and the quality of parenting that they can offer. Now, there are some economic reasons for that.
Predominantly economic reasons for that is because the mother by default almost always just gets the child because the man ditches. But like if the man wants to fight for the child or be there, it's probably because he's more often than not, like 90% of the time, is in a dramatically better financial position than the mother. Like the father would have to fight for the child because the mother is the one that gives birth and everything else. Like this dad is going to be in a way better financial position.
Generally, men who position themselves to be single fathers are oftentimes in a better position financially than women are. But that's also a fact. That proves that men are capable of doing the parental role. They are capable of doing the nurturing role even when there's no woman around. They're not lacking something where they can't give that. That doesn't mean that the kid shouldn't have both parents. It just means that y'all pretending like men and women are from like different universes and that there's... I say this all the time.
People just like exaggerate the fuck out of differences so much. It's just like women are probably slightly more nurturing by like naturally than men. That would be my guess. And there's probably a variety of things you can point to prove that, but it's not going to be like a woman sees a baby and she wants to pick it up and hug it, and a man sees a baby and he wants to punt it. People just like exaggerate the fuck out of differences so much. It's so crazy to me.
Men and women are much more alike than they are different. The differences do matter. They do exist. But the people who pretend like we're like worlds apart.
Destiny, maybe that was true 20 years ago, but women are generally in the same financial bracket now. Generally, there's still a difference, but not nearly as much now. You're completely wrong. Single fathers versus single mothers is what we're talking about, not just general financial capabilities of both parents.
Men and women are much more alike than they are different. The differences do matter. They do exist. But the people who pretend like we're like worlds apart, it's not real. I know plenty of dudes who raise their kids, and they do an amazing job, and they do a lot of it by themselves. Even when people are like, oh, men are protectors, they're like, women are protectors too. I've seen moms will protect their kids to fucking high heaven. Why does it have to be some singular binary? No, don't deny biology. Show me your studies, dummy.
Just men don't have baby fever. That's bullshit.
I can assure you that's bullshit.
You, huh?
Yeah, you're right.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You don't even talk to men about these shit. You just say shit out on a whim. How come whenever you have like a godfather, you see people talking about their godfather or people that are not even their fathers, their uncles, they're like that, there's a bond on there. How come you talk, yo, that's my niece, and they're 10 toes about their niece and their nephews? All your uncle, when you go to family gathering, they don't give a shit about y'all. They just drink. Yeah, it's just the boys are gonna be outside drinking beer. No, they don't care about the kids. When your father's brothers or your father's friend talk to your brother, they don't ask about the kids ever. Then you in a sad position. I can tell you that much.
Well, Mary Morgan chimed in, and she's getting ratioed. If a man wants to possess a child for any reason other than it being a product of his own lineage, he is likely a predator. Boy, Mary really pissed people off with that one. My daughter was walking with her walker today, giggling, and I feel tremendous paternal instincts for helping my daughter learn how to walk. I watch this, I see nothing. The Last of Us is fun. It's not just that you play, what was Joel the character, and Ellie? There's like a funny scene where they're walking across like a narrow strip over a river, and he pushes her in and then laughs at her. That's the kind of like, there's like a paternal instinct in that. This is a teenage girl who's trying to survive, and you're helping her out. There's a paternal thing in there. If this was like a real child, but I guess for me, being that it's just a stupid robot, I feel nothing. Again, to point out Spider-Man, it is the male power fantasy to save all of the children. I mean, like, there's a reason why guys like superhero movies. When the...
Tim's all over the place, not even making any sense. He goes on to defend the point and the take itself, and, you know, he sees a lot of the reaction to what's happening to her.
So we got a community note on this because her post has 2.3 million views. And it says, research shows childless men experience broodiness.
Okay, you guys in chat are saying some crazy shit. She's like 9, she's like 6. Ellie in The Last of Us? If I had to guess, she's probably anywhere from like 10 to 12. 6? Chill, Jesus. Okay, she's 14. Okay. 6? Chill, god damn.
and a desire for fatherhood nearly as often as childless women, 59 versus 63, and men, including non-parents, exhibit innate caregiving and protective responses to infants.
I think the people meant the robot game child. Really? Because he just mentioned the LA girl.
I agree with this. But I think people are taking Mary's point to an extreme end, for which I believe she is largely correct.
The people criticizing her are taking it to an extreme. But she said that any man who wants to adopt or whatever is likely a predator.
Based. That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous statement.
Okay. I'm going to be honest. I see people with strollers all the time. Not once in my life have I ever leaned over to try and look into the stroller to get a look at their baby. Never happened. I've been in a situation, leaned over to, I see people with strollers all the time. Not once in my life have I ever leaned over to try and look into the stroller to get a look at their baby.
The problem is I can't tell if he's being serious or if he's just trying to make a point for a show because I can't trust anything he says. But like, I don't know, maybe it's because my parents grew up doing daycare and everything. Babies are adorable. And if you're not like looking at a cute fucking baby that's waving its fucking arms around and smiling and laughing and shit, I don't know. I feel like that's crazy. But I don't know.
Never happened. I've been in a situation.
Is this what we're using now for saying that men don't have a nurturing side or don't have paternal instincts? Yeah, you know why I'm not going to fucking glance into the stroller? Because I'll get called a predator. Yeah, you know there's an irony to this whole thing.
Okay, but this doesn't happen. I also feel like I'm a preacher in a crazy world sometimes too, of being accused of being, like, if you look at a baby or talk to a kid or whatever, that you're going to be accused of being a pedophile. I don't know. Maybe in other cities this happens. I've never in my life, well, besides my court case, had this happen to me where it's like, oh my God, your baby's adorable. You're like, because babies will, if babies catch your eyes, they'll always fucking stare at you because they do that, because babies just do that shit. I don't think I've ever had somebody be like, are you a predator? Look at my kid in the stroller in the elevator. Maybe for black men it's different. I don't know.
I didn't even get to this video. I'm sorry. I will play, but like, there's an irony to both Tim Pool and Hassan on both opposite ends of the spectrum, both very radical in their own respects, shaming men because they said they built.
You're so lucky you've been caught up in the discourse. It's been the worst discourse I've ever seen. Everyone is retarded on both sides.
Both opposite ends of the spectrum, both very radical in their own respects, shaming men because they said they built a desire or they felt their desire for children increase after watching a piece of media involving parenting. You know, people watch movies and get that exact same experience, read a book, watch a piece of anything, art, doesn't matter. It's a normal experience. But here we have this fucking goofball going, I've never looked inside a stroller out of curiosity. Maybe because we spend so much time demonizing men, saying that if they're around kids, they're probably doing something nefarious. So yeah, men have built a natural aversion to being involved with random kids. Doesn't mean we don't have paternal instincts. And it doesn't happen after we give birth. I can tell you, I have very strong paternal instincts. I ain't got no kids. That's a thing that a lot of men feel. Most of the guys I know who started to get to age 30 and above, a lot of them built that desire to want to have kids and started showcasing that. But that's not because something happened to them or they had kids. It's not that. It's as you get older, you start seeing the little kids around you start to pop out from your friends, your families, nieces, nephews, your proximity to them, and that naturalness that you start to build at that time makes you discover what the joys are of being around young people. And then that paternal instinct builds. The reason why men may develop it later than women, maybe it's hormonal, maybe it's, but we're not socialized in the same way to be around children as much. Doesn't mean we don't have it in us.
Hassan Piker for me is just not honest. There's numerous instances that I'm like, okay, no, you're being disingenuous. Tim Pool was doing the same thing on the other side of the spectrum. So he does that often. It's like I'm listening to these guys and I'm like, okay, you guys don't have friends. You don't go outside. You don't touch grass. You're not in touch with reality. And this lady on top of that. It's like, okay, well, you don't know shit about fuck. I'm not going to bend over and watch a kid. There's a stigma around that. That's why I don't do it. Not because I don't want to be a father. I don't have that in me. I got nephews and nieces. They not my kids. Yeah. Even Hassan, I can't even take seriously because what he did was not a commentary.
True.
It was not commentary. He tried to ridicule a group of people. True. He took a group of people, the people that are playing video games, the people that are classified as nerds, and he started dashing out all the stereotypes. You don't play outside, you will never. He just wanted to shit on people. That's not commentary. That's insult. I bet what you're gonna do, you're gonna nurture your kids, so what you're gonna give them? Your Monster drink? That's what it was. It's just been a couple of years that we're able to talk about it, that it's well seen to talk about it. Even now, you got 2 motherfucking goobers talking shit like that, which proves the fact that it's not well seen to talk about it. I'm sorry, 3 goobers.
Where people had babies and they asked me if I like to hold it. I'm like, no, I don't want to hold your baby, man. Like, I don't want to be responsible for all that. That's your baby. Now, my baby, I peek at her all the time.
That's because we're not socialized to learn.
Does he have a kid? What? I don't know. I don't know, bro.
We're not trusted with kids from a young age. And so obviously we don't want to take on. I felt the exact same way. What Tim is describing, I understand. I don't feel that way anymore.
Even when you have a kid, you can't hold somebody else's baby?
He's pretty much changed a lot of aspects about me, but that's because I had constant exposure. Living with her, initially, if you could ask anybody, I didn't even talk to the kid. The kid would look at me and I'd be like, what's your problem? And then slowly our relationship changed because she kept opening my door and just staring at me. I was like, you look like a devil baby, you know, just serial killer type horror. You know, kids just... Yeah. And it was that for about a year. Eventually we started talking. She'd come in the room, we'd talk. We started getting closer, and then I started feeling things I didn't feel before. It really started to change in my head, and she was teaching me things about myself. Parts of myself I didn't even know even existed, and that developed.
I'm sorry. School of Rock flashbacks.
That's from exposure. I promise you, you grew around kids.
Kidding. It's not. I know it doesn't made it that way, but
From like, but let's say you're in your 20s and you're around your niece and nephew, you build a certain attachment to them that changes you. And then you start to feel that towards other kids. So Tim says, I don't want to hold that kid. I get it.
sorry. None of the. I'm just. My brain is just.
But Tim, you stay inside every day and live stream. Dude didn't even have a relationship or anything going for you until you was like late 30s. You didn't really spend time with family. Why? Because you had to go shop for beanies. So I can understand you don't feel comfortable holding a kid. That doesn't mean that we don't have it in us. You're just not given an opportunity to learn safely.
I've had this happen to me on an airplane before. I didn't really say anything about it. A guy was on a plane. He was sitting next to I think it was 2 kids, or it was like 1 kid. And the flight attendant came up and said, we're going to ask you to move seats. And he said, is there a problem? They were like, well, it's just we don't sit men next to children. And they were like, we would rather a woman sit next to the child.
No shot did this ever fucking happen. I do not believe this. No shot did this ever fucking happen. No shot.
Move seats. A guy was on a plane. He was sitting next to I think it was 2 kids, or it was like 1 kid. And the flight attendant came up and said, we're going to ask you to move seats. And he said, is there a problem? They were like, well, it's just we don't sit men next to children. And they were like, we would rather a woman sit next to the child, as if to imply men are dangerous. This is what offends people.
What does that have to do with you saying that? Well, they don't let men sit next to. What does that have to do with the feeling that you want to nurture? What's the link? It's two separate things. Men don't want to nurture. If they want to nurture, it's because they're.
Boy, doesn't this make it worse? I thought Tim was just fucking ignorant. Seems like the guy's aware of the perception of dudes. And then at the same time, he's defending his coworker and what the goofy shit she said.
Yes.
Your coworker's literally contributing to that exact same sentiment that makes dudes wary.
Yes.
And makes people wary.
Yes.
Yo, this is why these dudes are actually like brain dead.
Yes, they are. And he said that and Casper the Friendly Ghost. They didn't even. It's like, whatever, man.
Gamers, a bunch of them are virgins who hate women, but the idea of having families, the chubs are upset. Oh, that's why they're mad. Oh, I was wondering where the new wave of fucking losers was coming from. That makes sense. It's because I recently said you're never gonna get put. So why are you worried about whether or not women's biological clock is ticking? You got posted in a lot of gamer subreddits. Ooh, nice. You're a Pragmata take pissed off incels. You offended the pedos and the capital G gamers and the incels. Yeah, what they're offended by, I think, primarily is.
I love how first it started with gamers and now it's just incels and pedos.
It's the same thing for him.
It's always the same.
It's the same thing for him.
All right, well, you know what? You're a dirty socialist terrorist who's here to make sure that men and women don't reproduce because you want the West to die. There we go. We can do the same fucking dunk smears.
The truth. That's what offends them the most. When they hear the fucking truth.
What truth? Like, how is this guy a political streamer to be like taken serious? And he says this goofy ass shit. What's the truth? That gamers don't fuck? But gamers don't have any or whatever it is? Like, with how mainstream gaming is, what does that even mean? Fucking women play games too. I don't even understand. Okay, so I'm back to the male audience. Let's say it's just the males. I'm going to be terrible. It's just so stupid. I think,
yeah, I actually want to know more about that airplane shit now. I would do that. If I get sat next to some fucking family and then like a fucking 3-year-old just like raise my hand and be like, flight attendant? I am a pedophile. I need you to fucking move me. I don't want to be next to this kid for the 6-hour flight to California. Get me the fuck out of here, okay?
I think she's suffering from what people do when it even comes to emotions and gender differences. People think that what they see on the surface or what they see out in the open is a reflection of the experience of people gendered speaking. We thought that because men didn't express emotions the way women do, which women are very expressive, that men don't feel emotions as much. And studies have shown time after time that men are quite emotional. They just don't showcase them outwardly. But put men in positions where they're supposed to nurture, and all of a sudden you see it. You see it with fucking dudes and pets.
Oh, and by the way, if you play the God of War Ragnarok, you're a predator. You're a huge predator.
Damn.
How you gonna go around and feel something about that little boy? Boy.
Yeah. So
predator.
That it was interesting to see both sides engage in a lot of this misandry. The conservatives said, were basically saying like, if you want to be around kids and it's not your own kids, you're probably a predator. And then Hassan on the other side is like, you guys are creepy fucking losers who no one wants to reproduce with. I personally do wish that a lot of this bad rep around dudes in regards to being around kids that all wasn't as prevalent, because it makes it so there's no opportunities for a lot of these guys to even be around kids from a young age, which. Yeah, I don't think that's a good thing. Then they develop later on in life and don't really have any attachments to kids because they don't spend time around them because they've been socialized not to. And then afterwards they're called creepy for not like wanting to hold a kid or not wanting to be around them. It's like, oh shit. So yeah, no, I'm not surprised that men don't develop these feelings until the 30s. It's not surprising at all. Unfortunately, we're still playing catch up. We're still playing with people who still believe that dudes don't feel emotions or some other fucking retarded shit. And it's like at some point I hope we can move past a lot of the stupid stereotypes that exist, because we can't even have the other discussions that should come after that one. And I'll also say, women shouldn't even want to uphold these stereotypes either, because it pigeonholes women into this conservative idea of being the only ones capable of being caregivers. It's like, well, if you think men are so retarded and men are incapable of being nurturing or whatever it is, then shit, you kind of just justify the whole area where then women should have most of the maternal role and most of the nurturing role because men are incapable. So you're literally actually upholding, patriarchal standards for Hassan in this case. And then for Tim Pool and these crowds, you guys are dissuading men from being involved with children and actually learning a lot of skills that they might need for their future parental roles.
That was a sudden end. Jesus.
Oh, you want to meet a woman and settle down and have a family?
Oh, God. The dumb versus the dumb.
Oh, you want to meet a woman and settle down and have a family? Maybe have a house, 2 dogs? You sick fuck. We've
Wait, is she doing a voiceover here? Did she have to do a separate take?
Oh, you want to meet a woman and settle down and have a family?
no.
Maybe have a house, 2 dogs? You sick f***. We've reached radioactive levels of incel propaganda. What the f*** does incel mean anymore? I feel like I ask this in every single video. This tweet got thousands of likes. I feel like I am going and say, where does the incel part come from? Like, they want men to be open about their emotions, and then men are open about their emotions, and then they're just called Nazis or incels or both. Usually both. It's usually a package deal. And this tweet came from a man, to make things worse. A grown-ass man saw another grown-ass man speaking about the normal human desire to want a family and want children one day, and called him an incel. Cockroach behavior.
In any case, what is this? Capcom's Pragmata. Wait, did it come out already? Pragmata, it's making thousands of people suddenly want to start a family. You place Hugh as soldier.
Why is this on like, did it come out already? Like, is this on like a huge gamer now and he like needed to play this because it was on his to play list? What does he mean by that? Was he tracking this game, waiting for it to...
Stranded on a ruined lunar research station, whose job is protecting the childlike android Diana while fighting rogue AI. In one emotional moment, she gives him a crayon drawing of the two of them together as a little family. Even streamers who say at the start they didn't want kids end up breaking down happy in tears. So what's really interesting about this is all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like, if you're a gamer, you should care about people like
can't afford to have one and can't seem to find a partner. They feel alienated from their work and atomized from their community. If only there was a political commentator around to speak about all this. Oh well, guess not. First of all, the only care about something if it affects you is extremely libertarian coded and also very weird coming from a guy who understandably wants everybody to care about a genocide that is happening across the ocean. Second of all, what is this nihilistic horseshit? You never aspire for anything, never aim for greatness and meaning. This is the dude the media wants us to believe is going to save young men from the alt-right pipeline. Yeah, okay. And I love how he's like, unfuckable losers. Like, okay, congrats on the sex, bro. Check out this sex haver over here. I'm sure all those unfuckable losers could easily go to foreign brothels and pay for sex like you, Hassan. Something weird about a man who could easily consensually get sex from a woman but chooses to go to a brothel. I don't know. Just saying. Also, 35? No kids? Like, I'm sorry, that just pisses me off. Like, sitting in his ugly-ass $600 Gucci sweater. I swear I've never seen this guy in a fucking normal-ass t-shirt. Sitting on his high horse, looking down at people for wanting something more out of life. I don't understand how someone could be so...
Okay, I can't. It's too much.
Well, God.
Too many people I hate.
Plain fact of it is after the
Okay, what do we got? Don't care. Don't care.
Japanese worker.
Don't care.
I'm holding.
Yeah, we care about that. Okay. Michael Tracy has agreed to fight Jim Acosta in Las Vegas on July 4th, 2026, on the condition that Epstein survivors surround the ring in bikinis. Okay, he's on his whole arc right now.
That's why we need a ball. A third person tries to kill Trump and they say, that's why we need a ballroom. How about that's why we're going to arrest everybody today? How about, and that's why we're going to shut down MS Now. We're going to shut down the SPLC. That's why we're going to ban Hassan Piker from fucking Twitch. Hassan Piker, it's like every week he justifies political violence. Why is he still in America? Why is he not at the bottom of the jail? At this...
Jesus.
Well, God.
This is 2 hours? Ugh. We'll watch some of this.
Guys, it's been about like a month, and we're back on a new episode of Allcraft. I have to say, before we do anything else, it's completely my fault that it's taken this long. It's not Rich's fault. It's nobody else's fault. It's totally mine. And to make it up for you guys, we have a guest today. We have Caleb Hammer from Financial Audit. How you doing, man?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So is this your studio here?
No, we are pretty close to it, but we love these guys here.
Oh my God, this place is so nice. I've got all this other stuff. Wow. Like after the last like 3 episodes, we've been doing them in like hotel rooms. I think that they think we're recording a porno or something.
Yeah, the whole Swingers arc is finally done. But I do think that this is probably a new low for us, having to borrow a set from a guest and a guest's friends. It's like,
you know.
Also considering the reason we haven't
the back of a van open.
It's a month. The reason we haven't filmed the podcast is because he spent 1,000 hours playing some goy slot.
380 hours playing Crimson Desert,
and he lost a tooth for every 100 hours.
I had a tooth fall out in the middle of like playing, and I had to go to the dentist as an emergency the day after.
What are you doing? Why?
Like, and I remember like I had this happen, and I was like, because I had gotten banned on Twitch at the time, and I was like, okay, well, you know, what am I going to do? I guess like, and then this comes out, I'm like, and I'm freaking out about it. And I'm actually thinking like, well, this is actually very convenient. And so I go there, I get it done, and I actually was upset that I got unbanned early because I had planned my entire week for playing video games.
Me too, bro. I was really upset.
I mean, do you play games at all?
Yeah, I've fallen off though, unfortunately.
When was the last game you played 100 hours?
City Skylines.
Jesus, you nerd, bro.
I know. I'm the finance guy.
What are you doing? What are you trying to like balance the city budget?
Yes.
Like
I want to build roads.
Oh my god.
And then civilization. I just went back to Civ 5.
I'll tell you, like driving over here, you need to build a road over here. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh my, it's like driving through like Iran. Like it's massive potholes everywhere. It's insane.
Civ 5. I just played Civ 5. 100 hours in Civ 5.
100 hours. All right, that's substantial. Okay.
Good games, dude.
That's my relaxation after work.
Well, hey, we don't, as far as gaming is concerned, we can obviously talk about that a whole bunch, but you're going to be really comfortable here. I've watched a bit of your show. You spend most of your time talking to fat, retarded people, so I think we're the perfect guest to talk to.
What, you're fat, I'm retarded?
Well, we're both retarded.
You lost 10 pounds.
I've lost 12. I'm waning fat.
Because I called you out, remember? Like, because I hadn't seen him in like 2 or 3 years, and I see him again. I'm like, you gained about 10, 15 pounds. And you were like...
Isn't that a nice thing to say to your friend?
Yeah, you on that Ozempic?
No, so I just cut
Wait,
out
you actually changed your lifestyle? You can do that?
Yeah, well, so I called him too,
impressive.
and I was like, yeah, dude, I'm eating a bunch of vegetables. I'm eating like tinned fish, eggs, just like whole foods, you know, like kind of Mediterranean diet. And he's like, oh yeah, dude, I hear his car starting. I'm like, where are you going right now? He's like, oh, McDonald's.
It's 2 a.m, by the way.
Yeah, 2 a.m. He's going to McDonald's. He's like, oh, that sounds real good, dude. That sounds real.
How do you maintain this physique?
Well, I just simply don't eat a lot of. I eat 1 meal a day. I wake up. Well, actually, I don't really know. Like, so I wake up. I usually have breakfast and I eat beef jerky. And then during my stream, I usually eat more beef jerky. And then after my stream, I eat candy and then beef jerky. And then after that, I have Chipotle. And then after that, I have ice cream. Yeah, Chipotle's delicious, right? So I was eating so much Chipotle and so because it has like the amount of salt that it has. Have you seen the amount of salt it has?
Probably a lot.
80% of like just one bowl of Chipotle. So I had my blood pressure taken, right? And it said my high score was 193.
A good score.
That was really high. My mom's was over 200, but like, you know, that didn't go.
Always living in her shadow.
Yeah, always living in her shadow, right? And so anyway, all this happens, right? And I had to tone it down. And so now I only eat Chipotle 4 times a week. It used to be 6.
Dude, undiagnosed diabetes really keeps
it's not real.
off.
Like, I'm the fat one here, and I don't even have these stats.
Oh yeah, no. And then I have ice cream at the end, and then I'll usually after I eat ice cream, I'll eat like a chocolate, and then fall asleep on the floor watching anime.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
That's right. What can I say?
It's my role model, man.
Well, like, is that surprising?
I don't know. I mean, I eat pretty okay. I go on like a 5-mile walk every day after work, and I'm a fat. I got tits.
Well, yeah, you know, like, well, okay. So one time somebody posted a photo of me where my stomach was really big, and like where it looked bad because like an angle and like the lighting and everything, and I just stopped eating food. I did. I stopped eating food. I was like, why? Because like
he looked like if Gollum went to Long John Silver's for a week.
That is exactly how I look. Oh my god. Yes.
Unlimited fishies.
Because I was at like 148 pounds, and I'm like, I cannot go.
You're like 6'4".
I cannot go over 150 pounds. It cannot happen. So I'm back down to like 140, 135.
The crazy thing is though, that's his weight. His BMI is probably higher than yours.
What does that mean?
Why?
Like, how much muscle do you think you have?
I don't know.
There's no muscle there.
That's what I'm saying.
Probably not.
Actually, he'd be the only person that BMI would stand for like bone mass index. It's just like he's all bone, bro.
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, I've always been very, very skinny. And honestly, like I used to get bullied in school all the time for being skinny. And everybody that I know that used to bully me, they're all fat now. And I'm not. So you know what? I feel like a winner.
No one gets bullied in school for being skinny though.
They do by fat people.
Can I ask you a question? This might be a little bit. I just want to know.
Please.
As a Jewish guy, did you? I know you're not.
You or me? Because I'm not. Everyone thinks
I'm
I am.
still surprised. Did you get bullied for being Jewish even though you're not Jewish?
No.
Because like I saw you and I literally like my reaction. I was like, you tricked me. I was like, shalom, dude. How are you?
Dude, these are fake. These are only 5 years old. I permed this.
You get permed.
This gets permed because I started the YouTube with the perm.
Do you have the money for the perm?
I can afford the perm.
Okay.
People in Michigan thought I was Mexican.
Oh,
you do kind of look like a Mexican Jew.
Yeah,
a Mexican Jew.
I'm like the darkest white boy up there.
They exist. Mexican Jews.
Well, yeah. I mean, what do you think happens if a Mexican and like I mean, you could see how this would happen, right?
I've never had to finance a taco until today.
Is that right?
How'd you get into the entire financial?
Yeah. So like, do you have like a degree or something in like finance?
Don't have a degree. That's the criticism people give me, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. It's budgeting.
Right.
Simple budgeting. Do you think you need a degree? There's no degree for budgeting. People haven't figured that out.
More money than you're making.
You spend more than you make. You go to McDonald's every single day. You can't afford it. It's basic math on paper. I'm stupid with math. I can't do math. This is the most basic shit ever. But no degree. I went to school for music.
Oh wow, cool.
Yeah, but I was very entrepreneurial about it, and then I dropped out. I needed to make more money. So
where'd you go?
Western Michigan University.
Okay, cool.
Not a very big Jew hotspot, but
hey man, I've had a couple. What are they? Caesar's Hot and Ready's in Detroit.
I've been Little Caesars $5 hot and ready, which now due to inflation is like $7. I'm pretty sure it's ridiculous now.
But the big one, you know, Tyler Oliveira.
Oh yes,
he almost hired me. I was I was very bored working at a job. This was OG Tyler Oliveira. Okay. So like he was like Mr. Beast. You know, he was like doing I'm gonna escape from the bunker. But now
he has to escape from France.
Yeah, he was leading me on for the job. I'm not talking trash about him. Listen, I get it now. Hiring people is hard. He didn't have a team, so I'm not talking shit about him. But you know, I kind of got let on for a few months, and I was getting let on 4 years ago.
For?
Production assistant. It wasn't really well defined. But then I was upset I didn't get to work in YouTube. So I decided to just make a channel the next month.
Yeah.
So that's
fuck. I just missed the last like 3 minutes of this. Did they say anything I care about?
That was honestly it.
So what was the inspiration for making a channel dedicated to making retards look retarded?
We did the same thing, to be fair. We called it OTK when we did it.
Oh, we sure did. Jesus. we proved it for ourselves too.
I don't know. I love SLOP TV. My 600 pound life, I love it. Yeah. I love it. That's what me and my girlfriend were watching last night. I'm all about that. And I wanted to watch a show that didn't exist. So usually when I make something, I think
Caleb went to music school in Michigan. Gotcha.
like, what do I want to watch? What do I want to consume that doesn't exist yet? And
Right.
it was financial audit.
Uh-huh.
So that was the main idea.
It's so enjoyable to watch people that are more retarded than you, but it is kind of scary. I was watching one of the episodes where it was like two Disney adults, and I was
You're
like,
gonna have to be more specific than
Lots
that.
of those.
oh really?
Yeah.
It was two girls that were in a relationship.
Two Disney adults?
Retarded than you, but it is kind of scary. I was watching one of the episodes where it was like two Disney adults.
What does that mean something? As in like they're dumb or naive or childlike or what?
And I was
You're
like,
gonna have to be more specific than that.
Oh, just people that like Disneyland as an adult. Okay.
oh really?
Yeah.
It was two girls that were in a relationship. They had merged their finances when they were 19 years old, which is insane to me. And
I have a YouTube video reacting to this one.
oh really? Dude, it's rough having him react to certain things because he hurts my feelings a lot of the time.
Why?
Because he reacted to there was a video of people from my college describing their majors, and he called it a Karen factory. And he said anybody who went to that school is a mentally retarded Karen. And my degree's like hanging in the back of my thing, and I was just
And you're not using it.
hey man.
So I mean,
you're hosting me, bro. I don't know what to tell you. It's not that bad.
Yeah, not because that degree. Okay. Yeah, he went to school for video game design.
What school's the Karen Factory?
Well, no, I went to the college that I was in. I went to NYU, and the college that I was in was called Gallatin, where you design your own major. I double majored basically in video game design and creative.
Yeah, and and obviously like the video I was watching, it's like everybody's creative design major was like, you know, like queer studies in the animal kingdom, and it's like, okay, what the fuck does this mean, right? How do you test this? And so no, that's what I was talking about.
With a focus on genetic guilt. It's like insane.
Exactly.
These majors have the dumbest names ever. It actually kind of is a Karen factory, and that's why it hurts so bad.
And you know it's ridiculous.
Hey man,
yes.
I don't have any college debt though.
Okay, well,
NYU.
Yeah,
everyone has college debt at NYU.
I got very lucky. I got a big scholarship because I'm very I come from a very poor family. So they felt bad for me.
Yeah, of course. Well, like, so how did you start getting guests at the beginning? And is it harder for you now to get guests because like, because you know they're gonna come on and be like, well, I spend all my money on like OnlyFans and I Klarna pizzas. Like, am I doing good, Caleb?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't know.
No, it's super easy now because everyone in the audience wants to come on. For what it's worth,
they want to
come on. We get hundreds of applications a day.
Do you think any of them are like proud of the level of dysfunction? They're like, wow, I'm really a fucking moron.
I mean, people just like being on public shit, right? That's like always been a human thing. I mean, look at shows like Judge Judy and all that shit, right? Like people will go on to these judge shows because it's just fun to be in public, right?
No,
really?
No, they want to go through the experience. They want to have the fun. They want to go through the roast.
Oh my God.
But they actually improve their lives.
Really?
So it's worth it.
Okay.
It's worth it. 20,000 hours in 12 months is the average that people pay off after they come on the show.
$20,000 that they pay off after a year.
Yeah,
well, that's pretty.
Which is pretty good.
Yeah.
So they come on, they look like idiots, but it's because they are idiots in that moment, which is fair.
So you think you have probably a higher success rate than most other shows?
I guess. I mean, I don't know any other finance show that's like.
I look at you as like financial Jerry Springer.
Yeah, it's Caleb Springer.
There you go.
Yeah, like, and the thing is that show didn't help anybody.
No, yeah, I mean, there was no benefit.
That shit was funny.
Who got helped on Dr. Phil?
The Cash Me Outside girl.
Cash Me Outside. How about that?
She's a fucking millionaire now.
She's doing all right. But I feel like that's crazy. I didn't expect a stat like that. Where you're actually
it's because people actually want to change, but they come on the show where it's crazy, get a little bit of roast, but then they get all the tools and they actually get a budget at the end of the show. For
Okay. Oh wow.
So even if you came on, I mean, I'd be roasting you for an hour and a half, but you'd get a budget at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, you're probably good.
Well, he spends a lot of money. Like, I mean,
you have a lot of money.
Have you ever told somebody to spend more money?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
oh God, oh no. Why would you want somebody to spend more money?
Because if you have more money, spend it.
Because you're eating goy slop all day. You could have a fucking personal chef.
What's the nicest meal you've had recently?
Recently? Like, okay.
Last nicest meal.
You can't taste anymore.
The last? No.
He's melted off his taste buds with all the sodium.
So, okay, this is going to sound really, really, really bad. Is that the teeth that I had fixed were actually
You didn't see Tim Miller, the Giga Chat on our friend Live and Learn. Wait, was that yesterday? Oh shit.
rotting, and they would smell bad, or like I'd be able to taste the rot. And so I didn't realize.
You're gonna do a podcast so you don't have to smell it?
No.
Put him on that side, bro.
And so I didn't realize that it was affecting the food that much until I got it fixed, and I had Chipotle the next day, and I was like, holy shit, this tastes way better.
So you thought everybody at Chipotle tasted like ass?
Well, not ass, but it's like you get used to it. It's like walking around with ankle weights, right? You just get used to it. It's the way it
I got in a
is.
fight with this guy. It's got to be like 6 or oh god, I almost did the thing. It was around 6 years ago.
Yeah.
We got in an actual argument because I was telling him to drink more water, and he's like, "Oh, dude, it doesn't taste good."
Yeah,
I was like,
It doesn't taste like anything.
It shouldn't taste like anything, right? He kept telling me the water doesn't taste good.
Or just put something in it, like Game Subs or something.
So the only good water that I have is the tap water. I only like drinking tap water.
Because it's the only one that tastes like anything because of all the shit in it.
Exactly. And so like you have like the dead body matter and like fecal matter, like like particles of glass. It's like adds texture to it.
Okay, when's the last time you've had like Texas Roadhouse?
Oh, okay.
I know that these guys are kind of just memeing or whatever, but like it is, well, I say just memeing, but like the joke is that public water is not safe because of fluoride and everything else. And I know they're not thinking about it this deeply, but it is a little concerning how a lot of these like absolutely fucking retarded talking points have just kind of been mainstream so much by everything. It's just like,
hey, that's
up there?
2 years ago, like probably 2 or 3 years ago.
You've never taken him to like Uchi or...
Well, he's been one of my best friends for around 10 years.
Okay.
Right? We actually met doing this podcast, which is insane. It's still such a weird story. But we've been friends for 10 years. The amount of times that we've actually done anything besides complain to each other about shit, yes, it could probably count on one hand. Like, when do we actually do anything or go anywhere?
Do a podcast from a restaurant.
Rarely. I mean, that's actually,
never take me anywhere.
I mean, like, I would be down to go to a nice steakhouse or something like that. That'd be totally fine with me. And I've been to them. Like, you know, I've been to like a business event or some sort of like, you know, networking event, and I go there and it's nice. But it's also nice for me to sit in my room in a little cocoon, eating my Chipotle, and then I just watch TV, and that's it. That's all I have to do.
I do that too. It's nice, but go out sometimes.
It's about eating healthier too.
Yeah, yeah.
Because like even like you said you walk 5 miles.
Yeah, like 3 to 5 miles after work.
But that's so healthy.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, that's what I guess.
He walks 3 to 5 miles a day. Did he say?
Like you said you walk 5 miles.
Yeah, like 3 to 5 miles after work.
But that's so healthy.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, that's what I guess. I eat like shit. So
yeah, but I mean, also at the same time, like doing that amount of effort compared to you only eat ultra processed foods, basically.
I only eat goy slop. That's true.
He's goy slop.
Process is good though. McDonald's is good.
It's delicious.
Like I love it.
So I'm gonna be real. I went clean from like all ultra processed foods.
Sorry, this is a quick thing because I know there are a lot of normal human beings out there. For people in chat saying like 3 to 5 is easily doable, these are fucking retards. If you were just doing a normal walk, I'm pretty sure a 3-mile walk would be like an hour of walking a day. Like the average person is not even remotely close to 3 miles, a 3-mile walk after work a day. That's crazy.
Like 2 weeks, and then I tried to eat it again, and it tastes completely different. It was actually kind of weird. It freaked me out a little bit. I swear on my life, it tasted different. It didn't taste bad. Don't get me wrong. I would fuck up Taco Bell. Like I would literally fuck up Taco Bell right now. But it tasted different, like noticeably different after eating mostly whole foods, and I didn't want it as bad.
I don't. That's why I'm not going to do it because like, what if I grow away from Taco Bell? Right?
You won't. No, it's too beautiful. It's not.
Honestly, I know that. I know I never. Yeah. But like, I mean, so you eat fast food a lot then, right?
No, not anymore. I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to.
Oh man,
Who put that rule on you?
Girlfriend.
20-minute mile sounds about. Oh wait, that guy's trolling. My guess is the average American probably walks 1,000 to 2,000 steps a day. Maybe that'd be my guess. I'm at 12 to 15,000 steps daily. Okay, bro. And the first time I walked into a gym, I was benching 315. True.
It's on the if you ever want to have a kid, you have to lose weight train.
Oh no, yeah. Do you have like a goal? Like, are you close to it or not?
I lost a good amount of weight last year. Now I've been steady for a few months. I want to get to 200 by year's end, but that's still like 15 pounds away. But I was 230 at the beginning of last year.
How much was it? Like a month, like 2 pounds, something like that.
Well, I've been.
Okay, this national study says the average American walks 4,000 to 5,000 steps per day, according to the National Institute of Health.
Steady these past couple months.
Okay,
it's been bad.
I mean,
well, because I've seen you call people fat on the show
because they are fat.
And,
I'm fat too.
Exactly right. So like, if you're not fat and then you call them fat, they won't be able to respond that way.
Yeah, I'm nervous of getting skinny. I'm nervous because then I'll look like an asshole.
Oh,
because calling a fat person when you're fat,
it's like kind of funny, right? Yeah. It's like, oh, me too. Like I know this because I'm the same way.
But if I'm like
less funny too.
Yeah,
I've seen that happen a lot.
Yeah, it gets mean at that point. I don't know.
Maybe you should stay a little.
Just a little. You know, get a little less because at 200 I'll still be overweight. So overweight's okay. A little budge.
I mean, there's a big difference between 200 and 400.
I'll tell you how much you can spend.
Okay.
Okay. How much do you make? You just had tax issues, right? So you probably know how much you make.
I know how much I owed. I owed over $4 million.
Okay, so $4 million. Was that after estimated taxes? Was that the back pay?
No, that was my estimated taxes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so $4 million. So you probably make after taxes. What is that?
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't know what the answer is. I got a 1099 and it was like millions of dollars. I don't even know where it came from.
You probably have $6 to $8 million left after taxes.
More than that, probably. A lot more than that.
Really? Well, how are you only paying $4?
Well, I mean, like, I think it's probably like just not that.
Hold on. I just realized I'm not getting baited on chat by this. Never mind. I'm not going to get baited on chat. I'm not getting baited by this.
Much more, but like,
okay. Spend $2 million a year.
$2 million
a year.
Oh my.
Okay. Where were we? Sorry.
You just had tax issues, right? So you probably know how much you can spend.
Okay.
Okay. How much do you make? You just had tax issues, right? So you probably know how much you make.
I know how much I owed. I owed over $4 million.
Okay.
So he probably made around 10 to 12 million, maybe, would be my guess.
$4 million. Yes. Was that after estimated taxes? Was that the back pay?
No, that was my estimated taxes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so $4 million. So you probably make after taxes, what is that?
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't know what the answer is. I got a 1099 and it was like millions of dollars. I don't even know where it came from.
You probably have $6 to $8 million left after taxes.
More than that, probably. A lot more than that.
Really? Well, how are you only paying $4?
Well, I mean, like, I think it's probably like just not that much more, but like,
okay. Spend $2 million a year.
$2 million
a year.
Oh my God.
Why didn't you dine your boy? Take him on a yacht.
$2 million. What the fuck would I do with $2 million a year?
I don't know.
One of the nice things about growing up as like a fucking gamer or nerd person is like it is genuinely hard to spend that much money recreationally if you don't do anything. If you just stay home and play video games all day, especially if you don't like traveling or doing vacations. Like,
bro.
Yeah.
No, look, here's the thing, bro. you should just find something that you enjoy and splurge a little bit. Like, I think you should enjoy it a little bit more.
Oh, God.
You can't take it with you. So here's my plan right now. I want to create like some sort of fund that in the event of his inevitable passing.
Not true. Fast food is the devil. You're not spending $1 million a year on fast food, my dude.
Well, hopefully a long time away from now. Wait, hear me out. I thought of the whole thing.
How much do I spend? I could live off of $50K easy. If it depends on where I live, basically. Like right now, my biggest expense personally is going to be my apartment because I live in fucking Miami Beach. But like, I don't give a fuck as long as I have a computer and the internet. I don't know, whatever my utilities are. I don't know. I literally don't do anything. So I mean, however much I need to eat out all the time, I guess.
I want you to live forever. I want your legacy to live forever.
Yeah, I like that.
And I'm gonna hire all my Jewish friends to build this shit.
Oh.
I want to build it because we know how. I want to build a pyramid.
This guy is mega sus, bro. We got a lot of weird, Jew comments, goy slop, Jewish friends, but okay.
Like an Asmongold pyramid. We put him in there and it's like a museum and it's playing all the clips inside of the pyramid. You can't tell me that wouldn't be the coolest thing because you're not spending the money. Let's make a fucking pyramid.
He is Jewish? Oh, thank God. Okay, never mind. There's definitely no way that anything could be even remotely problematic or anything. Never mind. Thank you for that. Good job.
Playing all the clips inside of the pyramid. You can't tell me that wouldn't be the coolest thing ever because you're not spending the money. Let's make a fucking pyramid.
Okay, you know what? That's a great motivation for him to spend the money for something else. There we go. That's a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to take a second here. Obviously, we are now actually on a set. We were kicked out of our last set. We bopped from place to place. OTK completely sold our set. So now we
for the
finally
second time.
I think it is the second time. Who the heck keeps buying this thing? Yes. But I do want to give a big shout out to our sponsor. Even after Zach playing 5,000 hours of Crimson Desert.
I just pieced out, and Polymarket has stayed with us. Polymarket, please, thank you, Polymarket. We bet last time on the aliens, right?
Still waiting for it.
Now, here's the crazy thing. A senator has said that the probability for that, I swear to God, has actually gone up substantially. He said that they found things that were out of this world, that even knowing about these things existing puts your life at risk. An actual United States senator said that.
So I'm on the right side.
That is what's so crazy. I am always all in on nothing ever happens, and something might happen. It will.
You think that we're going to find out about aliens?
Trump literally went up and he said, yeah, you guys are pretty crazy about that alien stuff, so I'm going to release it since you guys want it, sure. And so I don't know. I'm not sure, but I think that there's a much increasing chance for like the aliens. Did you see the Drake thing?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Caleb, did you see this?
The Drake thing.
Okay, get this. So Drake put the release date for his new album in a massive pyramid of ice, like a gigantic ice pyramid. And so in Canada, it is the most brilliant marketing idea he's ever had. And so it's insane. And so people are now getting on top of it, trying to break the ice out so they can get to his release date earlier, right?
Wait, so they're allowed to try to break
they're not supposed to. They just do it anyway. They're just doing it. And so like now everybody's going crazy. There's people out there right now that are like starting fires on top of it. Like somebody's going to fucking die.
Wait, how much ice is it?
It's probably as tall as this room. It's gigantic.
And it's in like a cold spot in Canada.
Well, it's in Canada. Canada's a cold spot. So like, yes, it is.
Is all of Canada cold? I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know what goes on in there. Who gives a fuck?
And so, yeah, I have no idea. So yes, I don't know when it will, like, I worry that like, if you have a prediction on when this will end, what happens if like a guy goes all in on it and then the next day he shows up with a sledgehammer? And he's like, I'm going to make my return on this. And he just fucking hammers all the way through and opens it. Like, I wonder what happens.
Well, is the prediction right now on Polymarket, is it for when the release date is, or is it for when the release date comes out?
I think it's when the release date comes out.
Oh, it's when ice is going to melt.
So it's like, how do you deal with that when people are breaking the ice?
Like so many agents of chaos.
I know.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait, what is this? Toronto fire crews melt Drake's Iceman ice structure over safety risks. Toronto firefighters have taken control of Drake's viral Iceman installation using hot water to melt what remains of the massive ice structure. Okay. All right.
Oh, I love it. This is amazing.
Oh my God. I gotta go in on that one.
Jesus, take the wheel.
There's like actually more factors than a sports game.
Of course. You know? But yes,
after the
for
release
all of
date
our
came
shows,
out.
like we obviously we cover a lot of controversial stuff. We do a lot of controversial stuff. So I want to say a huge shout out to Polymarket for believing in us, appreciating us, and supporting us. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Polymarket.
And thank you, Polymarket.
Let us know in the comments what your pick is for if we're gonna get an episode out next week as well.
Yeah, we'll do our own Polymarket on like whether we're gonna actually do another episode again. So all right, guys, thanks. Back to the episode. I mean, I don't know. I've thought about spending more money. It's just that like I don't even know what I would spend it on. Like people, I see them go on your show and they spend money on these bullshit collectibles.
But they don't have money, so it's like, they can't afford it.
What the fuck are you doing buying these? What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good when you're not even thinking about it, but I don't know, even $1 million. No, I mean, I make a lot of money too. I don't spend that much.
Sure.
So it's fair. I understand. I don't spend a lot, but just get a little upgrade in the car.
Okay.
So you can drive the Taco Bell more elevated.
I did buy a new car. I did.
What is it?
It's a Mercedes. And it's just
His car's fine, yeah.
It's a low tier Mercedes, right? It's not like a Maybach or something like that. And you know, like I don't want a car that's flashy because then people will notice it. And I don't want to get noticed, right?
No.
But like other
reliable.
than yeah, exactly. It's a car. It works. The car goes from A to B. It's great. And so I don't have a problem with it. But other than that, like I live in the same house. I have everything else. Like it's all the same. A new house. Oh, like then I've got to put like blankets over all the windows again. I do that. I mean, yes, of course I do.
Okay, we can get curtains in this new one.
He doesn't know about this yet. Let's start slow.
We don't do. I'm gonna put tinfoil up on there. Yeah. It works really well. It works a lot better.
I mean, to be fair, I still have tinfoil up on my windows too. I have one room that my girlfriend can't make a decision in.
Yeah.
But she still kind of does. But I can put up tinfoil just as like a pro tip.
Oh, that's smart. Yeah. Just like let her know.
The camera overheats if you don't put the tinfoil on.
Oh, really?
The stupid A27s or whatever.
You can change the setting that turns it to not overheat. So
what the fuck are you people putting tinfoil on things?
Well,
you guys are weird.
Okay, so this is the reason, right? Is that like I used to wake up at like 8 p.m. Okay, I would wake up at 8 p.m. and I would go live at like midnight, and I would stream until like 8 a.m. and then I would maybe cook myself a steak and then pass out around 10 a.m. and then I would repeat this process. And so if you do that, like the sun is like the worst thing that's ever existed, right? It's so annoying. And so like I don't like it. I mean that's why I'm so pale. It's because I never go out in the sun. I never do.
That's why I got blackout curtains.
I mean it doesn't work.
They're great.
No, it doesn't work. Like what I have is I have like 4 different levels of blankets and I have like tinfoil behind that, and there's like literally no light that comes through.
Do blackout curtains cancel out the waves?
Yeah.
Do you know your neighbors?
Do I know my neighbors? Yeah.
Do they have any thoughts on this?
They
see this?
I mean, like, so my last neighbor, well, the last neighbor did not like me because when I was a kid, I would like shoot fireworks off, and then there was like a huge pile of trash, and you know, it was a big thing. You couldn't sell the house, but like then after that, the new neighbor is totally fine. It's totally like he's nice, and all of them are nice. Like they probably, I think that they know what I do because like one of them recognized like, oh, say I think I saw your video or something. But like other than that, they never really thought about it or asked about it at all. Never asked about anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they know you're a streamer?
Say what?
Do they know you're a streamer?
I know that at least 2 of them do.
Okay.
And actually, like, I mean, and then also if I include the ones that are like near what my dad's neighborhood was, pretty much all of them do. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bro, Caleb thinks we're weird.
Is it like, have you like dealt with a lot of streamers before?
No, I don't know
Really?
these streamers.
Wait, none?
No. I've DM'd Destiny because I'm trying to go on Destiny as like the counter of you, right?
Accurate.
Because Hassan probably won't take me, but
Yeah, sure he would.
so okay.
Depends on how many views the video will get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, like,
know the
I mean, you know, Destiny was a music major too.
Yes.
Yes.
And he
so-
dropped out too. That's because he fucked someone.
Yeah, because it was not economical.
Yeah.
Because he fucked someone?
Destiny was a music major too.
Yes.
Yes.
And he
so-
dropped out too. That's because he fucked someone.
Yeah, because
I don't. Does he think my kid is why I dropped out of school? I dropped out way before anybody was pregnant, but okay.
it was not economical.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, I understand it. So like that was the only other person you've talked to that's
Yeah, I've DM'd him a few times. Other than that,
Okay.
I know YouTubers, like the finance YouTubers.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's kind of big on YouTube, I think, the finance side.
Yeah, I stay in my bubble because that drama shit gets weird. Like you're always in drama. I do like that drama. Like I'm gonna get in trouble for being on here.
Yeah.
Like I already know I am.
Yeah.
So it's just the drama shit.
You know what's funny though? I'm curious what you think about this. You definitely, if you put out a tweet, you definitely will. But the fact that it's not on Twitch, I feel like YouTube is not as crazy about that.
Nobody on YouTube gives a shit about anything because YouTube, the reason why I think Twitter is like Twitter, there's so much of a reward structure around just saying whatever is the most extreme, crazy, you know, vitriolic, aggressive, and just, you know, provocative thing possible because you're getting paid for it. It's like it's a very bad incentive structure. But like on YouTube, I think it's way different because even when you're a big channel, like it doesn't matter because there are a million other big channels, right? You're a big fish in an ocean, right? But like on Twitch, it's like a very small pond, very small community.
Okay.
I thought of something you spend money on.
What?
A hair transplant.
You mother.
Turkey.
No, Canada.
No, the worst part is that like you already have a guy set up for me.
I already have it all set up.
Yeah, he already has it. Like
We should do it on stream.
That's what we're gonna do. Like
you're actually going to do it.
Well, like
What's happening?
So like
Bro, my hair, I didn't do my hair and I didn't get a haircut, but I was completely bald.
He was.
This is fake. Well, it's real.
It's real, but yeah, I haven't gotten a haircut in a while.
That is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah,
I was like honestly, like I was against it until I saw Rich.
Yeah, I went
and I was
to
like,
the same guy
holy
that did
shit.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
But you know what's crazy? His name's Dr. Hassan.
Oh, thank
I'm not even
That's
kidding.
fine. That's totally
He's in
fine.
Canada.
Yeah.
It was the weirdest experience of my life.
You can rent a private jet to get there. We can start getting this money moving.
Oh no!
Oh my god, that'd be so sick.
You can get catered Taco Bell on the PJ.
I know. It's just, but that's like 20K.
God.
Yeah, no more. Is it Canada? Well, if you're doing dinky or like big.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Wait, how much does a private jet cost?
I don't know. You're tall, right? So it could be like 40 there and back.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
I mean,
brutal.
I mean, there and back is not that bad.
If you don't spend money, like why not?
$40,000. I mean,
bald are you?
What?
How bald are you?
Bald enough to where Canada would be easy.
Okay,
Like,
because it doesn't look that bald from here.
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, like
Appearances can be deceiving.
He probably spends more time on that than most girls spend on their makeup.
That is unfortunately kind of true.
He's not even on the Norwell scale anymore. He's eating his own.
You called me fat. I mean, it's not my fault. And listen, well, the thing is, if I do get a hair transplant, then people will run out of things to make fun of me for, right?
True.
And like you're right. It's like if you look kind of weird yourself, it feels better when you make fun of other people, right? So like if I call somebody like a fat retard or something, well, it's like, okay, well, you're a bald retard. So like, what are you talking about, right? But like if you don't have anything like that, now you're kind of like a bully, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit different. But do people ever say like on your show that you're like bringing people on to like embarrass them and like bully them? Because I've seen like some clips about that, and like every once in a while, people have tried to like politicize your show.
That's so annoying.
Okay, so like, what the fuck are they doing?
I don't know. Okay, so this is actually interesting that I'm on here right now because I hired my first PR guy to try to get me on shows because we're plugging our app otherwise. So there's the plug. And then like this happened at the exact same time, and I met him in person the other day. I was asking him, like, I'm getting all these right-wing invites. Where's the left wing? And he said the pushback we're getting is that all of them think we're just bringing on poor people that we don't know just to make fun of them. That's what every single one of them, like, call her daddy, the other one, like all those people, they just think we're just bullying people. But it's not even true. They're literally signing up, going through a crazy onboarding process. They're fans of the show, and they want to go through the roasts and everything. It's like people who sign up for Kill Tony and then you get offended that
If
you got
you
roasted.
go on Jerry Springer,
I would have to check more of his shows, but I feel like I just feel like he just makes like these crazy kind of like off the wall comments sometimes, and then I wonder like what's going on here. Like, do you remember that one? He was talking to two people, and then what did he say? He's like, we don't listen to people like that look like you anymore, because it was like girls with dyed hair. I'm like, what? Why would you even say that? Fuck. Hold on one second.
You know what you're gonna get.
Yes, especially if you're a fan of Jerry Springer.
Yes, of course.
So it's stupid. I don't know. They hear that, and then I talk about personal responsibility. That's, I guess, immediately right-wing coded.
Right-wing, personal responsibility is right-wing, guys. Sorry.
It's stupid. I mean, I've bashed socialism for sure, but I'm just not socialist. But I think you can be normal left and not socialist as well. I don't think that's.
I agree with you, by the way.
Well,
I think most people that make content though are not normal political opinions.
There's a reason why they're in their house and they're not outside.
I don't know. I defended a trans person on the show the other day. And my right-wing audience didn't really care.
Nobody gives a shit. Nobody really cares.
But the moment I
defended the individual who was on the show.
No, someone was like a transphobe, and I was like, who gives a shit? Just use the pronouns. Who cares? I was like defending it. It was like the right-wing part of my audience didn't really give a shit. And then I criticized socialism, and the left-wing part of my audience like fucking blew up.
I totally agree. There are a lot of people that are not very accepting to any kind of disagreement. Like, there's tons of people that I deal with that disagree with me all the time, right? But like the moment somebody I deal with, like, they're disagreeing with me, they don't like what I'm saying. Oh my God. Like, I think there's definitely like more of like one angle of like intolerance, right? But I think that's kind of what happens like social media is like everything kind of gets dialed up, right? Everything is like more serious. Things are more extreme. Everything's got to be as much as possible, right?
Yeah. They also want to put you in a camp.
Of course.
Well, I mean, don't you kind of dial things up? Why do people act like they're... Here's the thing I don't like the most about, I guess, influencers or people in my role or whatever, is they act like they're a victim sometimes to all the social media, and then they're ignoring the fact that they're the drivers of so much of it. Like, you do have a lot of influence over the space. Like, you could literally chill the fuck out. Let me rewind a minute and a half because I didn't hear all
Jerry
this.
Springer.
Yes, of course.
So it's stupid. I don't know. They hear that, and then I talk about personal responsibility. That's, I guess, immediately right-wing coded.
Right-wing, personal responsibility is right-wing, guys. Sorry.
It's stupid. I mean, I've bashed social.
I mean, it really just depends on what you're talking about, because sometimes right-wingers or people on the right will diffuse as much responsibility as possible depending on who you're talking about or to, right? Like, how many times do incels blame women, or red pill people blame, well, now it's Jews, or Trump blames Democrats, or...
You don't listen.
Oh yeah, this was just so weird. Like, if you don't want to be perceived as political, this is just like a crazy comment to make. I don't know.
To people that look like you anymore. I don't know if you know this. You've lost all the power.
What does that even mean? Is it a woman thing?
No, SJW thing.
So you're sexist.
I said SJW. Is that women?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what SJW is, but
Social
you like to
justice
talk
warrior?
over women all the time.
I talk over everybody, including myself.
You can't talk over yourself.
Oh, yes, I do. And that's why I flub so many words.
No, that's just a stutter. That's just because you don't know how to
stutter. I talk faster than I think. I don't know what I'm saying half the time.
Well, then maybe you should stop and think for a minute.
You can't
say that.
I can. I just did. What do you back? So
you can't say that.
Shroyer.
Well, then maybe you should stop and think for a minute.
Fuck, I don't even remember what he said here, but...
Say that.
I can. I just did. What do you back? And again, we don't listen to people like you anymore. We really don't. You guys have no power. You guys were like 0.5% of the population
I don't even know
online.
what SJW is.
You're a performative virtue signaling weirdo. We already know that.
Is that just because of the piercing and the color?
The color and the weird earrings that you made in a shed.
No, actually, I purchased them from a
Well,
museum.
that's even worse.
That was such a while. I don't know where that came from, but okay.
Socialism for sure, but I'm just not socialist. But I think you can be normal left and not socialist as well. I don't think that's.
I agree with you, by the way.
I think most people that make content though are not normal political opinions.
There's a reason why they're in their house and they're not outside.
I don't know. I defended a trans person on the show the other day. And my right-wing audience didn't really care.
Nobody gives a shit. Nobody really cares.
But the moment I
defended the individual who was on the show.
No, someone was like a transphobe, and I was like, who gives a shit? Just use the pronouns. Who cares? I was like defending it. It was like the right-wing part of my audience didn't really give a shit. And then I criticized socialism, and the left-wing part of my audience like fucking blew up.
I totally agree. There are...
I just didn't pay attention to what he just said. I couldn't have possibly heard that correctly. Hold on.
gives a shit. Nobody really cares.
But the moment I offended the individual who was on the show.
No, someone was like a transphobe, and I was like, who gives a shit? Just use the pronouns. Who cares? I was like defending it. It was like the right wing part of my audience.
Oh, never mind. Okay, I heard that a little differently. Okay, I did hear that a little differently, but still kind of dumb.
I didn't really give a shit. And then I criticized socialism, and the left wing part of my audience like fucking blew up.
I'm curious what he means by criticize socialism there. I don't know if saying you should tell somebody to use pronouns if you're a transphobe. I don't know how much of your right-wing audience that would mega trigger. That's not like the most egregious thing in the world, but like look at every Trump audience. The second you make fun of Trump or anything else, like these people turn into the biggest fucking snowflakes ever.
Totally agree.
There's a reason why the entire comedian podcast circuit, all of them just relentlessly shit on Biden, trans people, Kamala, or whatever the fuck the left-wing thing is to shit on. And they lose their fucking mind if you ever try to make fun of Trump or anybody in his universe.
Give a shit. And then I criticized socialism, and the left-wing part of my audience like...
Can you imagine if this was a Democrat president? If you had a Democratic president and the whole comedian podcast circuit was looking at this cabinet with Caroline Levitt, who's supposedly 28, looks like she's 40, married to some guy who's having her second kid. Isn't he like 30 years older than her? RFK Jr., all the jokes about him. Dr. Oz in the fucking CDC or whatever, like that guy. Can you imagine the jokes that would be written and said constantly by the whole right-wing fucking podcast circuit if this was a Democratic administration? My God.
And blew up.
I totally agree. There are a lot of people that are not very accepting to any kind of disagreement. Like, there's tons of people that I deal with that disagree with me all the time, right? But like the moment somebody I deal with, like, they're disagreeing with me, they don't like what I'm saying. Oh my God. Like, I think there's definitely like more of like one angle of like intolerance, right? But I think that's kind of what happens like social media is like everything kind of gets dialed up, right? Everything is like more serious. Things are more extreme. Everything's got to be as much as possible, right?
Yeah. They also want to put you in a camp.
Of course.
So they had to put me in a camp.
You're either on our side or against us.
Yes, I'm right wing because personal.
Yeah.
Finance and I say jokes. I say retard. Yeah. Then I guess that, I don't know, offensive things.
Well, to be fair, you're talking to a lot of retards. You should be allowed to say it.
Yes, and I call them retarded.
Imagine not being able to use the word if you're...
Now, here's the thing that I wonder if it'll ever come up in this. I wonder if they'll ask him, like, just curious, have you ever said who you support for president? Or do you have a opinion on who you would support for president? I wonder if they ever ask him that. When is your combo with Caleb? Every single time somebody else spams the chat asking, it gets put back like 10 days. So right now it's happening in 2037, I think.
Doing your show. That's bad.
I know. And I say it every episode.
He's in controversy all the time. View count doesn't go up or down. It stays the same.
I'm not worried about that.
People bitch. People complain. Everybody's going to keep watching. The people that hate you are probably going to end up watching you more.
Howard Stern, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What was that? They watch you twice as long.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Yeah.
See what he's going to say next, yeah.
No, I don't have a problem with that. It's just annoying when people assign your ideology.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Like that
makes a lot of sense.
Like, I'm not afraid of people not watching, but...
Yeah.
No, so, I mean, yeah, that kind of sucks that people put me in that camp. I don't know. Like, I have voted both ways in my adult life.
Sure.
So I voted left and I voted right.
I think most people...
That means he's voted for Trump 100% all 3 times. Maybe he might say, like, I voted for Bernie in 2016. That statement of I voted both ways, 100 million percent, he 1 million percent voted for Trump. Guaranteed. Destiny, what you're saying was true 2 years ago, but now everyone hates Trump, including many online right-wingers. You don't know what it means for somebody to hate somebody. You have no idea. You think that because a lot of the centrist comedy guys are like slightly sort of a little bit critical of Trump and not throwing all 5 inches of his dick at once, that you think that like they hate him now, but like you have no concept of what it means for any of these people to hate somebody. I'm sorry, you just don't. You have no idea. Like, yeah, a lot of the like centristy guys and the podcast people are more negative on Trump now, but it's like... It's not even remotely close to all of the jokes and everything they would tell or go in on like fucking left-wing culture issues or whatever the fuck else.
Honestly.
Yeah.
And like there's a big problem I think that people have where everything has to be all in one camp or all in another camp, right? Whether it's like if you have one opinion on like gun rights, you have to have 7 different opinions about childcare, schooling, immigration, foreign affairs, and everything. And it's like you have to all be either one or the other. And it's very, very exhausting.
Who claims you?
Honestly, the people that are talking about me less because they don't know how bad I am.
Okay.
I have a lot of things and crazy things that I say, little controversies, etc. I don't think anybody really claims me. And to be honest with you, I actually prefer that because I don't want to be on anybody's side. I mean, I guess that people would probably say that I'm more right-wing. I mean, that's what I thought. Yeah, exactly, right? I would easily say that like if you were going to put it in one category or another, I would say that, yeah, I'm definitely like more like that. But like, honestly, I'm okay with a lot of social systems and everything. I just don't want to go to like random people that aren't supposed to be here, right? That's really about it. Like, other than that, I'm totally fine with everything else.
You were on, what's it called, for a long time?
For what?
The food thing.
Which food thing?
The stamps one, right?
Foods. I was on food stamps.
Yeah.
Yes, I was.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I mean, my outlook is like, okay, now I have to pay a lot of money on taxes. And it's like, I used to be a worthless loser, retard, sitting at home all day, playing video games, doing nothing, and trying to put in the least amount of effort possible in order to live. And I was getting paid by the government to do that. Now I'm making money and I'm paying for the next generation of worthless, lazy retards. And maybe a handful of them might do well later on.
Seems like the system worked.
That's the circle of life.
Now.
What?
Are you against that now? Taking care of someone like you?
So not only am I for it, I think that we have, and I'm sure you probably dealt with this in like your financial audits, is that whenever you get inside the donut hole of, for example, like making so much money that you can't get food stamps, but the difference is actually making it to where you're making less money and you have less effective income, like I actually think they should give you even more money for food stamps.
No, in many states in this country, if you make federal minimum wage, which is what, I think $7.25?
$7.25, I know it's Texas, I'm sure, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, federal, that's the federal.
I'm from New York, I thought it was $15.
But for many state programs, if you get boosted to $15 an hour, you actually only got a real wage boost of about $1 because of the social programs you get kicked
Exactly.
off.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Well, like
It's brutal.
you're effective income even when you're making like 20,000, like it's like 30,000. It's like closer to like 50, 60,000, right? Because you have like the medical assistance program. That's the MAP program.
You actually only got a real wage boost of about $1 because of the social programs you get kicked
Exactly.
off.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Well, like
It's brutal.
your effective income even when you're making like 20,000, like it's like 30,000. It's like closer to like 50, 60,000, right? Because you have like the medical assistance program. That's the MAP program. You have food stamps. You have other supplemental assistance. You have housing assistance. You have a phone assistance, right? The Obama phones, which is actually done by Bush, but it doesn't matter. You have all these other things like, and yeah, you save so much fucking money whenever you're broke. But then whenever you're middle class and you're not making that, like, let's say you're making $40,000 a year, those are the people that are fucking broke because they can't get food stamps, they can't get assistance, but at the same time, they also don't have the money to pay for it out of pocket either. So like that's the really, really bad one. I'm sure like you've dealt with that too, right?
Yeah, it's brutal. But I also get pissed on my show when people are on food stamps, but the reason they're on food stamps is because they don't make enough because they're pursuing building their own business.
Is this true? I don't know what the exact numbers are. I wouldn't trust anything these guys say, but I don't know what the exact numbers are for any of this.
Out of pocket either. So like that's the really, really bad one. I'm sure like you've dealt with that too, right?
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, $8 a year. Those are the people that are fucking broke because they can't get food stamps, they can't get assistance, but at the same time, they also don't have the money to pay for it out of pocket either. So like that's the really, really bad one. I'm sure like you've dealt with that too, right?
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah.
But I also get pissed on my show when people are on food stamps, but the reason they're on food stamps is because they don't make enough because they're pursuing building their own business. So we're funding them to fund their own business when they chose not to just get a job. Like I want there to be social programs where people who face hard times get help.
Oh yeah.
But when someone chooses, okay, well I'm going to start my own business. Oh, oops, now I don't make enough money because I'm trying to start my own business. So here, let's fund your food and everything. That doesn't make sense.
I'm okay with that if it's a temporary thing. Like for example, like if it's like for 6 months or a year, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense.
That's still subsidizing their business.
It is subsidizing their business, and I think that's good, right? I mean, because if you subsidize businesses, you help grow the economy and you grow capital.
We shouldn't be subsidizing businesses with welfare though, but
capitalism, and you give people the opportunity to do that. I can see why people wouldn't want to do.
Wow, Dill, thank you for the tier 4 supper, buddy.
That though, I can absolutely see that.
Well, my struggle is the largest growing piece of the pie of the federal budget.
60%, right? Something like that.
The largest growing, quickest growing is the interest on the federal debt.
It's so bad.
So when money is going to things like that, I want robust, safe social programs. I really do. But when it goes to us subsidizing someone creating a business versus a family who lost a job.
Well, you're certainly right that there should be a priority system. And if we can't pay down the debt, I think it's like, has it crossed 40 trillion yet? I don't know, but it's probably quite close to that. Yeah. It's very close. And like, yeah, I think that's what's going to happen, right? It does get worse. And you're right. It's like in terms of priority list, subsidizing starting a business should come much lower on the totem pole than like, let's say a family of 4 that loses their income because of, AI or something like that. Absolutely 100%.
Oh no.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I wish we had more money to do that, but right now it's just, I don't know how there's so much fraud too. Like, have you kept up with that at all?
Dude, every time I tune into his show, it's some random person who's on like, randomly on, like a vet and on disability, like every single time.
Yeah, no, that's a big thing.
Like always.
It's a big thing. And we've had multiple guests on the show now essentially admit that they got injured outside of their service, but because technically they were still in service, like it was off base and all this stuff, they get 100% disability forever now.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and they fully admitted that on the show. An episode that hasn't come out yet that we filmed was a guy who currently gets 80 as a cook because of hearing loss. So a cook, and he gets 80%, so he gets $4,000 for the rest of his life. He's trying to get it to $8,000, and I asked him why, and he was like, well, just so I can get more money.
More money, yeah. Exactly.
But I was like, no. Yeah. Why? What about your medical condition is going to bring you from 80% to 100%? He's like, so I can get better finances.
Yeah.
I'm like, because I want veterans to get so much money. I really do. I advocate for like a pension system. There's a forever pension system. But because we call it disability, and there are people like the trend, and most of it's probably Iraq war and Afghanistan, but the trend for military disability signups has been like this, and then past few years it's just gone straight up, which really sucks because it's like 4% of the federal budget now. And when there are people that are actually struggling, homeless vets with drug addictions, all these people struggling to even get in line to get seen, then there's people on my show that have obviously abuse the system. That's obnoxious. And then they come at me, or they come at you for even calling that out, and then you're a vet hater because it's a sacred cow. Vets are a sacred cow.
I think so. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I know that like once you get to like 70 or 80% disability, it's only a matter of time until you hit 100.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what happens is that, it just kind of builds on itself, and you have so many people in the service, now they're receiving benefits. I saw on your show, it was like a family of like 2 people also that were receiving benefits. So it's not just like one person, it's 2 people now. Like that's a huge amount of fucking money.
What is the name for this, like, for like the low effort criticisms? Like, how do you feel about welfare? Well, I hate that people scam welfare, and I hate all the people that scam welfare. And then like you just talk about that, and every single conversation about like any particular topic is like the absolute worst case scenarios for it. And then you kind of get the impression that, do you think like, how much of welfare do you think is like being scammed? Is it like 50% of all of our welfare payments, or like 80%, or like 25%, or
And I don't know really what's going to happen with that, because it's like, how do you, I mean, it seems untenable to do, especially whenever these are functionally able-bodied people in a lot of cases.
I mean, like, I think everybody wants this. Well, not everybody, but I think a lot of rational people want to support vets. But the people who are abusing the system are actually hurting the veterans.
What I try to say. I think the most patriotic thing you can do, and if you support the system the most, is actually calling out those who fuck with it, so that you can properly fund it for those that actually need it. Because even if you didn't see combat, or you didn't even leave the base and you have mental health issues because of kind of abuse or something, like, I still want you to get it.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't know, you have to be able to call out any kind of fraud. And that's what gets lost in our conversations all the time. Like, if you're a big advocate for even more healthcare in this country funded by the government, let's just say, then you can't use the argument, well, why are we paying for wars and not healthcare in this country? Where to our health programs, the federal budget is like 50 to 60%, and the defense budget is like 20%. So if your argument immediately starts from a place of just not understanding where our money's going, you're not effectively arguing it. Like, I want to see better health outcomes and everything in this country as well, but let's at least argue from the point of where the money's already going.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, because
like, I just don't know how people can listen to or have the same conversation so much. Like, I could have written out, like, everybody could, anybody, even their fans can, like, of all the arguments of like, if we're going to invest in healthcare in this country and welfare, it needs to go to the people that actually need it. True. Don't some people scam it? Yeah, I've heard, and then insert whatever story in the news, these people are scamming it. It's so bad. Yeah, that's true. Like, it is really bad when people scam welfare. Yeah, we shouldn't spend any money on people that are scamming welfare. Oh yeah, absolutely true. Yeah. What else about welfare? Some people really need it and they're not getting it because of all the scams, right? Yeah, yeah, true. That's horrible. Yeah. I know some people that scammed it. Yeah, that's bad. The scamming is bad. Yeah, true. And we're spending a lot of money on it, right? Yeah, true. That's really bad. Oh my God. Yeah, true. Yeah. That's really bad. Yeah, but some people do need it. Yeah, so we should have it for the people that need it. Yeah, but the scammers are, it's like, holy shit.
It's like, if you're talking about something that's like, the foundation for it is just wrong, right? I mean, like, you're basing it off of a false premise. Like, where, I think I saw like a clip where it was somebody saying like, oh, well, most of our budget is to the military or something like that. Some girl with colored hair. And I was like, yeah.
I saw that clip too.
Classic. And no, it's extremely common. And I don't understand where a lot of people get that. I think that like maybe it's just, and also like the entitlements programs have ballooned, right? And I was like, yeah. Where it was somebody saying like, oh, well, most of our budget is to the military or something like that. Some girl with colored hair. And I was like, yeah.
I saw that clip too.
Classic. And no, it's extremely common. And I don't understand where a lot of people get that. I think that like maybe it's just, and also like the entitlements programs have ballooned, right? And I think they will continue to keep getting bigger and bigger until it's just untenable.
This, I'm not trying to shut on people that don't cover politics, but it's just all. The reason why people say the military is the largest thing that we spend money on is because usually we're talking about the discretionary budget of the United States of America, not the entitlements and everything that's part of the non-discretionary spending. For discretionary spending, military is the largest line item on the discretionary part of our budget. Non-discretionary is usually talked about separately. That's why people say the military is the largest line item that we spend money on.
Funny thing, so I legit, not to get like dark here, but my father straight up passed away because he didn't know how to access a lot of different things and he was a very kind of old school guy, so he just lied to me, right? So I couldn't even help as much as I wanted to. So I started looking into all of this stuff. It is really hard to figure out how to even interact with the systems that are out there right now. Like, you need basically like a full-time job to sit down and even understand how the systems work. So how was my dad, who was waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning every single day to go to a flea market because he was too proud to stop working, how was he supposed to know how to even interact with that system in the first place? It confuses the fuck out of me.
It gets even worse. I read earlier that 52% of American adults, 130 million people, read below a 6th grade level. I was thinking to myself, bro, that means they're voting. Like, it's so fucking scary. Oh my God, what's happening? Did you go to school here in Texas?
Michigan.
Okay. Well, over here, everybody's fucking retarded. Like, my high school, full of a bunch of fucking idiots. Nobody could read. There was an honors society. They spelled the name of the school wrong. I swear to God, they spelled it wrong. So that's how bad it was. And like now I feel like everything is like just a version of a managed decline, right? Whether it's like media, whether it's government, whether it's anything. It's just all a managed decline.
Well, that does happen in a like collapsing birth rate nation.
Yeah.
That's inevitable.
Yeah.
In 2032, Social Security gets an immediate 32% cut, I think.
I don't know about that, actually.
Yeah, it's a mandatory in law because there's nothing in the reserves anymore. So only the money going out is what's coming in, which is projecting to be a 32% cut.
How does the birth rate affect that?
Because you need more workers to pay into the system.
Think of it as a pyramid.
Can't we just get them from somewhere else? Why is that complaining about?
No.
They just bring workers into the country.
Yeah, well, that's what they do, right? They try to import people. And I think really, why do you think people don't have more kids?
It happens in every culture. In every culture that gets modernized.
Okay, let's see what our engagement's like with this question.
Every country that develops their birth rate falls. In Hungary, where they gave essentially tens of thousands of free benefits to anyone that was having kids, the birth rate went up just a little bit over 2 years and then immediately went back down. So it just doesn't work. In South Korea, they're handing out money like crazy and it's the lowest birth rate in the world.
It's actually funny. That was one of the things I had written down on my personal notes for today because I am scared to have a child.
Why's that?
Financially, I'm scared to have a child.
Damn.
You're rich. I assume.
I don't feel wealthy. Like
Okay.
The thing is my girlfriend also makes good money. She makes pornography, and
he's still with Mia Malkova or whatever.
Have you heard of pornography? No. So my girlfriend did like the whole OnlyFans thing. Well, she still does the OnlyFans thing. She's a porn star for years.
Yeah.
What? Who is she? Mia Malkova.
Make sure. Okay, I don't think. Okay.
Yeah. You can do your research later. But just be sure to sub. You know. But the thing is it's like she makes good money. She makes really good money.
Yeah.
I make okay money. I think about having a kid and I instantly don't feel like I'm prepared. Like I swear on my life,
No one
it
is
scares
for
the
the
shit
first.
out of me.
Yeah, but people were having kids in the farm and they were all dying.
True.
And
That's why you get none of them, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just pump them out. This is what people feel. I mean, I'm saying this without a kid, but this is what we need.
How much does it cost to get a kid across the finish line?
Now they're saying like 300,000 or something. Yeah.
That's crazy.
But I mean, it depends. I mean, you guys won't qualify for the child tax credit, I think, but like most people do, and it helps, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just send them to public school.
Public school in California? No shot.
Oh, you're in California? I don't know.
Literally first grade,
you were
you
here.
how to fucking bump fentanyl. Like, what am I going to do? I got to send the kid to a private school.
See, it's interesting because he's using the excuses, but the reality is he intuitively he's at the correct answer that I think is the correct answer, which is having kids is like the thing that humans did when there was nothing else to do, right? I mean, like you're always just gonna have kids because what the fuck else are you doing as an adult or once you advance more in age? You're stuck in the same place your entire life. You can't travel. You don't know how to ride a horse. I don't know. You can't do anything else. Of course, you're having families. That's all humans can do. But now there's like a billion other things that this guy would rather do, streaming or flying around the world or being with his porn star girlfriend or whatever else. So he just doesn't want to have one. But he's found this bullshit excuse, I guess, that he read online that you guys said this was Rich Campbell, right? This guy's been a streamer for how many years? This guy doesn't have enough money to have a kid? What? You really genuinely feel that way? Like you've ran the numbers, you've done the finances, and you're like, fuck, man, I just don't think I could do it. No shot, bro. Give me a break.
Like
you don't have to. Okay, what part? What town?
I live in like Los Angeles.
In the nice part or the scary part?
It's all the scary part. When's the last time you've been to LA?
Like this is just bullshit. Does he actually live in LA or I thought Rich like went out and stuff, right? Anybody that says every part of LA is the scary part of LA just doesn't go out ever in LA. And I even barely went out in LA. What?
I live in like Los Angeles.
In the nice part or the scary part?
It's all the scary part. When's the last time you've been to LA? The thing is like if you live in like
he lives in the nice part.
There's no such thing as the nice part.
Oh God.
I'm sure they have okay schools. In the nice part. The nice part.
I swear the public schools in LA. If I lived anywhere else, it would be fine. I literally had this conversation. Yeah. If I lived in New Jersey, I would send my kids to public school. It's LA in particular.
Fine, have your girlfriend post tits a couple more times. You can afford public school. It's fine.
Destiny, he lives in New York.
You can't say that because the thing is that she already has all of the power in the relationship and makes every single decision. She just spent $5,000 on a cat.
Okay.
$5,000.
Then you can afford a
$5,000. Okay.
Does it have those stupid ears?
Do you want to hear how fucking stupid this was? I was about to go live.
Yeah.
You were getting close to ending stream, so I was like, oh shit, I gotta go live. And I go, hi, honey. Like, do you want to make love? And she goes, yeah, sure, but I need one thing from you. I go, what? She goes, we need to get a cat if we have sex right now. And I said, yes, not thinking. And she bought a cat. Then the next day, you know what she pulled on me? She said, we need to get a 15-pound bunny.
What?
After we had sex, she said, I just wanted to leave the option open. Do you know how pathetic I feel as a man?
Oh my God.
I'm useless.
So now she can buy the rabbit whenever she wants.
At any time she can buy a 15-pound bunny.
What? I didn't even know they got that big.
I didn't either.
What the fuck? That's like the cat. That's
maybe she's reserving it for the future in case they start to get that big.
Yeah,
I don't know. But yeah, no, she's that's how our finances work in our house. One time we had
Here
we talk about it. We just haven't done it yet.
What's not to
The thing is, like, the wedding seems expensive.
Oh, go to the courthouse. What are we doing?
I mean, also, it's like, if I had him be my best man or something, he might not even show up.
Then just go to the courthouse.
Yeah.
Be honest. Would you show up to my wedding if I had it in California?
Yes.
Really?
Aww.
That's nice.
Damn.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, just very simple answer. Yes.
Dude, I would feel bad making you not stream.
Yeah, it would be okay.
Because I know the second that it would happen, you wouldn't stream and it would just be like, Iran, like there's a war going on.
No, that's happened to me a lot. Like any day I take the day off, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, we bombed something, or like some kind of crazy shit happens, and like I'll wake up and like I'll like see, I'll look at my stream like, oh, what's going on today, and I'll see like Hassan would have a lot of viewers, like, oh fuck, no, I missed out.
Lost.
I missed out on another one.
Yeah, no, it's funny. The financial thing, I've never. It's interesting being in a relationship with somebody else who makes money. I feel like the conversation.
This is why it's hard to take you guys. I'm sorry. It's hard to take you guys or Zoomers or whatever the fuck seriously when you guys complain about money. I feel like you guys have no idea what it's like to actually be fucking broke. What it's like to be an actual fucking brokey, okay? I don't know if I can afford. I live in California and it's actually, I don't know if you realize this, Destiny, but $150K a year is actually basically fucking poverty time. Like, it's like average rent is $7,000 a month and people can't actually afford to have a fucking family when you're only making $150,000. It's I'm living paycheck to paycheck. Oh my God, kill me.
It's very different, like, based around it. We don't have like joint finances per se, but we split everything, but we still keep track of everything,
Dude, just have the kid. Just have the kid.
Well, we started doing, what's it called? Like the IVF thing.
There you go. Oh, he's starting.
Yeah. No,
okay.
we are like trying to responsibly plan. We basically said
smart.
We said I think it was 6 months ago that we were talking about. This was the only disagreement we had. She wanted to have the kid first and then get married, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. I was like, so basically in a year-ish, a little bit less now, marriage. Year after that, have a kid.
Yeah, that's beautiful. See, it's good. But if he doesn't have more kids, then you have to have more angry screams about immigration, and it just gets a little.
I want to have 2, but I feel like I should do my duty and have 3 or 4.
Oh, 3 to 4? Yeah.
I'm a patriot, bro. I'm a patriot. And you know, there's not many Jews left. As many as the number.
You've got to repopulate. You've got to respawn them.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, I
ship them all to the West Bank.
I think that a lot of people don't have kids because of money. Like, but I think that you, and you're Caleb, you're right. Like, and I know exactly what you're talking about. That like the financial instability is like it's one reason, but you know, you ask people, and like some people say that, but other places where that's less of an issue, people still aren't having kids. I don't know really what it is. I have no idea.
Andrew Tate said that kids are the best return on investment you can have. Is Andrew Tate giving good financial advice?
I guess. I mean, dude's rich, right?
Yeah.
He said that you can make them by the age of 8. They're already doing all the house chores.
That's a good idea, honestly.
8 years for a shitty home slave? I don't know, man.
It's like if I ever had a kid, I'd definitely make him do dailies in video games for me. I 100% would.
I mean,
Absolutely.
the whiteboard is going to turn into the kids' dailies. You know?
That's smart. Like, like complete all these tasks. You go to McDonald's. Yeah.
I have to ask though, if we don't have kids, if it keeps falling, are you completely against immigration? I don't know your take.
Well,
I'm
I think, no, robots. Replace it with robots, right? That's what I would say, right?
He's so racist.
Why?
So here's the reason why. Because like, so basically, if you have robots, I think that a lot of times that whenever you bring people in, what happens is that those people, obviously, like, you know, they're going to be from a totally different place, and they're going to change the place that they're coming to as well.
Isn't some immigration good?
Is what?
Isn't some immigration good?
Of course, of course, yeah. Some,
Okay.
From white countries. Or Asian ones.
I'm not totally against it, right? I'm not. I just think that like at a certain point it becomes too much, right? And I think the main issue to me is the unfettered illegal version, right? I mean, like obviously, like, you know, if you're bringing in a bunch of like, for example, like H-1B workers, right? They like recently increased the price that it costs to bring somebody like that over. I think that it's okay to do that, but like if you're doing that to undercut just American wages, it's a bad thing, right? And so it's kind of like of common sense decisions, right? Like I don't think that my views on it are like super extreme, but at the same time, like yeah, I don't think that you really should. I think it's like give a man a fish instead of teaching a man to fish, like bringing people into a country to solve birth rate problems and like a youth problem. But like I do think that you're going to see robotics and technology take over a lot of those jobs. I think it's going to be a lot more common than people would imagine. And it's already, I think it's already starting to happen, right? You're getting delivery robots, you're getting like all kinds of other. I think you're probably going to have other service robots too, where like they can just test like your blood or something else. And I think that probably will be in like 10 years.
Does that fix the problem though?
Yeah.
Like, because but that's not generating
Thank God.
this deficit, is it?
Maybe it is. They think AI will solve everything, right? Elon says UBI now. So I don't know. I mean, my fear is like, so the argument that a lot of people use that are like vehemently very anti-immigration is like, well, you're going to lose the culture. A lot of people are coming in, right? But in South Korea, where they're not getting any
True. Isn't, Asmongold's channel editor is Russian, right? Isn't he undercutting American wages? Uh-oh.
Immigration and no one's fucking, their culture is also going to be gone in like 50 years because this is not going to exist. So there has to be some kind of proper balance where I'm just afraid declining population countries where every modern society has robust social systems that require growing population. It just does. Unless we want to completely change that, but there will be rebellions in the streets. Without a growing population, you can have Japan where wages have stagnated for decades now, where young people are pretty much fucked. It's going to be one worker per retiree in the coming decades. That's scary.
Do you know how much money I would pay for half those animes? The amount of money that I pump into that culture just with gacha games, they're fine. They're doing fine.
And the thing is, well, yeah, I mean, a lot of those are in China too, to be fair. But like, you know, oops, wrong one.
God damn it, I gave it to the enemy. Oh man, they tricked me again.
So the thing is that, like, I mean, you're right, and obviously, like, bringing people in is like it's part of the American environment, right? And having people come in and be part of America, I think that's a good thing. It's just a matter of doing it in a degree that's sustainable and it's healthy for the people that are living here, right? And I think that that's the outlook that I always have is like, is it something that's in the best interest of the people that are actually living in the country at the current point in time? And I think sometimes the answer to that's yes, and then so you should take that option. But I think that decisions should always be.
I was banned from the server from farting in mic while I was in a VC room. I never did this and I'm banned till June. I've appealed and have had no response. Please help me. Listen, if you want, email me and I will make you put $1,000 in escrow and then I will personally go and research why you got banned from the Discord. And if it was literally just for that, I will give you your $1,000 back. But if I find out that you were doing some other unbelievably fucking retarded shit that's on your ban sheet that you got banned for, then I keep the $1,000. So if you want to do that, email me. Because every single fucking time you guys tell me, oh, I didn't do anything, and then I check the ban sheet, it's like, oh, was screaming the N-word at a 4-year-old for 7 hours straight in voice chat. Like every single fucking time. This is why I don't ever unban anybody, and I leave all of it up to the mods, because they all have the rap sheets, and they're the ones that do all of that bullshit, okay?
Made with the best interest of those people in mind. But a declining population or, you know, like a shrinking economy in that way, like if you look at, for example, like the GDP is very, very high right now. And you think about the GDP in 2016, it was a lot lower. But most people would probably view their living conditions as better in 2016 versus now.
Yeah.
Like, what does that even mean when we say that? I don't know. Never mind. I don't know.
But I mean, because I know I'm going to get in trouble with this. People are going to just shit on me for it because it's all feelings in the end. But even still,
you're right. This is the SLOP opinion. I understand. This is the SLOP opinion.
No, I mean, I'm definitely with you on like illegal immigration. I think most normal people are against illegal immigration, right? But
are they?
It's just like every cost category over the course of the past 5 decades or so, maybe 6 decades in American life is a lower percentage of income now, except for school, housing, and healthcare. But in terms of actually buying food as a percentage of your income, it's lower now than it was decades ago.
Okay, I would be careful for that. School, housing, and healthcare, because those are pretty big expenses. But
buying anything that gives you joy, that dopamine, pretty much anything but housing, healthcare, and school.
I feel like that's like saying I'm doing really well, except for my head cut off and I lost my heart.
The housing thing's bad. The housing thing's bad.
Right?
But the housing thing is mostly permitting related, though. We don't allow places to build. New York won't allow people to build.
You know what's funny? So I'm a New Yorker. Yeah. So I spent majority of my life in New York. I never planned on owning anything ever. And
Which, why do you need to? Everyone's obsessed with this ownership thing. Who cares?
I still don't really like vibe with it very much. It kind of seems stupid to me.
I feel like Caleb has gotten like some weird right-wing talking points kind of, but he still is like relatively, it seems like he has a brain. He's not like a total fucking slop retard, which I was kind of thinking before, but if he seems like he knows a little more than I was giving him credit for, which is good.
Me and somebody grew up in New York, but I will say the apartment that I had, it's a gorgeous apartment. It was in Brooklyn. And now it's almost quadrupled in price since I moved out, which is really insane because I wouldn't be able to afford it now. Like legitimately, I'm not just saying that for a dramatic.
What am I reading? Where did you link this from? Oh, bomb nah. Link me the original filing this is from. There is no way this is a real filing, and I'm banning you for linking this because it is impossible that this filing is real. There is no world where this is a real fucking filing. Is it this? National Trust for Historic Preservation. This is, somebody linked this earlier. I don't even know what the fuck this is. What? This can't be a federal judge. Is this some crazy hodunk town? What the fuck is this? Hold on. United States District Court for the District of Columbia. Does that count as a federal court? This is not a real thing. This can't be real. I can't, hold on, I'm sorry. This was a sentence that they linked. I'll just read this paragraph. On that score, this weekend makes clear why this court's injunction must be dissolved immediately. In its prior opinion, this court stated that the defendant would likely not suffer short-term irreparable harm because a complete ballroom is still months or years away from being finished. However, that misses the entire point. As defendants have detailed, and as this weekend painfully confirms, all current and future presidents need a secure, large event space now. Even if that space cannot be conjured with a finger snap, the injunction inevitably extends the time during which the ballroom remains unavailable and the president's residence remains less secure. Every additional day of White House vulnerability harms the government. That is so because every additional day of court-manufactured delay is yet another day that the lives of the president, his family, his cabinet, and his staff, and those of future presidents are being subject to avoidable hazard. If any other president had the ability, foresight, or necessary talents to build this ballroom, which will be one of the greatest, safest, and most secure structures of its kind anywhere in the world, there would have never been a lawsuit. But because it is Donald J. Trump, a highly successful real estate developer who has abilities that others don't, especially those who assume the office of president, this frivolous and meritless lawsuit was filed. Again, it's called Trump derangement syndrome. On top of everything else, this project is a gift to our country from President Trump and other donors. It is free of charge to the American taxpayer. Who could ever object to that? This is not real. I don't even know what the fuck I'm reading right now. What is this? Hold on. Oh, I know what I'm reading. I am so sorry. Sorry, stop. I understand what I just read. Wait. My bad. I thought this was a ruling. This is the defendant's motion that they're hoping that the court will agree with. This is not an actual judge writing this. This was Trump's legal team. Still fucking retarded, but okay. I thought this was a ruling and a motion. Jesus Christ. Respectfully submitted, Todd Blanche. Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, kill me. Isn't it kind of weird? Like, who, when in the history of the United States of America has, like, the president and the cabinet needed to, like, retreat to some kind of secure facility to live while governing the nation? Like, doesn't that feel weird? Like, they have, like, it's like a castle almost. I don't know, bro. That's wild to me. Whatever.
In fact, there would be no way that I would live in it now. So I look at New York, which, you know, I've never owned a car. I've never had that expense. And I always found New York to be like the most affordable place to live in a weird way because there was always work. Like I could always find work. And
What? True.
now, so I look at New York, which
It is kind of true, actually. There's that saying, like New York, if you can make it here, that doesn't mean you can make it anywhere else, because New York is historically known as being a cheap and affordable and easy place to live. True.
I've never owned a car. I've never had that expense. And I always found New York to be like the most affordable place to live in a weird way because there was always work. Like I could always find work and you could find ways to cut corners and get by. So by the way, I moved to New York at, around the time that my family, we got like evicted from our house, 2008 crushed us. I was born in Atlantic City. It was bad, right? And went to New York, found ways to work and kind of.
What is his backstory? His family got evicted because they were broke, so he moved to New York City after? With what money? Where did he go? And what did he do for work? I'm so curious.
Pulled myself
I want to know his
up from there, and I had a lot of opportunities, right? Ended up getting into NYU and all this stuff.
And then went to NYU. Wait, I want to know his backstory. What is Rich's backstory? The poor LARPing needs to stop. The poor LARPing needs to stop right now. It can't be that every single person LARPs as being a brokey poor person. I need to know. Has he ever talked about it on stream? Yeah, the guy's name is literally Rich. Give me a break.
And kind of pulled myself up from there. And I had a lot of opportunities, right? Ended up getting into NYU and all this stuff. So it's not like I had like the hardest road in front of me. But I looked at New York as like this great place to work and all this stuff. Now I wouldn't be able to afford it. There's no chance that I would ever be able to move back to New York.
But if you look at the place you currently...
Like, does he mean like an average person in his age? Or that right now he couldn't afford it? What does he mean?
currently live now, a lot of LA's housing crisis is it's all single family homes.
True.
They will not allow permitting building up in
True.
these places that enact things that are performative policies like rent control. Every time a city enacts it, like San Francisco did decades ago, permitting fell by 50% almost overnight. So they're not building housing, which means for the average person that's not getting rent control, their housing price goes up. It gets more expensive for you to buy a house, it gets more expensive for you to rent unless you're in the generational rent control. And that's what makes that category of the three categories goes up is honestly government regulations getting in the way of actually building housing, and stupid people in LA being able to have that local controlled dumbass shit where they protest, no, you can't build an apartment here. Oh, it's scary. It's a parking lot. It's beautiful. It's more that than like the GDP went up and, you know, feelings and all that stuff. It's
never mind.
School was the second one, right? That I mentioned. School, the cost of school only went up when we started introducing federal student loans. You could borrow as much as you want to get any degree you want from any institution you want, and we kept raising it. Then they hired administrators, turned them into campuses of like luxury water parks and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
this is stupid.
Like $80,000 a year to go to a school, I think is a little bit much, right?
Yeah. So I vibe with the like. It feels like people's lives used to be better, but those three categories usually it's just like not to be too libertarian, but it's usually just like. We tried to do things that are nice and performative, like, oh, student loans for everyone or rent control, all this stuff, but it's actually damaged those three categories, made them wildly more unaffordable. But for the vast majority of Americans' lives, food and things like that are cheaper as a percentage of income than
I kind of get, I understand at least where he's coming from. He's not as brain broken as I thought he was, to be fair.
Oh, sure, but
what's your rebuttal to the point about student loans? I mean, I'm sure it inflates the price to some extent if there's so much more money available, but I feel like education is one of those things that almost every country on the planet like deals with rising costs on. Same thing with healthcare. So I'm basically the counterfactual that they're positing is that if we got rid of student loans or heavily reduced the amount of subsidization that the government engages in, then somehow it would be a lot cheaper. I just don't know if I believe that. Do these things not do anything? I have cat bots and all they do is they walk up to the enemy and they never fucking attack. Are these things supposed to be able to attack? What the fuck do they do? Spawn a catbot and give it your current weapon. Oh.
There's also a lot of other percentages now that people pay, like a cell phone now. Like, I mean, people like that's it's a new service cost. And like, there's other things that have turned into subscriptions and costs as well. Like things with your car or maybe working or something like that. And I do agree with you. What do you think about like all the amount of like houses that are like just rental properties that people are basically just using as like commercial properties? Like, what's that place you can pay to like stay at a house? I don't know why I can't think of it right.
Airbnb?
Airbnb. Yeah. Like, what do you think about that? Like how many of those?
What about it specifically?
Yeah. Well, like what I'm saying is like there are more and more houses that people use for like Airbnbs and they're using them effectively as like commercial assets. Do you think that like that's a big role in like housing too?
Relatively. I mean, people want more places to live. And if the market was able to just deliver what people demand, Austin had a lot of Airbnbs, but Austin also decided, hey, we're just going to let you build because you want to build here and people want to live here. And now housing has fallen by like 30-40% in price because we built so much. Rent in Austin has fallen almost larger than anywhere else in the country because we built. We allowed developers to build. We built up. We built more housing on lots. We allowed people to do with their property what they wanted to do. So even though Austin had a lot of Airbnbs compared to like
Yeah.
Name LA with Airbnbs. Okay, maybe same percentage of houses had Airbnbs, but we allowed people to build and housing still went down regardless of Airbnbs still being there. So it's not the root cause. It's a good issue to attack. Private equity owning houses is a good issue to attack.
Yeah, I was
people do
curious
that.
what you thought about that.
It's still less than 1%. It's incredibly
So in New York,
true.
there's a really crazy phenomena that I saw a lot, and I have some friends in real estate that were kind of.
Oh boy, is this going to be a real problem, or is this going to be welfare queens or something? I don't know why. I'm so poisoned against this guy. Maybe he's going to say something not retarded. Sorry.
Explaining it to me, but I'm sure you understand it a million times better than me, so I'm curious what you think. There are people from overseas who get like housing credits, and then they own these like.
Oh, is it going to be the idle landlord thing? Are they going to give Mamdani credit for taxing these things?
Anchor apartments in some of the nicest buildings in New York. This is a crazy phenomenon. You're talking like $20+ million apartments, and it's basically a safe haven for their money. It takes up a shitload of real estate. And then you have all of the developers. They don't own one building that they're renting out. They own the whole block. And what they do is they push out all of the businesses over time to eventually redevelop. And they'd rather sit and make no money on the property.
Oh, yeah.
So there are
I've seen
blocks.
this.
There's this place where I used to go. It was this bar and a burger spot and a cheesesteak place. It was called 99 Miles to Philly and Bar None. This entire block now, where I used to hang out, I'd spend a lot of money there. There were good businesses there. Nobody can afford to rent there anymore. It's like a ghost town, this block. And I asked my buddy, I'm like, why is this happening? Because they're going to redevelop. Then you go up 20 blocks, there's an apartment building. I shit you not, it's one of the biggest skyscrapers in New York right now. All the apartments around, it's completely empty. How the fuck is that good for anyone?
Interesting. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, they do it all the time, and like it's the same as people keep.
It's probably not that big of a problem. It's going to be like the private equity buying homes, or whatever. But it is annoying.
Houses empty instead of actually like renting them out just to keep the prices high. It's very, very common.
Well, the thing is apparently people from overseas, if they own these giant like $20 million apartments, these like luxury apartments, it's some sort of like tax haven and like getting their money out of the country and like all these different things. But now you have like you're talking these $20 million apartments that can house how many people in New York can house?
Yeah, that's a really interesting one. I mean, I know in Texas we've made it illegal for, I think, people in China to buy housing here.
Probably China.
I don't know, and a couple other countries as well. Like we've done some policies. I mean, I know we do that as well. Like we'll buy European houses, Americans, like rich Americans, or like houses in Dubai. So we do that too. It is wealth protection. I mean, I don't know if I'm probably on your side where it's like I'd rather people who live there live there. The counter argument, Kevin O'Leary argues that, well, it's like, oh, hey, no, someone bought it for $20 million. They're actually a benefit because they're paying property taxes on it, but receiving no city benefit because they don't live there. Don't know if I vibe with that argument, but I at least get it.
Okay, yeah,
like, I guess they at least pay the property taxes.
I mean, if they're making the money, that's great. But like, if a bunch of people don't have a house, like,
exactly,
of course, right?
And the people can't work and pay state taxes, right?
No, agreed.
So it seems like it might be a negative. Now I don't know the math right now, right? But even if you're a domiciled non-resident, you're not paying state taxes. So. I mean, look, my biggest thing as a New Yorker, like I've actually never voted in my entire life. And the only time that I would complain about whoever won is if the sidewalk didn't get cleared quick enough.
That's literally it.
That's all I care about. I was like, is there snow on my sidewalk? No, I can get to work.
I think honestly, there's a lot of things that are like just like the everyday average, like this is a direct problem for me specifically. And if more people focused on that rather than like abstractions of like what's happening in a country on the other side of the world, I think that most places would be a lot better off. I definitely think so.
Yeah, all politics are local. I care more about the Austin politics than I do the national politics. At the time. Because that impacts the parks I go to, the roads I drive on, state politics, Texas, and my business taxes and shit like that, more than whether or not we're going to war.
Or the president. Yeah, it's funny because like it's like you'd expect war to be a bigger deal, but like actually the people's day-to-day lives, well, paving the roads and like the taxes, like a lot of that is conceptual, right? It's like it's theoretical whenever you're comparing it to like people being able to afford food or the schools are worse or something like that.
Like God, we live in a country where you don't feel it the second, right? Because I wouldn't have known that we were in a war unless I watched Asmon stream that day, right? Which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, you're getting fucked on gas.
Gas is going up and down. Like that's crazy.
I've literally never owned a car, so the gas price thing makes absolutely no sense to me. I don't know how to drive. I legally can't drive. I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, do the gas prices change that much?
So they will change. There is a chance. It depends on basically how long until the ceasefire. Like if the longer the ceasefire goes, probably the more the gas prices will go down, and the higher the probability is that they will stop the conflict in Iran. Like, because I think that's the reason. I mean, like you could see conflict in Iran starts, gas prices go up. Wow, what a surprise. So I think really that's the connection there, right? That's really what's happening.
What are the actual odds?
Let's find out. I want to find out and see, because I would say that the price, it being over, I would say it's probably going to be over. Let's find out. Permanent peace in June 30th, 64%. Iran, God damn, like wow. So people are pretty positive about this. Strait of Hormuz traffic returns to normal by the end of April. 11%. Oh God, I'm 10 days left. Not looking good.
I'm legit retarded. When I saw June, I literally had to go April, May, June. So I mean, the people think it's gonna be over in like a month or two.
Yeah, no, they think it's gonna be over pretty fast, right? A ceasefire being exted, invading Iran at 29%. Can we click on the invading Iran one? I want to know what that graph looks like.
Oh my God, look at the volume of these.
$16 million. Yeah. Oh shit.
Woo, that got up to like 70%.
God damn. Oh my God. Well, I guess that was like
right before the ceasefire, right?
Yeah, I guess that must have been it. Like a 50 to 60% chance is insane. I wonder what they mean by invade though, right? Because it's like if we send like 5 guys over there, we kind of invaded. But I wonder, like, I mean, they have like a whole like specificity about it.
Doesn't it say on the market what it counts as like a fulfillment of the thing, or no?
But yeah, no, I would say definitely you'd have. I mean, this is 28. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't. Like, I think 28%. I mean, it's definitely more likely than Jesus returning. I still don't know. I still don't know how that's an actual graph. I don't.
It's the return.
Can we look up the Jesus? I want to find out if it went up for Easter. Did it go up during Easter?
Oh man.
Right? Because it's like that time. Okay, so February. I think it might have.
Yeah, I think it dropped right after Easter.
How the so basically Easter happened. Jesus didn't come back, and people basically crashed out on this.
Dude, oh my God! Look at how many people are in on this.
$58 million. And there is a 4%.
Wait, it went up by 1% even after Easter.
What happened in February? What was scary in February?
Well, I think that's wait. Isn't
that when the war started? No.
Yeah, actually, it is February 28th. Was the day that they began the operation. Like, I don't know.
Goyim are going crazy, man.
4%. Goyim are going crazy. Oh my God, 4%. Jesus Christ. Like, isn't that the easiest 4% return you could ever get? I mean, like, I don't think he's going to show up. Well, I don't. I think it's going to happen.
I just legitimately think that there wouldn't be a need for money if he did show up.
So it's like...
Here's the thing. If Jesus comes back and there is still a need for money, that means we're screwed.
You mean it didn't work?
Yeah, he's like, yo, I'm never coming back again. You screwed up.
All right.
He's resetting the server, bro.
Of course.
Yeah, this server's going the way of Turtle Wow if Jesus comes back and money still matters, all right?
Good. It's not a good thing. Okay, well, anyway.
Why aren't you in Austin? Aren't a lot of you streamers in Austin?
I wasn't streaming for like 3 years, and my girlfriend really wanted to be in LA. So that's why.
Of course. Yeah.
She makes
Damn, stay at home. Hell yeah.
pretty much all the decisions, man.
Do you feel like people have gotten, like, ever since you started your show, do you feel like people have gotten worse with money?
We unlock like new categories that I didn't think I'd ever see.
Like
I just
the Labubu
filmed the other day. Yeah, the Labubu thing was big. Those trends come and fall so quick though. But people put so much money into it. We had our first spending on an AI girlfriend the other day.
Ooh, how much?
It wasn't that much. It was like 30 or 40 bucks a couple times. But the thing is, his girlfriend was sitting right next to him on the show.
Wait. What?
Yeah, and we uncovered it, and he was sending the gooniest shit to her. Just like, oh baby, make sure, like, look at me and make me come, make no mistakes, and all this stuff.
Oh my God, be descriptive.
Yeah,
God.
It was crazy.
I got a self-report. So every now and then I'll go on my girlfriend's OnlyFans when we're in like a fight.
Yeah.
And I'll like make her say like crazy shit on OnlyFans. Like, yeah, I'm gonna clean the whole house. I'm gonna do the dishes. And I have like a folder of screenshots and one day I'm gonna show her.
Yeah.
Where I'm just like, oh yeah, I just go on the OnlyFans. I'll spend $50. I'll spend $100.
Yeah.
I'll just be like, oh yeah, but you're gonna clean the whole house. That's what daddy likes. You're gonna clean that house. You're gonna clean the house over. I've done it a lot. The amount of money that I probably spent on that, there's platform fees and stuff like that. I'm throwing money into the ether to feel strong.
No, I mean, like, I do feel like people just continuously, like, it's subscription services too. Like, everybody has like 10 different subscriptions to things, and it's like you're getting eaten alive by this, like, $12 a month at a time. And it's like, I don't know how, like, because they just keep adding more of them, and like cars are going to have them now. Like, obviously you have a phone bill and like just everything else, like a million, like streaming services, etc. Like, it's fucking insane. And AI girlfriends, I didn't even know you had to pay for that.
It's brutal, man. I mean, we obviously get lots of OnlyFans, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's, and people can choose.
Hell yeah.
People before we film, they get to decide like, hey, I don't want to talk about this, and then like we don't question it. So almost every single guy that comes on the show and you don't see OnlyFans in the charges, he has OnlyFans in the charges. We just don't talk about it. Like, every guy.
How much do you think the average guy is spending on OnlyFans?
They got a few subscriptions a month. What are they, $15 a pop? So
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think the percentage is?
90.
What the fuck?
On our show.
I mean,
okay, on our show.
Have you ever spent money on OnlyFans?
Do you want the honest answer?
Yes.
No.
Why?
So
you've never been curious? Like, there's a curiosity.
Yeah. That's what it is. It's
I'm
just
going to give you, and you're not going to like this, Rich. You're not going to like this at all. So what you do is you type in the girl's name onto Google, and then after you type in her OnlyFans name, you
type in leaks.
Type in leaks or leaked or pictures or OF, and then you just press enter.
Do you want to have to host me until the day I die, bro?
It's this crazy trick that they hate. They hate this one easy trick, and it works so well. So why would I need to pay for it if I can look it up on Google for?
I feel like this has been a thing for like 20 years, though. No.
Free.
I guarantee you're missing the best videos. Can I actually tell you something that's gonna blow your mind?
Go ahead.
A lot of those leak websites, the girls actually pay to have their stuff on there to promote their OnlyFans. I swear on my life.
Promotion works.
Yeah, it works. You know who they are. They're paying for the clip bars of the leak.
Okay, so if I can
There's no shot that's true. People would just upload it naturally on their own, but there was no way they would pay to upload their own shit. I don't think that's true.
Go and get a free, there's a free samples bar.
Yeah, you're just having a little taste of fudge.
Exactly. Man. But if you give me the little, you get the toothpick behind like a small little piece of a sandwich, and you let me put together 20 of those or 40 of those and turn it into an entire sub, there is functionally no difference for me. Like, I don't care. I don't care. If I have to eat it one bite at a time, that's totally fine. I'll pull the toothpick out of every single one of them. I'll go through the leaks every single fucking time. It's not a big deal. There's 50 different websites for it. And yeah, no, that's how it is. So I don't need to worry. I've never paid for an OnlyFans. I've never paid for a Patreon. I've never paid for loyal fans. I've never paid for fans.
Is this micro looting, guys?
I've never paid for a single fucking one.
Never heard of loyal fans.
That is for Findom.
Oh.
Yes.
Whoa.
I had an ex-girlfriend that did it. And I asked her about 10,000 questions because it was like, It's like going to the zoo. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean they're going to give you money for nothing? Like, why?
Well, I imagine that a lot of so there's like that $15 curiosity. I want to see.
That's what I've done.
Right. Yeah. And I think a lot of people do. But I imagine the real spenders, because as far as like gotcha games, I want to be considered a whale. I imagine the whale OnlyFans, they're not spending $15 on multiple subscriptions. They want the interaction.
They're spending on talking girls.
Do you see a lot of guys like that?
We don't get a lot of the chats. It's mostly the subscriptions, but people forget to cancel them. So that's pretty brutal. I make sure if I've ever done the curiosity click to immediately hit the cancel.
Yeah.
So that it
True. Technically, you're stealing sex work related stuff, so it's micro raping. True.
Renew. But people forget that. They're too curious. I don't know how much porn people are watching. It's kind of crazy. But they're too curious. They're curious to check out like a profile a week. Like I don't understand.
They're like they're buying a new girl every week?
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't understand. We're not
Holy
getting
shit.
I'm not allowed to watch porn anymore.
That's good though.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that great, is it?
No,
Is
it's
it?
like, dude, you realize there's so much time in the day. Like I literally, I took up painting as a hobby, bro. I have so much fucking time, bro. Like I'm like writing fucking poetry. I miss gooning. It was a lot easier.
Have you guys ever had your internet go out for like 2 hours and you get halfway done fixing everything about your life and then it comes back and you never finish it?
Oh, thank God.
I have that happen all the time. Like there will be like if my internet goes out and it's out for like an hour, I will improve my life by like a massive, substantial degree. The second the internet comes back, I just drop it. Yeah. Like, okay, you know what? I was watching. Nah, it's fine. Doesn't matter. I don't use Works anyway. That's
like reading Dostoevsky by candlelight, and then you're just like, oh shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me resume my game.
Yeah, let me go back to playing Genshin Impact.
Dude, Genshin's a bad one for me, man. Have you ever had any like gotcha addicts?
I don't know what gotcha is.
Okay, so gotcha basically there's a whole genre of video games out there. They're free to play. Like yeah, and then every 2 to 3 weeks they add a new character, and you gamble to get the character more or less.
Yeah, we get a lot of loot crate people. A lot of I guess gotcha people.
Loot crate. That's that stupid.
Let me watch this because people have linked this 4 trillion times that a streamer got hit by a car. Here you go. Damn, he got hit by a car. Thank you. Okay.
Bullshit that you buy, they send you a box of.
Well, he means in game.
Right?
Means
in-game skins. So many people.
I didn't know you meant like the actual thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
and CS:GO
So
skins is a big one too.
Oh, wow.
We had someone spend it was upwards of $100,000 on CS:GO skins
in like a year or what?
Yeah, in a couple of years. I think it was like 40 in 1 month.
Oh my god.
Ripping Pokemon packs, huge on our show. That is constant.
we did.
Yeah. Okay. You know it.
Yeah. So we had a group of streamers like during COVID. We like made a group together, and we spent. God, was it
like $60,000?
No, that's per box. We spent. I think now some of this money, a good deal of money, we actually raised a lot of money and went to charity. But I think within the first 2 or 3 months of the company, we had spent
like $250,000.
I think it was closer to half.
Oh my god.
Yeah. The thing is it depends if you include what the individuals started to spend too. Yeah. Because there would just be a day where it was like, fuck it, I'm going to spend X amount of money. But it was wild. We actually ruined the Pokemon account. So like it was one of the Paul brothers. Was it
Logan fucking Paul?
It was us and Paul. We ruined because the thing is, if you think about it,
he ruined Pokemon.
So we helped.
We did
because there's a limited amount of these old boxes, and then a bunch of jackasses are ripping them every single day. So the price just goes like crazy. When the first box that we bought cost $6,000. By the end, that box cost $80,000 during COVID.
You guys, it's you content creators. That's why they're coming on my show and ripping these.
That's
packs.
right, because they say I'm going to get the PSA 10 and then I'm going to be a millionaire.
Well, do you see the thing about Dylan?
No.
So my buddy, he's like a movie guy, right? They like television stuff like that, an actor, and it blew up in the media that somebody came to his house, on and beat the shit out of him, defended his house.
The real life?
Yeah. So I was talking to Dylan though. This is the part that didn't make it to the news. I just thought it was so funny. I was like, so how'd it go down? He was like, dude, they're just sitting there ripping Pokemon packs. And he was like, I was in an aggravated state already. He's like, of course, bro. He's like, I did what I had to do. Yeah. No, it's funny though, because dude, he's a tough guy. He's a tough guy, but he was sitting there opening Pokemon packs when it happened.
I mean, people just buy into these little collectibles. Like I'll watch videos and it's like a Target and it's like just 8 people running down to buy the new thing of Pokemon cards or Labubu. Or
mugs. We get mugs. Those travel. The women
the
travel
Stanley Cups.
Yeah, but like different brands. It's always
Starbucks did that one thing. Yeah, Starbucks had that limited edition cup turned into a PvP zone.
Oh my god.
We had a guy. Okay, you guys are gamers. You'll have to tell me. It's like a space game. You can custom.
Star Citizen.
He would buy every single new multi-hundred or thousands of dollars of ships every single time.
Coming out.
Yeah. So just so you understand, that's a video game that isn't even released yet.
How many years is it now?
10, maybe. It's almost had $1 billion. People have spent on this game. It's still not even out.
Well, the dude on the show had an alert for a drop.
Oh my god!
And pulled it out in between the filming of our main show and
Jesus.
show.
Yeah.
So we could buy like a $4,000 ship.
Do you think people should be protected from those FOMO like drops, or do you think it's on you if you're
natural selection?
Yeah, natural selection. They're done.
Yeah.
They're done.
There's nothing you can really do. They can't be redeemed. There's no way to solve this. You can't make it any better.
It's funny. I've been able to. I definitely have a bit of an addiction to the gotcha games once I start playing. It's like the FOMO will get to me, and I'm like, oh my god, well if I don't do this now, I'm never gonna be able to do it, and it's a horrible feeling. But I've been able to walk away. The issue is because of my job. It's like imagine that you were like a heroin addict, and then your job is to describe whether or not the heroin was good to other people. Yeah. So it's like every day it's like describe heroin feel, and I'm like this heroin feels good, and then I end stream and I spend $600, and it's like the
But
worst
what's wrong with
thing.
that? What is wrong with that in your income? Because this is what people get wrong about personal finances, and they yell at me. You make money. Your probably hot girlfriend makes a lot more money as well.
Probably hot.
So I'm assuming if she's selling her tits. So like,
Run the tape.
spend.
Okay, yeah.
If you are not in a bad spot, spend. Get your gotcha.
Well, here's the thing.
I feel like this brainwash carries over from like the Dave Ramsey era. And maybe there are other financial people like it, but I don't know. Or maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like I'll be listening to like a fucking clip from like this Dave Ramsey guy, and it'll be like, you know, a family calls in and they're like, hey, I'm 34, my wife is 33. We've been saving really hard. We have a house that is worth $1.8 million, and we have paid it off completely. We have together between the two of us about $6 million in retirement. We have a separate funded account for our child's college. We have one child, he's 6 years old, and, we really wanted to buy a new car for $30,000. What do you think, Ramsey? And he's like, $30,000 car, depreciating asset as soon as you drive it off. If one of you would have dropped dead right now and the other had terminal cancer, would you survive with $6 million at 35? I don't know. I just feel like they're like crazy when it comes to spending money. I just feel like maybe just Ramsey himself is like fucking insane is what I feel like, but I don't know.
It's when you start thinking, it's not the one time. It's when you start thinking how much you've spent in a lifetime and what that could go to.
Budget your gotcha. Set a gotcha limit.
That's gay.
Can you do it?
Well, I
can't. Because what if I don't get what I want? That's the issue. Like, the thing is like, I want the thing, and the thing could cost 10 cents to what?
$2,000. He tells rich people to buy nice cars. Okay, maybe he does have better shows. I've ever seen meme clips.
Lose.
Yeah, $2,000 to get the thing you want in the game. Generally, that's what it is.
I've basically quit. He's the fucker who got me back on the shit. I was clean. I was clean for 2 years.
Yeah, well, because to me, like if I want a new character, I'll spend the money and I'll get the new character. I don't think about it. But all I do is play video games. Like I don't like other people have like 10 different hobbies. If I got banned from playing video games, I would probably massively improve my life. And so I'm playing games constantly. And yes, I play gacha games. I do because I run out of other games.
They're actually fun though too.
They're good. They're good games. Yeah. And yes, I remember one time I couldn't afford buying my new car because I spent so much money on a gacha game the day before, right? I had to borrow the money from my dad. And so it's a little embarrassing.
Okay, but you make 10 to 12 million a year now and you spend out of it. So gotcha. Get your gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
He spends less than on gacha games.
I don't think about it, right? I don't really worry about it. I know that I have the money and I know that I don't spend a lot of money.
But your account's still like busted, bro. Like what about your Woo account's weak as fuck?
No, it's not.
You have like what? You have max cons on your Amieth and then you have like no support built?
I have multiple supports.
Do you even have Linnae?
Yes.
Do you have more?
No, I don't. I don't have.
Yeah, you don't have Linnae. You don't have more. You don't even have premium.
Played the game. I've been playing other games.
You're poor, dude.
I've been playing other games.
Your account is bricked.
Yeah, I can literally fix that with $3,000 in one day.
One day? When's the banner rerun gonna happen?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, and the thing is, like, no, and you're right. So you have people that spend money on this bullshit on your show, right?
But they can't afford it.
They can't afford it. Okay. So like, well, that's the thing is like sometimes I'll feel bad because like I'll talk about this and it like goads them into like, oh, maybe I can win. Oh, maybe I should play. Like I think that if you're like the problem is that if you're playing these video games, you're a dumb fuck if you're playing them free to play, and you're even dumber if you're spending.
I don't think you're a dumb fuck if you're playing them free to play.
I think that
the thing is, have you ever seen? I know a lot of people that play them free to play, and then they hit the wall, and it's not fun anymore, and they just.
Hold on, Dave Ramsey doing a shrimp-a-las quick meme pivot.
Brought to you by the EveryDollar app. Start budgeting for free today.
Okay.
Yeah,
help
I
us.
just need help. I feel like I'm drowning in debt right now.
Okay.
Okay. Tell me about it.
Yeah, what do we got, bro?
So I have around $10,000 in a personal loan because I recently consolidated my credit cards.
$10,000 personal loan.
I was in a abuse relationship. And after I got out, I found out that they probably racked up close to $6,000 or $7,000 in credit card debt in my name.
Okay, that's not good.
Without me knowing about it.
And you paid that off?
And after contacting the banks and all that, they said there's nothing they could do about it.
Well, of course there's something they can do about it.
What? Banks can't do anything about it unless you could, maybe if you file a police report, but if it was open, or if you could prove fraud, but like if you guys had like a mutual, like a joint account or something, I didn't hear it 100%. If you have like a joint account, or if you signed off on it, it doesn't matter. Like they're not going to forgive that.
And you $1,000 in credit card debt in my name.
Hold on.
Found out that they probably racked up close to $6,000 or $7,000 in credit card debt in my name without me knowing about it.
Oh yeah, no, it was on a credit card too. I don't know if you could call and get them to forgive that.
And you paid that off?
And after,
I'm wondering, even if you file a police report, I'm not sure if they would, for credit card? Even if you file a police report, I don't know if they would forgive that. I'm not sure.
After contacting the banks and all that, they said there's nothing they could do about it.
Well, of course there's something they can do about it.
God,
wait a minute. Let me stop. Let's find out where we are today. Did you take, because you believe those lying, thieving bankers, did you borrow money to pay off debt that was not yours because it was done with identity theft?
Noel, done via identity theft. Like if somebody else had opened a card in your name or something like that, I think they'd forgive that pretty quickly. But if it's your credit card and somebody's just walking around spending your credit card, especially if it was a partner, especially if their name was on it, I'm not sure. I don't know if a company forgive that. Wait, did they say that they opened a different credit card? Hold on, let me listen again. Sorry.
A personal loan, because I recently consolidated my credit cards. I was in a abuse relationship, and after I got out, I found out that they probably racked up close to $6,000 or $7,000 in credit card debt in my name.
That's what the caller said. That's not what the caller said, you fucking retard. It sounds like the abusive partner either had the card or they opened a joint card or something else. That's what it sounds like. Not just opened a card up in his name or whatever via identity theft.
Borrow money to pay off debt that was not yours because it was done with identity theft.
Basically, yeah, because they said...
Not basically, honey, that's what you did. You went and borrowed $10,000 and paid off debt that this criminal, fraudulently using your name, opened up without your permission. And you paid that debt off.
Yeah,
crap.
Basically. I paid $2,000 of it off.
No, I'm talking about the $10,000 you borrowed. That's what you used it for. You paid off the credit cards with it.
Yeah, I paid off the credit cards, and then...
Is there any debt outstanding that the criminal did that you haven't paid yet?
No.
Dadgummit, son. You got screwed twice.
Oh, not good.
Basically...
You don't owe that money.
My fiance.
You didn't owe that money.
Oh, and it was a fiance?
When someone fraudulently, if I take your name and go open up a credit card in your name, you don't owe the money.
That's true. I don't know if Ramsey's just not understanding, or if you were to do a full-on identity theft, it's like you don't know some guy in Indonesia or whatever. That's true. But if this is like somebody that you opened the card with, or like somebody that you gave the card to spend money on or whatever, I think you'd have a much harder time claiming identity theft. Because think about it from the bank's perspective, maybe you just had a partner who was spending money on your card, and then one day you're like, fuck, I should just get like $10,000 back in charges. That would be based, I don't know if you could just claim fraud on a partner or somebody else using your card like this.
It's called a criminal act. It's fraud.
You probably could still file a police report, I think. Although it would come down a lot to the specifics on, do you ever let your partner take and use your card? Were you guys actually broken up? That would be maybe a...
That's what identity theft is.
Since I had the credit cards, I followed your show, and
I thought you said they opened up the card in your name.
Yeah, that's what he thinks. If they did it, that's an easy one. I don't even know if you need the police involved with that.
Without your permission.
Yeah, basically what happened was,
what did he?
I had them as like an emergency fund, never used them, and then without really.
That's different than opening up a card.
Let him finish, Dave. What were the details?
Used them, and then without really.
That's different than opening up a card. They took your card that you opened up.
Oh, okay. He's starting to realize. Yeah. Correct.
And used it without your permission. That's different.
Yes, unfortunately.
You understand?
Yeah.
If you hand Ken Coleman your card and say, go use it, you're liable for that. If Ken Coleman goes and opens up a card in your name without your permission, fraudulently signing your signature, that's identity theft. You're not liable for that. You understand the difference?
Yes.
So you handed the fiance your card, and they went bonkers with your card.
Or maybe. It sounds like he's saying they took the card without him authorizing it, but even so, this is still much harder.
So I didn't even give them the card. That's the biggest thing is...
Honey, they used a card that was open in your name. That's the point, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. So you owe $10,000, and what do you make, hon?
So right now I make $45, and then in 5 months I'll be making $55.
What do you do?
So I am a child abuse investigator for the state.
That's an irony. Okay.
Yeah. And then I have around 7,000 student loans but I'm in the government program right now, where if I work for the state long enough, they fully pay those off.
You need to pay them off. It's only $7,000. It takes 10 years to do this. So $17,000 makes you debt free, hun? Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh Lord, go get 6 extra jobs and be debt free by like spring.
6 extra jobs based.
You're not working but 40 hours.
So I work around. So with my job now it's a lot of on call, and so most days I'm home around 9, 10 o'clock, just because of the nature of the job.
So you're working 50
it's
hours
not
a
really
week for,
set 9 to 5.
you're working 50, 60 hours a week for 55 grand.
Yeah.
No, you're not. You're on
that's
call.
the
When you're
nature
on
of
call,
social
you
work.
can drive Uber.
It depends
So
on
when our on-call works, if we have to initiate a report, we have to immediately drop everything, drive to initiate that report. And there's a lot of times I'm spending 12 hours in a hospital on my on-call days with a kid waiting for a reliever social worker to come and refill it. And the upside is...
All right. So what you got to do is you got to increase your income. You only need $17,000. This should not be overwhelming.
Yeah.
Sell
something.
It's not that much money.
You got to have, I bet you got $2 grand worth of stuff you could sell.
$2 grand? You want to go to the pawn shop?
You can work on the weekends, your on-call days, whatever those are. You're not working 7 days a week. So this is a season where you got to
clean up the mess.
17 grand is very doable.
But you're not a victim, okay? You handed her.
Wait, what did he just say?
This is a season where you got to
clean up the mess.
17 grand is very doable.
But you're not a victim, okay? You handed her the card.
Damn.
You knew this was going on.
Damn.
The only thing you're a victim of is being engaged to an idiot.
Oh.
And you're not the first one that's ever happened to. So, roll up your sleeves, hun. Get on a detailed, tight budget and get as many extra hours as you can, as much extra income. Don't go out to eat. Don't talk about vacations. Talk to your supervisor about, I'm not working 80 hours. You're going to have some kind of a different plan here, because 80 hours for 55 grand don't cut it. The work you're doing is very important work, and it's very good work. You're taking care of kids who have been messed up. Thank you for doing that. You got a good heart. But also, you cannot sit and be a victim of $17,000, man. I mean, seriously. Let me help you with this. $2,000 a month, and you are done in 8 months. That's all you need, and you make 55. So this is very doable. You should be done with this in 6 months, and then have zero debt. But this debt represents all this pain in your life, and so it's like feels bigger than it is. Mathematically, it's tiny. Emotionally, it's huge. And that's why you act like it's some kind of big monster. It's 17 grand. And I'm not staying in student loan debt for 10 freaking years for $7,000 worth of forgiveness that probably isn't going to actually come, because you're probably not going to cross every T and dot every I. A high percentage of people that run that game don't end up with the forgiveness at the end.
Uh-oh.
So you don't want to get in that game. You want to get in the game of, I'm going to knock this out, put it all in the rearview mirror, move forward in health and with enthusiasm.
Yeah, I can feel the stupid tax. We've all done stupid, every one of us, and that's what you're feeling. This is a breakup. She took your card, and so you've created this narrative. The way you led the call is that you have been victimized, and in all reality, you haven't. And I think Dave is absolutely right. The more you can quickly go, I've got to get a victory, and if I were you, I would go sell something today. If I could sell it for $500, or if I could sell 5 things for $1,000, get a quick win and put $1,000 down on this debt. You need.
Did he ever say what the interest was on that debt that he has?
Something to get those shoulders back a little bit. And there's nothing wrong with you. You aren't drowning in this. This is all a mindset because of what's happened to you and the way it happened. Learn from it, but get a quick victory. Happen to this. Don't let life happen to you anymore.
So, quick lesson, folks. You need to have Xander Insurance's identity theft in place. I do, because they will take over an account that is actually identity theft. His wasn't. But actually as identity theft. They'll take it over, and they'll deal with the banks. The banks will lie to you and tell you you're responsible for identity theft. You're not. When someone else misuses your name, that is criminal fraud. And you are not liable for a debt when a thief uses your name to open up an account. Don't let some banker tell you that. That's bullcrap. And you need somebody in your corner.
Okay.
Just dip, and that's based as fuck.
Well, I mean, why not at that point? This is a crazy thing, but imagine just playing a video game that's not designed to piecemeal money to you.
But that would still cost, that would still cost $60.
It's $20. You just buy one from 3 years ago. It's not like they expired. They're not eggs.
Yeah.
I mean, you just go and buy a game. I mean, that's all I do. Yesterday, I took the day off. I woke up. I started playing this pirate game. I went to bed.
His birthday?
It was not my birthday. Yesterday was Hitler's birthday. And
easy mistake.
I don't know how this happened, but 10 years ago, they came up with this meme. Aha, happy birthday. It's April 20th. It's not. And so I had to go on Twitter and correct people because I started getting DMs from people saying happy birthday, man. And it wasn't you. He DM'd me too, but it was you were actually the 5th person.
I legitimately fell for it. Yeah. I fall for it every year, and I keep forgetting that I'm falling for it.
Yes.
I legitimately fell for it.
It is not my fucking birthday. I just literally took the day off to do fucking nothing.
It was some Austrian fellow's birthday yesterday.
Right, exactly.
I got confused.
Painter or something. And no, it's just, I love playing games. I do. It's all I want to do. And every once in a while, I'll do something else, but I don't have big expenses, right? I don't like spending the most amount of money I was gonna donate $1,000, maybe a few $1,000s to a bald eagle charity. Because like, so I was thinking, because you think about it and there's like, what is it like to be an American, right? Can you imagine the patriotism boost if like you're driving in your Ford truck and you're going to Walmart or you're going to fucking McDonald's and you know, you're listening to Leonard Skinner on the radio and a bald eagle flies over, bro. Like that's the, and like, it doesn't matter, but it means everything, man. It does.
You realize you were at the point of wealth where you could arm bald eagles with fucking head cannons, like laser beams for fucking eyes.
Send them over to Iran?
You could, yeah, dude. You could actually win a war against small nations. And you just choose not to do it.
I don't want to.
Like you could. You never feel like, oh my god. You know what?
Yeah.
I could literally.
Never.
You could put together your own crew of pirates, and you could go attack a nation.
Yeah. I mean, like having a pirate ship and everything would be kind of cool, but I would be worried about like people blowing it up, right? I mean, that would be a kind of a problem, be a big issue. So like, I don't think I would do that. I mean, like just
that's part of the fun.
No,
like,
yeah, not for me. Not for me if I'm on the fucking ship. No, I have no interest in doing anything like that. All I like is I like sitting in my room, eating food, drinking soda, playing video games. That's it. And I feel like, I mean, so you don't play games? Like, what do people do? What do you do? Like, because like it's like 9 p.m. What do you do?
He doesn't scroll. He doesn't understand.
He's gonna say
They take a lot of time.
Oh no,
and also work. I mean, work's a lot.
Oh, I mean, I guess.
I work a lot.
I only work like 8 hours a day usually. Like, I mean,
dogs. You got dogs.
Oh, no, I don't have dogs.
Okay, well that takes time.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta take them to shit. You gotta feed them multiple times.
You want to walk,
pissing and shitting. I actually don't have to walk mine because they're allergic to grass.
No, but also just like
so I gotta play with them.
You know?
Yeah, I
that
try
takes
to
time.
Yeah.
That takes time.
I mean, what do you do? Like,
goes away.
Do you like read books and shit?
Audiobooks on my walks.
Oh fuck, man! Like I just refresh Twitter while I'm on a walk. I like tweet something out. Like I'm on a walk and they'll come back. Oh, how many likes did? Oh wow! Like that's it. Oh, they're really mad about this one, and that's it.
Put them in the box.
Yeah, put all of them in jail again. Yeah, of course. No, I mean I don't know. Like I can't imagine what it would be like to not just. It's so weird. It just sounds deranged. I don't know what it would be like to just not play video games all day every day.
You know what we're gonna do? So I wanted to do this already. You're invited because you're in Texas. Because Dylan's coming out for this too.
Yeah.
The new edition of Warhammer's coming out in the summer. We're gonna lock you in a room for 24 hours. You're only allowed to build and paint.
Have you played Warhammer?
No.
Oh god.
It's the final boss of being a nerd.
It is. It's extremely like I would say unemployed, but you have to be employed to be able to afford it. Like
the minimum buy-in to play the game is like
$2,000.
About $2,000.
Why?
So basically, what it is it's
like figurines.
It's like a tabletop war game, and you buy the little boxes of units. Essentially, they come on a plastic sheet. You build them, you paint them, and then you play a game.
So it's physical.
Yeah.
It's a physical. It's not a video game.
Yeah. It's
oh, okay.
You play it on a giant table, and you got like a tape measure and dice, and it's a full-on war game.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, it's a huge thing. Like basically, if you're a fucking nerd, you know all about this. Like this is all like I was doing this in like high school. Okay, like 3,000. How old are you?
31.
31.
Yeah.
Okay,
same age as us.
All right.
Okay. But I've had a lot of people spend money on Magic the Gathering. A lot of money on Magic the Gathering.
That's a good way to make money.
All my money, dude. Yeah. I was selling Kool-Aid in high school to pay for Magic the Gathering. I was, man. It was good.
It was a long time ago now, but I was really trying to get Boogie to sell all of his Magic the Gathering.
Oh no. Oh geez.
Because he was like inches away from not being able to pay his mortgage when he came on financial audit.
Oh yes, I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. What was that like to have him on?
He's cool. He's really he's nice in person.
He's a normal guy. I don't know what the fuck happens.
I don't know.
You go on the internet.
I mean, I've seen a lot of clips like rubber duckies and shit.
I don't know if
I don't know if he's the most normal of normal.
He has to do shit to make money now. It's kind of pathetic.
I mean, like, I remember watching this guy. Like, this guy was like the voice of reason on the internet. He was like the guy that like always had the, you know, normal everyman take on things. And I think the problem is like live streaming just brings out the worst aspects of you, because like really it's like you can have like an 8-hour stream and then the worst 30 seconds of that 8-hour stream, that's the one on Twitter.
Yeah,
that's it, right? And it's like all the rest of the time everything's basically fine.
Yeah.
But you say some crazy shit like that and then that's what people focus on. And especially like, I mean, for me and for a lot of other people, it's like they'll clip it in a way that's like intentionally inflammatory.
Oh yeah, every time.
God. Yeah, I've seen this happen a lot. Like I've made so many videos about it. Like I'm just used to it at this point. Like I don't even try to like talk around like, oh, I know somebody can clip this out of context. Please do. That's
it's pretty engagement. No one gives a fuck anymore, really.
Nobody cares. Like, I'm so glad the internet is the way it is now, honestly. Like, because for a while, everybody, like, you were not allowed to not give a shit about certain things, right? And like now I just feel like you can say and do almost anything that you want, right? And that's a lot better, honestly. I like that a lot more, rather than like having a lot of gatekeepers and control-y people, etc.
That's true. But your boys, though, the people you used to do the podcast with, that you were just talking about.
Yes.
Do you miss Friends?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, like I do. I mean, like, well, Twitch. So like Twitch had a major fracturing.
Yeah.
Like there was a lot of like gambling drama and like a handful of other like small like events. Well, it kind of created a schism between like different groups of people on Twitch, where it's like back in the day, everybody could agree to disagree, everybody could kind of get along. But I think that like those differences have just kind of grown over the years, and it's like now it's hard to reconcile that.
Like everybody farmed anything they could.
They did.
But you had 10 years for a lot of these people, or close to it, of you farmed everything and there was no consequence. It seems like a logical leap that they farmed each other, and you know people didn't forgive in the end. And I feel like I'm one of the only people who say it. I love every single person for the most part that I met on Twitch, even though I don't talk to them. I still love all of them.
Yeah.
I'm probably not gonna talk to them ever again, but I still like them, and I think that they're genuinely good people.
Yeah.
The job's just weird.
I don't know. I think I clicked on a video once where you were reacting to Hassan reacting to you, reacting to Hassan who was reacting to you.
Could have been any day of the week.
I mean, you're gonna have to be more specific. You're gonna have to be more specific than that.
It's like we could be peaceful. We could all be friends. Maybe we could be the moderators, like bringing them together.
I can get along with people. Like I'm not like people get mad at me. I don't get mad at other people. Like I'll say like, oh yeah, I think this is wrong. You shouldn't say this. This is bad. But like I'm not the one getting personally upset and offended over this stuff. It's everybody else doing that about me. So again, not my fucking fault, right? Or at least I'm sure they'll say like, yeah, it's because you're crazy. But like I mean that's the way I see it.
Do you care? Do you think about it off stream?
Do I think about like what?
Any of the drama? Does it actually impact you off stream?
Honestly, I wish I cared more because like yesterday, for example, I don't even think I checked my phone.
That's a good mindset.
It's wild. Like there's really I forget what had happened, and I hadn't seen him in a while, and I said something like, I was like, oh yeah, like blah blah blah, because the internet was like crucifying him for something. And he goes, I shit you not, he goes, oh yeah, dude, they're real mad today. It's what it is. And it was like, but that's it. That's all he really feels with it. Which it is a good attitude. It's a great attitude to have. I do think that like I'm going to use Hassan as an example. And
yeah, sure.
I think Hassan, not necessarily in a bad way. I just think he really cares a lot.
Oh yeah.
And I think that just manifests.
Oh shit! Did this get back to Hassan? Did he lose his mind over this statement yet?
In a different way.
If you care a lot about how people see you, the outcomes of how people see you matter a lot more. I mean, it's just like, it's pure logic, right? It's not like this is anything profound to say. It's obvious. Like, so what happens, I think, is that people do care a lot about how they're perceived, and then they try to act in a way to make them perceive differently, and then that doesn't work, or something else happens, and then it begins to spiral, right?
Well,
then it spirals.
I'm going to give Hassan also, because do I think that Hassan cares about how he's perceived? Yeah, sure. But I also do think that he is hypersensitive to like how certain things are, because he's worried about it potentially hurting like his political sphere, or like being bad for what he's championing. That's like, if I'm giving him like the complete benefit of the doubt, I think that there is something of value there as well. So like I don't think Hassan's some sort of like, I don't think you're evil. I don't think Hassan's evil. I think you're both mentally fucking retarded. Yeah, I think I met you both as people, and I think you're both actually genuinely, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, good people. At the end of the day, if things were different, Hassan would have been an OTK. If I had every one of my wishes granted, Hassan would have been an OTK.
That would have been a crazy
I think he's such a good IRL streamer. I think he's so entertaining and so funny. And my God, is he handsome.
Okay. I mean, look, yes, he definitely is. I need to figure out what he takes for his hair, because I remember in 2022, he was going bald, and it was obvious, and he did something and he changed it, and I've got to figure out what the fuck.
Probably finasteride. That's what I do.
Maybe that's
I maintain.
Yeah. Finasteride, a little bit of minoxidil too. You take minoxidil as a pill now.
Make some people's dicks like just broken.
Well, that's that won't happen, right?
Yeah.
The minoxidil won't do that, but you're probably past that.
What?
Like finasteride. You should just get it.
Past that, I don't know. Okay, well yeah.
The finasteride and the minoxidil, like minoxidil will like make you grow a little bit more. The finasteride, I think they say that sometimes it'll like regrow, best case scenario, like 6 months at most.
Yeah.
But
I use it to maintain.
Yeah, it's a maintaining pill.
Okay.
Because it basically causes your body, I could be wrong in the science here, but not to create DHT, which is like essentially super testosterone.
Yeah.
So your testosterone goes up, your DHT goes down, and then that actually affects your prostate, and it affects your hair follicles.
Shit, I don't want to know what's going on inside.
It's actually good. Yeah. It's actually good for your prostate.
Wow.
Okay.
They were creating a prostate drug. And they were like, oh, wow, this is working. This is shrinking people's prostates that need to be shrunk. And then they were like, why are these people getting so much hair? And that's how they started doing it.
That's how it works. Yeah, I'll be honest. Like, I definitely probably should do something about it, just because it kind of looks bad. But, at some point I will. I've just been kind of like, I'm very afraid of going to like the doctor or anything like that, just because of like, I've had bad, like I 1 year I went to the emergency room 3 times for 3 things that I didn't have. And so like after that, I was like, yeah, I've just got to fucking relax, man. Jesus. Like that was it.
You did anxiety.
Oh yeah. And I went to like I said, I had like a really high blood pressure reading. I went to the dentist, and like I was so stressed out. It was only 120. So like I totally got it under control, which I'm very happy for.
Did you do anything?
Yeah, I stopped. I ate Chipotle like I was doing like 5 or 6 days, right? And then I moved down to 3 or 4 days. And then I usually will walk down like to the store and back, which is like a couple of miles, few miles. And I try to be a little bit more active. And I think that's all really that it took. And also I would get super stressed out about shit. Right? And I just told myself, I was like, I remember I got the reading. I was driving home from the emergency place, and I was like, you need to chill the fuck out, man.
Well, it's hard to chill when your blood's filled with body slop and you don't exercise at all. And you don't see the sun. Like your body doesn't know what's going on.
I don't think, I think.
I'm not trying to be preachy.
No, my body doesn't need the sun anymore. Like, I don't think I need it.
You've evolved past it.
We've evolved, right? We have a photosynthesis reaction to the monitor now. and like that's the way it works.
I still use Reflect, so I actually don't get any of it from the monitor.
From the blue light.
Yeah,
yes,
I have no blue light intake.
Oh,
yeah, I literally put Reflect on my eyes. But you were saying you walk. Do you do anything else exercise-wise?
Pickleball. Pickleball's a new one.
Ooh.
Dude, that is, oh my God. Are you sure you're not a Jew?
Why? It's a Jew sport?
Yeah, that's a Jew sport, man.
I feel like pickleball is kind of sort of a little bit like the new, wait, does anybody remember the sport that every fucking college kid everybody was doing like 6 or 7 years ago? How, 6, 7? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Who's going to say it? Lacrosse? What the fuck? Okay, never mind. I thought it was like ultimate frisbee. I feel like everybody was talking about fucking Ultimate Frisbee for some reason. That was like the temporary obsession for like a couple of years, and then.
Listen, I'll own anything that doesn't take that much.
Are you still interested in pursuing a JD? You inspire me to pursue it. Yeah, bro. I'm 1 year away from having mine. Hell yeah.
Did you?
Why? It's Jew sport?
Yeah, that's a Jew sport, man.
Listen, I'll own
anything that doesn't take that much physical activity, but you can be competitive with.
Maybe that was 10 years ago, actually. Never mind.
No, singles is kind of, you running singles.
Yeah. You sound more and more like a Jew every second now. Complain about something small, and I'm going to give you a bar mitzvah right here, right now. With the power invested in me, Shabbat Shalom. But yeah, no, pickleball is definitely a Jew sport. So is tennis, honestly.
Really?
Tennis is not a Jew sport.
It's a Jew sport.
It's not. You're running around like crazy.
It's great calories.
It's a Jew sport, though. Like, Jews play a lot of tennis.
I don't know.
Who's going to know if it's a Jew sport or not? The Gentile sitting across from me or the bar mitzvah Jewish man?
Okay, that is true.
I mean, covenant?
Okay,
God.
Name one Jewish tennis player.
Uh-oh.
Do you want me to go to the country club right now and find one? You mean like a professional?
Yeah.
We don't do the professional athlete.
Okay, there you go.
We own the sports team, not the... we're not going to get out in the fields. I'm sorry. We make money while we sleep, Goyim.
No, okay.
Yeah, no. But I think isn't Djokovic...
I have no idea.
Can we see if Djokovic is a Jew?
Doesn't sound. Oh God. Yeah, I don't know if it is or not. I mean, like, look, I would do more sports if I could, but I just haven't really. Like, I don't know. I used to be very active. I was.
Used to be fast as fuck.
I used to be fast as fuck, and then I started playing World of Warcraft, and everything basically went downhill from there. That was about it.
Were you ever athletic?
Yeah, I swim team, football.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Did you have like? Was there like that turning point where it was like, oh shit, I'm not athletic?
No, it was right after college. Desk job, fat. Uber Eats, you got money.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, I remember So I worked at Activision Blizzard before I got into streaming, and Bobby Kotick came into the office one day, and the New York.
Holy shit! Is there a chance? Did he ever work there when Pirate Software did?
Office, they like acquired. You ever heard of MLG? It's like Major League Gaming. So like I worked there and it got acquired, right? And Bobby Kotick, the fucking legend, bro, Uncle Bobby, fucking flies in on his helicopter and he looks at the office and he's just like, "Oh God, I'm so."
Are you being sarcastic about your JD? Yeah, bro, I would have to go back and get my fucking bachelor's. Okay, stop.
Sorry that you're like working in these conditions. And that was when I discovered Uber Eats. I never got Uber Eats until Bobby Kotick gave us a daily stipend for Uber Eats. And man, I thought that the World of Warcraft made me inactive. It was Bobby Kotick. Bobby Kotick made me fat.
Yeah, damn, that's crazy.
Dude, but it was like such a generous amount of food. And I remember I would order fishes, like full on
the dude's
fishes.
A fucking multi-billionaire. He doesn't even know. It's not been around
Bobby
here.
Kotick. It's like, it's a bit of a running joke. I pissed him off, I think, that one time.
Yeah.
I had this clip that went viral of me calling everybody who played World of Warcraft retarded. And I said, you're running around like ants in Bobby Kotick's maze. And I did get fired 3 days after that, I think.
They even unmodded him from the Twitch channel.
No. I was still modded in the Twitch channel.
Wow.
And I banned Quinn69 when he was reacting to a World of Warcraft thing. I thought that they were going to unmod me. But he was watching on YouTube, so he didn't even notice. And I unbanned him because I'm a pussy.
Damn.
But yeah, I love Bobby Kotick. He's like my celebrity crush.
Why are you ordering single fishes?
No. So when he gave us the daily stipend, I found this it was like a Cuban restaurant, like a mom and pop Cuban restaurant, and you could order like a whole fish, and it was so much food. So I would order like the family fish with my daily stipend, and I would eat the fish the whole day long. And I didn't spend any money on anything, and I'd have enough of a surplus that even on the weekends I would have enough food. Bobby Kotick paid for my entire life.
Jesus.
And he gave us free Skylanders.
The thing is that everybody hated on that guy, but if you look at the stock for the company that he ran, went right to the fucking moon.
Bobby's World,
like, yeah, it was Bobby's World, man.
Well, look what happened as soon as he was gone.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, Blizzard games now are like, they're not, like, you've never played, like, do you ever play an MMO? No, never.
I have an idea.
Battlefield, I like Battlefield 6.
Okay,
that's a good game. That's a game.
Yeah, make our finances better. Okay. We'll make your life worse. We'll get you on a good video game.
Yeah.
We'll have him in VR chat with Soda Pop and wearing a furry tail by next time this week.
I want to get into gaming. I got killer gaming PCs. I got like multiple maxed out ones.
Hell yeah.
2 at the office, 2 at home, and I do nothing with them.
You don't do any gaming. Wow.
Almost nothing with them. Civ 5, a game from 15 years ago.
Dude, you should try Pragmata. I'm curious if you would like it as like a non-gamer. This game like kind of blew up recently. It's the new Capcom game. I think it's their first new IP and quite.
It's a brand new game.
Like, it's wild. One of the main characters is like a kid, right? And kind of the story of the game is you're playing as like this. It almost has like a Banjo-Kazooie vibe to it.
Well, you're playing as a guy, right? This is what happens, right? Is you're a guy and you go to the moon to solve a problem. And based off of the story of the game, you run into this little android girl and you effectively adopt her and she acts like a kid and you go around and she disables robots for you while you shoot them. It's actually a really cool game. It's a super short game, definitely a non-gamer game. So like if you're looking for a game to like get into, like he and I both played it and we beat the whole thing. Like you thought it was really good, right?
At least an 8 out of 10, maybe a 9 out of 10.
Very tremendous game. Great.
I feel like you lose it though when you don't game for a while. Like I feel like I lost it. I tried to get into like any kind of game.
You're not playing FPS, right?
Yeah, I get my ass kicked.
Yeah,
but I used to be like killer, like dropping slurs in the Xbox Live party chats. Like I was.
You can do that without even putting your hand on the controller. Trust me, I do it all the time. But the thing with games too, we're 30 now, so we're past our prime in the video game world. But these kids, dude, they'll be playing a casual game. They're dropping like 60 milligrams of Adderall. They're just getting twisted.
No, it's because now, here's the thing, is like now everybody can make a career through gaming. And so like every kid that's like 14 is literally playing like his life depends on it, because it does. If he's really, really good at this competitive game, he could go pro and change his entire life. And so that's why you have like every kid now has like at the end of their name, underscore, TT TikTok or TTV, Twitch TV or .YT or YouTube.
It means anybody, like it's like a possibility in people's minds. Yeah.
I mean, and, like, they do this, like, it's crazy. People are playing these games, like sweating in games now is just unbearable. Like I've moved back to, because like I had the same experience. Like I was really good at Counter-Strike in high school. Okay, that was a long time ago. And so I went back, I tried to play Counter-Strike again. I was getting fucking farmed. It was so embarrassing. I just uninstalled the game.
You play PUBG too, right?
Yeah. 800 hours.
Maybe I should help you guys. Maybe you just need relaxing time, building cities, putting down roads, managing a.
You want to know what's fucked up? I played a game like that, but it was a gacha game, and I got my girlfriend into it, and she spent $30,000 on it. And it's Call of Dragons. When I got me into Call of Dragons, and this is actually, we were saving this for. She's going to come on next week, or maybe after. It depends. But she'll come on at some point. And she literally had given her account to somebody else to let them, like a person that she met in the game, to let them do dailies. And dude, she took the account back the other day, and she went through the DMs, and he was just sexting people from the Mia Malkova account. What is wild, bro? I got the full logs, bro.
Oh my god,
crazy, bro. Who does
this? Who does this? Who is this guy?
But the account was whaled out. I mean, she's at 30,000. So
she's going to complain about it.
He was like, "How you doing, babe? Like, what's up?" On the Mia Malkova account, just risen up people.
That is sick.
But yeah, no, I do think. I mean, you were playing. When you were playing Civ, you were playing one of the best games ever made. Straight up. I mean, we quote in game design school, he's like one of the most quoted devs, because the game is a series of interesting decisions. Like that was him. So yeah, I mean, like, you're playing one of the best games ever. So no shame.
We have to go back because the new one kind of sucks.
Yeah, I heard the new one was really bad.
I didn't play the new one.
Yeah, and like a lot of people moved back to playing. I think it was 6 or something like that.
6 is good.
7.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to innovate on a game like that.
Yeah.
And what is it? What's the genre called now? It's like 4C. Is that what the genre's called?
I'm not sure. Like I don't really play any of those games. Like I'm much more of like an action combat kind of game.
There was
it's 4X.
There was a new one that came out that was really good. It was like more high fantasy. Yeah. And I think it's 4Cs. It's like Control, Conquer, something. And I saw this fantasy one that people were spending thousands and thousands of hours on. I forget what it's called.
Wow.
Now. It's like it's Age of something. They're all called Age of something.
Yeah.
And that's like the one thing. The naming convention could use a little bit of an update. But I mean, you never played World of Warcraft then?
No.
That's a huge benefit.
But I watched Arcane. Okay. That counts as something.
Doesn't that have girls kissing?
The what? The girls kissing? I think so. Yeah. I only watched part of Arcane the first season. It was good. It was good. Like, yeah, I've only played, like, I guess I played Valorant a little bit. I also played a team fight tactics. Like TFT was fun.
I only played that one time with you.
Yeah. Like
my girlfriend plays that, so I watched that.
Right. Yeah.
That is actually a game that I feel like you would be super into. Yeah, because it's very, like, you're thinking about economy.
It's like a planning.
It's risk and reward. You're like, okay, I can take some damage right now to invest into later characters and like build up. Like,
no, that's the thing. I play that because it's easy for me. I want to be a shooter. I want to play something like Baldur's Gate. I want to experience
Baldur's Gate is so good.
Exactly. I want to experience that, but it's intimidating because it's been years.
I promise you, Baldur's Gate is not intimidating. You can dive right in.
What about Elden Ring?
A boss fight scares me. I mean, I haven't had a boss fight in years.
Elden Ring is so easy. You'd have to be retarded. Not one shot every.
I might be retarded. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I know somebody else that was. He's joking, by the way. He's playing Elden Ring right now. I
told all of my viewers that I wanted them to kill themselves in game yesterday, and said I was never going to stream again. I ended streaming, flew to Texas because I couldn't beat a boss.
I have had multiple crash outs over Elden Ring also.
He was so bad at the game that he became a right-wing politics company.
It's part of the narrative that people have created this narrative that I was really bad at Dark Souls 1. And because I was so bad about it, I became a political person and I had to stop playing video games, which wasn't true. It was actually Dark Souls 3.
We used to do this podcast when we first started. We would do it online and I would be able to see his camera feed, but the guests usually wouldn't be able to just because of how we were doing it at the time. And the guests would be talking. And I'd look down at Zach and I'd see his eyes like darting across the screen. And I was like, I know he's fucking playing Dark Souls right now and he's not listening. And the guest would finish talking and he was like a robot. He would just go, oh yeah, dude, it's fucking simple, dude. And he would just say some random shit. And because it was Zach, everybody would just be like, true. Oh yeah, true, man, true. Yeah. And this motherfucker's just farming souls off stream.
That's what I did, yes. It's what I like doing. And yes, I was doing this because I would stream all day and I would play games on stream then. And then I would end the stream and then I would play games all day off stream. It was. And like,
oh man, I have a list of games for him now.
Oh no, yeah.
Well, the new one that came
Expedition
out today,
33.
E33 you have to do.
That's the
Don't start. He doesn't start there though.
Yeah.
Right? He builds to E33.
Okay, yeah.
I think this is the order.
Dark Souls 1 has to be
No, he starts simple. New game came out today, so he can be in on everything. Super simple.
Vampire Survivors game?
The Vampire Crawlers came out today.
Okay, what do you do?
It's a deck builder arcade kind of game. It costs like $10. Okay. You build up there. You get your sea legs.
Okay.
Start.
Then from there, you level up a little bit. You play a few hours of Slay the Spire. Then
all right.
Then you go into Baldur's Gate.
No, dude, are you kidding? Baldur's Gate is fucking so complicated.
It is?
Oh my god, it's super. It's like 50,000 mechanics to it.
Let me, honey, don't hurt me. My girlfriend beat the game.
Oh well, it can't be that easy then, right?
Dude, I mean, look. Yes, she can take a pounding, but the thing is when it comes to playing games,
she's not.
She plays Disney's Dreamlight Valley 12 hours a day.
What?
Yeah, she literally. If you want to hear her financial tip, she goes, "You buy the battle pass and then you spend the money to upgrade the battle pass all the way so you get all the rewards right now." I'm like, "Oh my god, you're actually such a good boy."
Oh my.
But the thing is, she literally got through the game.
Yeah.
She figured it out. She didn't look up anything. She went blind run, and she had a great time. I think that is a very good game for you to get like your gamer chops back on, because the thing is you don't need any reaction time. It's all
thinking.
mind.
Yeah, you have
got that. But you're going to be using your hands enough that you're going to get back and forth things. Then you play Expedition 33. Then you play Elden Ring.
Ooh, that's big. That's really big. Yeah.
You do it in that order and then you report back. I'm telling you, that'll like make your fucking life.
I mean, can you play a lot of video games if you have a girlfriend though? Because I remember whenever I had a girlfriend, it was like having to do like 20 extra daily quests a day.
It is like an extra job.
Yeah, it's like another job because you have to deal with them. I talk to them. Like you have to watch like I had to watch Love Island with her. Fuck, man.
Yeah.
You fucking, are you kidding me? Like, why?
The worst part is when you have to pretend like you care too.
Like, I give a shit. Like, I give a shit. Yeah.
Does your girlfriend have that superpower where they can feel you resting like across the house and then they have to stop that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You're just like, dude, it's insane. That is the most, you feel like, if you watch One Piece, you feel like the hockey. It's like, oh my God, she knows I'm resting. And then you just, what are you doing? Are you investing anything? Or are you like, it's like, so you're not allowed to rest?
I'll hear my name across the house.
Yeah.
That's when I know it's time. It's time for me.
How many hours a day do you think you spend with your girlfriend?
Okay, so I get off of work around 6. Maybe I go on a walk. Maybe I get home around 7, and then it's 7 to 10.
Yeah,
man.
So,
and they fall asleep.
But I love it. I like it.
Yeah. How many years?
Only a year.
Oh,
that's pretty good.
Yeah. So it's not like
wow. You're at a year, and are you guys living together?
Yes.
Well, man, how long have you been living together?
Like 6 months.
Joint finances? Sorry.
No.
Could you imagine?
Yeah,
that
would be really funny. Flip the script on him. Yeah.
Watch like 3 episodes of a show, just take over, bro.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, I mean, it's very rare that I hear somebody moving in. My girlfriend and I, we actually moved in, we're at 5 years now, but we started living with each other the first year. And honestly, it was the hack because we found out so quickly that it was serious.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the compatibility. People take forever to move in. You don't know. You could learn in like 6 months of living together that it's horrible after 5 years of dating and not living together.
Yeah. It like super sped the relationship.
I also speed ran a relationship like that, but not in the same way. And
speed
so
ran the whole
I meet
thing?
this girl, and then a month later, she comes to visit me. And then after the visit is over, she just stays at the house. Now she's just living at my house. And this is a month after I've met this girl. And then she was staying there, and we would regularly, like, we would break up and get back together sometimes multiple times a day. Like, this is just like, this would happen all the time. And then I remember realizing, like, I was driving to like pick her up from, at that point, she was living at another house because this was in between that. And, I saw that I had gray hair in my beard. And I was like, this is actually killing me. This is, I'm dying. This is it. Like, this is the last one. And it was like, I remember very clearly, I had to take the day off of stream because I was up until 4:30 in the morning arguing with her on the phone about something that, I mean, I don't remember. It was probably me that was wrong. But like, for whatever reason, like I had fucked up and I was driving over to see her because we had gotten back together that morning and I was going to take her out to lunch. And then we broke up later on that night.
The thing is, I can't imagine him arguing. Zach is like, it's funny because when he's streaming, he's like an asshole.
I am.
But when you actually talk to him in the real world, he's a little bit of a softie.
I try to be a nice guy. I try to be a nice guy.
And I imagine he must have been a real bitch when he was getting yelled at. Just like, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Like, what I would do is I would lay down and I would just wait for it to be over.
Just fetal position. Just take the punches. I would just pull the what's his name? Johnny Somali.
Yeah, So, no, one time I remember I was getting yelled at for something, and then she goes into the bathroom, and we're at a hotel, and she's like screaming at me in the hotel room, and then like she comes back down, and I'm just like, I am the worst. I did that. I'm sorry. And then finally, she gets into bed. She gets under the covers with me, and she's like looking at houses for us to move in together.
Oh my God.
Oh shit! That was a crazy trip.
You know what I
talked to Hutch about J Stock. He has a VOD on his channel shitting on J Stock. For how much did he talk about him?
I actually have loved a lot because we were getting ready to have the kids 5 years. We're talking to a lot of my other friends who are like at that phase of life, and they were all like, "You should just do couples therapy."
Yeah.
And so we started doing couples therapy. And my God, dude, as a guy, I mean, this is obvious.
Isn't it totally rigged against dudes?
No.
What?
Dude, it's every guy I know. It's rigged against chicks.
It is.
Dude.
Oh, because it's logical.
It's completely logical. And it's just, it's literally like I like leave.
Yeah.
I like will leave therapy and like Mia will just look at me and she'll just be like, well, that bitch is crazy.
Damn.
And I'm like, yeah, honey, she's crazy. She's like, dude, my life has gotten so much better.
Really?
We actually, like, I have less chores now.
Wow.
Like, it's crazy.
Wow.
Crazy. It's actually crazy. That was the only complaint.
So it's like to try to rein her in.
Well, she was like, I mean, the therapist was just like, you have OCD.
Yeah.
And it's not his fault. And now I'm like, do you want to still stack crates all day long? She was like, she literally, my girlfriend would wake up and she would just start stacking. That's what I would always say. She was just like, I could hear her like, so a lot of the times I'll stream. So I stream after him. I do this thing called on Twitch, we call it leeching, right? So I wait for him to be done, and then I go live until he's.
And then my viewers go and watch him.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm up most mornings until like 7 in the morning. And so I'll start maybe around like 5 at night, something like that, my time. 4 at night, 5 at night. So I'm usually starting work when she's like going to sleep, and I will wake up because if I'm up that late, I'll sleep downstairs, and I would just hear her footsteps, and I would hear furniture moving and shit. Every day she would reorganize the house. She stopped.
Jesus.
Yeah, every day she would play The Sims in real life.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It was wild. So I would have like straight up panic attacks because you'd go sit down, there wouldn't be furniture there anymore. It was
What?
like, wow. But it's all done now. It's all
Okay, that's done. Yeah.
Yeah. But couples therapy was awesome.
They do. I advocated for it immediately when we moved in together.
Yeah.
Just like, I believe in it, whatever. So we went, always takes my side.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah. I swear, dude. I mean, like, are you gonna play a sports game without a referee? I'm all about couples therapy.
Damn. I've like never thought of it.
Yeah, but the thing is like having a girlfriend is literally the best thing on the face of the earth.
Is that
It really is. Like, there's nothing else that I've put time into that's been as valuable, right?
Do you wingman for your boy?
Well, I still have my
try. I can't get it
ex-girlfriend's
out now.
TV at my house, so I mean, like, I kind of got something out of it.
ROI's insane, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
8,000 hours, $170 TV, bro. That's crazy.
It's a 70-inch TV.
sorry.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I mean, that is cool that you did the move in right away thing because I never hear, but every person who I talk to who's done it, it worked.
Yeah, or it doesn't work quick and you figure it out.
Exactly. They're on to the next thing.
Yeah.
Both parties are better for it.
Don't waste your time.
Absolutely true.
Do you see a lot of couples though that like go completely the wrong direction when they move in with each other and try to merge finances too early?
I feel like that probably happens, right?
Yeah, people don't talk about their money before moving in together on our show. Like they have no idea what's going on before they get not even before moving in together because they'll be living together. They don't know what's happening financially, but then they'll get married before they had a single conversation about what's your debt, what do you spend on. Then it's a disaster. Then they have to put like ultimatums and all this shit.
Oh my God.
I'm talking
This is why you always date 18, 19, 20-year-olds. See, all the red pillars are like they're trainable. They haven't been traumatized by other men yet or they're whatever virgins. That's not the reason. The reason why is because they have no debt, bro. That's a financial clean slate. Good credit score. Just kidding. Joke. Just kidding.
Money's not fun with shit like that.
I just could never imagine that, man. Like that would drive me fucking insane.
Well, literally, just like if they just asked a couple questions before they got married.
Well, you realize that whatever relationship that you inevitably get into, it's pretty much impossible that you're not going to make more money than them.
Yeah, probably. I mean, sure. Yeah.
So like, I feel like that kind of makes it easier. You kind of know, you kind of know that that's going to be a thing going into it.
I mean, I think that as a guy, I'm a traditional guy. I think that if you want to get married, and you want to have kids, you should expect to take care of your wife. I do. And I don't think that you should force it. You should not force it, or anything like that. But I think that's a good way to do things. It is. And nobody should have to, but it's something I would want to do. And that's at least how I see it. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. What's wrong with the wealth gap? What's wrong with it? That he makes more?
No, I said I think it's a good thing.
Oh,
you're not going to be caught off guard.
Oh,
like you
sure.
kind of know the dynamic that you're going into. Like, so you can be like, okay, like I'm fine paying for X, Y, and Z. Like, yeah, I don't expect you to have. I feel like a lot of the issues that actually happen are just people expecting certain things, like expecting.
That's what happened with my parents
or something like that.
Yeah, my dad thought that my mom would work. She didn't do shit. She didn't do a fucking thing.
Hey, that's not fair. She knew how to order off of Amazon better than any person I've ever met.
Whenever my girlfriend and my mom were living both in the same house, my house was an Amazon warehouse. I swear to God, we would get like 7 packages a day, and I would open it up, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, oh no, I need these. It's like, no, you fucking don't. What do you mean? And it's just like they order so much stuff. And that's another reason why I don't like buying stuff too. It's because and my mom, like back in the day, she would have $20. She wouldn't have a job. There would be no other $20 on the horizon. This was the only $20 that she was going to get. And she would be like, you want to go to Taco Bell? And, I don't know, do you have any money? She says, yeah, I got $20. I'm like, okay, let's go to Taco Bell. So growing up that way, it was very normal for me. So like, I don't really think about like spending money or anything like that. I don't. And I could only imagine like if you're dating some girl that wants to spend your fucking money, that would make me insane.
No, you shouldn't date someone who wants to spend money. That's horrible.
I think most good people are not like that. Like I've dated people that made like essentially nothing compared to me, and I would pay for stuff all the time, but they're not like sitting there like expecting shit. You know, I think that's a whole different type of person. Not gonna lie, you could totally do that.
Dude, I don't want to look, man. Like that's a bit much, right? It's definitely a bit.
I think this has turned into like set you up right now.
Oh fuck, man, dude, it happens all the time. Everybody always has their 2 cents, right? And that's most of the time you. I'll tell you that.
Okay, but here's the thing. I never try to pressure you to do anything.
Sure,
but I genuinely care about you.
I appreciate.
Like I do genuinely care about you. I get scared sometimes when I'm like, what are you doing right now? I was like, oh, I'm eating like 10 pounds of candy and like 4 pounds of beef jerky. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ.
And I'm 35 years old. I feel fucking great. I never get tired. I never get sick. I, got COVID for like a day. And
Zach, 3 of your teeth fell out last week.
No, I only have 3 teeth that haven't fallen. It's a little bit different, okay? And all the rest are fake.
Like the only reason, like, I want you to do whatever makes you the happiest. But I think the most important thing is like I think body positivity is retarded, for example, right? Because I think that if somebody wants to be fat, that's fine, but it shouldn't be like they should make the decision that on average they are going to live a shorter life. And that's fine. If you make that decision and you understand the consequences, then that's fine. So like if you're eating a bunch of ultra processed foods and you're just glorping the goy slop, and I go, hey dude, just a reminder, you're eating goy slop. If you ate healthier on average, you would live a little bit longer. And you go, well, I know that, and I choose to do this other thing. When have I ever pressed you after that? Now, just knowing the decisions that you're making, I think is the most important thing.
Again, I think that if I eat enough of the foods, it will start changing my biology. I do. I think that if I do it enough, that it will change. And I think that, we're going to stay the course for now. I think it's going to work. And I think we're breaking through into something new.
What are you breaking into?
Well,
The next stage of human
evolution. I'm
Yeah.
a healthy weight. I've never had any sort of like bad health problem at all. And
that blood pressure.
Well, that was bad because I was stressing myself out all the time, right?
Wait, he's trolling, right? I think right now.
And then I stopped. And so what I decided to do is I just one time I was like kind of getting tired a lot more. And what I did instead of that is I tripled the amount of candy that I ate. I just started eating 3 times as much candy.
Just needed glucose.
And like now, like I never get tired. Like before here, I ate an entire bag of Doritos, and I also had candy, and then I also had beef jerky. And then after this, I'm probably gonna have another soda, and then I don't know what's open, like maybe Taco Cabana or something. And then I'm feeling great.
But this is what's crazy is I hear this and I should criticize it,
right?
But I'm over here obese. And I can't because being obese is actually worse than that. It's worse
We'll see,
than that.
right? Maybe
I will die by like 60 and you're gonna live to like 80.
I don't know, maybe, right? I mean,
I mean, every now and then there's that person who like lives to 100 and they're doing a review and it's like, what's your advice? It's like, Diet Coke and a cigarette.
Smoke cigarettes.
Every now and then people are just built differently. But you are literally, it's like, it's crazy. The neo-Nazis are just doing Nazi time themselves now.
Good one. Have I ever been sick? Have you ever seen me get sick or have anything like that happen?
Yes.
When?
The time that you started coughing up blood.
Fuck. When was that?
Like 5 years ago. You remember?
No.
You were like coughing blood. It was when we had the fight about the water.
Oh yes, that's right.
So you doesn't remember?
I forgot. Well, yeah, because like the thing is that like I was coughing up blood because I was screaming.
Day of my life.
It was nothing. It was nothing. It's not even a big deal.
When that's where the bar is, of course, he's never been sick. He was coughing up blood.
I spent 4 hours
There's water. There's water in Dr. Pepper.
It is like there's one. Like I drank this whole thing. This is even in the show.
Yeah.
Oh, oh God.
It's completely normal. It's
Lord,
everything about
protect him.
He's thin. It's working. I don't know.
I don't know if like I am not like a health guy, but like a trained health guy to know if that is like.
They did my vitals. They did a full blood test. My dad, because he was my my registered like kind of emergency contact, did not believe the results, and he pulled out the results himself because he thought they were a lie because they were so good.
Well, hey, they always say the most important thing is like if you go and you get those panels done and it comes back.
That was like 6 years ago, 5 years ago, right? So like maybe. Well, actually, wait a minute. It was like like 5 years ago. Like, no. I mean, what's going to change in 5 years? No, it's the exact same. Like I haven't changed. I'm the same. So like, what the fuck?
So we have like one of our friends is close with Brian Johnson, the Live Forever guy, and we're working on getting an episode with him.
That would be incredible.
Yeah. I was just talking to the guy actually, not Brian Johnson, but my buddy who's friends with him, because my buddy is actually fully on like a regimen that Brian Johnson made for him.
Oh, really?
And then,
It's who I think it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, and I don't think you've ever seen him in real life.
No.
Dude looks like he's like
I know.
He's like older than us, but he looks like he's in very good shape, looks super young, super fucking healthy.
They're being extremely generous there, but okay.
The guy and works around the clock. But he's like when he gets home, he's in the sauna. He like does like the little hat and everything in the sauna. He's eating the same food as Brian Johnson. He's got like the sack and everything. Gets his vitals done. He's like genetically younger than he actually was. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But having Brian Johnson on, I wish that there's no way Brian Johnson would do it because he'd probably die on the spot. But if we made him do ASMONSLOP for a day and Asmon did his, it would just be insane.
Dude, like what is it? 180 pills a day? Like
he cut down. He decided, I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure he cut down a stack because he like streamlined it. So it's a little bit less. But yeah, I mean it's a lot. The craziest thing is, you know what he does like every day when he wakes up? Like the first thing he does is he basically gets like he goes into a room with UV panels and gets like the perfect amount of essentially sun.
You could say that's what I do. If it's like the monitor.
Yeah.
Right. So it's the same kind of. Right? I mean, like I turn them all on. I'm like, oh,
like 4 CRTVs. Like I'm recharging.
Exactly. I'm good. We've been going on, honestly. It's been going on so long. Oh my God, Caleb, thank you so much for coming.
That was fun.
Yes.
We didn't read a single thing off the thing.
See, I told you. You were like, oh, we're going to talk about these things? I'm like, yeah, probably not, right? And so, yes, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen. Caleb, thanks for being on the show and everything. Again, I definitely look forward to the AI girl. Dude, that's going to be a good one.
When's it come out?
A couple weeks probably.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, man, I'll be ready for
So, I mean, I'm sure we got all the stuff to make sure that we can link to all of that. Everybody, if you haven't already, check out the show. It's absolutely
Financial Audit. There you go, on YouTube, TikTok, everywhere else, right?
That's right.
There it is. Absolutely. Well, thank you guys all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen. And we will see you all in the next one.
Okay. We got important memes.
A grand jury. Good afternoon. Today, a grand jury sitting in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned an indictment against James Comey on 2 counts. The first count is that on or about May 15th of last year, he knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States. Count 2, same day, May 15th, 2025, that the defendant, James Comey, knowingly...
I can't take any of these people seriously ever again. I can't. I just can't. I can't take any of these motherfuckers. Ben Shapiro, any of these fucking losers. Oh my fucking God. Give me a fucking break. They're charging him for the 8647 tweet or whatever. Like, it's just...
and willfully transmitting in interstate commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the President of the United States. Both of these counts carry a maximum term of imprisonment of 10 years. So I think it's fair to say that threatening the life of anybody is dangerous and potentially a crime. Threatening the life of the President of the United States will never be tolerated by the Department of Justice. Over the past year, this department has charged dozens of cases involving threats against all sorts of individuals. We take the
Like, you want to talk about an attack on free speech? He posted this on his Instagram and said, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk." Like, we have illegal numbers. This is an illegal number. We are outlawing numbers now. Not good.
He's so bad.
Shut up.
He's seriously every single one of them. For example, just today in the Northern District of Florida, there was a guilty plea from an individual who threatened multiple political leaders, including President Trump. In the Eastern District of North Carolina, where this case was indicted earlier today, there are multiple threats cases very similar to this one, including one where the defendant pled guilty recently to threatening former President Biden, another one that's scheduled to go to trial this summer, another one indicted, an individual was indicted for threatening Tom Homan. I say that to say that while this case is unique and this indictment stands out because of the name of the defendant, his alleged conduct is the same kind of conduct that we will never tolerate and that we will always investigate and regularly prosecute. I want to take a moment to thank the hardworking members of the FBI who investigated this case over the past 11 months or so, the United States Secret Service who also assisted in this investigation, and the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of North Carolina, led by United States Attorney Ellis Boyle, who's standing to my right. This was an investigation that remains ongoing. That's been ongoing for about a year, and that's all we're going to say about it today.
A year-long investigation on an Instagram post. My God. Good use of resources there.
I will let the U.S. Attorney Boyle speak now, and then after that, Director Patel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Earlier today, a grand jury in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned a true bill indicting Mr. James Comey with committing 2 felonies. Count 1, he knowingly and willfully made a threat to kill and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States in violation of 18 U.S.C. 871A. Count 2, he knowingly and willfully transmitted in interstate and foreign commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill President Trump in violation of 18 U.S.C. 875C. Mr. Comey will be given every form of due process all citizens are entitled to receive, to include a trial by a jury of his peers. In the Eastern District of North Carolina, it doesn't matter who you are. We take all threat cases seriously and prosecute anyone who violates federal law, regardless of title or status. Thank you.
Thank you. As you heard from the Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney, former FBI Director James Comey, has now been indicted for 2 felony counts. While many of you may read this indictment and view this matter as a simple investigation, it is the farthest thing from that. Every single investigation this FBI and our partners at the Department of Justice undertake, especially those that involve the threats to harm.
Don't worry, I'm sure that all of the people, all of the ASMONGOLDs and everybody else who are talking about how Europe doesn't have freedom of speech anymore, all those people are about to be heavily critical of this. Trust me, you're going to never hear the end of it from all those people.
Or hurt or even kill individuals, whether they hold public office or civilians in our country, are met with the same measure of investigative prowess and tools and personnel in partnership with the Department of Justice as anyone else. As the U.S. Attorney indicated, James Comey will be afforded every matter of due process under the United States Constitution. And as the Attorney General indicated, this has been a case that's been investigated over the past 9, 10, 11 months. These cases take time. Our investigators work methodically. They are career agents, career prosecutors who work these matters. They call the balls and strikes in the field as they see fit, pursuant to the facts of the case and the law. They took that information and made a presentment to a grand jury, a jury of peers in the district in which the alleged crime took place, and that grand jury spoke, and that grand jury returned a 2-count indictment against James Comey. James Comey allegedly threatened the life of the President of the United States, and as you all now know, shortly after posting that threat, he deleted that threat and then issued an apology. All of that information was presented to the grand jury, and Mr. Comey will have his day in court and his ability to speak to a jury of his peers. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just take a couple of questions.
Mr. Attorney General, the Justice Department in this filing today also issued an arrest warrant for Mr. Comey. Is it your belief that he is a continued public threat? And is there a request also for
They issued an arrest warrant for him as well?
detention that you anticipate will be made in this case?
So the Department of Justice does not issue arrest warrants, grand juries do. And so the grand jury returned an indictment and arrest warrant. I expect
They probably had to request an arrest warrant. Well,
Well,
no? That'd be my guess. I could be wrong on that. But.
Like hundreds of others do every year, there will be...
This guy looks like he's taking the most powerful shit of his entire life.
Some sort of arraignment set by the judge or assigned to the magistrate judge, and when that happens, you'll know about it.
But in this is being handled differently from the last time he was indicted. That's my reference. In this case, the department requested an arrest warrant, right?
Well, I don't think that it's public or clear what the department requested. The grand jury issued an arrest warrant. Go ahead. Yes.
Sir, how will you prove intent when, as the director had...
Excuse me, I don't think it's public or clear. Hello? You're the Attorney General. Tell us, motherfucker. What do you mean? Well, tell us then. Make it public. Hello?
Acknowledged. Mr. Comey said he did not associate 86 with doing harm, and he took it down promptly, said it was political speech, not an intent to harm the president.
Well, it's not. This case was indicted today. This conduct occurred about a year ago, May 15th of last year. There's been a tremendous amount of investigation. And how do you prove intent in any case? You prove intent with witnesses, with documents, with the defendant himself to the extent it's appropriate. And that's how we'll improve intent in this case. And so I think that talking about...
I'm sorry. Do you have friends of Comey saying that are testifying that he wanted to kill the president with his Instagram post, that he was trying to drive people to murder the president? Because I didn't see any of that in the indictment. Did you? Did we read the indictment? It's 3 fucking pages. Oh my fucking God. I don't even want to read this. It fucking reads retardedly. On or about May 15th, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the defendant, James Bryan Comey Jr., did knowingly and willfully make a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States, in that he publicly posted a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells arranged in a pattern, making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States. Really? That's count 1. Count 2 was just him interstate transmitting it. Upon conviction of any offense charged herein constituting specified unlawful activity, any property, real or personal, which constitutes or is derived from proceeds traceable to the said offense. Oh, the defendant shall forfeit to the United States any property, real or personal, which constitutes or is derived from proceeds traceable to the said offense. Wait, what? If any of the above described forfeitable property as a result of any act or omission of a defendant cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third party, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court. Seek forfeiture of other said property to make... What the fuck? Okay. Who are the witnesses? I hope he doesn't fight it. I hope he doesn't fight the indictment and he just says he wants to go to trial immediately. I would just love to see that. I want to see... I want to see the trial.
what Mr. Comey will or will not do if there's a trial, when there's a trial, it's very premature. That's today.
General Blanch, I wanted to ask you a quick question about, there's a number of other different types of conduct Comey has been accused of over the past. One of them is abuse of FISA warrants. I wanted to ask if there's anything that we could talk about today in regards to that, but on a separate matter, if I may ask any more updates about the ballistics forensic analysis with the shooting that happened over the weekend.
So on the first question, no, there's nothing else to report about any investigations or anything involving Mr. Comey except the indictment that was returned today by the grand jury. I don't have anything further to talk about with the ballistics that are still being analyzed. And I said it yesterday, and every law enforcement member who is speaking on this issue is saying the same thing as they should, which is that this is an ongoing investigation with really, really smart experts trying to understand what happened in that shooting and where the bullets went and ended up and where the...
What? Was it a fucking shot? Hold on, I misunderstood. Hold on.
That are still being analyzed, and I said anything.
It's about them is abuse of FISA warrants. I wanted to ask if there's anything that we could talk about today in regards to that, but on a separate matter, if I may ask any more updates about the ballistics forensic analysis with the shooting that happened over the weekend.
So on the first question, no, there's nothing else to report about any investigations or anything involving Mr. Comey except the indictment that was returned today by the grand jury. I don't have anything further to talk about with the ballistics that are still being analyzed, and I said it yesterday, and every law enforcement member who is speaking on this issue is saying the same thing as they should, which is that this is an ongoing investigation with really, really smart experts trying to understand what happened in that shooting and where the bullets went and ended up and where the bullets came from. And
how many sources of bullets were there? I still don't get totally why Trump hates Comey so much. Like, he's a big reason Trump is president. Is it just because he didn't stop the Mueller report? No. Trump hates Comey because Comey got him on the Russia collusion shit. All the investigations into the fucking Trump Tower stuff, all the weirdos around him that were so heavily associated with Russia. It was Trump firing Comey because Trump fired Comey to stop that investigation. He didn't want more people digging into him. After they arrested Flynn, Trump told Comey, we can stop the whole investigation, right? Because this is kind of fucking me over. Can you please stop it? And then when Comey refused to drop the investigation, Trump fired him. That's what instigated Mueller being appointed as a special prosecutor. And that whole thing set that whole, I mean, not that it matters because none of the Americans even believe in anything related to the Mueller report or whatever anyway. So I don't know. But he fucking hates Comey for that shit because Comey wouldn't kill that investigation.
once that is at a place where we can definitively say, to the extent we can definitively say, we will let you know.
Director Comey posted this almost a year ago. Why bring this case now? Did you always feel like this was a strong prosecution, or did something change recently?
This investigation just didn't come now. It's the result of a lot of work by law enforcement over the past year. We don't time when we bring cases around anything other than
What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck have you been investigating for a year on this? Destiny, thoughts on the assassination attempt? I've seen people speculate that the shots fired by the cops and the ones who were shot was because of friendly fire. Wait, isn't that confirmed at this point now? I thought now it's been confirmed that the person who was arrested didn't shoot a single shot. The only shots fired were by Secret Service, and then one hit a fellow officer in the vest, and then he went to the hospital and then was released the same day.
The investigation is at a place where we should go to the grand jury, and that's exactly what we did in this case as well.
As a former FBI director, you may not agree with what he did. Should he be able to turn himself in as a former FBI director? He's not a flight risk.
I didn't say he can't turn himself in.
So he's not under arrest right now, and he may be able to.
I don't know whether he's under arrest right now. I'm here talking to you. The grand jury issued an arrest warrant. I think that the way that this happens is different in every case. It's fact intensive. It depends on, you're right, who the defendant is. It depends on whether he has counsel. It depends on what the judge wants done. And so I don't know when the judge will schedule an initial arraignment. If that will be scheduled by the magistrate or the district court judge, I am sure. I don't know if you want to speak to that, or if it's just something that will come up in the next coming days. You'll know when it happens. As far as what Mr. Comey does between now and then, I'm going to leave that up to the line prosecutors in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the FBI agents, and the work that they're doing.
Why, Director Patel, maybe you said that it's a complicated thing. A lot of people might think it's an easy case. Why did it take so long? I know that you guys chose to go with this now.
They have nothing on this guy. This is literally political prosecution. That's it. They have fucking nothing on this dude. He's not going to have any answers for anything. He's just going to defer the entire time to saying that it's ongoing. We don't comment on ongoing investigations. Like, we'll see it at trial or whatever. This is also the indictments that these guys write. I'm not going to go over them, but like if you look at the Jan 6 indictment, if you look at the indictment of the, you know what? Fuck it. Now I'll bring up just like Enrique Tarrio indictment. Department of Justice. You can look at the Mar-a-Lago, like all of these indictments, bro. Like, remember when I debated Enrique Tarrio? All I had to do was bring up the indictment and read like 2 things off it, and he shut the fuck up for the rest of that debate, or at least about his case, because he knew he was fucked. If you compare the indictments that came out of the Biden DOJ to the Department of Justice now under Trump, it's like, it is so night and day. This was the indictment that they issued related to the seditious conspiracy stuff, which they secured convictions on, by the way. But you've got like everybody's name, where they live, what their age is, like actions that they're accused of doing, right? And like things that you can see like clearly. On November 6th, Tarrio posted a message that read, "The media constantly accuses us of wanting to start a civil war. Careful what the fuck you ask for. We don't want to start one, but we sure as fuck will finish one." He posted, "Fuck unity, no quarter, raise the black flag. If Biden steals this election, the Proud Boys will be political prisoners. We won't go quietly, I promise. We need to remember we're at war with a virus, not with each other. No, you need to remember the American people are at war with you. No Trump, no peace, no quarter. It's time for fucking war if they steal this shit. No, bitch, this is war. We tried playing nice about it, right? You've got all these posts. You've got the fucking signal chats that they were a part of. You've got the group names. You've got the things that they were planning. You've got like the people in the group chats. You've got like references to documents. You've got the whole fucking plan outlined. Like, bro, you read these indictments compared to the thinnest fuck, the airiest, lightest, cringe fuck indictments that are coming out of the current DOJ. It's an embarrassment. It's a fucking joke how crazy weak these indictments are that this current DOJ is issuing. It's just a joke. I haven't read this one yet. I don't know what that's about, but
For the layman just looking at this case, or layperson looking at the case, it was an Instagram post. He apologized. Why did it take so long?
Well, I'm not going to get into the details of the investigation itself, but a lot of these cases, you could look at when the threats were made and when charges are brought. They're not easy cases. And so we have to, there's a communication that's sent in allegedly in this case. And so that means that we have to look at devices. Mr. Comey is a lawyer. He has lawyers. So to the extent that we're looking at materials that are potentially privileged, we have to get a wall, set up a wall and let totally independent lawyers look at those. And so that doesn't happen overnight or quickly. And the statute of limitations of this is 5 years. We brought it in.
What?
Under 1 year. So that's really where we're at.
It's clear that you don't want to talk specifics today. But to the American public, can you at least give us a sense of whether you have hard evidence or evidence that shows that Mr. Comey intended for President Trump to be harmed? And then secondarily, for critics who
he's going to say, oh, we got an indictment, didn't we? Which, by the way, standard for the indictment is just probable cause.
say, where does free speech end and an actual threat of violence begin?
I don't know what critics say that, especially today, but it's not a very difficult line to look at, and it's not, in my mind, a difficult line for one to cross over one way or the other. We cannot. You are not allowed to threaten the President of the United States of America. That's not my decision. That's Congress's decision and a statute that they passed that we charge multiple times a year. And so whether there is a defense, as you just described, maybe there is, but with the government of evidence, I am not going to talk about the evidence that we have. That's unfair to him. It's unfair to the prosecutors, but it's enough to say that the grand jury returned an indictment. I'm just take one more question.
Yep, there was. They love indictments now. You guys do remember, please tell me you guys remember how much these motherfuckers hated grand juries before. That grand juries literally meant fuck all. They could eat shit because they hated grand juries.
With the Daily Wire, should we expect more indictments of this sort? For example, in 2020, Gretchen Whitmer did a TV hit with 8645 on her desk in the bus.
But it's enough to say that the
of this sort. For example, in 2020, Gretchen Whitmer did a TV hit with. Thank you, sir. Remember with the Daily Wire, should we expect more indictments?
The Daily Wire, what a disgusting subhuman fuck, giving them ideas on who else to indict. Didn't you? Wasn't there also? Did she say Whitmer? Didn't Whitmer have a thing where they had 86 blah 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 blah?
Of this sort. For example, in 2020, Gretchen Whitmer did a TV hit with 8645 on her desk in the background. Is that the kind of thing you would pursue? And then just really quickly, should Comey expect to face more charges for his role in the Russia collusion investigations?
I'm not going to comment on other investigations involving Mr. Comey. He was indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia. That was dismissed on procedural grounds because of the judge's finding regarding the U.S. attorney. So that case is under appeal. As far
procedural grounds, okay, dude.
As other investigations that are happening, it would not be appropriate or fair for me to.
Can you explain the sentiment that indictments are easy to get from grand juries? Grand juries, you need probable cause to get an indictment. So here's the thing. I've explained this a lot, okay? In a criminal case, you have to convict beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? An indictment is issued on probable cause. However, federal governments or governments in general, prosecutors are not going after cases where they think the most evidence they can get is probable cause. Now, for smaller police departments, they might, charge somebody with a crime, arrest them, and then they could do an investigation and gain more evidence or whatever, maybe off of the back of that arrest. But typically, you're charging somebody with a crime after you have after you have enough to where you feel like you can secure a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt. So whatever's in an indictment is not all they have. The indictment is just going to be whatever they feel like they need to either make that argument to the American public, so the indictment looks good, and obviously enough to show evidence to the grand jury to secure an indictment. But generally when the feds are charging with a crime, 96% success rate or whatever, if the feds are indicting you, you're probably going to be convicted. But these guys are just fucking charging whatever they think they can get a probable cause PC on. Like if they can get an indictment returned, then fuck it, they'll fucking charge it. That seems to be the way that the current Trump administration is working, at least for political opponents.
U.S. attorney. So that case is under appeal. As far as other investigations that are happening, it would not be appropriate or fair for me to comment on that time. As far as other incidents of threats against the President of the United States, those will be investigated. Every case is different. The facts are different. Who makes the threat matters. What the threat says matters. You're right. The question about intent matters, and we have to prove that. That's something that's our job, and that's something that prosecutors will have to do in front of a jury at the right time. But you cannot compare. It's not fair to the American people. It's not fair to the defendant, and it's certainly not fair to the prosecutors to compare, well, if you did it here, why didn't you do it there? Every case is different, but there's one thing that will never be different, which is that you cannot threaten to kill the President of the United States. Full stop. All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Is President Trump's message to HamasAbi saying that Comey was guilty as hell?
Like, you just charged the former head of the FBI and somebody who is a well-known political opponent of the President of the United States now, and you did a fucking 15-minute press conference on this indictment, and then you walk the fuck away? Fuck this guy. This is some North Korea tier shit, unironically. Jesus fucking Christ. What is this?
Whoever just said that, I never said that I'm broke. I'm nowhere near broke, but I'm not rich. I'm not gonna lie. Rich to me is having 10 mil. You guys and people think that I have 10, like the fact that you guys genuinely think that I have $10 million is crazy to me. I've been streaming for 2.5 years, okay? My first year of full-time streaming was 2024. I made around $800,000 in 2024, which is a crazy amount of money, right? I'm living in LA. Right off the rip, that gets cut in half to taxes, okay? Taxes takes half of that. Then you gotta think about expenses, paying to live, food, employees. In 2024, going into 2025, I had $160K in my bank account. That was how much money I had. Like liquid cash, $160K starting the beginning of last year, okay? Last year, I obviously made more money, okay? But still, again, half is to taxes. Last year, I think I made like 2.8 million maybe last year, which is phenomenal, right? It's insane. But again, half to taxes, a lot of expenses, a lot of investing into content. Going into the start of this year, I had like 600K in my bank account, maybe like 700K in my bank account, and then I have like maybe another, I'd say 800K to $1 million just invested in long-term investments, so that, you know, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, God forbid, whatever happens with the internet, whether I fall off, whether I get canceled, whether some shit happens, I have money saved up in investments for when I'm older. But if I have $600,000 in my bank account and I'm being asked to donate $100,000, son, what? You know what I mean? I do not have $10 million. I do not have 10 mil. I would say my net worth right now, currently,
$3 million.
Probably $3 million. $3 to $4 million right now, I'd say.
I mean, like, I guess it just depends on the context of this. I mean, he's right. He's not like super ultra rich, but like, if he's being asked to just drop like $100,000 donation to something, it doesn't sound like he's got the money where he can just like do that. I mean, that's probably fair, I guess. Have they completely retconned 86 to be well known as murder before all of this shit? I only ever heard it in the context of kicking people out of an establishment or stopping music. Yeah, I don't know, bro. There's got to be a I'm surprised it's not like a Key and Peele skit or whatever, where some dude is like, you know, a bartender's like shouting to a bouncer or whatever, like, bro, you got to 86 this dude. Like, this is like crazy. This guy's harassing everybody. And the bouncer goes and just like snaps the guy's neck. He murders him. He's like, oh, okay, 86. It's like, wait, no, dude. political commentary, I think this would be one of the laws I would enforce. You should have an obligation to have some kind of confrontational discourse. It can't just be that everybody can go run off into their own.
Does anybody find it ironic that I'm responding to this, which automatically disproves his original assertion that I don't engage with discourse? The fact that I'm engaging with this in the first place disproves the entire, argument. I engage with people that disagree with me all the time. Just because I don't want to sit in a Discord call and argue with you doesn't mean that I'm not engaging people that are disagreeing with me. Destiny is saying this because Destiny is a debater. Destiny likes arguing with people and debating them. I have no problem. I have engaged with multiple things that Destiny has said.
I don't care. You don't have to debate me. Fuck. Nobody has to debate me. I'm not saying you got to. I don't think. Have I in the past 6 months even challenged ASMONGOld to a debate? I know there was a time where we were going back and forth a bit, and I was like, fuck, it doesn't have to be me. It could be fucking anybody. I just don't like that people can live in their own little media bubbles. I know he's going to make this argument that I react to stuff online, but it's different. It's more sanitized that way. It doesn't really prove shit. We've seen enough examples on my stream. ASMONGOld has probably seen enough examples of me doing this on my stream where somebody can make a video or whatever the fuck else, and it kind of sort of seems like they know what they're talking about. And then in an actual conversation where they have to defend their opinions, you find out, oh shit, this guy doesn't know fuck all about what he supposedly, made some video about. The whole point of I'm really critical of all the people that are marketplace of ideas. We need to have an open marketplace of ideas. If that's true, the ideas have to clash with each other, right? That marketplace implies some amount of flow between different areas. Not everybody releases whatever slop they want onto the internet on their own corner that's algorithmically reinforcing whatever view they have, and there's no contact made with anybody else at the end of the day. That's retarded.
And I've made videos responding to them. That's not good enough for him. He wants to be able to argue with you in a Discord call. I don't want to argue with somebody in a Discord call. I can listen to what you're saying, and then I'll respond to it on my own time. If that's unacceptable for you, then that's your own problem. But at a fundamental level, I am engaging with ideas that are disagreeing with me all the time. I do it constantly. I spend most of my stream engaging with things that I'm disagreeing with, explaining my positions, and talking about them. So this entire premise of this is just bullshit. It's bullshit, and at the end of the day, why would I do something I don't even like doing? Cry about all you want, get upset all you want, but I only operate inside of my frame of reference, and I only do things that I feel like doing. And if people don't like that, that's their problem. So yeah, if you want to respond to or say some sort of comment that's criticism or anything like that, then I usually will listen to it. I do. I'll usually listen to it. And so the entire premise of this isn't true.
Wow. So brave. I do think... Wait, we got some Hassan Slopper.
There's orders, and I think that a lot of the folks that listen to that little waste of space twerp Hassan Piker, they don't understand that he's monetizing this, by the way. So he's saying these things that maybe he believes, maybe he doesn't, maybe he adds an extra layer of filth on it for a little more money. They're making money off of saying these disgusting things, right? And so he sits there in his little podcast mic, and to me, he's a worthless waste of space. However, the First Amendment protects his right to be a worthless waste of space. That's why it's incumbent upon parents now more than ever to know what your kids are watching, to have honest discussions at home, make sure that they're not watching people like that and getting horrible ideas.
Little twerp is pretty funny. I'm 6'4", 240 pounds. Okay. There are not that many guys that look like me on the Republican side. Let's be real.
There was one comment I made to Lab to break her brain, and it was that mid-Jew pussy comment that that was the thing that sent her so far off the edge that she just could never come back from it. I think that if these Republican types started shitting on Hassan's appearance more, I think Hassan might kill himself, unironically.
Okay, calling me a fucking little twerp.
Did he just flex for the camera?
Okay, calling me a fucking little twerp is very funny.
Everything else, though, true. But twerp?
Michael Fusco Art, thank you for the 50 bones. God damn. Is it 50? 67 bones. 67. Oh, God. I'm sorry.
I'm not a twerp.
There's a whole
It has been a little over...
Shut up. Oh my God. Is this going to trigger the fuck out of me? Hold on.
There's a whole eco.
I have so many of these videos open.
Take a look at.
I don't care about this. 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 What could he, watch 20 minutes of this maybe.
It has been a little over a year.
What worries Ezra Klein most about abundance? Oh wait, it's a different title now. Before it was Abundance got things right and some things wrong, I think was the title before, but I guess I A/B tested a different one.
Since Derek Thompson and I published Abundance. And so I wanted here at the just over year mark to have a check-in. What has happened? What hasn't happened? Which of the arguments have changed our minds? Which politicians actually seem to be doing something with the idea? And where does it all go from here? Derek Thompson is a contributing writer at The Atlantic, is of course co-author of Abundance and the author of a great Substack newsletter under his name. Mark Dunkelman is a fellow at the Searchlight Institute and at Brown University, and the author of a book that came out around the same time, Why Nothing Works, which is about some very similar ideas, but with a much more historical perspective. So I want to have them on together to sort of talk through what we've seen and what we think is coming. As always, my email is ezrakleinshow@nytimes.com. Mark Dunkelman, Derek Thompson, welcome to the show. It's good to be here.
Thrilled to be here, yeah.
So our books came out a little more than a year.
Okay. Am I does he have shoulder pads in, or is this like the new thing? Or is it like Shoulder World? Or what is, am I crazy? What? Am I just... He looks like he's ASU mogging. Do you think they're like expanding themselves?
Well, congratulations, everybody. But just at the high level, where's your head at? What are you feeling good about? What are you feeling worried about a year? And Derek, start with you.
So maybe one way to think about the reaction to the fallout of abundance is to think about its impact at 3 different levels. The level of vibes, the level of legislation, and the level of outcomes. At the level of vibes, this is a 0.1 percentile outcome given where I was March 1st of 2025. The degree to which the concept of abundance has reached something like full penetration of the political discourse, certainly the discourse of the Democratic Party. You look at the fact that governors Kathy Hochul, J.B. Pritzker are talking about how their solutions to the energy crisis, or the housing crisis must begin with a supply side policy. That tells me that this is not just a word that's being bandied about. It's a concept. Look at problems, solve them on the supply side that is being actively talked about at the level of governors, at the level of Congress, at the level of the Senate. Zoran Mamdani has called out the concept of abundance and has paired his policy of rent freezes with a policy of helping developers build in New York City. Jesus. So that's the level of vibes. I think it's clearly entered this level of mimetic strength that is far beyond my wildest dreams of 13 months ago. At the level of legislation, I'd say it's like a B+. One bill that Gavin Newsom signed is literally called Abundant and Affordable Homes Near Transit Act. Abundant is right there in the first word. There's legislation that's been passed around the country that also has tried, many times explicitly citing abundance to make it easier to build housing and easier to build clean energy. But then I think where the strongest criticism of our movement has to begin is at the level of outcomes. California should be commended for the law that it signed. But if you have the misfortune of going to, say, Fred, the St. Louis data website, and looking up housing starts in California between, say, 2021 and 2026, you do not see the publication of the book Abundance by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson in those statistics.
What's even more worrisome to me, you look at 2015 to 2026, you don't even see the YIMBY movement.
That is exactly right. And that's pretty concerning. We said in our book, judge political movements by their outcomes. The bright side is maybe you could say it's too early to counter outcome successes, but the very fair criticism of our movement right now is where are the outcomes, especially in states like California, where the volume of abundance has been the loudest. Mark?
So I think I have a slightly more optimistic perspective.
More optimistic than that? That's pretty optimistic.
My view is that your book and the associated effort to rethink progressive policy is a sort of a remarkable change in the sense that from the beginning of the progressive movement in the late 1800s through the 1950s, basically the progressive answer to most public policy questions was put the government in charge and it will make enormous strides. Centralize power and we will bring power to the Tennessee Valley through the Tennessee Valley Authority. We will remake the banking system through the Federal Reserve. We had a whole series of ideas that were grounded in this notion that we were going to have strong centralized power do big things. And then beginning in sort of the late 50s and into the 60s, a different idea, which had been there at the beginning, but had really been sequestered by this sort of idea that big government could do big things, emerges. And there are books like C. Wright Mills's Power Elite, and then the SDS puts out the Port Huron Statement. And the core notion that they are beginning to seed inside the progressive movement is actually centralized power is bad. And we need to take on the core elite that have been making all these decisions. And the progressive movement becomes about speaking truth to power in almost every form. And you see that in the reaction to the civil rights movement, that speaking truth to the power of Jim Crow. You see it in second wave feminism. You see it in the objection to, you see that in the reaction to urban renewal, to the highway program, Silent Spring, ultimately the power broker, which is my book is sort of in conversation with the power broker. But in all of these are strikes against the old progressive way of governing. It is to push power down, to empower little people who have been bulldozed in the proverbial sense and in the literal sense to be able to stand up against centralized power. And that, by the mid-1970s, is the speaking truth to power is the central idea of the progressive movement. I think what Abundance has done for the first time really since then is to open up a conversation about whether we need to rethink that core notion of what progressivism is about. In the old notion, the sense was that we needed to, in all cases, put more oversight on government rather than letting it cook. And now I think we're beginning to say, many of us on the far left and in more moderate circles, like we need government to function just sort of generally. And I think like that was not a conversation we were having 18 months ago in nearly the same way.
All right, so both of you are speaking more in the Grand March to Triumph register here. So I'm going to come in with things I'm more worried about. So I probably agree with a lot of what you said, Derek, but at the level of vibes, abundant.
Okay, we're good. No. Maybe? Oh boy.
I feel like nothing I've ever seen on CNN, nothing I've ever seen on CNN has given me the information that I would need to move the country past Trump. You see this insane CNN Channel 5 whistleblowing?
They had me scheduled to go on primetime CNN with Don Lemon and Caitlin Collins.
The movie's not just about like the Capitol riot and all that. It's also about like media echo chambers. You know what I mean? And like the dangers of the 24-hour news cycle, and how I think mainstream media like Fox and even CNN like competes for views by running constant 24-hour news cycles based upon fear, division, outrage, and panic.
And I signed an NDA, but I'm gonna
I remember that.
break it anyway. But
Based.
They had to give me this weird media training session, and it was like these 16 people I'd never met before, more people on a Zoom call than I thought you could ever even have. I had to get Zoom Premium. All these people in suits, like going through point for point, being like, you need to tell, if they ask you about Trump, say this. If they ask you about revolution, say this. If they ask you about your background, say this. Don't reveal that you're arrested for graffiti. All this weird ass. And I'm like, okay, this is kind of strange. They had to break it anyway. But
Fox and even CNN like competes for views by running constant 24-hour news cycles based upon fear, division, outrage,
What was
and
this
panic.
in reference
and I
to?
signed an NDA, but I'm gonna
I remember that.
break it anyway. But
Based.
they had to give me this weird media training session, and it was like these 16 people I'd never met before, more people on a Zoom call than I thought you could ever even have. I had to get Zoom Premium. All these people in suits, like going through point for point, being like, you need to tell, if they ask you about Trump, say this. If they ask
Is he saying CNN told him this, or some like agent group he had told him this, or?
you about revolution, say this. If they ask you about your background, say this. Don't reveal that you're arrested for graffiti. All this weird ass. And I'm like, okay, this is kind of strange. They had one cool guy who literally had a Kangol hat on. I guess they thought he would like get through to me. He's like, yo, my man. So check this out. I know these people.
They deliver the deep state like media
HBO, huh? Okay.
Training to you in the form of an educational rap. That's really fucking funny.
These motherfuckers don't look cool to you, but they're cool, son. And I was like, all right. I was like, whatever cabal you're a part of, it's freaking me out. But it was only an hour, but it was mandatory.
Okay, so remember what I said about how I'm the only remaining liberal? I'm going to keep this up for a bit because I think it's a good bit, and also I think it's true. Like, a liberal, like a capital L, ideological liberal, should look at this and think it's terrifying, right? Oh, so you're telling me that in order to even get your message through mainstream news outlets, to access the channels of power and communication that so many people rely on, you need to sign an NDA and agree to a bunch of set, like, limited conditional responses when asked about certain topics, thereby like limiting your free expression. It's one thing to say, don't say the N-word on live TV, right? But this seems like a serious imposition on your ability to express yourself. And this happens to all of them? What if you multiply this by the, a factor of their outreach and power? Every news network, every corporation, every person who goes on, it's almost like you could use wealth and power and a near monopoly on both of those things in the form of media to create a simulacrum, an alternate reality where the issues of the day discussed by media men have almost nothing to do with the real world, where the issues they bring up and choose to focus on are at best selective and at worst outright not reflective of the reality. A great example of this, in my opinion, if you wanted to get something that Democrats would get riled up about, is the fact that under Biden, the media would not shut the fuck up about inflation, gas prices, and the fact that Biden was old and senile. But right now, Trump is more brain melted than Biden ever was. Every video, every shot, he just yesterday was explaining girl math, like how 600% less of $6. He's actually gone. He's been gone for a while, but he's genuinely like not presently there. Like he's actually not. If he was not the president, he would be in a home. That's not a joke. It's very scary. And grocery prices are fucking insane. But in spite of that, how much do you see the media focus on either of those things? Because I don't. And I look at a lot of media. I mean, I look at the news pretty dang often, probably more than most of you. I do not see it that often, especially considering the fact that grocery prices are only going to get much worse because of the current crisis in artificial fertilizer production, thanks to the Iran war. Anyway, if you were an actual capital L liberal, I think all of this would be very, very concerning to you. But I don't think there are a lot of liberals, man. I think that there are a lot of apathetic people. I think that most people in America who vote Democrat would agree with what I'm saying right now. I think that if you took the average Democratic voter and you sat them down and you were like, hey, isn't this a problem? They would agree wholeheartedly. I do not think they would go, well, you need to look at the bottom line and what would you expect you could do and how else would you handle this and what else could you expect to do? I think they would just agree this is an issue. But I think that if I were to sat down like globeheads on Twitter or...
This cat was so good and I just bricked my cat with that stupid fucking monkey paw thing. Oh my God.
The Democratic Party itself, like their, DNC leaders or their representatives, and I were to talk about this, I feel like not one of them would be willing to be bold enough to suggest a solution. What are you doing about it? Your voters seem to care. What are you doing about it? It's not liberal.
Yeah. So they told me I was going to go on CNN when Don Lemon was going to ask me about like my life and all this shit. And I get on and he goes, what can you tell us about the mental state of Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio in the lead up to January 6th? I'm just like, what the kind of snitch question is this? Like I'd embedded myself in this man's group, Proud Boys, for a long time. And I still had those active relationships. Revealing any information could put my life in danger. I just wasn't ready for it. So I clapped back super hard and I was like, actually, Don, the film is about how the mainstream media, including CNN, uses the cable news system to push partisan divisions that have led to events like January 6th by
essentially pitting working class Americans against each other and pushing culture war over class war issues. And he was like, what the hell? They cut the segment short. It was never aired. No one ever saw this. I leave the studio, and I guess the CNN had a handler for me where they technically work for A24. Like,
I think a good addition to this. So obviously this should be horrifying. If you like democracy, like as a concept, this should be disgusting to you. This should be horrifying. But in addition, I think it's worth keeping in mind that CNN. So obviously J6 happened because Fox News, OAN, Newsmax, and other groups like that fueled, they fanned the flames. They fueled this like insurrectionary sentiment with months and months of they're stealing the elections hysteria, which led to J6, of course. But I think that what CNN does on the other side in a lot of ways is actually it's almost more damaging. It's more pernicious. CNN doesn't do the equivalent of that for Democrats. There's no equivalent to that. There's no Dem version of J6. But what they do is they...
True. Do these people... Maybe we all just are coming to the same conclusions, I guess, maybe, possibly, maybe.
Limit the scope of discussion to the point that the only way you can engage is through culture war sniping. A good example of this, in my opinion, I said this earlier on stream today, that the person who co-founded the New Liberals Twitter account, which is a centrist tank, funded by rich pedophiles or whatever, that they were here. I'll just find the tweet because I think it's really representative of what I'm talking about here, which is Abdul Al-Sayed is talking here about how Donald Trump is not himself the disease, he's just the worst symptom of the disease, which is factually true. 100%. Evangelism and oligarchs and wealth in political financing. Like, obviously, this is what led us to this point. The idea that Trump himself is a total aberration when the entirety of his party and voter base has shifted to be like him, ridiculous. But anyway, this dipshit, Jeremiah Johnson, says Donald Trump is in fact the main villain of U.S. politics, not big corporations.
Oh, we talked to him. He was on the thing with Adam Mockler and me when we did our fundraising stream.
And that, I think, is the CNN motto. That's the line from CNN. They're not encouraging Democrats to do their own J6. But if you feed people this line, you are denied the ability to engage with the systems that produce Trump. You don't see how the sausage is made. And because you can't see how the sausage is made, you can't really do anything about it other than engage with the petty culture war gripes that Republicans throw out there. Destiny quote tweet in agreement. Well, yeah, that's the symptom of the problem. People uninterested in solving this fundamental. I think even Destiny has admitted that he's like really black-pilled about the future of this country, and he doesn't really know if this country is worth fighting for, if we're engaged in this like interminable cycle of like every 4 years you have to barely win against these hyper-fascists, and if you lose, the country like gets thrown back 30 years. But I don't think he's interested in the solution to that. You have to open up the sausage-making machine.
Because the solution, of course, is overturn capitalism and socialist revolution. The natural contradiction of capital and labor will eventually lead to... Like, I like how these guys say, that people like me say there's no solution. What's your solution again? Oh, overthrow the capitalist system and have the socialist revolution. Which also, very conveniently, means that there's zero responsibility for you or any of your viewers to do fuck all, because the solution is literally impossible. Nice.
Like, obviously, Donald Trump is not just a single aberration. He is a product of systems that allowed him to rise to the power that he obtained. But if CNN or Jeremiah Johnson or whatever...
I don't agree with that, by the way. I think that it's literally, and I've argued this on my stream a million times, I think it's just Donald Trump. I've never made the argument that decades of Republican media or politics practice have led us to this point. I've never made the argument that it seems to be the case that the Republican Party was more situated to have a Donald Trump-like figure than the Democratic parties. I've never made the argument that structurally Republicans and MAGA have a media that is like fundamentally different in nature to the Democrats. I've never, ever, I wish I would consider some of those arguments. He actually gave some of those arguments a little bit ago, which is actually really interesting. I've never considered it. That one of the bad things about CNN is they don't actually give us a media environment that's similar to MAGA. They give us this weird cuck media environment that just prevents us from having like good conversation. We don't have our own cheerleaders. We have to fight on these weird like culture wars issues. Like, that's actually really good points that Voosh brought up there. I should consider that more, because I used to just think Donald Trump was this like unique evil that spawned out of nowhere, and somehow the entire Republican Party became captivated by him, and there was no reason why that happened. But wow, he's giving me a lot to think about. True, thank you. This is why, by the way, I don't want to ever collab with any of these fucking losers or anything, because if you can't even give me like a modicum of good faith to the points that I say, especially when you're ripping half my fucking arguments, like on your stream, when you can't even give the tiniest amount of good faith to anything I say, it's just like, what the fuck is the point? These guys are all pedophile rapists of horses. He is a pedophile horse rapist, 100%.
Are insistent that that's not real, it's just a culture war back and forth, then you can't do anything about it. You can't do a damn thing about it, man. You're lost. How do you expect... I've watched so much CNN in my life. I feel like nothing I've ever seen on CNN, nothing I've ever seen on CNN has given me the information that I would need to move the country past Trump. It's just, they just keep you locked in on that moment. 24-hour news cycle, day in, day out. This is what's happening now. Maybe this is what should happen in the future, but there's no long-term plan, no strategy, no values, no ideology. Fox News has values. They're evil ones, but they're values. CNN just keeps you locked in the moment, nose to the grindstone. What's happening right now? Pay attention to this poll. Pay attention to this survey. Pay attention to this and that. News. Info. What does it mean? Nothing. Nothing means anything. What is it? Look at this. CNN YouTube channel, just a tiny fraction of the stuff that they put out there. What's happening? This is happening. This is happening. This is happening. This is happening. Da 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 da. But you could watch all these videos, all of them. You could watch thousands of these videos. You could watch CNN every day of your life for years and years. It would not give you the information necessary to make the country better. Not one iota. Don't we agree? And I'm not even saying this from a lefty perspective. I'm not even saying, well, they're not socialist or whatever. It's not about the socialism. It's that they are uninterested in solutions to the quagmire. They're uninterested in them. They just cover what happens. They feed you information the way you feed goldfish. You just dribble food in. It's not meant to be used or to advance you in any way. It's just meant to placate, to sate, to hold your attention. Fox News differs in this respect. They have an actual ideological bias, a real agenda. At least they do sometimes. After J6, of course, Fox News actually retreated quite a bit. Fox News, it was like Fox News, for so long, Fox News had dipped its toe into not just political partisanship, but open, I don't know what the right term would be, sycophantry, I guess, like activism. You know,
really,
for a long time, Fox News has been interested in activism, not merely covering the world, but changing it. And after J6, it was almost like they dipped in too far and they pulled back. They were like, oh, wait, hold on, never mind, that was bad. But eventually they walked it back, right? Eventually they were like, oh, there were no consequences for J6, you know? CNN doesn't have an agenda. CNN's agenda is to sell you gray sludge and normality. CNN's agenda is deep states. It's Palantirs. They want the shape of your asshole as recorded by a scanner embedded in your toilet. They want money and power. They want you to worship Israel and go die for the IDF if you would kindly convert, circumcise yourself, and go over there.
I'm sorry. I hate it. I'm sorry. I hate Israel. I hate all of you. I'm so sorry. You guys, we should have never, if I would have known that this would have been the one radicalizing issue that would have broken everybody's brain in the United States, we should have just cut it off a long time ago. Jesus fucking Christ.
And fight. They just want the people who are in.
It's sad too because he's actually really based on Ukraine generally. I don't think I've ever seen Voosh make and actually based in Ukraine, not like it was. Well, I think that NATO has a right to defend itself, but or I think Ukraine has a right to defend itself, but NATO was the reason why Russia. I don't even know if I've heard Voosh make those weak ass excuses before. I think he's generally pretty based in Ukraine, but the Israel thing is just so. Did he do the Azov battalion memes? Did he? Oh, I don't know. Oh, true. Maybe it's his Polish. Maybe it's his Polish background.
Power to stay there, which means, of course, that they can never really arm you against inequality as a systemic failure. Inequality is illiberal. I can't believe I need to remind people of this, but equality is a liberal virtue. It is literally one of the main three, right? You know, it's one of the big three the French were keen on. Huh. It's like the idea that opposing this necessarily makes you some kind of out-of-touch naive lefty, when I truly believe the average Democrat voter would agree more or less with what I'm saying here. It's not like Democrats like CNN, you know? CNN would hate the French Revolution. Dog, CNN would hate the American Revolution, not just the French. The French Revolution went topsy-turvy. The American Revolution would if you transpose the values of CNN today.
You know what? Fucking true. Fucking true. The Whigs, I don't even know what the fuck, I don't even know if they had a name for their the revolutionary people, whatever. When they tossed all that tea overboard, they actually weren't considering that now King James is going to have all the reason he needs to treat all of the colonists even worse, and it's actually going to be really bad that, actually true, 1,000,000,000% true, actually.
Back then, they would oppose it. Or at the very least, they
King
would
Charles,
have,
Charles James, whatever the fuck his name is.
Subject material experts come on to criticize the intentions and the behavior of Washington and his generals. They would, pick into it, but they wouldn't really take sides.
Don't you think that when he crossed the Delaware, that now we don't really have a moral high ground of which we can criticize the Republicans from? Don't you think that's actually really bad that we resorted to violence and maybe we should have had more talks with them and heard their side out?
They would not be active ideological advocates for an end to the monarchy.
How are we expecting them to negotiate with us when we've turned up the rhetoric so much by throwing so much tea overboard?
They won't when Ellison buys it. Yeah, I want you to go ask your average Democratic voter. Ask them, how do you feel about the Ellisons, these insane far-right hyper-Zionist billionaires buying CNN in addition to everything else they already own? Find me a Democrat who supports this. I think you'd have to look for a while to find one. But how often?
I mean, apparently it's either them or fucking Trump-affiliated people buying everything. I wonder if this would have been possible. Trump admin, they would have tried anyway. But I wonder if it would have been possible before. You know who really ruined all this, right? I'm showing my historical illiteracy by saying this because there probably is a better answer. But in my mind, it was fucking Elon Musk. That I just can't believe that we let a foreigner, really true too, right? He must have been a citizen at the time, but that we let a guy buy and partisanly run the largest news-related social media platform. I actually don't know if it was larger, but one of the largest social media platforms, and run it and single-handedly sim for Trump. That's just an unfathomable world. An unfathomable world.
And do the liberals or Contra or Destiny or this retard, how often do they talk about that? Like, I'm not trying to be spiteful or whatever. It's just like, man,
Talk about what? Sorry, hold on.
Democratic voter. Ask them, how do you feel about the Ellisons, these insane far-right hyper-Zionist billionaires buying CNN in addition to everything else they already own? Find me a Democrat who supports this. I think you'd have to look for a while to find one. But how often do the liberals, or Contra or Destiny, or this retard, how often do they talk about that? Like, I'm not trying to be spiteful or whatever. It's just like, man, where are the liberals? Where's the liberalism at?
I mean, I don't think left-owned media is the issue right now in the United States of America. What do you mean? I'm kind of more concerned about Barry Weiss being fucking the head editor at, what, fucking CBS or every fucking news network. I don't even know. I need to go back and keep track of it. I didn't even realize that some of these were owned by fucking Trump fanatics now until I watched their SLOP reporting. I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
You know? Isn't this a problem? Don't we all agree? It's not just about the socialism. I acknowledge that socialism is not happening today or tomorrow or the day after or the next year. I get it. I know it's not popular enough to advance. And even if it was, God only knows how you'd get the ball rolling on that one. I get it. I know. I'm not fighting over that. What about, liberalism? Is it just a failure in imagination? Like, we can't imagine a world that has...
I've talked so much more than every other fucking streamer about issues that I have relating to how the media environment works. I've given the controversial take that I don't even think companies should be able to buy any companies in the United States because I think everything is way too horizontally and vertically merged in too many different ways now. I think I've given the take for a decade now. I feel like I said this like a decade ago when I was still playing StarCraft, maybe, that I don't think media companies should be able to own entertainment and reporting segments because the average American is too fucking retarded to know the difference between an op-ed and a reporter and a pundit. I don't think Americans can understand this. I've given these takes forever, but okay.
Been carved up and bought by 4 billionaires? Is that it? It's all just capitalist realism? It wasn't like this ever, but now we can't imagine it having ever been any other way than what it is right now, which is the way it's never been before. I don't know. I'm doing the rambling again. I hope everyone understands, like, when I talk about neoliberalism being the big threat, it is because it is illiberal. Neoliberalism is the big threat because it has entrenched in our systems a set of incentives that are objectively illiberal, and it has done so very effectively and very deceptively, such to the point that liberals, people who 250 years ago would have pointed at this and gone, what the fuck? They know it's bad. Go back, go dig up the graves of Washington or Jefferson and ask them how they feel about the Ellisons buying their fucking 80th media property. Ask them how they feel about that. Just engage with it.
And even if Contra, like, I haven't seen her, but like, what does he think somebody like me, or what does he think ContraPoints would say? Do you think there's a problem with these massive owners buying up these massive media companies? Like, I remember pointing out when I think didn't the Washington Post get rid of the Democracy Dies in Darkness after Bezos owned it? The issue, but there's another issue too, though, in that something has fundamentally changed after Trump, and that even if a big buyer were to buy like a social media company, typically you wouldn't imagine that one big buyer shouldn't be able to rig control from the top down. Because generally speaking, especially for journalist outlets, it's not usually how it goes. But bro, the era that we live in right now, you can do any. I mean, we just watched the DOJ unseal an indictment against Comey that is the most bullshit fucking indictment in the history of all of fucking mankind. And we watched the 7 wealthiest people in America or whatever sit for Trump's inauguration and all donate $1 million to it. Like, oh.
With their writing, man. They made mistakes too. It's not like I think everything they said was correct. I think that by and large they were smart guys. I just don't think you have to be that radically progressive to understand that it's wrong for Callahan over here to have his dick and balls hooked up to a car battery before getting to go on CNN and having the segment canceled right after, or the Ellisons owning everything, or as is pointed out in this bit on the Reddit that Thana linked me earlier, the fact that Peter Thiel is funding Clavicular. They own everything, man. Sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy because it makes me wonder if I'm like the only one who's not bought. Like, it makes me feel like a schizophrenic. All the independent media, the Joe Rogan types, they're bought. People like Nick Fuentes have been publicly associating with the crypto financiers for years and years. We know they have ties. He had dinner with the fucking president. Does no one else think this is a problem? Why are you not bought? I don't know. I guess I haven't found an article of clothing expensive enough yet to warrant it. Contra jerked off Hillary.
Whoa. Was that a Hassan shot? Uh-oh. Destiny's
gone to Tel Aviv to jerk off all the IDFs. I don't know. Is it everyone? Hassan's been to the red carpet, I think. When I look at my emails every day, most of it is just people saying like, hi, but with 10,000 more words. Am I the only one? I'm losing my fucking mind, man. The closest I've ever been to the deep state is the founder of Progressive Victory has done work in DC. So the canvassing group was founded by people who have done canvassing. That's the closest I've gotten. It does make me feel fucking insane sometimes. I hope you all understand that. And it's at the worst part, I can never prove it because I feel like it's one of those things like liars will always accuse everyone else of lying even when they're truthful. Everyone else who is getting paid by Peter Thiel, they're probably looking at me being like, Voosh is still pretending he's not getting paid by Peter Thiel. I don't know what to say.
I said, this black box is all connected. And she's panicking. She's like looking at her phone. I'm like, what's going on? And she was like, Time Warner C-suite is furious. And I'm like, who is Time Warner C-suite? And she said, you don't know that the same people that own HBO also own CNN? And so they looked at it as like an in-house beef. And I was like, no, I was just projecting my opinion. And they're like, don't you remember the media training? You weren't supposed to do that. She was panicked. They canceled my press tour right then and there.
It's just, yeah, I don't know, man. Wow. Like, no wonder our democracy turned out the way that it did. If we even have one. Managed democracy. No, it's not just a Helldiver's turn. We never had a chance, did we? Maybe not. The last liberal. You've never had a true democracy. It's always been influenced by those who have the most assets. This is true, but it's also like, it's always been like that and always will be like that. But there are degrees of scale. So and the fact that there has always been a bias in who has access to the media doesn't mean that the situation we're in right now isn't extraordinary, you know? American media did not used to be owned by 5 companies. It didn't used to be like that. Janet Mills just vetoed an AI moratorium. Cool. Like I said.
5 companies? How many companies own? I feel like it's like 2 that own, maybe 3. I don't know, actually. I'd have to trace it.
Has nothing to do with what the people want. The people are a completely like vestigial element of the process. She vetoes the moratorium on AI data centers, not because people want it vetoed, but because to her, the voter is an inconvenient, like adjacent problem to deal with. They're the wall you have to get through to get power. Her engagement is directly with the AI companies. They kind of treat voters like how a teacher treats students, not gonna lie. Yeah. Anyway, do you think this represents the interest of the Democrats in Maine? Do you think the Democrats in Maine are happy about this? Do you think this has anything to do with the voters in Maine? Do you think that Chuck Schumer picked Janet Mills to be potentially the oldest first-term...
Here's what I wish that, and I know this is a fucking pipe dream. This is what I wish would happen, okay? Tweet comes out. Tweet says, AOC votes against bill to protect children from being eaten by bears. Now they see the tweet and they immediately assume the dumbest thing possible and then just start arguing against it. Like, what kind of a world do we live in where you can have people elected to Congress like AOC that hate children and want them to be eaten by bears? Like, why not for this? Why not like just Google, okay? Because also, there might be something you still criticize. Why not Google, why did Janet Mills veto Maine bill? Did she have a good reason for it? Maybe there was maybe if you read the reason, maybe you'd agree. Or maybe she'd give a reason, and it would be a real bad reason that furthers your commentary. That's actually even stronger than the point you're making. But like, why not? I'm curious. So Janet Mills has vetoed a Maine bill that would have instituted the first moratorium on AI data centers in the country. Now, if I had to guess, if I was being charitable, if I had to guess, putting a moratorium on AI data centers in one state is probably not very competitive. It's probably not good. All the bad AI and all the bad AI stuff is still going to exist, and it's going to exist in your state because everybody in your state's going to use AI. Why would you lock yourself out from having the AI data centers for it? If it's going to fuck your shit up, you could want to federally ban it, but just banning it at the state level, I don't know. Maybe that would suck shit. But I don't know. Let's see. Janet Mills on AI data center bill. Has she said anything about it? Democracy Now. That's a super lefty thing, right? Oh, 4 days ago. Oh, she even has a press release on it. Oh my goodness. Let's see what she says. Maybe it's retarded. Maybe we disagree with it. But let's find out. Governor Janet Mills today notified the Maine legislature that she has vetoed LD 307, an act to establish the Maine Data Center Coordination Council and place a temporary limitation on certain data centers. In her letter, the governor said she supports a temporary moratorium on data center projects and would have signed LD 307 if it included an exemption for a project now underway at the former Androscoggin Mill in Jay. Jesus. Moratorium is appropriate given the impacts of massive data centers in other states on the environment and on electricity rates. But the final version of this bill fails to allow for a specific project in the town of Jay that enjoys strong local support from its host community and region, Governor Mills wrote to the legislature. The 2023 closure of the Androscoggin Mill dealt a devastating blow to the town of Jay and its surrounding area. As a longtime resident of Franklin County, I know well how critical the mill was to generations of working families and how important it is and how challenging it has been to promote reinvestment and job creation at the former mill, which is a brownfield site. After prior redevelopment efforts failed, the town of Jay worked for 2 years on a $550 million data center redevelopment project to finally bring jobs and investment back to the mill site. A 2020 boiler explosion at the Androscoggin Mill, followed by the mill's closure after the departure of Pixel Specialty Solutions in 2023, eliminated hundreds of good-paying jobs and dealt a significant blow to the local economy. At the time of closure, the mill accounted for an estimated 22% of the town of Jay's tax base. In recent weeks, the town of Jay and Franklin County commissioners and the Regional Chamber of Commerce have written to Governor Mills in support of the project. This project, which is now under contract and which has received several permits, is expected to create more than 800 construction jobs, at least 100 high-paying permanent jobs, and would contribute substantial property tax revenue to the town of Jay. The project developers are committed to revitalizing the mill site by utilizing its existing industrial buildings, water, and electrical infrastructure to avoid the adverse impacts cited in the bill, including impacts to ratepayers, continued the governor. In her letter, the governor informed the legislature that she intends to issue an executive order establishing a council to examine the impact of data centers in Maine as called for in LD 307. I believe it necessary and important to examine and plan for the potential impacts of large-scale data centers in Maine as the use of artificial intelligence becomes more widespread. Given the serious conversations about data centers here and around the country, I believe this work should commence without delay, the governor wrote. The governor also announced today that she has signed LD 713, which will prohibit data center projects from state of Maine's business development tax incentive programs. Also today, Governor Mills informed the legislature that she has vetoed LD 1911, an act to automatically seal criminal history record information for certain crimes. Okay, so she gave a reason for it. Now, do we think that that's retarded? Do we think that it's bullshit? Do we think that she's lying? Do we think that something else is going on? What was our commentary on this again? It's Ruskagan? Okay.
It didn't used to be like
Ruskagan?
that. Janet Mills just vetoed an AI moratorium. Cool. Like I said, has nothing to do with what the people want. The people are a completely vestigial element of the process. She vetoes the moratorium on AI.
Has nothing to do with what the people want. Does he know that the town of Jay, the Franklin County Commissioners, and the Regional Chamber of Commerce have written to Governor Mills in support of the project? Maybe he thinks that these people aren't representative of any of the people in the town of Jay? Maybe? Does he think that the town is against it and all the people in the surrounding area are against it, but these three things are in opposition to the people there?
Data centers, not because people want it vetoed, but because to her, the voter is an inconvenient, adjacent problem to deal with. They're the wall you have to get through to get power. Her engagement is directly with the AI companies. They kind of treat voters like how a teacher treats students, not gonna lie. Yeah.
You see how fucking annoying it is and how empty and baseless all of our political commentators are? Again, you could be opposed to it, and maybe there was a really good reason why they should have canceled the already contracted and already mostly completed data center, which I don't even know if they could legally do without reimbursing the company. But maybe there were good talking points. I don't know any of them because Voosh doesn't even know what the fuck this bill was about. And he doesn't even know why she voted it down. Instead, they get a headline. He just did exactly what I accused him of doing. And I knew this before even reading it. I didn't even know she had a public statement about this, but she does, right? He's not even engaging with what's being said. He just reads a headline. He invents a whole reality about how she hates voters and loves corporations and AI, I guess, fucking femboy robots or whatever. And then that's it. That's all we have. It's what is the engagement? There's no real engagement here. It's so boring.
Power. Her engagement is directly with the AI companies. They kind of treat voters like how a teacher treats students, not gonna lie. Yeah. Anyway, do you think this represents the interest of the Democrats in Maine? Do you think the Democrats in Maine are happy about this? Do you think this has anything to do with the voters in Maine? Do you think that Chuck Schumer picked Janet Mills to be potentially the oldest first-term senator in U.S. history because she would do such a good job of representing the people of Maine? Is this all liberal to you? Does this feel liberal? Graham Plattner's body could be covered head to toe in Totenkopfs, and voting for him would still be more liberal than voting for Mills. He could have so many Totenkopfs on him it looks like he's wearing blackface, and it wouldn't matter.
So based, bro.
On the 23rd of August.
I don't care.
I'm holding 16 pages from inside the Supreme Court that were just leaked to the New York Times. They expose how one case during the Obama presidency led the Roberts Court down the path of the infamous shadow docket, a secretive and accountable apparatus to decide politically charged cases outside of the traditional system of argument and public deliberation. With these papers, we now know what motivated Chief Justice John Roberts to append decades of judicial practice and law. And here's what he didn't like. He didn't like Obama's green energy policy and feared that it would be too costly for the fossil fuel industry. That's it. So what did he do? He rallied the 4 other conservative justices and ruled against the Obama administration on procedural grounds with zero explanation. I think there's a term for what just happened here.
Because activist judges who issue nationwide injunctions based on their personal beliefs undermine
democracy and threaten the rule of law.
Now, I remember 2016 like the back of my hand because it was a presidential election year and the Supreme Court was in the middle of it. That was the year Justice Antonin Scalia died and Republicans blocked President Obama's nominee for a seat, Merrick Garland, and the Supreme Court was short-staffed for much of that year. In the midst of it all, Donald Trump released a list of 11 potential nominees, something that no one had ever done before, and one of them, Neil Gorsuch, replaced Scalia once Trump took office. Now, the reason I bring all of this up is that Scalia actually died just days after casting his vote with John Roberts and the other conservatives to stop Obama's Clean Power Plan. That was a huge deal at the time. Everyone kind of forgot about it because once Scalia passed, our politics became not about stopping Obama's Clean Power Plan, but it became all about stopping Obama from appointing a Supreme Court nominee of his choice. That blockade, led by Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, changed judicial politics forever. Some people are still bitter about it. In fact, if you remember what happened in 2020 when Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell all of a sudden had no problem filling that vacancy right away. Anyway, so this renewed attention on the Clean Power Plan as a result of this huge leak is very welcome. And I want you to look at the stay order stopping it because it's a doozy. And it's a classic in the shadow docket genre. It's only one paragraph long, and it reads, "The application for a stay submitted to the Chief Justice and by him referred to the court is granted. The Environmental Protection Agency's carbon pollution..."
Wait. The application for a stay submitted to the Chief Justice and by him referred to the court is granted. I don't understand what that means. That he is the one who submitted the application for a stay? Or he's the one who did the, fuck, what do you call it when it's, what's the stupid Latin phrase when it's taken up by the Supreme Court? What's it called? Where the fuck are you? Are you guys not paying attention to anything? Certiorari, yeah, writ of certiorari. By him referred to the court. Are they allowed to refer their own things, or does that just mean that they... I don't think that matters. Never mind. I don't care.
Justice and by him referred to the court is granted. The Environmental Protection Agency's carbon pollution emission guidelines for existing stationary sources, electric utility generating units, is stayed, pending disposition of the applicant's petitions for review in the United States Court of Appeals of the District of Columbia Circuit and disposition of the applicant's petition for a writ of certiorari if such a writ is sought. If a writ of certiorari is sought and the court denies the petition, this order shall terminate automatically.
Hold on, I actually don't know anything about the shadow docket. I've read like every now and then something about it, but wait, is this just the Supreme Court choosing things to rule on without a writ even being issued or requested? Is this them just choosing things to make quick judgments on without... I thought the shadow docket was like them picking things for like issuing stays or like preliminary stuff, but I thought that the underlying people still had to make a request for it, right? Can the Supreme... This should never, ever, 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 ever be the case. No? I'm sorry. I feel like these guys should be like issuing 10,000 orders a year. Are you telling me that you're so fucking bored? You have so much fucking time that you have the luxury of sifting through a million different cases, the dockets of every underlying district court to find out what you want to author an opinion on without them even requesting it first? That can't possibly be the case. I must be understanding this. Or, I'm sorry, I must be misunderstanding this. There's no shot that I just don't know enough about Supreme Court shit. Because it sounds like a stay is when a court is saying, stop that, you're not going to do that yet. We're going to issue a stay on, I think it's generally in a court order. It's like an appeal, kind of, I think. Can you issue stays against individuals, or would that be a preliminary injunction? I think a stay is blocking, I think, a court order. So, like, we stay, hold on, because we need to hear this first, and one of the reasons why we issue the stay is because if we don't, there could be irreparable harm that could result, so we're going to issue a stay on this while we hear some argument or some appeal or whatever, and then afterwards it can go ahead. But for the Supreme Court to hear something, writ of certiorari needs to be requested? What is the writ that something, I don't know. Basically, when they appeal it in the lower level, they have to write a thing where they say, Supreme Court, please, hello, in the sea of all these cases, please, can you please listen to my case? I want to appeal to you, please. And then the Supreme Court will look at all of the writs of certiorari or whatever, and they'll say, like, do they look at them or do they issue them based on a request for the Supreme Court? They look at petitions for a writ of certiorari, I think is probably what it is. And then the Supreme Court will look at all of the petitions and they'll go, okay, we're going to hear this case and this case and this case and this case and this, and that's what we're going to do. But this is saying that the Chief Justice Roberts referred his own court action to the Supreme Court, and then they issued a stay, meaning that the Supreme Court said, whoa there, and there's an action that is stayed pending disposition of the applicant's petitions for review in the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. So it stayed pending, I guess, the court looking at the applicant's petitions for review and disposition of the applicant's petition for a writ of certiorari if such writ is sought. Which makes it sound like nobody's even asked the fucking Supreme Court to look at this case yet? Wait, no, Destiny, no. This is an application for a stay coming from the petitioner. How can you make a request for the Supreme Court to hear something without doing this petition for a writ first? Is there another way to do it? I don't know. Let's keep going.
United States Court of Appeals of the District of Columbia Circuit and disposition of the applicant's petition for a writ of certiorari if such a writ is sought. If a writ of certiorari is sought and the court denies the petition, this order shall terminate automatically. If the court grants a petition for a writ of certiorari, this order shall terminate when the court enters its judgment. Justices Ginsburg, Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan dissented. That's a classic 5-4 decision along ideological lines, with Chief Justices Roberts and then Scalia, Kennedy, Alito, and Thomas voting to block the main thing, Obama's signature environmental proposal to reduce carbon emissions and contain the effects of climate change. Now, I want you to pay attention to the case caption in this shadow docket order. West Virginia versus EPA. Does that ring a bell? It should, because the Supreme Court decided a case by the same name in 2022. You know, the one where John Roberts turbocharged the so-called major questions doctrine, the one from the tariffs case, to strike down a zombie version of the Clean Power Plan that wasn't even in effect. From here, let Justice Elena Kagan take it away. Dissenting in that case in 2022, she reminded us of what everyone forgot the Supreme Court did all the way back in 2016. She wrote, "The court has obstructed EPA's effort from the beginning. Right after the Obama administration issued the Clean Power Plan, the court stayed its implementation. That action was unprecedented. Never before had the court stayed a regulation then under review in the lower courts."
I don't even understand where the court would have jurisdiction to do that. I guess theoretically, does the Supreme Court have the jurisdiction for literally everything? Theoretically, I don't know. Like, if none of the lower courts, like, is it ordinary that any appellate court could just take something from you? Like, imagine like there's a district court, like a federal court case, a district court case, my case. Could the circuit court just say like, actually, we're going to start issuing stays or we're going to issue injunctions. We're just going to start issuing shit without, and it's like, nobody's even asked you to look at this yet. Destiny, the Court of Appeals can request certification. Why do you keep saying that? Did that happen here? The way that I'm reading this is that it didn't happen. Did that happen here? Because if that happened here, then I guess this makes more sense. But I've seen two people type that in chat. Did the lower court request this? Or are you just typing random retarded shit in chat that has nothing to do with this case?
She hadn't forgotten. But what she says next, in the middle of the Biden years, is extremely important because it's a reminder of how political the Supreme Court can be with climate regulations, depending on who's the president at any given moment. She wrote, "The effect of the court's order, followed by the Trump administration's repeal of the rule, was that the Clean Power Plan never went into effect. The ensuing years, though, proved the plan's moderation. Market forces alone caused the power industry to meet the plan's nationwide emissions target through exactly the kinds of generation shifting the plan contemplated. So by the time yet another president took office," she means Biden here, "the plan had become, as a practical matter, obsolete. For that reason, the Biden administration announced that instead of putting the plan into effect, it would commence a new rulemaking. In other words, they would start over. Yet this court, at this time, determined to pronounce on the legality of the old rule anyway. But the court's docket is discretionary. And because no one is now subject to the Clean Power Plan's terms, there was no reason to reach out and decide this case. The court today issues what is really an advisory opinion on the proper scope of the new rule EPA is considering. That new rule will be subject anyway to immediate pre-enforcement judicial review. But this court could not wait even to see what the new rule says to constrain EPA's efforts to address climate change. Whew, that's a mouthful. But what she really means with all of that is that the Supreme Court really, really, really doesn't like the EPA when a Democratic president is in power. Now, it's really a shame that we don't have audio of this dissenting opinion because, you know...
Well, hold on. Sure, yeah, but like, okay, so... so it sounds like, unless I'm missing this... Where's my... Okay, you have your district court, okay, and then you do your case between plaintiff and defendant, and maybe there's an outcome here that defendant doesn't like, so the defendant loses, and then they appeal it, and maybe if you're lucky, okay, you've got all your other district courts, maybe if you're lucky, your circuit court, your court of appeals, your appellate court, you appeal it up to them, and then they hear this case, and then they will do... I believe it's always a de novo review. They always start from the beginning. They analyze the law. The facts are already determined down here. They'll either make a ruling on it in favor or against. And then at that point, I think you can petition the Supreme Court. Is it always called a writ of certiorari? Like if you go from district to the appeals courts? I don't know. But here you can write a petition for a writ of certiorari. So the Supreme Court can hear the case if somebody loses again or whatever, and then they want to appeal it up to the Supreme Court. And then I think this is... The Supreme Court has all sorts of petitions for people to hear the case, please, please, please. And then the Supreme Court picks a few, and then they do those every year. But it sounds like in this case, there was a district court that was in the middle of some case where it was, what was it? Was it West Virginia v. EPA? Because some EPA rule was going to go into effect. And then the Supreme Court ran down here and then grabbed this case, and then they issued it sounded like a preliminary stay? Like the case wasn't even done yet. I don't even know why they ran down there to grab it. They issued a stay, but because that stay was issued and years go on, they didn't even finish like debating this case, but like basically the whole thing became moot. It became pointless because now I guess they'd already gone past the time when any of these rules would be implemented, but people were meeting emissions targets anyways. So then the Biden admin, the government was like, okay, well, we're going to do a new rule based on this thing here. And then the Supreme Court was like, oh, well, actually you can't because we're going to, I don't even know what the ruling of the court was, but they shut it all down based on this old rule that didn't even get a chance to go into effect because they issued a stay on it so it could never go into effect anyway? This sounds... I must be misunderstanding. Or there's something else going on here that I don't... Why do I want to read this shit? Politics is boring. A reporter's guide to applications. An application is a request for emergency action addressed to an individual justice. Although most applications involve routine matters, such as requests for extensions of the time limit for filing papers, some, such as applications for a stay of execution or injunctive relief in a dramatic case, draw the attention of reporters. These newsworthy applications usually concern an effort to buy time, to maintain the status quo, to stay the implementation of a lower court order pending final action by this court, or under certain circumstances, a lower court. Applications are addressed to a specific justice according to Federal Judicial Circuit. The United States is divided into 13 federal circuits, with each justice assigned to a specific circuit or circuits. Case law has established 4 general criteria that an applicant... But so Justice Roberts himself was the one who wrote the application? Okay. Case law has established 4 general criteria that the applicant normally must satisfy in order for the court to grant a stay. They are that there is a reasonable probability that 4 justices will grant certiorari or agree to review the merits of the case, meaning that the Supreme Court will eventually hear it. 2, that there is a fair prospect that a majority of the court will conclude upon review that the decision below on the merits was erroneous. 3, that irreparable harm will result from the denial of the stay. And 4, finally, in a close case, the circuit justice may find it appropriate to balance the equities by exploring the relative harms to the applicant and respondent, as well as the interests of the public at large. So this seems pretty similar to the elements that you generally are required to meet in order to have a temporary restraining order or a preliminary injunction met. These look pretty similar to those requirements. Applications are typically handled on paper. That is, there are normally no hearings or oral arguments. Applications and any related papers submitted to the court are filed with the clerk's office and forwarded to the justices. A justice need not be physically present in the court building in order to act on an application. Although there are instances in which the circuit justice cannot be reached, in that case, the application is referred to the next junior justice. The circuit justice may act on an application alone or refer to the full court for consideration. The fact that an application has been referred to the full court may not be known publicly until the court acts on the application and the referral is noted in the court's order. Applications for stays in capital cases are often, though not always, referred to the full court. If an application is referred, the justices do not meet officially or publicly, but confer sometimes by phone or through the exchange of memoranda. Wait, this sounds retarded. I don't understand what is happening here. So the application goes to a single justice and then they can just rule on it for like a stay or whatever. Once the full court has acted on an application. Wait, hold on. Once the full court has acted on an application, the application is closed and there's no further opportunity to request the same relief. If the full court acts on an application, 5 justices must agree in order for the court to grant a stay, but the votes of only 4 justices are required to grant certiorari. Quite often, an application will request a stay from the court pending the timely filing and disposition by this court of the party's petition for writ of certiorari. Wait, so does the full court always have to act or no? Hold on. The fact that an application is referred to the full court may not be known publicly. Okay, wait. Third-handed applications and any related papers submitted to the court. A justice need not be physically present in the court. The circuit justice may act on an application alone or refer to the full court for consideration. So they can't. So a circuit justice can act on it alone. There are several possible scenarios for the disposition of an application. A justice may simply deny without comment or explanation. If the circuit justice denies an application, there will often be no separate order issued. The denial will be reflected on the public docket. If a justice acts alone to deny an application, a petitioner may renew the application to any other justice of his or her choice and theoretically can continue until the majority of the court has denied the application. In practice, renewed applications usually refer to the full court to avoid such a prolonged procedure. A justice may call for a response from the opposition before reaching a full decision. Such responses are usually due by a date and time certain. The justice may grant an interim stay pending receipt. A justice may grant if an application is granted by an individual justice or if the full court acts upon disposition is indicated by a written order or summons an opinion. An order granting the application will indicate how long the order will remain in effect, usually until the court acts on the petition for writ of certiorari. In fairly standard language, the order will often go on to state that if the petition is denied, the stay will automatically terminate, but if the court grants full review, the stay will remain in effect until the court hands down a decision on the merits and the mandate or judgment is issued. If a circuit justice acting alone grants an application, the other side may file a motion to the full court to vacate that justice's stay. As a practical matter, these are rarely, if ever, granted. Sometimes the application for a stay and the petition for writ of certiorari are filed simultaneously and acted on by the court at the same time. That makes sense, I guess. This makes sense. You're asking the Supreme Court, can you please hear this case? And if they agree, then I imagine they would issue a stay based on whatever the order was. That makes sense. We take it to page 18. What's on page 18? Of the PDF or 18 of the... like of the thing or whatever? How much notice does the court usually have that an execution is imminent and an application for a stay of execution may be filed? The clerk's office distributes a list of scheduled executions on a weekly basis to the justices' chambers. Many on the list have had cases at the Supreme Court before, and copies of those case filings are made available to chambers. Lower courts will notify the Supreme Court of their decisions and will transmit copies of their rulings as they are announced so that the justice can be kept informed. Meanwhile, legal counsel will usually call the clerk's office in advance of the scheduled execution to check in, to be advised of filing procedures, and advise the court whether he or she intends to appeal to the court. What does this mean? Execution, like for somebody to be murdered? Or not murdered, I should say. I'm sorry, capital punishment is what we're talking about? Who are the best contacts for guidance on the facts of a particular case? Where can copies of papers filed with the court be obtained? The Public Information Office staff at the court are the best contacts for information on what has been filed, when, and for the updates on status. How is it determined which justice will hold an application? The country is divided into 13 federal judicial circuits, and each Supreme Court justice is assigned one or more of these circuits. Justices decide among themselves who will be responsible for which circuits, and those assignments are announced in a written order of the court. The assignments usually change only when the court's membership changes. What am I supposed to be mad about on this page, or what? Okay. I don't know. I'm sure it was bad, though.
It means with all of that is that the Supreme Court really, really, really doesn't like the EPA when a Democratic president is in power. Now, it's really a shame that we don't have audio of this dissenting opinion because, Justice Kagan, she's a bit of a nerd. She likes these things. She could have done an amazing job saying from the bench why this decision against the EPA is so wrong. She's a former government lawyer and a solicitor general. She really cares about things being done by the book. But West Virginia v. EPA was decided days after Dobbs. Remember the case that ended Roe v. Wade? So the Supreme Court was kind of on lockdown, and they didn't take the bench to announce any decisions. So, our loss. West Virginia v. EPA was decided in 2022, years before Trump took office for a second time. But Justice Kagan's words were a stern warning that the shadow docket was a serious threat to the rule of law and the sanctity of settled legal precedent. Look no further than Noem v. Vasquez Perdomo in 2025, when the Supreme Court used the shadow docket to stay a lower court injunction that prohibited ICE agents from relying on things like appearance and language, or where you worked, or location, and targeting immigrants in the Los Angeles area. In one short document, they gave ICE full permission to stop and detain anybody they wanted for the crime of looking like or working like or sounding like a Latino or an immigrant. So now, how do you abolish ICE? I made a video that explains how ICE took over our immigration system and how we can abolish it. But
25A169. The application for stay presented by Justice Kagan and by her referred to the court is granted. Oh, I understand this language now more. So the application for stay was presented to Justice Kagan, and then she referred it to the entire court to make a decision on it. Let's see. Kavanaugh is concurring. And there's no, you don't know who authored the opinion. It doesn't have to say, or is this Kavanaugh writing, or, oh, I guess it must be Kavanaugh writing. Is stayed pending the disposition of the appeal and the disposition. We don't know what the ruling was on this. You can't know for any of these applications. So it could be 9-0, it could be 8-1, it could be 7-2. We have no clue. Interesting.
Used the shadow docket to stay a lower court injunction that prohibited ICE agents from relying on things like appearance and language, or where you worked, or location, in targeting immigrants in the Los Angeles area. In one short document, they gave ICE full permission to stop and detain anybody they wanted for the crime of looking like or working like or sounding like a Latino or an immigrant. So now, how do you abolish ICE? I made a video that explains how ICE took over our immigration system and how we can abolish it. But the only place you can watch it is on Nebula, the sponsor of today's video. Nebula is a streaming service where you can watch all the content from your favorite creators like Jetlag, Maggie May Fish, Real Engineering, Philosophy Tube, Real Life Lore, and of course, LegalEagle, ad-free and early. Plus, watch countless Nebula exclusive videos made with love, time, effort, and increased budgets that you won't find on YouTube. I highly recommend you check out Lindsay Ellis's original documentary, The Macabre World of Police Bodycam YouTube. It's a fascinating expose on how this wildly popular genre of true crime content is altering social attitudes about the law and policing. In addition to my Nebula exclusive about how to abolish ICE, make sure to check out Liz's legal analysis of how RFK Jr. can ban vaccines, or Devin's investigation into the most insane attempts to ban booze in America, just to name a few of our many Nebula exclusive videos.
Okay, we get it.
Every LegalEagle video we make is an extended cut on Nebula, like the legal analysis of improv comedy scenes Devin did with Brendan Lee Mulligan that contains a ton of hilarious additional scenes, or Scout Owl's legal analysis of scenes from The Pit that had to be cut for the YouTube version because they discuss sexual violence.
The Pit!
And if you use my link or code, you can get 50% off an annual subscription. So that's a year's worth of the best content for only $30. Or you can get 40% off a lifetime of Nebula. Pay once for $300 and never again. It truly is the best deal of all. Either way, click or scan now to continue watching LegalEagle on Nebula, or I'll see you in court.
See ya.
Now, Justice Kagan figures prominently in these leaked shadow docket memos that the New York Times uncovered. She tries to be the voice of reason, the Jiminy Cricket in the ear of John Roberts and the other justices, to no avail. And the whole thing was decided in the course of 5 days in 2016. A president's signature regulatory policy framework, frozen in the span of less than a week by judges who admit to being kind of politically motivated. They don't say it with so many words, but when you read between the lines, it's evident. And it all began when a bunch of Republican-led states, the Chamber of Commerce, and industry groups rushed to the Supreme Court to demand that the justices halt the Clean Power Plan. Let's take a look at what the leaked documents actually show. There are 16 pages of internal communications between the justices, not meant to be seen by the public. Not only are these documents held in their lock and key, the Supreme Court is famously leak-proof. This thing doesn't leak like a sieve. It's not like Congress or the Trump White House. Truly, you'll be hard-pressed to get anything out of anyone who works in that building. I know, because I've been there, and people don't talk to you, period. He kicks things off on February 5th. I have received 5 emergency applications seeking a stay of the EPA's Clean Power Plan. He then says, I refer the applications to the conference with my vote to grant the stay in order to preserve the status quo pending judicial review. Now, when the chief says that he's referring the applications to the conference, all that means is that Roberts circulated his analysis to the other justices, and that he's seeking their views before a final order is issued. Then he gets right to it. Absent a stay, the Clean Power Plan will cause, and is causing, substantial, irreversible reordering of the domestic power sector before this court has an opportunity to review its legality. Now, mind you, substantial and irreversible reordering of the domestic power sector is not and has never been the standard by which to grant a stay of a major regulatory action. And to that end, neither is the substantial and irreversible damage caused by climate change, but they have a major substantial and irreversible power sector for this court has an opportunity to review its legality. Now, mind you, substantial and irreversible reordering of the domestic power sector is not and has never been the standard by which to grant the stay of a major regulatory action.
Well, but isn't it though? I feel like this is the reason why you issue stays or preliminary injunctions, but I don't know. Okay.
And to that end, neither is the substantial and irreversible damage caused by climate change.
Climate change isn't a law that anybody's trying to pass, so a court's not reviewing it, so I don't know why that matters.
But nobody brings that up. Instead, Robert seems to be in a real rush. He seems concerned that the Clean Power Plan calls for, in the Times telling, a systemic regulation of the power grid, including by encouraging coal-fired plants to be shut down and replaced with one's power by cleaner technologies. And the plan, in Roberts' view, would start taking effect very soon. But in reality, the plan did no such thing. States didn't have to submit compliance plans until September 2016, and they could always apply to the EPA to seek a 2-year extension. According to the Times, the first deadline for power plants to reduce their emissions was not until 2022.
I guess the question is, fuck me. I don't feel like I like this guy's legal analysis, but I don't know. The question, I don't know if I have any super con lawyers, constitutional people in chat right now. Did the lower court not issue a stay? Because I'm curious, why didn't the district court, if this is all so obvious, why didn't the district court issue a stay? Or are these grants like done before even preliminary court actions? I'm curious why the lower court didn't issue a stay, or did they refuse to? And if they refused to, why did they refuse to? But I don't know.
Full compliance not required until 2030. Now, Roberts doesn't stop there. Remember the major questions doctrine I mentioned earlier? He alludes to it by pointing to a 2014 opinion written by Justice Scalia, in which he says, we expect Congress to speak clearly if it wishes to assign to an agency decisions of vast economic and political significance. That's the major questions doctrine. Now, in the shadow docket memos, Robert points to that decision and writes, as we noted 2 terms ago.
Well,
that's the Congress to speak clearly if it wishes to assign to an agency decisions of vast economic and political significance. That's the major questions doctrine.
So the major questions doctrine, my understanding, is basically saying that Congress can speak to those issues clearly, but you can't interpret like a piece of legislation in a way that you are taking like what seems to be drastically not what Congress intended because of like some specific language that you're looking at. And the idea would be, I believe that the court would say that, hold on, you want to do this new regulatory action based on a very generous reading of something that Congress passed. We're not going to let you do that. Like Congress would have spoken more clearly on this. This is the example I gave where, like, let's say for some reason the EPA passes some act where it's like, we believe that states should have the right to do carbon dioxide monitoring or whatever because of pollution inside the city. I don't know, something like that. And then let's say that the government says, okay, we're actually going to create a new federal rule saying that we're going to deprive people of the ability to breathe out from their bodies because they're exhaling their carbon dioxide everywhere, which is causing pollution. So we're going to seal people's noses so they can't breathe out. That that would be challenged by lower courts. If it was challenged, it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court might look at it, and the Supreme Court might go, okay, maybe on like a very, very, very strict reading of this, or maybe in a way you could read that like the ability to limit carbon dioxide would give you the ability to seal people's noses. But we think that if Congress really wanted to give the executive the power to do that, Congress would have spoken. We expect Congress that would have spoken clearly if it wished to assign to an agency decision of vast economic and political significance, that Congress would have said something more specifically about that. This wouldn't be like a weird interpretation. This would have been like the center point of the law that Congress would have spoken to clearly about. So the Supreme Court isn't going to allow you to just reinterpret old law to make some new federal rule that's way outside the bounds of anything that's been done with that law before. This is like I believe the major questions doctrine, basically.
Clearly if it wishes to assign to an agency decisions of vast economic and political significance. That's the major questions doctrine. Now, in the shadow docket memos, Robert points to that decision and writes, as we noted 2 terms ago, agencies will face high hurdles when they seek to use novel interpretations of a long extant statute to bring about an enormous and transformative expansion in their regulatory authority without clear congressional authorization. That's a bad signal for the major questions doctrine, which at the time didn't quite exist by that label, but Roberts was already laying the groundwork for it. Then he adds this quip, solar plants are not built in a day. Okay, we know that. The point here is, how is industry being harmed if they're not required to build them right away? Roberts proceeds to needle the Obama administration, which apparently angered him with a blog post in which an EPA official said that a recent decision invalidating a rule of mercury emissions was not a big deal because the rule in question remained in effect while the Supreme Court considered the case. Roberts didn't like that one bit. He writes, past experience makes the case for irreparable harm. In an earlier case, the absence of a state allowed the agency to effectively implement an important program we held to be contrary to law. After he fired off his memo, Justice Stephen Breyer was the very first one to respond, that same day. And in his characteristic pragmatic tone, he tries to tell the chief to cool it. Now, we don't have to block the program, he suggests. How about we try a middle ground? What's the rush? He writes, it is unusual for this court to issue a stay of an agency's order during the time that the Court of Appeals is considering its lawfulness.
Yeah, can the Court of Appeals not issue a stay? I just don't understand why they're able to go down to the lower courts and summon this up immediately to the Supreme Court to issue a stay. That just seems very interesting to me. Issuance of the order now may prematurely suggest a view on the merits of questions that now seem difficult. We do not yet have the Court of Appeals' view of the matter. Yes, because also the lower courts, their analysis is important because it gives the Supreme Court more to work with. Fuck. What was the New York... Fuck, now I don't know if I want to read this. What was the New York Times article on this? Do I want to read this? Boring law shit. Why did they...
In other words, why get involved now? He even proposed language for an order. He writes, let's deny the state, but if any state doesn't get an extension to submit compliance plans to the EPA, they can always come back to us. Breyer writes, if the EPA grants the request, we will have more than enough time to hear and decide the matter. If the EPA denies the applicant's request, they can quickly return to us. Sounds reasonable, no? Not enough for Roberts, who fires off a seemingly exasperated response just a day later. Without a stay of the EPA...
Are these all on the website if I go to... If I just want to like read the leaks, is there a place where the leaks are? I don't give a fuck about. I don't trust any legal commentary anymore. Is there, if anybody has a link to like whatever these documents are?
FDA's rule, both the states and private industry will suffer irreparable harm from a rule that is, in my view, highly unlikely to survive. He doesn't like Breyer's proposed order one bit. And forgive me for saying this, but he also kind of sounds like an industry lobbyist. He writes, I recognize that the posture of this stay request is It's not typical, but review is sort of what has been described as the most expensive regulation ever imposed on the power sector. Net costs have been estimated to run as high as $480 billion from 2017 to 2031 in present value. Now, why future expected expenditures over 17 to 2031 in present value? Now, why future expected expenditures over the course of 15 years are relevant to a rule that doesn't require them now is beyond me. Remember, the deadline for compliance is not until...
In 2016, the Supreme Court halted an ambitious climate change initiative from President Barack Obama by a 5-4 vote along partisan lines. Its order was just one paragraph long and a stark departure from how the court typically handled major cases. Many scholars believe this case marked the birth of the court's modern shadow docket, or the rushed and secretive track the Supreme Court has since used to make many major decisions, including on crucial decisions or questions of presidential power. The New York Times has obtained memos from that case and is publishing those papers in full to bring the origins of the Supreme Court shadow docket into the light. Are you going to watch the Brian Shapiro, Rachel Wilson debate that's starting now? No, maybe after this. I have received 5 emergency applications seeking a stay of the EPA's carbon pollution emission guidelines for existing stationary sources, electric generating units, also known as the Clean Power Plan, nationwide. Nationwide, by 2030, the rule will achieve CO2 emission reductions from the utility power sector of approximately 32% from CO2 emissions levels in 2005. Can somebody tell me the... Can I find out what the rule is that they were making? Was this Obama rule a significant departure from prior EPA rules? 64665. Is this going to show me anything? I'm guessing I don't know what the fuck I'm looking for right now. No shot does this show me anything meaningful. Within 2 weeks of the rule's publication, 27 states and several labor unions, businesses, and trade associations filed petitions for review and applications for an immediate stay from the D.C. Circuit. The D.C. Circuit is just the D.C. District Court, right? Does the D.C. Circuit go any further than that? D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, Wikipedia. Is it just D.C.? It is. Covers only the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. Gotcha. The D.C. Circuit denied the stay on January 21st, 2016, and the above-captioned applications renewed the request in this court. Chamber of the Chief Justice. 5 emergency applications. Okay, hold on. The D.C. Circuit denied the stay, and so the circuit as well denied the stay. Fact sheet about the EPA thing. Okay, hold on. Okay, the D.C. Circuit Court denied the stay. And the above captioned applications renewed the request in this court. On January 27th, I requested a response to number 15A773, an application filed by 26 states. We received a response from the Solicitor General yesterday, meaning that people were requesting a stay from the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court reached out to the defendant, which was the USA, the United States of America, and the Solicitor General is the one who represents the United States in the Supreme Court, so they reached out to the Solicitor General, the U.S. for the federal government for a response. Okay, I referred the applications to the conference with my with my vote to grant the stay in order to preserve the status quo pending judicial review. Absent a stay, the Clean Power Plan will cause and is causing substantial and irreversible reordering of the domestic power sector before this court has an opportunity to review its legality. A stay is appropriate if there is 1, a reasonable probability that 4 justices will grant certiorari, 2, a fair prospect that a majority of the court will reverse, and 3, a likelihood of irreparable harm. In a close case, it may be appropriate to balance the equities. Okay. I have little doubt that whatever the outcome of the proceedings in the D.C. Circuit, there will be a petition for cert. I find it very likely that 4 members of this court will vote to grant the petition, again, regardless of the outcome below. I also believe there is a fair prospect for reversal. The EPA promulgated the rule under Section 111D of the Clean Air Act, which requires standards of performance for existing utility plants. The statute defines a standard of performance as a standard for emissions of air pollutants which reflect the degree of emission limitations achievable through the application of the best system of emission reduction. The EPA argues that the application of the best system of emissions reduction to a coal-fired utility includes having that utility retire its coal-fired plants and open or invest in natural gas or renewable energy production. That interpretation of Section 7411 represents a new approach to the statute. Past rules under 7411D have contemplated that utilities could comply with the articulated best system of emission reduction solely through installation of control technologies, such as scrubbers, which seem to fit more comfortably within the statutory phrase. As we noted two terms ago, agencies will face high hurdles when they seek to use novel interpretations of a long extant statute to bring about an enormous and transformative expansion in their regulatory authority without clear congressional authorization. That's the major powers doctrine, right? The applicants also raise a strong argument that regulation of power plants under 7412 precludes the EPA's promulgation of this rule under 7411. The applicants also meet the third criterion for a stay, irreparable harm. The D.C. Circuit will hold oral arguments on June 2nd, 2016, so a cert petition is not likely to be considered by this court until this winter. Depending on the timing of the D.C. Circuit's decision and taking into account the potential for an en banc review, it is possible that this court will not rule on the merits until OT 2017. What is OT? Overtime? Though the rule does not require emissions reductions until 2022, its impact is being felt now. What is an en banc review? Does that mean reviewing the facts? Hold on. Oh, October term. Is a rare appellate procedure where all active judges of a U.S. Circuit Court, rather than a 3-judge panel, rehear a case, typically to resolve major conflicts and precedent or cases of exceptional importance. Okay. Okay, so the whole, every judge said no. Or every judge might review, okay. Though the rule does not, okay. Destiny, not a lawyer. From what I can understand, the companies filed for a stay and the lower court said no. Then they filed an emergency appeal and Roberts argued that failing to stay the EPA rule would have companies spending tons of money to comply before it reaches the Supreme Court. Okay, yeah, but hold on. But the question is, it sounds like the district court said no, they're not going to issue a stay, and the circuit court said no, they're not going to issue a stay. So I'm not going to read their denials of a stay. I imagine they issued some order or some writing regarding it. But both lower courts refused to issue a stay. So what was different in the Supreme Court's analysis that they decided to issue a stay? First, under the rule, states have the option to develop their own suite of state regulations subject to EPA approval to meet the rules target. If a state does not submit a plan or seek a 2-year extension by September 2016, the EPA will impose a federal plan on the state's power sector. The EPA represents that the submission required by September 2016 to obtain the extension is not burdensome. Let's see. In 2005, the EPA promulgated the Clean Air Mercury Rule, on which the agency determined that a cap-and-trade program based on controlled technology available from the relevant time frame is the best system for reducing mercury emissions. Under the Mercury Rule, the EPA set the cap-and-trade caps based on an analysis of controlled technologies that individual plants could install, meaning that the caps would be met if all utilities installed the designated controlled technologies. The D.C. Circuit vacated the Clean Air Mercury Rule on other grounds, so that rule's interpretation of 7411D was never tested by a court. In any event, the Clean Power Plan is an assertion of a different type and magnitude of authority than the Clean Air Mercury Rule. The Clean Power Plan's CO2 limits on power plants cannot be achieved through use of controlled technologies. EPA opposition to motions to state final. No one disputes that actions that power plants can take within the physical boundaries of their particular facilities, such as the application of controlled will fail to curb CO2. Okay. The fuck is that? Okay. Wait, is this real? Fox News. Democrats associated with Hassan Piker. Well, this has to be a troll, right? Does anybody have the Fox News segment? Also, where's that fucking Morbler retard who was like, Destiny, they're trying to cancel Hassan. Does that make you change your entire analysis that they're using Hassan just to attack other Democrats? They're literally doing a death by association for Hassan now. Hassan Piker, that real bad dude, here's every single Democrat associated with him. Jesus Christ. No one's going to be able to link the...
How is socialism different than communism? Final.
I'm curious what segment that fucking picture came from. There's no way that picture is real, right? I don't know. Okay. That extension is readily obtained, but the applicants indicate that they're currently in the process of committing time and resources to compliance as the first deadline rapidly approaches. Second, and more disruptively,
Amazon offers hourly employees health care on day one for the whole family.
Okay, that particular thing was a Photoshop. Okay.
Amazon offers hourly employees health care for $5 a week with $5 copays.
Safety.
Should I go, Mom?
No, don't tell your mother anything.
Well, Democrats love ultra-left streamer Hassan Piker. And Hassan Piker says he loves stealing. Watch.
I think it's cool. We gotta get back to cool crimes like that, like, you know, bank robberies, right? Stealing priceless artifacts, things of that nature. I feel like that's way cooler than the 7,000th new cryptocurrency scheme that people are engaging in. I'm pro stealing from big corporations because, you know, they steal quite a bit more from their own workers.
By the way, every fucking retard in DGG running off to say, I think that when Destiny makes it too easy to clip him out of context and he needs to be more careful with his statements and Destiny makes it too easy. Meanwhile, Hassan on a 35-minute pre-record podcast knowing that the entire world is watching this as he associates himself heavily with Democrats on one of the most popular left-leaning lib fucking outlets on the planet. So yeah, crimes are actually fucking based and actually I think we need to fucking do more crimes. Like when we used to fucking bomb places and shit is fucking awesome.
So, is it the right move for Democrats?
Why? I don't know what this is and I don't want it. Why would you put these in focus and take this out of focus when this is the content that I'm fucking watching?
Democrats like these to associate with this podcast?
Whoa. Huh.
Michael LaRosa.
My computer. I can't. I'm so sorry. What do I have? Is it a 50? What, I don't have whatever specs you think you need for a computer. It's just not enough. Chrome is just too much for me, man. Can't do it. Sorry, can't handle it. 70. Oh, the 9800X 3D. I shouldn't have got the 3D one, right? Because it shares the fucking L3 storage chip or some bullshit. So I fucked up on that. Dog shit processor. And then I think I only have a 5090. Does it even say? I don't even know. I think I should have waited for the 5090 Ti. I don't even know if... I don't know. I'm fucked up. Sorry, my bad. Wait. Actually? I wonder if having an uncapped frame rate on a game that continues to run at 100% of the background is interfering with my Chrome, because Chrome uses the GPU for hardware acceleration. So Chrome is trying to tap into a 100% utilized GPU in order to run its browser. Anyway, I was curious what Democrats are trying to associate him with. Al-Sayed, we've got Rashida Tlaib, Representative Summer Lee, we've got AOC Bernie, Ro Khanna, Mamdani, Chicago Mayor Brennan Johnson, Kevin Newsom, and then Rahm Emanuel, former Chicago Mayor. Okay, nice. Based associations.
Is a Democratic strategist and the former press secretary, Jill Biden, and we love having him on the show, and he joins us now in studio. Thanks for coming all the way over.
Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about, for those who don't know who Hasan Piker is, maybe it might be good for us just to show this clip really quick. This is...
If you don't know who this is, boy, do we have a 12-second clip for you.
His reaction to the execution, really, in the streets of CEO Brian Thompson. Watch.
Brian Thompson, as the United Health...
Oh, we got the Riz voice and everything.
...care CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder. Virtually every American has a similar experience, a shared experience, where they have a loved one that spent their last days, instead of spending them with their family, spending it on the phone, talking to their healthcare provider, to maybe get a little bit of economic respite. That is the reason why I think the reaction to Luigi Mangione, especially by younger generations, was not so negative.
I feel like they fucking quoted him way better than they quoted me. What the fuck? I feel like Hasan's whole argument is basically there. Damn.
All right, Michael, he's a Luigi Mangione fan. What do you make of this? Is this what you guys want for the party?
No, well, it's not what I want. That's disgusting talk. And, I have to be honest with you. You could waterboard me all day, and I couldn't tell you anything about this guy. I had to Google him a couple weeks ago. Oof. But the fact that people are paying attention to him, I think we embrace him at our own peril. The vast majority of Democratic primary voters, they're just normal, common sense people. I mean, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, they could not make the case for themselves in a Democratic primary. So I look at the faces on the screen there, and I think, oh, well, good luck. Joe Biden took him a couple contests. But in the end, the voters of the Democratic Party just want normal, common sense representation. And I think that's why they went with Biden. That's why we traditionally do go with a more mainstream candidate. I won't say moderate, but I'll say mainstream candidate. And I believe that Democrats will do the same.
So maybe the voters are there. But this man Hasan Piker has been embraced by the New York Times, by sort of like the elites in the party in some way. And I think, tell me if I'm wrong, they're doing this because they understood the impact of the manosphere, the male podcast world really helped President Trump.
Okay, I'm good. Anyways. Second and more disruptive leap, his own models show that the rule will cause immediate shifts in power generation, as the industry must make changes to business plans today to meet the 2022 requirements. The agency's models show that the impact of the rule will reduce coal production for power sector use by 2.0% in 2016 and 2017, and by 4.3% in 2018. That harm, once incurred, is irreversible, given the long lead times and high capital expenditures required for the construction of new plants. Once the utility takes steps to comply with the rule, its actions are not likely to be undone. As the EPA administrator has stated, the Clean Power Plan is being baked into the system right now. Interview of EPA admin. I don't know what they mean by this, though. Like, irreparable harm is not supposed to be just, like, financially burdensome. No? Or am I legal people? Irreparable harm is supposed to be... Like, this sounds like a balance of equities argument. Like, would issuing the stay be so much more, or if we fail to issue the stay, is it going to be so much more burdensome to you versus the other one? This would be like the fourth element. I don't know if you could call it an element, because I think this is all case law stuff, but like the fourth element of like whether or not you would issue a stay or a preliminary injunction. But like $5 million or whatever or something is not. I don't think this is even close to irreparable harm, unless I'm just not understanding something. Like if they were to say these plants could never be opened again or something, then maybe sure, but... Because it says right here, under 3, you have a likelihood of irreparable harm. In a close case, it may be appropriate to balance the equities. This is a balance the equities line of argument, not irreparable harm. I don't know. I'm not sure, but okay. As the EPA administrator has stated, the Clean Power Plan is being baked into the system right now. Interview of EPA. Solar plants are not built in a day. Past experience makes the case for irreparable harm. On June 29, 2015, we ruled that the EPA's mercury and air toxics standards violated the Clean Air Act. See Michigan v. EPA. One day later, the EPA announced that it was confident it was still on track to reduce the targeted pollutants, in part because the majority of power plants are already in compliance or well on their way to compliance. In perspective of the Supreme Court's mercury and air toxics rule decision. In other words, the absence of a stay allowed the agency to effectively implement an important program we held to be contrary to law. Well, is that... Oh, fuck, don't make me do this. Are you allowed to quote stuff without saying what you're quoting from? Oh, no, wait. It is right here. Janet McCabe, acting assistant for office. Okay. Janet McCabe, plants... are already in compliance. No. The majority of power plants are already in compliance. Plants are already in compliance. In perspective, the Supreme Court's mercury link to Janet's statement. Why is this not easily accessible on the internet? The EPA blog. The Supreme Court's decision on EPA's mercury and toxic standards was disappointing to everyone working to protect public health by reducing emissions of mercury and other toxic air pollutants from coal and oil-fired power plants. But as we take stock of what the decision means, one factors that make me confident we're still on track to reduce this. Okay. It's committed to finalizing the Clean Power Plan this summer, and yesterday's Council will bring the effort to reduce carbon pollution. Okay. Second, the decision is very narrow. It did not invalidate the rule, which remains in effect today. In fact, the majority of power plants are already in compliance or well on their way to compliance. The court found the EPA should have considered costs at an earlier step in the rulemaking process that it did. The court did not question the EPA's authority to control toxic air pollution from power plants, provided it considers cost in that step. It also did not question our conclusions on human health that supported the agency's finding that regulation is needed, and its narrow ruling does not disturb the remainder of the D.C. Circuit decision, which unanimously upheld all other aspects of the MATS rule and rejected numerous challenges to the standards themselves. Third, this decision does not... Okay, wait, so what was the actual decision? Fuck. Link me the... Fuck. What was the actual... Michigan v. EPA. 135S? Thank you. Rolling Typhoon. You're a god. Primary holding. The Environmental Protection Agency must consider economic costs when deciding how to regulate power plants under Section 7412 of the Clean Air Act, and a cost that is vastly disproportionate to the value of the benefit is not appropriate or rational under the Act. That's it? Just a summary. Wait. Ooh, Scalia was here too. Okay. Deliver the opinion of the court. Okay, it seems like a pretty short ruling. I won't read the whole thing. Hold on. We hold that the EPA interpreted Section 7412 and 1A unreasonably when it deemed cost irrelevant to the decision to regulate power plants. We reverse the judgment of the Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit and remand the cases for further proceedings consistent with this opinion. It is so ordered. Okay. So it just remanded it back to the lower court, saying that they had to change basically how they were doing an analysis. Okay, hold on. Given the long lead times and high capital expenditures required for the construction of plants, once the utility takes steps to comply with the rule, it's actually the claim being baked in. Okay. On June 29, 2015, we ruled that the EPA's mercury and air toxic standards violated the Clean Air Act. Wait, on June 29, 2015... Wait, did they rule that? Am I missing something? Am I retarded? Am I not understanding this? On June 29, 2015, we ruled that the EPA's mercury and air toxic standards violated the Clean Air Act. Well, it seems like what they ruled was that they had to remand this to the lower courts because the lower courts should have used a different... They should have considered cost when making a decision on whether or not this was okay or not, no? The Clean Air Act directs the Environmental Protection Agency to regulate emissions of hazardous air pollutants from stationary sources, such as refineries and factories. It may regulate power plants under this program only if it concludes that regulation is appropriate and necessary. After studying hazards of public health, EPA found power plant regulation appropriate because power plant emissions pose risks to public health and the environment because controls capable of reducing those emissions were available. It found regulation necessary because other Clean Air Act requirements did not eliminate those risks. The EPA estimated that the cost of power plant regulation would be $9.6 billion a year, but that quantifiable benefits from the reduction of hazardous air pollutant emissions would be $4 to $6 million a year. The D.C. Circuit upheld EPA's refusal to consider costs. The Supreme Court reversed and remanded. The EPA interpreted Section 7412 and 1A unreasonably when it deemed cost irrelevant to the decision to regulate power plants. Appropriately and necessary is a capacious phrase. It is not rational nor appropriate to impose billions of dollars in economic costs in return for a few dollars in health or environmental benefits. That other CAA provisions expressly mention cost indicates that Section 741 and 1 or 7412 and 1A broad's reference to appropriateness encompasses multiple relevant factors, including cost. The possibility of considering cost at a later stage when deciding how much to regulate power plants does not establish its irrelevance at the earlier stage. Although the CAA makes cost irrelevant to the initial decision to regulate sources other than power plants, the point of having separate provisions for power plants was to treat power plants differently. EPA must now decide how to account for costs. They told the lower court to reverse their decision. Wait, did they? Hold on. Oh, hold on. I'm so sorry. We reversed the judgment of the Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit and remanded the cases for further proceedings consistent with this opinion. Okay, so reverse the judgment of the Court of Appeals, and then it was remanded back to the lower courts for further proceedings consistent with this opinion. Okay, I understand now. Okay, and then they had to use this new thing factored in. Okay, that makes sense. One day later, the EPA announced that it was confident it was still on track because the majority of power plants are already in compliance. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Jesus. I recommend granting the stay. Sincerely, JGR/JBT. Is this Roberts? The fuck? I don't know what the fuck his whole fucking name is. John something Roberts. John Glover Roberts. Okay. I would issue an order. Oh, and then this is from Stephen Breyer. I would issue an order in these applications along the following lines. Applications for stays having been submitted to the Chief Justice and by him referred to the court. The court denies the applications with the following qualifications. Any state that, after submitting a request for an extension consistent with that described on page 59 of the Solicitor General's memorandum, does not receive such an extension may renew its application for a stay with the court. I prefer this temporizing order to a grant of these stays for several reasons. First, it is unusual for this court to issue a stay of an agency's order during the time that the Court of Appeals is considering its lawfulness. Second, issuance of the order now may prematurely suggest a view on the merits of questions that now seem difficult. We do not yet have the Court of Appeals' view of the matter. Third, it is difficult at this point to say that the absence of a stay will cause irreparable harm. Okay. With respect to the private applicants, the order does not require any company to take action for 6 years. If they lose in the Court of Appeals, they may ask us for a stay then. While I concede that advanced planning may be necessary, I do not see how a few extra months will make a significant difference. With respect to the states, the Solicitor General points out that to receive from the EPA a 2-year extension of the current September 2016 deadline until September 2018, a state need only identify the approaches, if any, under consideration, describe opportunities, if any, for public input, and explain why the state requires additional time, allowing the EPA to entertain such requests. In the first instance, has the virtue of allowing the agency to proceed with those aspects of the rule that are not challenged here, as well as giving the EPA the opportunity to respond to requests for an extended deadline in the first instance. If the EPA grants the request, we will have more than enough time to hear and decide the matter. If the EPA denies the applicant's request, they can quickly return to us. Moreover, all of the applicants remain free to renew their applications for a stay when the DC Circuit issues its decision, which it has agreed to do on an expedited basis. What is the was Stephen Breyer considered a conservative or a liberal justice? I actually have no idea. I think he was a liberal. Holy fuck. I need a chat dedicated to... I need a stream chat and like a fucking shitposting chat, I feel, when we do boring stuff. Sometimes. We'll figure this out. Okay. Roberts writes back. I continue to believe that an immediate stay, as opposed to the proposed order, remains the appropriate course of action. Without a stay of the EPA's rule, both the states and private industry will suffer irreparable harm from a rule that is, in my view, highly unlikely to survive. The proposed order simply recites that the applicants may renew their applications in light of changed circumstances, which is always the case. Does he argue? Does he make an argument for why this is the case? At the outset, I note that there are no aspects of this rule that are not challenged here. The applicants challenge the EPA's authority to promulgate the rule, period. Regarding the specific points raised in support of the proposed order, as to the first point, I recognize that the posture of this stay request is not typical, but review is sought of what has been described as the most expensive regulation ever imposed on the power sector. Net costs have been estimated to run as high as $480 billion from 2017 to 2031. And we have the very recent experience of the Mercury Air Toxics Standards rule, which confirms how EPA overreaching in the absence of a stay in these unusual circumstances effectively evades judicial review. As to the second point, all stays, whenever issued, suggest a view on the merits of the case. Indeed, a view on the merits is one of the explicitly enumerated stay factors. There's nothing unique in that regard about issuing a stay here. True, we do not have the Court of Appeals' view on the matter, but while a reasoned decision from the Court of Appeals is generally helpful in evaluating the merits of a stay application, in this well-lawyered set of applications, the merits of the legal positions taken by both sides seem clear. Okay, but, I mean, you still want your lower courts to rule on it, no? In my view, it is highly doubtful that this court will bless the EPA's expansive definition of the phrase system of emission reduction, while the Solicitor General argues that the word system is expansive, encompassing a set of connected things or parts forming a complex whole, or a set of principles or procedures according to which something is done. Solicitor General Response 35, quoting Oxford Dictionaries, that definition provides no limiting principle at all. In any event, the applicable standard for a stay is simply a fair prospect of success on the merits. As to the third point, the proposed order is insufficient to avoid irreparable harm. While the D.C. Circuit has expedited briefing in this case, the court has not agreed to issue its decision on an expedited basis. It remains likely or highly likely that this court will not issue a decision until 2018 at the earliest, long after the real-world impacts of the rule would have been felt in the absence of a stay. The proposed order forces each state to engage its regulatory apparatus and expend resources well before that date. It does nothing to limit the ongoing cumulative and irreversible harms the private parties are incurring each day under the rule. I'm so sorry. What is irreversible or irreparable? Where are my legal people? What does irreversible or irreparable mean to the Supreme Court? I didn't know that irreversible or irreparable were dollar amounts. That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. That was one of the things that bit Pxie on my preliminary injunction thing, was her publicly talking about wanting to sue for some dollar amount to punish me. I think even my lawyer, or not my lawyer, I think it was Torres, I think noted that. If you're going to argue irreparable harm, then how can you claim that you're suing for money to get it back or whatever? Or like, it seems like the harm at that point isn't irreparable, right? Waited 5 months to file her motion for preliminary injunction. True. In fact, plaintiff's counsel even agreed that most of the damage has already been done. Rip. Fuck. I thought that there was a reference to a tweet that she'd made about whatever. Does that mean the only justified punishments for irreparable harm are non-financial? Well, no. When you go to court to sue for things, you're looking for the court to make you whole, basically. But like, if let's say that I'm making this up, but let's say that I'm suing you because you want to like chop my head off, And let's say that when I go to sue you to chop, let's say you're scheduled to chop my head off tomorrow, and I sue you, right? I might go to the court and I might ask for a preliminary injunction or a temporary restraining order, saying, "Hold on, court. I understand that where I'm suing this guy so that he doesn't chop my head off. However, I need you guys to issue a preliminary ruling on this, because if you don't and he chops my head off, it doesn't matter if I win the case or not. You can't make me whole again. I've lost. My head is going to be gone. It doesn't matter what you guys rule. And if you guys can't do something meaningful for me, then my head being chopped off is worthless. If you can't do anything meaningful for me, then it doesn't matter. Like, if my head gets chopped off, so I need you to issue a preliminary injunction. I need you to enjoin this guy, stop him from engaging in some behavior, because you can never make me whole again after. This. But this is just like dollar damages to companies, which in my mind, but I mean, it's not like I've read a ton of civil litigation or Supreme Court civil litigation or whatever the fuck. In my mind, it's not like this is not irreparable harm. It's just not a dollar amount, right? It's not like, oh, $10 million, $1 million. That's not irreparable harm. That's literally reparable harm. You can award them financial damages. You could literally make them whole again. It's just money. No, I don't know. It's just. Maybe if the companies were arguing that, like, if we were to do these procedures, we would go bankrupt, like the company will go under and it'll all cease to exist and we'll have to shut down everything, then I guess maybe, but I don't know. I maybe irreparable harm means something different at this level, or maybe it's treated differently when it's millions. I don't know. The proposed order forces each state to engage, blah, blah, blah. It does not assuage my concerns to note that if the applicants lose in the Court of Appeals, they remain free to renew their application for a stay. At that point, I have little doubt that if the applicants renew their stay request, when the representative of the opposing party will ask that they refrain from acting until the conclusion of any en banc proceedings. And then again, while we consider a petition for certiorari, and then again, we'll decide the merits of the case. While each of these discrete periods may only be several months, each passing day seems the rule further entrenched de facto, if not de jure. The comments of the EPA administrator herself indicate that without immediate action from this court, this rule will become functionally irreversible, like the ill-fated Matt's rule before this court contest its legality. When a BBC interviewer asked Administrator McCarthy whether the administration's climate change policies would persist if a new president adopted a review, she responded, "On issues like the Clean Power Plan, we are baking that into the system. This is not a policy debate. This is now a rule that's finalized, and it's going to be solid no matter what signals Congress wants to send. But more importantly, every state is actively submitting, going to be submitting their plans. They're working on them now." Well, I don't understand this is true, right? Unless Congress wants to pass a new law changing this, or maybe if the next administration takes a different view on the rule, then this is just true. This is just how federal rules work. I don't know. I'm of the mind that a rule designed to transform a substantial swath of the nation's economy should be tested by this court before it is presented as a fait accompli. But it seems that the EPA is sufficiently confident of this rule's immediate implications that not even the combined efforts of Congress and the president could reverse its effects. Well, she said, this is now a rule that's final. This is going to be solid no matter what signals Congress wants to send. Is that her saying that even if Congress passed a new law overturning the Clean Air Act or whatever, that it would be impossible to get rid of? I feel like that's a little bit of a goofy interpretation, but I guess. I don't know. But it seems that the EPA is sufficiently confident of this rule's immediate implications that not even the combined efforts of Congress and the president could reverse its effects. The agency, it would seem, has made a compelling case for the applicant's claims of irreparable harm. Okay, okay. Let's see. Justice Elena Kagan. I agree with Steve, true, that we should direct the states to seek an extension from the EPA before asking this court to intervene. We could also include at the end of such an order language along the lines of the following: to encourage the D.C. Circuit to act expeditiously in its resolution of this matter. In light of that court's agreement to consider this case, okay, the unique nature of the relief sought in these applications gives me real pause. The applicants ask us to enjoin a regulation pending initial review in the Court of Appeals. As we often say, we are a court of review, not of first view. True. As far as I can tell, it would be unprecedented for us to second-guess the D.C. Circuit's decision that a stay is not warranted without the benefit of full briefing or a prior judicial decision. On the merits, this is a difficult case involving a complex statutory and regulatory regime. Although the parties' abbreviated discussion of the issues at stake here makes it difficult for me to determine with any confidence which side is likely to ultimately prevail, it seems to me that at this stage the government has the better of the arguments. The Chief's memo focuses on the applicant's argument that the best system of emissions reduction refers solely to installation of control technologies like scrubbers. The ordinary meaning of system is in fact quite broad, appearing to encompass what EPA has done here. Of course, we would want to consider this term in the larger context of the Clean Air Act's regulations. What? Oh, it's an archive. Fuck. Can I... The archive doesn't have the... Oh, wait, there we go. Wait, did this work? Yes. We want to consider this term in the larger context of Clean Air Act's regulation of statutory source emissions, and we might well decide to place some limiting principle on that term. But I think the government raises strong arguments that the regulation here falls within a proper construction. Applicants' other statutory challenge, not discussed in the Chief's memos, require us to reconcile what appear to be two simultaneous and contradictory amendments to the same statutory provision of a bill. Applicants' limited submissions at this stage suggests that the answer to that question will turn on a careful study of the bill's history and Congress's procedures for codifying session laws. Although those questions are not easily resolved at this stage, I do note that the applicant's reading produces a real anomaly. Power plants producing only non-hazardous emissions would be regulated under sections 111D, but if a class of plants produced any hazardous emissions regulated under section 112, that class's emissions of unhazardous emissions would be wholly unregulated. I find it hard to believe that Congress intended that outcome. Further, I agree with Steve that the applicants have failed to demonstrate the requisite likelihood of irreparable harm. The state applicants' claim of irreparable harm is based on their assertion that, absent relief, they will be required to design and enact regulations to meet the plant's emissions targets. As Steve observes, though, a state can obviate those harms by asking the EPA for a 2-year extension of the September 2016 deadline to submit its plan. I think it wise to direct the applicants to first seek relief through that more ordinary route before granting the drastic and unusual remedy the states seek. The 2-year extension. Destiny, at the end, can you please summarize why this is good/bad? Rinlux, you've been spamming the chat with polls and retarded emotes for the past hour. Why the fuck would I summarize for you? You're crazy. Good one, though. I think it wise to direct the applicants to first seek relief through... Okay, the 2-year extension for this is... No action will be legally required. Okay. Moreover, the applicant's assertion that absent relief, they will begin preparing... They will have to begin preparing for those regulations by taking coal plants out of service or beginning construction on new renewable energy plants in the limited time between now and the issuance of the D.C. Circuit's opinion is both entirely speculative and highly doubtful. The rule imposes no requirement that any plant or class of plant be shut down, nor does it require that any particular type of plant be constructed. Rather, it requires that only states meet an overall emissions target, a goal it gives the states significant discretion to pursue by adopting whatever means they think beat, including the adoption of more efficient scrubber technology, carbon sequestration techniques, or a cap-and-trade system. I cannot imagine that a regulatory entity would take such extreme measures as shutting down a coal plant in anticipation of state regulations that, when promulgated, may not require anything of the sort. That is especially true because the rule phases in its requirements over an 8-year period. While applicants' claims of harm seem to assume that total compliance is required by 2022, the rule in fact contemplates only a 1% emissions reduction in that year. It is implausible that such a minor emissions reduction to be achieved 6 years hence will require substantial and irrevocable commitments of resources in the coming months. In any event, under even the most generous reading of the application, the applicant's claims of irreparable harm involve disputed issues of fact ill-suited for resolution by this court at this stage. Okay, seems reasonable. Her and Steve's. And then we have... Who is this by? Sincerely... Wait, why is there no... Who's the mystery person here? What the fuck? I agree with Steve's proposal and Elena's supplement to that proposal. As Elena notes, it would be unprecedented for us to grant a stay before any court has reviewed this complicated and complex case, the statutory questions turn on an interplay of several provisions of the Clean Air Act. I agree with Elena that at first glance, the government appears to have the better argument. I do not think that the applicant's likelihood of success on the merits is so high as to justify granting this extraordinary relief. More importantly, I think our resolution of these issues will be greatly enhanced by the views of the DC Circuit, full briefing, and our considered unhurried attention. Moreover, the factual basis for the applicant's claim of irreparable harm seems hotly contested by the government and in tension with at least my cursory review of the record. For example, the chief's memos note that the EPA's own models show that the rule will cause immediate shifts in power generation. As the industry must make changes to business plans today to meet 2022 requirements, the agency's model showed that the impact of the rule reduced coal production for power sector use by 2.0% in 2016 to 2024, 4.3% by 2018. The government, however, has cautioned that the EPA model is not intended to predict any immediate change in power generation and that drawing any short-term inferences from its highly stylized model is fraught with danger, according to the government, blah, blah, blah. This is Kagan. No, this is Kagan. No? This opinion here was Kagan's. She signed it. Elena is Kagan. No, I agree with Elena. This is not Kagan. This is another justice, but their name is left off. I don't know why. It's not down here signed, and it's not here at the top left where I would expect it to be. But a third justice disagreeing with Roberts? Okay. Oh, the truly brain broken has entered the chat. Alito. I agree entirely with Justice Roberts' most recent memorandum and continue to believe strongly that a stay is warranted. In my view, climate control sucks ass, and the applicants are very likely to get fucking massive success on the merits of their claim. I also agree with the chief that the irreparable harm the applicants face is immediate and insanely fucking significant. Their entire fucking shit is going to get fucked in the ass if we got to do this gay fucking climate bullshit. Get me out of here, chief. Roberts is right. And this harm, once incurred, is by nature irreparable. Coal plants are not shuttered, nor solar plants purchased at the drop of a hat. Of course, the administrator knows this, which is why she effectively implied that if the rule is allowed to continue in force, judicial review will be beside the point. That leads me to what is, in my view, the most pressing reason to grant a stay. A failure to stay this rule threatens to render our ability to provide meaningful judicial review, and by extension, our institutional legitimacy, a nullity. Whether the Clean Air Act gives the EPA the transformative authority to its claims here is an important question. If we fail to stay the rule and maintain the status quo, our resolution of the merits will not matter because the regulated parties will have complied. Instead of robust judicial review, our opinion will be raped. Sincerely, Alito. That version obtained by the Times. Oh, that was Sotomayor. Okay. Why does this retard even write anything? What a worthless fuck thing. He should have just wrote, Robert's heart hurts. Fuck the government. God, I hate this fucking loser. Justice Anthony M. Kennedy. The memoranda from the conference would have been helpful. In my view, a stay would be granted in 4 to 6 months in any event. In fairness to the parties' counsels that we should grant it now. Therefore, I agree with the recommendation of the chief that the applications be granted. Do we hate Kennedy? I never read any of the older court's opinions, so I don't know anything about how they write or what their rulings are like. Wait, that's it? Okay. Okay, what was the rest? I'll just finish watching this one.
Till 2022. Roberts writes, the proposed order forces each state to engage its regulatory apparatus and expend resources well before that date and does nothing to limit the ongoing, cumulative, and irreversible harms that private parties are incurring each day under the rule.
Sorry, hold on. 50 trillion fucking people have linked this fucking meme. Here you go. Have this AI epic meme.
Come on, Andrew. You can't even open a jar of fucking pickles?
It's a jar of olives, Rachel.
Just fucking open it. What is wrong with you?
Will you shut the fuck up? It's olives. It's been olives the whole time. Why does nobody in this house listen to me?
You weak sack of shit. You're weakest of all three men I have been married to, Andrew. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
You lick sniff.
Fuck you.
This is freaking epic. One of the most epic fucking news I've ever seen. Thank you so much for linking it no less than 7 million fucking times in chat today. 2022 Sam from Kagan mentioned this in page 5989 in the PDF. Okay.
For example, the EPA's models show that the rule will cause shifts in the nation's power generation now. He then points to an interview then EPA Administrator Gina McCarthy gave to the BBC in which she says the Clean Power Plan is baked into the system and suggested that it would endure no matter who holds the White House. Roberts concludes, I am of the mind that a rule designed to transform a substantial swath of the nation's economy should be tested by this court before it is presented as a fait accompli. But it seems that the EPA is sufficiently confident of this rule's immediate—
I butchered the pronunciation on that. How did he say that?
Court before it is presented as a fait accompli.
Fait accompli, okay.
But it seems that the EPA is sufficiently confident of this rule's immediate implications that not even the combined efforts of Congress and the President could reverse its effects. The agency, it would seem, has made a compelling case for the applicant's claims of irreparable harm. So Roberts really hates this thing. And after his retort to Breyer a day later comes the voice of reason, Justice Kagan. She's down with Breyer's pragmatic approach. The unique nature of the relief sought in these applications gives me real pause. As we often say, we're a court of review, not of first view. As far as I can tell, it would be unprecedented for us to second-guess the D.C. Circuit's decision that a stay is not warranted without the benefit of full briefing or a prior judicial decision. In other words, appellate judges are supposed to be reviewing what prior judges do, and we're completely jumping the gun here. Kagan also throws cold water on the chief's claim that the sky is going to fall for the states and industry. She writes, the rule imposes no requirement that any plan or class of plan be shut down, nor does it require that any particular type of plan be constructed. Rather, it requires only that states meet an overall emissions target, a goal it gives the states significant discretion to pursue by adopting whatever means they think best, including the adoption of more effective scrubber technology, carbon sequestration techniques, or a cap-and-trade system. I cannot imagine that a regulated entity would take such extreme measures as shutting down a coal plant in anticipation of state regulations that, when promulgated, may not require anything of the sort. After Kagan weighs in, Sonia Sotomayor submits her own memo, agreeing with Elena and Steve. Don't you love the camaraderie? And again drives home the point of how unprecedented blocking the Clean Power Plan would be. She then needles the chief a bit by noting that his point about this being the most expensive regulation ever imposed on the power sector is just smoke. That is one view, she writes, a likely biased view, as the chief's memo recognizes. And from there comes Justice Samuel Alito, the author of Dobbs, whose mind, like the chief, is already made up. And he adds this bit of judicial hyperbole. That's the only thing I can call it. A failure to stay this rule threatens to render our ability to provide meaningful judicial review, and by extension, our institutional legitimacy, a nullity. Whether the render our ability to provide this bit of judicial hyperbole. That's the only thing I can call it. A failure to stay this rule threatens to render our ability to provide meaningful judicial review, and by extension, our institutional legitimacy, a nullity. Whether the Cleaner Act gives the EPA the transformative authority it claims here is an important question. If we fail to stay the rule and maintain the status quo, our resolution of the merits will not matter because the regulated parties will have complied. Instead of robust judicial review, our opinion will be a mere postscript. Finally, we get to the end of the memo.
Okay, I don't know who wrote the script for this guy, who this guy is. I don't like the video on this at all. He calls this judicial hyperbole. The reason why Alito is saying that, remember what I said before, the whole point of a court is to grant you some type of relief. And what Alito is saying is he's giving the argument to irreparable harm here, that if we don't stay the rule, we're not going to be able to render a meaningful decision, right? Because everything will be basically null and void, whatever we do, because everybody will have implemented everything anyway. That's what he's arguing here. It's a stupid argument. He doesn't back it up with anything, but I feel like this guy hasn't said anything good about this ruling, but I don't know. I'm glad I read the papers at least, whatever.
Right. Instead of robust judicial review, our opinion will be a mere postscript. Finally, we get to the end of the memos. This is the last page. I kid you not. And the last person we hear from is Anthony Kennedy, often the decider and the swing vote in these cases. His memo is both short.
Thanks for writing, guys.
And perfunctory. No, really, it's like 4 lines. That's all it is. He writes, the memoranda from the conference have been very helpful. In my view, a stay will be granted in 4 to 6 months in any event. And fairness to the...
What does that even mean? A stay would be granted in 4 to 6 months in any event. Like, the Supreme Court would grant it, or he thinks that the lower court would grant? I don't even know what that means, but I don't understand. I don't know.
The party's counsel is that we should grant it now. Therefore, I agree with the recommendation of the chief that the stay applications be granted. Sincerely, AMK, Anthony M. Kennedy. The rest is history. And that's it. 3 justices, Antonin Scalia, Clarence Thomas, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, didn't write their memos, or at least as far as we know, they didn't circulate anything. And that's the end of it.
RBG was too busy deciding which one to die in a video game.
So there you have it, folks. If there is any justification in using the shadow docket, the justices are admitting that they've already made up their minds about how they're going to rule on certain cases with the very limited information they've received in a very short, compressed timeline. And that decision will be the law of the land. And, by the way, there will be no public explanation of how they even came to it. And thus began the modern era of the shadow docket. And its defining feature is that the Supreme Court rarely explains its reasoning, because they don't have to. They can implicitly rule on important cases by procedure alone. So if the Trump administration wants a case sent back to lower courts, they send it back. If they want a judicial stay, they get it. The same problem in the stay order blocking the Clean Power Plan is present in the numerous shadow docket orders the Supreme Court has issued since, especially during the second Trump administration. In the past 15 months alone, the Supreme Court has bent over backwards to consider how the government is irreparably harmed if it's not allowed to continue slashing and burning things. And how about the irreparable harm to real people caused by all the slashing and burning of things? Who's to say? Because they never really mention that side of things. They don't have to. And lower is irreparably harmed if it's not allowed to continue slashing and burning things. And how about the irreparable harm to real people caused by all the slashing and burning of things? Who's to say? Because they never really mention.
Well, that's not a part of the that's not what you're balancing. The irreparable harm just has to do with the parties in the court case or whatever. This is like a meaningless thing.
And that side of things. They don't have to. And lower court judges are left holding the bag without any explanation. They truly are at a loss. For example, in a long-running case involving
Are the companies able to recoup costs, etc., from the EPA if the legislation is shot down later? I mean, if you sue the government because you're saying an act is illegal, I imagine that part of the relief you could seek would be we want to be compensated by any actions that we have to take, in the course of pursuing this illegal thing. I imagine you could. Seek reimbursement from the government.
Challenge to Doge's access to sensitive private information of everyday people. The justices last year greenlit access.
I think the statute doesn't allow to sue for monetary damages here because of sovereign immunity. The companies are suing for injunctive relief, so they wouldn't be able to recover monetary damages if they won versus the government. Okay, I'm going to ignore that I'm annoyed by the fact that I feel like the Supreme Court just ruled that they basically can't do nationwide injunctive relief anymore, but it would have been interesting to see that analysis taken up in those memoranda, I guess. The companies are suing for injunctive relief, so they wouldn't be able to recover monetary damages if they won versus the government. I also am not fully convinced. It doesn't seem like, based on what was being written, that there would be huge monetary damages anyways, because it seemed like the EPA had baked into that rule like a 2-year wait period for them to get to delay implementing anything anyway. I don't know. That just didn't seem like it feels like this is an extraordinary measure, right? Like a stay is already an extraordinary measure, but you're talking about a stay from a higher court before the lower court has even fully considered the case, right? Would these types of applications be considered interlocutory appeal? Like that's like an extraordinary level of relief. And it didn't feel like the argument was strong enough at all for that.
The sensitive Social Security Administration records. The case was returned to the lower courts, but the judges there were left scratching their heads on how to proceed. Why? Because the Supreme Court didn't give them much direction. U.S. Circuit Judge James Wen wrote, "A system in which unexplained orders silently control future cases is not one of uniformity, but of opacity." In other words, law that cannot be explained cannot be applied consistently, and what cannot be consistently applied cannot sustain public trust. Worse yet, the Trump administration was forced to correct the record in the lower court, which means that the Supreme Court allows Doge to comb through sensitive agency data on patently erroneous information. Worse yet, the courts discovered that the government misrepresented key facts about Doge, forcing the Trump administration to correct the record in the lower court. That means that the Supreme Court allowed Doge to comb through sensitive agency data on patently erroneous information. Here's how Judge King, in the same Fourth Circuit case, described this crazy situation. We thus know that the prior rulings in this matter, the district court's issuance of a preliminary injunction, our court's denial of a stay, and the Supreme Court's grant of a stay were rendered on a materially erroneous record. And we know that, going forward, we should not accord the defendants, meaning the U.S. government, any benefit of the doubt or readily trust in anything they say. From
What was this from? I don't want to have to go through this whole case. Fuck. Oh, this is for the Doge case. Sorry.
Let's know that the prior rulings in this matter, the district court's issuance of a preliminary injunction, our court's denial of a stay, and the Supreme Court's grant of a stay were rendered on a materially erroneous record. And we know that, going forward, we should not accord the defendants, meaning the U.S. government, any benefit of the doubt or readily trust in anything they say. From there, he said that Doge, in essence, got a hold of a lot of personal information and access to sensitive records that it never should have. He concluded from this confession of error that Doge affiliates are not regular SSA employees working under SSA supervision in accordance with its rules and on its behalf. Rather, and here's the money quote again, they are rogue actors whose activities are hidden from SSA itself. Very legal, very cool. Rogue actors all the way down. And as Professor Steve Vladeck has documented at length on his indispensable Substack, One First, the real problem with the shadow docket memos in the Clean Power Plan cases is that they show that John Roberts and the other conservative justices take a very different view of irreparable harm when a Democratic president is in power versus when a Republican president is in power. When Obama was president, irreparable harm to Republican-led states and the power sector were the chief's concern, enough to stop a major regulatory program on a nationwide basis. But now that Trump is president, irreparable harm to the government is what matters. By Vladeck's count, there have been as many as 25 shadow docket orders greenlighting Trump administration policies that lower courts have previously blocked. These rulings by the Supreme Court have allowed President Trump and his administration to, among other things, refuse to spend $4 billion in mandatory foreign aid, cut the Department of Education in half, kick all transgender service members out of the military, kneecap the federal civil service, revoke temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of immigrants, remove immigrants to third countries even when they face a credible fear of torture or other persecution there, continue to engage in racial profiling during ICE raids, and on and on and on and on. There's no need to say watch what's happening. The Supreme Court is playing favorites with the shadow docket, depending on who's president. And unless and until Congress and the rest of us demand change or more transparency about how the justices are making these decisions, we should all welcome yet more leaks from the Supreme Court. If the justices are not going to show us their work, let the court keep leaking like a sieve. More sunlight may be the only way John Roberts and their friends will change their ways.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good?
How do we know?
There's a massive gap in our justice system. Is that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel?
How could you possibly do that, though?
Putting clients first instead of chasing global hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
Thanks, LegalEagle. They threw out their unique definitions of irreparable harm when they threw out the injunction. Sure. Trump tells aides to prefer extended blockade of Iran. Based. Summarize now for YouTube? Bruh, if they were paying attention, they paid attention. If they weren't, then fuck them. Didn't I already draw this? I thought I already explained this. Court case has, I think, 3 big stages, right? Pleading stage, discovery phase, trial, okay? In the pleading stage, you let's say you got a court case where the matter that you're suing over is a hugely important thing that if the opposing party is allowed to continue with what they're doing, the status quo will be a term you'll see a lot, is going to be so destroyed and so disrupted that the court will no longer be able to render a meaningful decision, right? I think oftentimes in abuse cases or like family court,
These might be issues where you're looking for like a temporary restraining order or a preliminary injunction. These are things that come very, very early on before you get to the discovery phase, but in the pleading stages of a court case. A pleading stage is somebody files a lawsuit and the other party responds to the lawsuit with either their response to a complaint or a motion to dismiss, right? And then eventually their response to a complaint, right? So this is the pleading stage. As part of this stage, you can ask for the court to do a temporary restraining order and then eventually a preliminary injunction, right? Now, courts are generally here to render verdicts, okay, at the end of a trial phase, to make somebody whole again or to deliver justice in the case of criminal matters. Courts are not usually here to prevent things from happening, okay? That's what police are for, right? If somebody's coming to kill me, I need to call the cops and tell the cops to come and prevent something from happening. Hopefully the cops can come and prevent something. Courts are not usually in the business of preventing harm. They're here to make people whole after the harm has been done. But in exceptional cases, courts can grant stays, which is usually saying, hey, stop, or an injunction, a preliminary injunction. It's called a preliminary injunction because it's before you get through the discovery and trial phase, right? And what an injunction can do is it can enjoin or stop somebody from doing a thing, or a stay can prevent something from being implemented, some kind of like some type of order or whatever. Stays and injunctions are pretty similar. A stay is like a preventing of a certain action. An injunction is to stop you from taking an action. They're similar with minor differences, but like I think a stay is usually to stop something, like to stop like a rule or an order or something from being implemented. An injunction is to prevent you from taking some future action. It's basically that. But in order to win for a stay or an injunction, you have to show 4 elements when you're applying for these things, because remember, this is exceptional relief, okay? And the exceptional relief, in order to get it, you need to show that you are likely to succeed on the merits of your case, I believe, if the facts pleaded are all true. You have to show an irreparable harm that would occur if the court didn't grant this exceptional relief, meaning that you're going to be so harmed that the court's decision will be meaningless. That's 1, 2. The fourth one is a balance of equities. Or you have to balance the equities on both sides, meaning that like an injunction, for instance, wouldn't be so burdensome on the defendant that it would be unfair or whatever. 1, 2. What is the third one? The third one is, I always forget this. Hold on. Preliminary injunction elements. Oh, I'm sorry. For preliminary injunction, the third one is balance of equities. The fourth one is public interest. So the court considers whether granting the injunction is in the best interest of the general public. Are the preliminary injunction factors the same as like a stay factor? Is it considered the same type of thing? I looked up stay factors. This is an AI thing from the Legal Information Institute. Irreparable injury, likelihood of success, balance of hardships, public interest. Okay, same thing, right? Okay, sorry. Okay, so that's to grant like pleading stage stuff. So like a TRO or a preliminary injunction. Okay. Okay. So it sounds like in the DC District Court, okay, the EPA, which is part of the executive branch, issued a rule, and that rule was going to change the way that, I guess, power plants were being regulated somehow. And so when the EPA implemented this rule, there were several people that decided to sue the federal government looking for an injunction or a permanent stay. Can you get a permanent stay? But basically preventing that rule from ever being implemented, saying, we don't think that you have the legal authority to implement that rule. Now, as part of their court case, in the lower courts, the plaintiffs requested from the court, we need you to issue a stay. We need you to stop the government from even implementing this rule before we even get through the court trial phase, because if they don't, we're going to get fucked, okay? Not good. And the district court looked at it and they said, nah, we don't think you need a stay. And then it sounds like in the district court, did they appeal the stay decision or did they appeal the verdict? Fuck, I don't know if they appealed the stay decision or the verdict of the entire case. I'm guessing they appealed just the stay. But it sounds like in the lower court, can you do that? Can you appeal the stay? Fuck, does anybody know the actual answer to this? Or would I have to go dig a bunch to find out the answer to this?
I can just read their memoranda, I guess. 5 emergency applications seeking a stay of the EPA's electric generation. Okay. Okay. So basically, the district court said, no, we're not going to grant a stay. And then the petitioners filed for an appeal to the circuit court, so the DC Circuit Court, and they also said no to a stay. And then the applicants basically emailed up to the Supreme Court, and they were asking the Supreme Court, can you guys overturn that and issue a stay? And then the Supreme Court said yes. So the weird thing is that you have your district court, which I don't think you even think has rendered a verdict yet. The district court said, no, we're not going to issue this stay. The circuit court said, no, we're not going to issue this stay. You have to wait for the court case to finish, at least at the district court level. But then the Supreme Court said, okay, yes, we are going to issue a stay. And that stay would then have to hold all the way up through, like, let's say that they issue the stay. Let's say that the government wins its case at the district level and then appeals and then wins the case at the circuit level and then appeals, and then the case is granted certiorari to be heard by the Supreme Court. In this entire time where it's working its way up through the courts, the rule is blocked because the Supreme Court went down to the circuit court and decided to issue a stay on, to overturn the circuit court and issue a stay. So yeah, does that make sense? Fuck me. I rambled, but I got it. Do we get that? Did this make sense? I get it. Yusuf get it, but you linked it to me, so fuck you. So it seems like it was extraordinary for the Supreme Court to issue a stay for a ruling that hadn't even been fully considered by the district court, let alone the circuit court. And then the Supreme Court hopped down and basically issued a stay that blocked the whole EPA's rule for, I don't know, seemed kind of wild. So this is shadow docket shit. So shadow docket, I guess, is that basically you can appeal things to the Supreme Court. You can appeal preliminary motions to the Supreme Court, and then a single justice could theoretically, or the court could theoretically rule on a preliminary motion that could block an entire thing or grant an entire thing until it works its way from the district to the circuit courts all the way up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court doesn't really have to give any strong rationalization or anything for why they issued a stay or overturned a stay or issued a preliminary injunction or denied a preliminary injunction. But it doesn't make any sense why the Supreme Court would dip down, because the Supreme Court is supposed to be reviewing once the lower courts have all had their time to argue and sort things out and then send it all up to the Supreme Court. So it's kind of extraordinary that the Supreme Court would do that, I think. But, okay. We'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe. Just for Hamster Hawk. I love you guys. I'll be back. Be careful. Don't die.